The Wanchu Marsh Secret Realm is a medium-sized secret realm belonging to the Juju Federation. Within it lie 7 central city bases, and Bailin City is one of those 7 central cities. Here, land prices are unbelievably high, truly worth their weight in gold. Yet, in the heart of such a city, there stands a private villa enveloped by mountains and rivers, known as the City Lord's Mansion. This young man is none other than the young City Lord of Bailin City, originally a transmigrator to this world. In his past life, Bai Xian was a soldier who died in action. But fate wasn't done with him. His soul transmigrated to a world filled with spirit beasts and beast tamers. Bai Xian isn't like other transmigrators, who inhabits an existing body. He was reborn, starting life in a new form, but carrying the memories of his past life. Bai Xian, having just finished his morning shower, looked at himself in the mirror, constantly clicking his tongue in admiration. Even though he's seen this face for over a decade, he can't help but marvel every time. Damn, I'm handsome as hell. Suddenly, a portal opened in the space, and a creature emerged from it. Bai Xian turned around, appearing quite familiar with this creature. It's a gold-level, red-eyed silver fish. The fish swam closer to Bai Xian and said, "Zhao An, breakfast is ready." "I know. I'll tell Dad I'm finishing up my shower and getting ready," Bai Xian replied. The fish reminded him, "Don't keep everyone waiting too long," then slipped back into the spatial portal and disappeared. That red-eyed silver fish is a gold-level pet beast and also Bai Xian's father's life-bound spirit beast, considered a powerful figure in this world. He went downstairs and saw that everyone was waiting for him. The beautiful woman is his mother in this life, and beside her is his younger sister, Bai Ziyu. The man grumbling nearby is his father, and the white-haired, white-bearded old man with a steadfast expression sitting at the head of the table is Bai Jingsong, the city lord of Bailin City and Bai Xian's grandfather. "Grandpa, when did you get here?" Bai Xian asked as he pulled out a chair. "Today is the annual awakening ceremony, and as the city lord, I need to be there to give a speech and encourage the students." "Xiao An, you're also a candidate this year. You have to participate in the awakening ceremony today too. It just so happens that we can go to the awakening hall together later." "Yes, sir," Bai Xian replied obediently. He had been looking forward to that ceremony for a long time. The full name of the awakening ceremony is the Juzu Federation Annual Beast Tamer Awakening Ceremony. Every year around this time, the Federation hosts the awakening ceremony, helping young people unlock their potential. Those who succeed can join the Beast Tamer Academy and learn knowledge related to beast tame. However, those who fail can only study in ordinary schools. That's why this ceremony is like his college entrance exam in his past life, a crucial moment that determines his life. Beast taming talent determines a person's status in this world. Without talent, no one would even glance your way. But Shen Yuxing chimed in, telling Bai Xian not to worry, because a month ago, he had independently awakened his A-rank beast-taming talent. It was a talent called intuition, belonging to the mental system, granting the awakener incredible combat intuition. Sometimes, they could even sense special premonitions and understand the thoughts of spirit beasts. This was an extraordinary beast-taming talent, with very comprehensive effects, not only possessing good intuition, but also being able to avoid danger and seek advantages in battle, and even communicate with spirit beasts, which was very beneficial in combat and subduing them. The awakening ritual didn't have much significant effect on Bai Xian anymore, which was why he was so calm and collected. His A-rank mental talent was outstanding, and self-awakening was definitely not an easy feat. His grandfather knew this, so even in the origin world, Bai Xian was a genius that major families would fight to nurture. He didn't have the ability to do this, but his grandson could achieve it in the future. It was just that Bai Jingsong was a little worried that his grandson was still young, and if he really went to that place, he might be swallowed whole by those old monsters without leaving a single bone. Therefore, he wanted to temper him, so that Bai Xian could truly become a steady and calm person. Bai Jingsong thought to himself, and then called out. Bai Xian was taking a sip of tea at that moment, and hurriedly looked up. "Xiao An, don't underestimate the awakening ritual. The awakening stone used by the Juju Federation is a very special top-grade treasure. There's only one in the entire Juju Federation," Bai Jingsong reminded. The awakening stone he mentioned had an extremely special origin. When the era had just begun, monstrous beasts flooded their world, posing a great threat to humanity. Humans were almost extinct, and in that situation, the predecessors of humanity discovered this awakening stone. Then, the first beast tamers relied on it to awaken their talents, and humanity was able to survive, ushering in the era of beast tamers. It could be said that this special awakening stone was the foundation of the Juju Federation's beast taming civilization, and a person who wanted to become a beast tamer needed to go through 3 stages: awakening beast taming talent, building a beast taming space, and finally signing a contract with the first monster beast.
People from large aristocratic families or disciples of some special sects also had geniuses who awakened early,
But they still let their disciples or descendants participate in the annual awakening ritual. The main purpose was to use the power of the awakening stone to build the beast taming space as early as possible.
After talking back and forth, Bai Jingsong concluded that the awakening stone was a good thing, and its power was very helpful to Bai Xian.
So he had to take this awakening ritual seriously. And Bai Xian understood his grandfather's teachings, so he obediently nodded. Before, he had always been busy learning beast taming knowledge and awakening his talent, so he didn't know much about the awakening stone. Now that he knew how powerful it was, of course he had to seize the opportunity. A real man doesn't have time for nonsense. Seriously performing the awakening ritual and building a beast taming space is the most important thing. Bai Xian's father suddenly slammed the table and roared, scaring both him and Bai Ziyu. "Why are you being so fierce?" His mother put her hands on her hips and reminded her husband imposingly. Old Bai immediately became docile. "I was just raising my voice a little, not being fierce." After the meal, a private driver took Bai Jingsong and Bai Xian to the awakening square.
Bai Jingsong told his grandson to go to the main hall first, while he needed to prepare his speech.
When Bai Xian arrived, the place was already crowded with people, and his appearance made the female students' eyes light up like stars. "Young Master Bai, hello. Long time no see."
They swarmed him, making Bai Xian feel embarrassed, and he could only scratch his head and smile awkwardly.
"Young Master Bai, you haven't been to school for a month. You must be well prepared, right?"
"Young Master Bai,
you've become even more handsome in just 1 month." These people are Bai Xian's classmates from the affiliated academy of Bailin City. This is the most advanced academy in the city, and most of the students are descendants of Bailin City's generals, children of officials, or children of wealthy families. And of course, as the young city lord, Bai Xian is the leader of this group.
Suddenly, someone pushed through the crowd and lunged straight towards Bai Xian.
Ange. It was a chubby guy, his belly jiggling, running over and shouting loudly. Bai Xian immediately dodged to the side, causing the chubby youth to fall flat on his face. After saying that, he turned back to Bai Xian and continued, "Ange, I missed you so much. Don't you miss me? Hey, Fatty Yuan, can you stop talking to me in that resentful tone? People who don't know might think we're a couple," Bai Xian said with disgust. "How can you say that? We've been best friends since we were kids."
"Fatty Yuan, you're really hopeless. What a waste of the name Yuan Potian. Such an imposing name, yet it's wasted on you." These two were indeed childhood friends. Because of the name Yuan Potian, Bai Xian once thought that he was the one who would play the role of the male lead. But as time passed, Yuan Potian's figure became increasingly round. This thought was gradually dismissed. Bai Xian was still lamenting Yuan Potian's once tall and slender figure when he heard an arrogant voice in his ear.
"Bai Xian, you haven't been to school for a month. I thought you were scared. If you obediently admit defeat now, I might spare you this time."
The owner of this voice was Feng Tianyu, the daughter of the deputy city lord Feng Yangyan. She had an outstanding appearance and good abilities, but unfortunately, she was too arrogant and competitive. The bet about whose talent would be better during the awakening ceremony was also unilaterally decided by Feng Tianyu, and now she's acting so presumptuous. Isn't she afraid of being slapped in the face? Bai Xian even feels embarrassed for her. "What's wrong? Are you trying to go back on your word?" Feng Tianyu said arrogantly. "These two little phoenixes, the bet still stands. I'm really looking forward to seeing you defeated and fulfilling the bet after you lose." A month ago, Feng Tianyu said that whoever lost would have to fulfill one request of the winner. But of course, that's because she thought she would never lose. As for Bai Xian, he's already 90% sure of winning this bet. After all, A-grade talent is only second to S-grade talent, and it's hard to find someone with S-grade talent in the entire Juju Federation. Not to mention, the Myriad Nest secret realm is just a secret realm under the Juju Federation. After Bai Xian left, Yuan Poqian hurriedly chased after him, carefully reminding him to be cautious, because Feng Tianyu had made thorough preparations this time. He heard this from his father, saying that the Feng family had obtained a special treasure that could help with awakening one's talent, which was why Feng Tianyu was so arrogant and confident. It's alright. The Lali Feng family is special, with a deep background. It's normal for them to use some special methods, Bai Xian casually replied. He didn't dislike or overly guard against Feng Tianyu, because his intuition told him that she posed no threat and had no malice towards him. She was simply an eager young girl who always wanted to prove she was better than Bai Xian. Before long, all the students gathered in the square. Bai Jingsheng, as the city lord of Bailin City, gave them a few words of encouragement from the platform. After this speech concluded, all the examinees were guided to form lines and enter the awakening hall. Inside the hall was the awakening stone, floating in the air. They were guided to their seats, crossed their legs,
and began to awaken their talents. Bai Xian knew what would happen next. After the Kyushu Federation activated the Awakening Stone, it would use spatial projection to project the power of the God Stone to all areas in the Awakening Hall. This was indeed an incredible miracle. Initially, Bai Xian entered the process confidently. He could feel the energy of his talent erupting within his body. However, a variable occurred when the awakening energy began to exceed his control. Bai Xian felt like he was falling into a deep pit. His whole body was in immense pain. The energy spread throughout his body and rushed straight to his head. Bai Xian tried to control the energy. The brain was the most important part of the body. If it was damaged by the awakening energy, he might become an idiot. He had to immediately escape this awakening state. But at that moment, his intuition talent gave Bai Xian a guidance. Perhaps this isn't a bad thing, but a great opportunity. As an A-grade talent, it was unlikely that his intuition would give wrong guidance, let alone betray its master. Therefore, Bai Xian chose to trust it, continued to persist in the awakening state, and tried to control the energy, until the intense energy fluctuations around Bai Xian alarmed the ritual supervisors. After confirming that the examinee was the city lord's grandson, they panicked. Quickly informed the city lord and Elder Wu, "We can't bear the responsibility if anything happens to him." This person hurriedly went to inform Bai Jingsheng that there was a problem with Bai Xian's talent awakening process. Specifically, a huge eye appeared on his head. No one knew what this phenomenon meant. Bai Jingsheng saw the eye, and his eyes widened in shock. Normally, only when awakening an S-grade talent or higher would special phenomena occur. How could this happen when Bai Xian had already awakened an A-grade talent? Only one explanation appeared in Bai Jingsheng's mind. Could it be that his intuition talent had mutated beyond S-grade? Moreover, in the world of beast taming, sometimes mutated spirit beasts with special abilities or constitutions would appear. But humans are also a type of living being in this world, so they can naturally possess the ability to mutate. Human mutation is basically the mutation of innate beast taming abilities. However, in the history of human beast tamers, very few beast tamers can mutate their innate talents. They can be counted on one's fingers, and all of these people have become legendary figures whose names are remembered throughout history. Thinking of this, Bai Jingsheng felt more worried than happy. If Bai Xian manifested a mutated talent, then this awakening would definitely be very dangerous. Thinking of this, Bai Jingsheng wanted to enter the awakening hall to stop his grandson. But Elder Wu, the person in charge of the ritual, refused. "Old Bai, don't make things difficult for me. The Awakening Hall is directly under the jurisdiction of the 9 Provinces Federation. You are the city lord of Bailin City, and you are absolutely not allowed to enter it." After speaking, he comforted Bai Jingsheng, saying that there was a protection mechanism from the 9 Provinces Federation inside. Bai Xian definitely wouldn't have any problems. Such a talented young man, truly one of a kind. "Old Bai, your family is really blessed," Elder Wu praised. But Bai Jingsheng still only felt worried. At this time, Bai Xian was still struggling with his awakening process. A line of text appeared in front of Bai Xian. "Heaven and earth have 3 powers. The power of heaven, the power of earth, and the power of man." It was unknown how long had passed. After seeing this line of text, Bai Xian screamed in pain and opened his eyes. What entered his sight was the massive main hall, with the awakening stone still floating above his head. Bai Xian hadn't stabilized his breathing yet. His mind was filled with thoughts about that line of text. The power of heaven, the power of earth, the power of man? This is insane. Even more insane was that Bai Xian then received a notification saying that he had received a mythical grade mysterious type talent called the Heaven Opening Eye, which granted him extraordinary intuition and predictive abilities, allowing him to see the initiation of the heavenly Dado and perceive all things within a certain radius. Bai Xian was so shocked that he almost couldn't stand. In the world of beast taming, talents were divided into 9 levels from low to high, including levels F, E, D, C, B, A, S, 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 and the highest being SSS. SS level talent was already the highest level for a beast tamer, yet now he had received a mythical grade talent? Bai Xian had never heard of this level before, unless it was a level even higher than SSS, and it was also a mysterious type talent. This notification felt like it was trying to scare him. At this time in the main hall, most of the candidates had already completed their awakening. Some were lucky enough to awaken A-level talents, some were very happy to have awakened D-level talents, and some were crying because they didn't receive an awakening notification. And Bai Xian could clearly see all of this. So this was the effect of the Heaven Opening Eye. If so, then he truly possessed heaven-defying abilities. With it, the true nature of everything within a certain range couldn't escape his eyes. Suppose, at the start of a battle, Bai Xian knew in advance the opponent's beast-taming talent, the monster's abilities, its strengths and weaknesses, as well as what skills were needed to defeat it. Then his chances of victory would be almost certain. The more Bai Xian thought, the more excited he became.
He eagerly wanted to test his skills by checking what talents these candidates had awakened. Most of them possessed D-level and C-level talents, and some exceptional individuals even awakened A-level talents. It seemed that there were still geniuses in this generation. And then Bai Xian suddenly remembered something. Right, you should check that awakening stone first. Bai Xian looked up, staring intently at it, and the sheer amount of information he received gave him a culture shock. The stone was actually a life-type spirit beast, with an sulfur monosulfide rank life transfer talent, initial god-level aptitude, awakening innate skills, a gold quality life-stealing ability, and an orange quality withered tree revival skill. It was originally a seed of the ancient tree of life, but due to a lack of nutrients, it couldn't grow and fell into a dormant state. Bai Xian was utterly astonished. To think I'd see a god-level spirit beast from Legends in this life. At that moment, an announcement echoed through the hall, instructing all examinees to line up according to their student ID numbers to record their awakening status. Bai Xian was still lost in thought. The awakening stone had helped countless beast tamers awaken their talents, building the prosperous era of beast taming and seen as the foundation of the 9 Provinces Federation. Yet it was a god-level spirit beast. He wasn't sure if the leaders of the Federation knew about this. If they did, great, because it showed they already had a plan. But if they didn't, it was hard to imagine what would happen. That awakening stone possessed 3 skills. 1 gold quality skill that was god level, and 2 orange quality skills that were top tier. If it were to escape its dormant state and be revived, it would definitely shake the entire 9 provinces. It seemed this world of beast taming still held many things that weren't as simple as he thought. After pondering for a while, it was finally Bai Xian's turn to be examined. He also placed his hand on the device to check his results like everyone else. However, the machine showed that Bai Xian had awakened an A-rank spirit-type talent, intuition. An A-rank intuition? Bai Xian said loudly. Clearly my talent has mutated. The machine probably understood his inner thoughts, so it immediately issued a series of error messages. Beep beep, unable to assess, unable to assess. Exceeds A rank, exceeds assessment range, unable to assess. The beeping continued incessantly, making both Bai Xian and the staff in charge of the examination anxious, until Elder Wu appeared and looked at him with kind eyes. This assessment device can only assess beast-taming talents below S-rank. It's been a long time since Bailin City has seen someone with an S-rank talent. It's normal that you don't know, he said. Because an anomaly occurred during Bai Xian's talent awakening, and his initial talent was already A-rank intuition. So Elder Wu told the staff to record that Bai Xian had awakened an S-rank intuition talent. S-rank was still not enough to describe Bai Xian's talent, but he thought it was best to keep a low profile. After Bai Xian's S-rank talent was announced, his classmates surrounded him to congratulate him. A legendary S-rank talent. Truly astonishing. Young Master Bai will surely soar to great heights in the future. His grandfather is a diamond-level beast tamer, and his grandson awakened an S-rank beast-taming talent. He was truly born with a silver spoon in his mouth, just a little luckier than everyone else. Ha ha! Bai Xian replied sheepishly. They're already making such a fuss over just an S-rank talent. If they knew the truth, that he awakened a mythical level talent, even above SSS rank, it would definitely cause a huge shock. To think a mythic grade talent is outside the scope of the agency's assessment. This is quite the discovery. Bai Xian left the examination area and was immediately met by his grandfather, who was waiting. As soon as he saw his grandson, Bai Jingsong anxiously asked, Xiao An, how does the mutated talent feel? Anything unusual? Bai Xian felt a little guilty and lowered his head, saying, Grandfather, I feel great, it's just a little regrettable that I didn't take advantage of the opportunity to build my beast-taming space. Bai Jingsong patted his shoulder and gave him a kind smile. Xiao An, what you just said isn't a big deal. A talent mutating from grade A to grade S is a big deal. It's good that you're alright. Bai Jingsong added that the resources of the City Lord's mansion could help Bai Zihan quickly build his beast-taming space, so he didn't need to worry. Originally, Bai Zihan was going to tell his grandfather the truth about awakening a mythic grade talent, but just then, the Eye of Revelation reminded him not to reveal it, so Bai Xian immediately shut his mouth. It seemed that even family members couldn't be told about his mythic grade talent. He would have to be more careful in the future. Bai Xian was eager to test the functions of the Eye of Revelation. First, he tested the intelligence gathering, centering on himself to scan within a 10-meter radius. Anything, whether human or pet beast, couldn't escape Bai Xian's sight. This made him extremely excited. He thought to himself, when my strength levels up, I'll definitely be able to expand the scanning range and maybe even scan the entire world, becoming an omniscient god. Thinking of this, Bai Xian felt incredibly happy. He was preparing to go with his grandfather to the lounge to relax, when he suddenly noticed an unusual phenomenon. From within the awakening platform, a beam of light soared high into the sky. On closer inspection, The light was a fire phoenix, spreading its wings and flying high, its aura incredibly imposing. A phoenix? Could it be Phoenix Cry's voice? Phoenix forms fire? Bai Jingsong raised his head to observe the strange phenomenon, then confirmed that it was the Grade S talent anomaly, Phoenix Fling, and the person who could awaken this kind of ability must be a descendant of the Feng family. Bai Xian felt a little dejected. Originally, he had planned to go show off in front of Feng Tianyu, even imagining her embarrassed expression after being defeated. But unfortunately, both Feng Tianyu and he exhibited Grade S talents. Although Bai Zihan's true talent level was mythic grade, from an outsider's perspective, they were evenly matched. Thinking of this, Bai Zihan felt unhappy. Feng Tianyu had also finished her awakening, so there probably wouldn't be any good shows to watch next. Bai Zihan excused himself to his grandfather to go home early. But just as he took a few steps, Bai Jingsong called out to his two confidants, Bai Zihe and Bai Shuo. They were a pair of twins with very strong abilities. Bai Jingchong guessed that his grandson, after awakening his S-rank talent, would definitely be envied by many, so he sent Bai Zihe and Bai Shuo to follow him from now on, absolutely not allowing him to act alone. Looking at Bai Zi Bai Shuo, two gold-rank beast tamers in front of him, Bai Xian knew that his grandfather had arranged everything properly. Frankly, he didn't like being constantly monitored like this. But he couldn't object to Bai Jingchong's decision either. Afterwards, Grandpa Bai Xian gave him a key, saying that this was the key to the treasure vault. After he returned, he should use the Azure Spirit Crystal inside to build his beast-taming space. Seeing this key, Bai Xian's facial muscles relaxed a bit. The City Lord's mansion was indeed wealthy. The Azure Spirit Crystal that Bai Jingchong mentioned was something containing the power of a crystal, which was of great benefit to the development of the beast-taming space. Usually this was only used when a beast tamer was breaking through, thereby allowing the beast tamer's space to break through to a new realm. Because of this, the Azure Spirit Crystal was extremely valuable. Normally, it cost at least 19,000 Azure coins, and even with such a high price, many rich families were willing to spend money to buy it. But it wasn't always available. Yet, the City Lord's mansion actually had such a treasure in stock. Bai Zihan returned to the mansion and went straight to the treasure vault. He instructed Bai Zihe and Bai Shuo to guard outside and not let anyone disturb him. The two of them obediently followed orders. Bai Zihan inserted the key into the lock, then had to go through an extremely strict eye scan and blood sample confirmation. After completing that, the large door was activated. The large door of the treasure vault slowly opened before him. Stored inside were items that the Bai family had accumulated over hundreds of years. To be qualified to be inside, they were all rare treasures from the outside world. Bai Zihan casually picked up something, and it was a treasure like that. For example, this illusionary colorful spider core had once appeared at an auction the year before. Many families had fought over it, not caring about bloodshed. But in the end, the Feng family auctioned it off for 150 million Azure coins, and it fell into the hands of the Bai family. Bai Zihan didn't dawdle any longer, and immediately went to find the Azure Spirit Crystals. They were stored in a sturdy box. An ordinary person with just one piece of Azure Spirit Crystal would be able to brag to others. Yet, in that box, there were about 300 pieces. Exchanging them for Azure coins would probably be worth up to 300 million, and around him were more than a dozen boxes like this. That also meant Bai Zihan was standing in the middle of a mountain of money. In this life, his reincarnation was too good. Even if he ran back 100 meters, he wouldn't even touch the starting line. Furthermore, the power of the beast-taming space and the beast tamer's own talent were definitely related to each other. To put it simply, an E-rank beast tamer only needed one piece of Azure Spirit Crystal to build their beast-taming space, but an S-rank needed about 30 pieces. So someone with a mythic rank talent like Bai Zihan probably had to consume 200 to 300 pieces. Who knew? Bai Zihan had just thought of this and hadn't even actively asked a question. Yet a status panel containing the information he needed quickly appeared before him. Common mythic beast taming space costs 333 pieces of Azure Spirit Crystal. Enhanced Mythic Beast Taming Space costs 666 pieces of Azure Spirit Crystal. Perfect Mythic Beast Taming Space costs 999 pieces of Azure Spirit Crystal. Bai Zihan couldn't suppress his surprise. Could it be that as long as he had a question in his mind, the Eye of Heavenly Awakening would directly give him the answer? This was much better than those search websites, and the Eye of Heavenly Awakening, that mythic rank talent, seemed to have many hidden functions that Bai Zihan hadn't discovered yet. Just thinking about this was enough to make him feel excited. But for now, the most important thing was to build the beast taming space first. And so, with the mindset of a rich young master, Bai Zihan immediately chose a mythic grade perfect beast space at the cost of 999 pieces of spirit jade crystals. While Bai Zihan was busy opening up a beast space in the treasure trove, his father was beaming with joy as congratulatory letters poured into their residence. It seemed that after the news of Bai Zihan's S-grade talent awakening broke out, all the important figures wanted to build a relationship with the city lord of Fu City, specifically with Bai Ziqian.
Yesterday, Madame Feng was even inquiring whether Xiaoan was engaged. Haha. Bai Xian's mother was so happy that she couldn't close her mouth. In her eyes, Bai Xian was still a child. But it seemed that after the awakening ceremony, in the blink of an eye, he had grown up. Speaking of this, Bai Xian's father seemed a bit anxious because it had been a full week since he entered the treasure trove. Although he had always pretended to be strict, he was actually very afraid that his son would encounter some misfortune. On the contrary, Bai Jingchong, as the grandfather, seemed very calm. Don't worry, Xiaoan's S-grade talent is unique. Building a beast space will naturally take more time and effort than others. Bai Jingchong reassured his son. But as soon as he finished speaking, Bai Jingchong sensed an unusual aura. It was so powerful that he had to stand up abruptly, even though he had been maintaining a very calm demeanor. Bai Jingchong knew that his grandson had successfully built his beast space. He spent nine pieces of spirit jade crystals and finally succeeded in building a shockingly large space. Bai Xian himself was frightened after opening his eyes to admire his beast space. This space is indeed incredibly large. Originally, textbooks clearly described that the first beast space established was a white space, about 10 square meters in size. But Bai Xian's beast space seemed to contain 1,000 of those white spaces, and it even had mountains and rivers, looking no different from a normal world. At this moment, the system sent a new notification. Thanks to the effect of talent, your mythic grade perfect beast space has been supplemented with effects. First, it can shorten the growth time of pets. Then it can effectively eliminate the negative status of pets. And finally, it has a certain probability of stimulating the hidden talents of pets. Bai Xian couldn't help but shout. Supplemented effects? He had mentioned this concept, but ordinary beast spaces would not have supplemented effects. Even if they did, it would only happen in extremely special circumstances. Yet his beast space had received 3 supplementary effects as soon as it was established, and each one was a heaven-defying existence. There was always a rule for spirit beasts in the world, which was that the greater the potential of the spirit beast, the longer the growth cycle. Many beast tamers died of exhaustion before they could wait for their spirit beasts to fully unleash their strength. But in Bai Xian's beast space, spirit beasts with huge potential could shorten their growth time. Based solely on the 3 supplementary effects of this beast space, he was already enough to become the most powerful young beast tamer genius in the history of the 9 Provinces Federation. Next, we have to talk about the effect of eliminating negative effects. Usually, if a pet is controlled in battle, poisoned, frozen, or burned, it loses its ability to fight. Ordinary people would spend a lot of time and effort caring for them to recover. But Bai Xian only needs to put them back into the beast-taming space, and after enough time, release them. This can restore his pets to a perfectly happy state, with maximum combat power, as if nothing had happened. Finally, there's the hidden talent stimulation effect. This is the most heaven-defying supplementary effect. Because a spirit beast's talent is fixed from birth, only legendary top-tier treasures can strengthen or change their talents. But with just the beast-taming space, Bai Xian can do the job of these treasures, and without any limit on the number of times. It seems that spending 999 spirit jade crystals to build a mythical-grade perfect beast-taming space was a worthwhile investment. Bai Xian was very satisfied. On the other hand, in an ordinary family, if they were asked to build a beast-taming space for their child that cost over 1 billion azure coins, they definitely wouldn't be able to afford it. Luckily, he knew which family to be reborn into. Bai Xian thought to himself, then opened the large door and walked out of the treasury. At this moment, the 4 members of the Bai family were all standing and waiting in front of the door. Seeing him come out, they anxiously asked, Xiaoan, how are you feeling now? You haven't eaten or drank anything for a week. You've lost a lot of weight. Bai Xian returned to his daily life. The first thing he needed to do was make up for lost meals. He was usually sick of the delicacies in front of him, but today, Bai Xian didn't turn his nose up at anything, just stuffing his face like a starving ghost. Bai Jingchong and his parents sat opposite him, attentively watching the family's precious treasure, waiting until he was full before remembering something, and immediately said, "Oh right, Grandpa, building the beast-taming space cost me 999 spirit jade crystals." Bai Xian's words were like a bolt from the blue. 999 spirit jade crystals, worth over 1 billion azure coins. His father seemed to be the most shocked, as he collapsed into his chair, unable to stand, muttering incessantly, "Bai Xian, you're truly a spendthrift." Bai Jingchong didn't put on as exaggerated a display as his son, but he was definitely sweating bullets. Fortunately, the Baigi family's wealth was immeasurable, otherwise they really wouldn't be able to raise this grandson. He didn't expect a mutated S-grade talent to consume so many spirit jade crystals, Bai Jingchong said while wiping his sweat. Bai Zixian really wanted to tell him that it was actually because his talent was mythic grade that it was so expensive. But he couldn't, so he continued to focus on his main task of eating. Only when his stomach couldn't hold anything else did Bai Xian stop. Just then, Bai Jingchong remembered something else. Not long ago, his red-eyed goldfish
His destined spirit beast laid eggs. He advised his grandson to go take a look, and if he liked one, he could sign a contract with it. As soon as he heard about the red-eyed goldfish, Bai Xian was so excited that he sat up straight, but he had eaten so much just now that he almost threw up his entire meal. After Bai Xian had settled his stomach, Bai Jingchong led him to the spirit beast egg storage. Here, the staff worked meticulously, not daring to make a single mistake. The Bai family is a water-type beast-taming clan, so they highly value nurturing water-type spirit beasts, and also have special nurturing methods to have a stable source of water-type spirit beasts. In addition, they also have the necessary growth resources for them. That's why the first pet of the Bai family's descendants is always a water-type spirit beast. They rely on the abundant resources in the family to quickly possess the strength to stand among the ranks of beast tamers in a short period. Bai Xian had long known about this egg storage, but when he saw it with his own eyes, he still gawked in astonishment at its massive scale. The beasts here are mostly low-level silver, and can even reach the gold level when they grow up. However, for someone with mythic-grade talent like him, that's still not enough. His spirit beast must be of the highest and best grade. That's why Bai Jingsheng led him directly to the diamond-level crimson-eyed goldfish. Though it's called a fish, it looks more like a dragon no matter how you look at it. Bai Xian stared intently at the spirit beast before him. The Eye of Genesis automatically activated, providing him with complete information about this spirit beast. Its race, as mentioned, is a water-type crimson-eyed goldfish at the peak diamond realm. Its talent is S-grade waterflow severance, and its aptitude is also peak diamond. However, its origin has suffered damage. This spirit beast possesses 3 skills. They are Sin-grade waterflow severance, along with Azure-grade water advance and torrential sea waves. Overall, it's a spirit beast with extraordinary talent, only a pity its origin has been somewhat damaged. Bai Xian wondered, what exactly happened to damage this spirit beast's origin? Bai Jingsheng waved his hand, and the crimson-eyed goldfish immediately swam closer to him. Old friend Zhao An has successfully awakened his Beastmaster talent. I hope you can also let your child go out with him. The crimson-eyed goldfish nodded. At this moment, Bai Xian was still looking for a chance to use the Eye of Genesis to see if he could help it restore its origin. By the time he noticed, 2 spirit beast eggs had appeared next to the crimson-eyed goldfish. One was a water-type white-scale fish egg. It possesses an A-grade waterflow rupture talent and early-stage diamond aptitude. The 3 skills are Azure-grade waterflow rupture, along with Emerald-grade waterburst impact, and bubble foam layer. Xiao An, see which one you like better, Bai Jingsheng urged. Bai Xian looked at the other egg. Both are water-type white-scale fish, but this one is different because it actually possesses 2 talents. Besides the A-grade water flow rupture, there's also an S-grade flow control speed. Its aptitude is also 1 level higher than its brother, being peak violet aptitude. It has as many as 4 skills, including 2 violet-grade skills, water control swiftness and water flow rupture, along with 2 emerald-grade skills, waterburst impact, and bubble foam layer. The Eye of Genesis further explained that this creature was born with 2 talents, and because its aptitude is too high, the energy consumption is also very large, leading to a lack of nutrition, which could be life-threatening. Bai Xian stared at it. Already peak violet quality, and it's born with 2 talents. The offspring of the crimson-eyed goldfish actually has such a bizarre creature. Without thinking, he immediately chose it, but Bai Jingsheng was puzzled to see this. Xiaoan, this egg looks withered and dim, its vitality is weak, it looks like it has innate defects. It might even be difficult for it to hatch, Bai Jingsheng said in one breath, and apologized to his old friend, the crimson-eyed goldfish, for his words. Although he was saying unpleasant things about its child, it was ultimately because it concerned his grandson. However, Bai Xian still insisted on choosing the seemingly weaker egg, reasoning that his intuition told him that this was the most suitable partner for him. He feared that in the entire myriad beast nest world, he wouldn't be able to find a water-type spirit beast with better aptitude than it. Seeing his grandson so determined, Bai Jingsheng naturally didn't stop. However, to accept one of the 2 eggs as a contracted spirit beast, he had to get the consent of their mother, which was the crimson-eyed goldfish. Bai Xian originally thought that he would have to try to please the crimson-eyed goldfish, but when they turned back, the grandpa and grandson saw it using its mouth to tear off a scale from its belly and then attaching it to the egg that Bai Xian had chosen. Is this a gift for me? He couldn't hide his surprise. Xiao An, that's a red-eyed goldfish's prime scale. It can strengthen the origin of a water-type spirit beast. Carrying it on a water-type spirit beast can enhance the effectiveness of water-type skills by 10%, Bai Jingshang explained. Perhaps they didn't need to ask for permission anymore, as that single scale was already the red-eyed goldfish's thank you gift. Because Bai Xian had chosen the spirit beast egg that was inherently weaker, greatly increasing its chances of survival. I promise you I'll do my best to nurture it. Bai Xian held the white scale fish egg and the golden scale in his hands, speaking with a determined tone, a promise to his grandfather and to the red-eyed goldfish mother. Afterward, he returned to his room, placing the white scale fish spirit beast egg and the red-eyed goldfish's prime scale together in a clean water tank. Then, he added nutrient solutions of Chiaoxin flower, longshu root, Zuelian seed, linlu grass, Zilan yakao, shamu fruit, Chishu ren fruit, and Zuepin grass, all refined from high-grade medicinal ingredients, pouring them all in. This hodgepodge looked no different from poison. Yet, after affecting the white-scale fish, it miraculously transformed the weak and frail egg into one of unparalleled health. The heavenly Genesis Eye is indeed remarkable. It could transform the white-scale fish egg from a weak state to one so healthy and perfect. With that, Bai Xian could rest assured and form a contract with the white-scale fish. Thinking it, doing it. He quickly had the spirit beast sign a contract with him and quickly achieved success. As soon as the contract was successfully signed, the egg cracked open and the white-scale fish quickly crawled out. For the next month, Bai Xian nurtured it in his beast-taming space. It quickly came under the influence of the new talent enhancement effect, the S-rank underworld power, along with the underworld water corrosion skill. This spirit beast's aptitude also rose straight to mid-level monarch. This fish is just like its owner, born with the protagonist's aura, just a newly born little spirit beast. And the white-scale fish could defeat a non-ranked Tier 5 spirit beast. Its future is incredibly bright. Bai Xian was extremely satisfied. His white-scale fish was truly special. The water-type spirit beasts of the same rank at home were no match for it. If it didn't fight against high-level spirit beasts, it probably couldn't quickly grow from non-ranked to the Black Iron realm. The realms of spirit beasts are divided into non-ranked, Black Iron, Bronze, Silver, Gold, Diamond, Purple Crystal, Monarch, Emperor, Legend, and the highest, Divine. Non-ranked is the realm when the spirit beast is not yet mature, and it's further divided into 9 levels. After the spirit beast matures, it enters the Black Iron level. Only then can it consider the direction of its evolution. Going out to train is a must. Thinking of this, Bai Xian took out the white-scale fish, then asked Bai Jihe and Bai Xiao to prepare a bit to go with him to Zhuhuo Street. The Myriad Nest World Secret Realm has a total of 7 main cities. Under each main city are 7 small-scale cities, surrounding the main city like satellites. The place Bai Xian was about to go to, Zhuhuo Street, belonged to Bailin City, one of the 7 small-scale cities. There was a volcano, and within the volcano lived a spider-type spirit beast, fire-type, named Zhuhuo Spider. This type of spirit beast is usually non-ranked, and with a bit of good aptitude, it would only reach Black Iron, which just so happened to be suitable for the white-scale fish to train. The 3 of them went together to the Bailin City high-speed rail station. Just as they were about to pass through the gate, Bai Xian heard someone shout his name loudly. Bai Xian, how dare you avoid me? Who did you think you were? Turns out you're the little phoenix from the Feng family. Bai Xian didn't even bother turning around to tell her that they both awakened S-rank talents, so it was considered a draw, and that bet was void. But Feng Tianyu was still fuming. That's right, we did draw, but after the awakening ceremony, you just disappeared without a word. Don't I even deserve to be taken seriously by you? Bai Xian didn't expect her to make such a big deal out of it. Feng Tianyu also said that after the awakening ceremony, she kept looking for Bai Xian, but now she saw him at the train station, ready to go to another city, and thought he was deliberately avoiding her, making her even angrier. You heartless jerk! You betrayer! Feng Tianyu shouted, making Bai Xian feel very awkward. What the heck is this grandma saying? If others hear this, they'll definitely misunderstand that I cheated on her or something. He was originally going to ignore Feng Tianyu and get on the train, but she reached out, trying to pull him back. Wait, don't go! If you don't listen to me today, I definitely won't let you go. Unfortunately, before Feng Tianyu's hand could even touch the corner of Bai Xian's clothes, it was coldly stopped by Bai Shuo. Miss Feng, please have some self-respect. Feng Tianyu was startled and turned to look at Bai Shuo, completely suppressed by her aura. In front of a gold-level beastmaster, even someone like Feng Tianyu, who had just awakened S-rank talent, was no match, so she embarrassedly retracted her hand. However, she still had to state her purpose this time. Having rushed all the way here, Feng Tianyu wanted to bet another round with Bai Xian. Specifically, after enrolling, she wanted their pets to fight each other, her choice. Bai Xian casually replied, and then got on the train. Although he didn't show any particular expression, Bai Xian really wanted to freak out. This little phoenix's personality is just too annoying. If it weren't for the fact that their parents were friends, he would have knocked her head already. The train station announced that the train to Zhuhuo City was about to arrive.
Bai Zihan put Feng Tianyu out of his mind and focused on the main business.
Between the main city and the small towns was an extremely dangerous wilderness. There, spirit beasts roamed everywhere, except for beastmaster teams hunting. Very few people wandered alone in that wilderness.
However, people always needed to travel between cities, so they created a special means of transportation that could pass through this wilderness. It was a train, modified from a spirit beast called a thousand-blade centipede. Its body was as hard as steel, its defense was extremely strong. The train was 100 meters long, and each car was a modified centipede leg segment. The higher the thousand-blade centipede's level, the greater the safety factor of the train it modified. That was why train tickets were so expensive. However, that wasn't a big problem for Bai Zihan. Having successfully reincarnated as a rich young master, even if he booked the entire train car, it wouldn't be a problem. However, he had been frugal since his previous life, so he didn't need to be so extravagant. Only, there was one thing Bai Zihan didn't expect. When he stepped into the first-class car and scanned his ticket, the device announced that he only had a second-class ticket. The staff invited Bai Zihan to the second-class car in the back, making him extremely embarrassed. It seemed that Grandpa had a hand in this.
Before leaving, Bai Jingcheng had reminded his grandson to live like an ordinary person when going out to train, to experience more bumps and bruises, and preferably get scammed a few times to gain more knowledge. But he didn't expect him to make his grandson sit in the second-class car, and not even let Bai Jihe and Bai Shuo go with him to protect him.
This train car is really noisy. Bai Zihan couldn't help but use the eyes of heavenly revelation, and then discovered that the noisy people were students from Beastmaster Academy X from Guangyan Town, under the jurisdiction of Bailin City. He also took a look at their spirit beasts. Information.
They've already been students for a year,
and their pets haven't even reached Black Iron Realm yet? How weak. Bai Zihan became even more smug. This is the difference between people with ordinary talent and ordinary spirit beasts, and someone with a cheat like him. Too green.
However, Bai Zihan's thoughts were quickly extinguished when he noticed a girl named Zhao Ji Bai. She also possessed S-rank talent of the mystic type, capable of stealing the luck of others in a single cast. Zhao Ji Bai had been sitting alone in a corner, but at this moment, another girl passed by her. The girl was walking normally, but when she passed Zhao Ji Bai, she suddenly tripped and fell backward. She fell by herself, but her first reaction was to get up and start cursing loudly. "What are you doing, you jinx, bumping into us for no reason? So unlucky.
If something happens to me, can you take responsibility?"
Zhao Ji Bai seemed used to such things, so even though she had done nothing wrong, she still apologized in a small voice.
However, the other party shouted even louder, "Don't even talk to me!" Bai Zihan silently observed Zhao Ji Bai. This girl is just like him, having both S-rank talent and being of the mystic type. Such strong aptitude, the examination probably shocked everyone. If so, why didn't Guangyan Town report it to Bailin City? Instead, they let someone with such high aptitude grow up in a small town, in a Beastmaster Academy with no culture? He felt that something wasn't right, and told himself that he must investigate this thoroughly. This centipede train is really fast. Before long, it had already entered the territory of Zhuhuo City. As soon as the train stopped, Xiao Gubai slipped off. Bai Zihan silently followed behind her, then spoke. "Bai Shuo, young master, do you need something from me?" Bai Shuo appeared like a ghost behind Bai Zihan. It seems that even though the old master didn't allow them to closely protect him, Bai Shuo was still arranged to observe Bai Zihan from a distance, in case he needed help. "Help me investigate her background." Bai Zihan nodded his chin toward Zhao Gubai walking in front. Bai Shuo had always maintained a cold face, but now he revealed a meaningful smile, then whispered, "Young master, could it be that you fell for that girl at first sight?" Bai Zihan immediately denied it, saying that she was a bit special. If they could recruit her before she got the chance to grow stronger, then the Bai family's strength in the future would definitely be greatly upgraded. After that, Bai Zihan returned to the purpose he came here for. In this city, you can find Zhuhuo spiders everywhere. Bai Zihan immediately summoned his silverfish to fight the swarm of spiders. Although the spiders' levels weren't very high, because of their large numbers, and the fact that each one was very ferocious, the silverfish took a little extra time, but the result was still the same. In just over a minute, it had destroyed 4 rank 5 Zhuhuo spiders. It's much stronger than in the training arena. Bai Zihan also realized that in normal situations, the water arts were only strong enough to pierce a hole in the spiders' heads. But this time, the silverfish's move caused the spiders to explode into pieces. He was very puzzled. Water flow shattering force can increase the attack effectiveness for water-based attack skills. Bai Zihan's talent then explained. He also let out an "oh," not thinking that the silverfish had this ability. Then it seems I have to go find stronger Zhuhuo spiders, because only by fighting spiritual beasts stronger than himself can he create the pressure to grow and hone his skills. Based on level, proficiency is divided into entry level, proficient, minor achievement, major achievement, and the highest, perfection. Currently, the silverfish has 5 skills. If he doesn't put in the effort to hone them, then it will cause the skills to always be at the lowest level, exerting the lowest power. Like, taking the swordsman's slashing skill as an example. A swordsman, at the entry level, proficient can only cut a bamboo, but after many years of accumulating training, if the proficiency level has reached perfection, then a single slash can split an entire mountain in half. This is the difference in the level of skill proficiency, different spiritual beasts in hand. But the same skill can create different effects and power. While thinking randomly about this, Bai Zihan was surrounded by a swarm of Zhuhuo spiders again. And just like that, he and the silverfish fought here for a whole week. After this week, the silverfish's power had increased significantly. There would be times when it was hit by the Zhuhuo spiders, silk. But not only did that not put the silverfish at a disadvantage, but it also made its attacks even more ferocious, also added to the damage. Bai Zihan always closely observed his spirit beast's combat process based on the current progress. In about a week, he can level up the white scale fish to tier 9. Just then, Bai Zihi suddenly appeared behind him, bringing a report that she and Bai Shuo had finished collecting information about Xiao Jiubai. Xiao Jiubai's parents died in a car accident when she was young. It seemed as if she was born to bring bad luck to all her relatives. So after that, no relatives dared to adopt Xiao Jiubai. Her parents' death left behind a debt. If she hadn't awakened her talent and received protection from the Awakening Hall, she would likely have been sold off by creditors. After entering the academy, Xiao Jiubai did make a few new friends, but they all encountered unfortunate events. From then on, Xiao Jiubai was alienated and disliked. Fortunately, she is a resilient person, not easily defeated by bad luck. After school, she would work part-time to support herself and save the rest to pay off her debt. Although the places where Xiao Jiubai worked part-time either declined or went bankrupt. Bai Zihan pondered. Xiao Jiubai's talent actually brings misfortune. However, her background is clean, and her temperament is firm, making her a promising individual. He then asked Bai Zihi if anything happened on the day Xiao Jiubai awakened her talent. Bai Zihi nodded. There was indeed something, because Jiubai was the last person to have her talent assessed that day, and after she successfully awakened, the machine malfunctioned. The staff in the hall at the time all had accidents, and because they didn't want to waste time, they had to replace it with a new machine for reassessment. Therefore, her assessment report shows her talent as grade E. Only Bai Zihan saw that it was actually grade S. He found it more and more interesting. Xiao Jiubai's talent even affects objects. He immediately ordered Bai Zihi to send someone to Nanquang City to resolve Xiao Jiubai's debt issues, and then transfer her to the Spirit Beast Academy in Bailin City. At this moment, a smile appeared on Bai Zihi's face, no different from Bai Shuo's earlier. She thought to herself, as expected, young Master Spring has arrived, so domineering, directly using money to help someone transfer schools. Is this the love of the rich? Bai Zihan knew right away that Bai Zihi was thinking nonsense again. He was about to reprimand her when he suddenly heard someone shouting. Then they saw Xiao Jiubai being chased by a fire bamboo spider. He immediately had the white scale fish attack, saving her life. Bai Zihi saw this situation, immediately categorized it as a hero saving the damsel in distress scenario, so she quickly disappeared, leaving private space for the two of them. Bai Zihan sighed, not even giving him a chance to explain. Over there, Xiao Jiubai was sprawled on the ground. It wouldn't be very gentlemanly if he didn't help her up. Bai Zihan thought so and did so, but perhaps Xiao Jiubai was worried that her bad luck would affect him, so she struggled to get up on her own. Then she also recognized him as the person on the same train car earlier. The two greeted each other and introduced themselves. Xiao Jiubai secretly assessed the other party, defeating a black iron level fire bamboo spider with one move. Truly impressive. Seeing the other party staring blankly, Bai Zihan took the initiative to speak first. Why are you here? Where are your classmates? Mentioning her classmates, Xiao Jiubai looked quite awkward. She said that she and her classmates were separated after they encountered a mutated fire bamboo spider. For others, this is clearly bad luck. But Bai Zihan, upon hearing this, was so excited that he grabbed Xiao Jiubai's hand, urging her to take him there quickly. The other party's face flushed red with embarrassment because of his actions, and they quickly retracted their hand. But this place is very dangerous, and I might bring you bad luck, she whispered. But Bai Zihan didn't care about that at all. He grabbed Xiao Gubai's hand again, urging her to lead him to the mutated spider and promising that his whitefin carp could broaden her horizons. He was truly delighted. This situation was a perfect win-win, allowing the whitefin carp to train while also letting Xiao Gubai witness his powerful image, making her more inclined to submit to the Bai family. From the moment he left, Bai Zihe had been secretly observing her young master from above. When she saw Bai Zian holding Xiao Gubai's hand, she was as excited as a young girl watching a Korean romance drama. However, after seeing Bai Zian's smile, Bai Zihe felt a chill down her spine, as she sensed a significant hint of ruthlessness within that smile. Xiao Gubai quickly led Bai Zihan to the mutated spider's lair. Although this spider has a very low nature, it possesses 2 talents, so you should carefully assess the situation. A mere small bronze-level spirit beast possessing 2 talents. It seems there must be some natural treasures within that cave. Thinking of this, Bai Zian brought out the white-finned carp, preparing for battle. Before that, Xiao Gubai had advised him to leave, as the mutated spider was not something new students like them could handle. But Bai Zian stubbornly replied, "It's okay, just step back and watch." Then, Bai Zian instructed the white-finned carp to first use water spears to eliminate some of the ember bamboo spiders, and wait until the leader, the mutated spider, entered the fray before using torrential smash to finish it off. The white-finned carp nodded and bravely charged forward. The mutated spider was startled and immediately woke up. After confirming that the enemy was a Tier 8 unranked spirit beast, it became extremely angry, finding it audacious that the opponent dared to attack its territory with such meager strength. The mutated spider immediately ordered its subordinates to tear the opponent to pieces. But Bai Zian's white-finned carp was no pushover either, and the strength it displayed in dealing with the ember bamboo spiders astonished the mutated spider leader. The white-finned carp had dealt with almost all of its subordinates in a single move. This infuriated the mutated spider. It also unleashed its full power, wanting to tear the white-finned carp apart. Faced with overwhelming firepower, the water used by the white-finned carp was completely evaporated. Seeing that the situation was dire, Bai Zihan immediately told it to use flowing current swiftness to avoid the opponent's firepower. The white-finned carp obediently followed and indeed escaped danger. Flowing current swiftness is a skill that can greatly increase its speed. Coupled with the white-finned carp's mastery of the water surface control, reaching the great perfection stage, dodging the mutated spider's attacks was as easy as pie. Seeing this, the spider became even more ferocious in its attacks. Its attacks were almost continuous, but the white-finned carp dodged them all with ease. After a series of maneuvers, it even approached the mutated spider from above. Bai Zian had to shout a warning to his spirit beast. "Don't let it provoke you. Just focus on clearing out all the small monsters around it first. Only then will the real battle begin." At its master's reminder, the white-scale fish seemed to snap out of it, hastily redirecting its attacks from the mutated spider to the remaining fire bamboo spiders nearby. Seeing all of its subordinates being eliminated right before its eyes, the spider's anger reached its peak. Bai Zian guessed that he and his spirit beast had provoked the spider into unleashing its strongest move. And indeed, this time its attack was significantly stronger. The white-scale fish remained calm, using flowing speed to weave and dodge, then using water flow burst to counterattack the spider's legs. Bai Zian watched this battle intently. The power of water flow burst was just as strong as water spear thrust. And now, with water facing fire, the white-scale fish naturally had the advantage. Based on the current pace, victory would surely belong to them. However, because everything was going too smoothly, Bai Zian began to feel uneasy. And indeed, what he was worried about actually happened. The spider had long been plotting during the fight. Although the white-scale fish easily dodged all of its attacks, each time it attacked, the mutated spider would leave behind a few strands of spider silk in the air. The longer the dodging went on, the more spider silk would fill the cave. The white-scale fish's movements would be greatly restricted because of this. If things continued like this, the ones who would suffer would be the white-scale fish and Bai Zian. Therefore, he ordered his spirit beast to use aqua erosion to completely finish off the opponent. Upon receiving the order, the little fish immediately unleashed its ultimate move. The attack it created this time was as violent as a tsunami, and it was divided into multiple branches, attacking from all directions, leaving the mutated spider no time to react, and victory belonged to the white-scale fish. However, because it had been injured earlier, after using aqua erosion, the white-scale fish was also exhausted. Bai Zian quickly caught it. At this moment, the system also announced that the white-scale fish had successfully leveled up to 9th rank Bu Liu. So, the purpose of this trip has been achieved. Now all that's left is to bring it into the spirit beast space to rest and recover. At this time, Zhao Ji Yubai cautiously stepped forward and asked, "How is the white-scale fish?" "It's okay, it's just a little exhausted, it will recover after resting." Then he approached the corpse of the mutated spider, preparing to collect the spoils, but as soon as he took out his knife, Xiao Ji Yubai snatched it away. It seemed that she was very familiar with dissecting spirit beast corpses, so her technique was extremely skilled. Bai Zian had no choice but to step aside and let Xiao Ji Yubai do it herself, while he used his Eye of Genesis to check if there were any natural treasures in the cave. But before he could even find anything, he heard Zhao Ji Ubai calling him in an extremely excited tone. Xian, Xian, look at this. I found it inside the leader spider's body. In Zhao Ji Ubai's hand was a handful of awakening ore, a divine stone containing the origin of awakening, capable of helping living beings awaken new talents. Before he could even use his Eye of Genesis, Zhao Ji Ubai had already discovered the most precious treasure in this cave. It seems her luck-gathering talent is also very effective in finding treasures. Before this, Bai Xian had only encountered two things with awakening talents. One was the awakening stone of the 9 Provinces Federation from the Grand Hall that day, and the other was your beast taming space. Yet now Zhao Gubai can find something with a similar effect. However, items that can awaken talent, this 9 Provinces woman is definitely a treasure. Xiao Gubai can't appraise it, so she doesn't know that. And Bai Zihan can't tell her that either, because he knows she has good character, but he's afraid that when faced with such a huge temptation, she might develop ill intentions. So Bai Zihan said, I don't know what this is either. I'll ask the seniors in my family when I get back. Xiao Gubai nodded repeatedly, her hands still busy dissecting the spider. Looking at her like that, Bai Zihan guessed that the time was right, so he suggested that she come to his house. Xiao Gubai's actions stopped, and she turned her head to look at him in confusion. Are you actively recruiting me? Bai Zihan nodded. Xiao Gubai turned away again, stabbing another knife into the mutated spider's corpse. She felt that Bai Zihan was so strong, while she had been an unlucky jinx since she was a child, ostracized by people, a monster in the truest sense, so she didn't dare to believe it, let alone accept the invitation. It's not like that, you're not a monster. You're just a little special. Bai Zihan took the knife from her hand, not letting her vent on the spider anymore. Then he continued to invite her to work for the young master of the Bai family in Bailin City. At that time, Bai Zihan will definitely take her to see the scenery of the spirit-taming city with an even higher realm. The Bai family? Are you talking about the family of Diamond Bai Jingsong, the beast tamer? Zhao Guabai asked doubtfully. That's right. So, will you agree to come to our Bai family? Bai Zihan answered, extending his hand. Looking at his hand, Xiao Gubai suddenly had a thought, which was to try one more time. Maybe this time the result will be different. So she reached out and took Bai Zihan's hand and said yes. At that moment, Ji Yu Xiaobai swore in her heart that she would definitely work twice as hard to repay the benefactor who reached out when she was in the most difficult situation. After reaching an agreement, Bai Zihan said that he had a gift for Xiao Gubai. Then he pulled back the spider silk, revealing a pile of eggs from the mutated bamboo fire spider. The eggs of mutated spiders also appear mutated when they are born. This is equivalent to the birth of a new spider species. If this is utilized, cultivating a new type of spirit beast will definitely bring great benefits to the Bai family. So he told Zhao Gubai to choose an egg as a condition for joining the Bai family. A condition for joining the Bai family? Do you want me to sign a new contract? Zhao Gubai asked cautiously. Bai Zihan nodded. The contract between a beast tamer and a spirit beast can be completely broken. Based on the growth of the beast tamer, contracts with low-level pets are no longer suitable for combat. Choosing a pet with stronger potential is common, and there are 2 ways for people to sign new contracts. The first is to abandon the old contract, and the second is to kill their old pet. Xiao Gubai hesitated to step forward, but as soon as she chose the egg with the highest aptitude. So he was right. Her talent is very useful in finding treasures. Now it's time to dissolve the contract. The first method will cause backlash for the beast tamers and sometimes even death. But the second method is too cruel, so he also wondered which method she would follow. Xiao Gubai almost didn't need to think, and chose to abandon the old contract with her pet beetle. When this process ended, she spat out a large mouthful of blood. Bai Zihan ran over in a panic. Are you okay? I'm fine though. Although very much in pain, Xiao Guba still tried to sit down and properly bid farewell to the beetle. After all, they had accompanied each other for quite a long time, and now saying goodbye felt a little reluctant. Xiao Guba watched the beetle for a long time, until it flew completely out of sight. As for Bai Zihan, after this incident he became even more certain that he had chosen the right person. After the matter was settled, the 2 of them went together to Blackstreet, in Zhuhuo City, to buy and sell a few things. The spirit stone merchant pretended to be enraged, pointing at the pile of spirit stones and saying, the moment you opened your mouth it was 9,000 yuan, already 1 0 is gone, you can't bargain any lower. But who is Zihan? He is very clear-headed and handsome, so how could he be easily fooled by the old man? He asked. Boss, are you only trying to trick me because you see I'm young? He was even more angry than the old man at this point. It was truly a scam. A broken core crystal like this doesn't even have a bit of passive energy. Hearing this, the old man dropped his pretense. Although this yin core crystal is a bit broken, it can contain a beast's original imprint. It might even allow a beast of the same system to comprehend this skill. Zihan pondered and admitted. What the boss says seems right.
The probability of a shattered core crystal,
yet one can still sense its skill, is 1 in a billion. If it wasn't beautiful, perhaps I wouldn't have even considered. The system's voice sounded. Red glare severing Lord Core Crystal, a Super King level Spirit Beast Crystal. Due to the severe damage to the Core Crystal, the current skill imprint is Purple Outer Heaven Meteor Fire. He thought to himself, his expression suddenly having a somewhat wicked look that startled Guba. He didn't expect the small street in Black Market City to contain such a treasure. Guba's luck has truly had an effect.
The merchant seemed more honest now. He proposed, "How about this? Let's both be honest with each other. 90,000 yuan. But Xian acted as if he had run out of patience.
That's enough. Sure enough, this trick still works. No wonder all the mothers-in-law always use it when going to the market. The merchant quickly tugged at him. Hey, 10,000 yuan, 10,000 yuan. This is the lowest price. If you agree, take it. Xian replied, satisfied. Okay. Suddenly a voice rang out from behind. Hold on, where did a purple-haired guy come from? He wanted to compete with Xian for the Spirit Stone, and declared bluntly,
I am also interested in this core crystal.
His annoying appearance clearly showed he was looking for trouble. The purple-haired guy stylishly slicked his hair. I'll pay 20,000 yuan.
Xian pushed his hand away. He thought, he's got guts. Daring to cut in line? Thinking this, he irritably reminded, my friend, cutting in like that is too much.
The shameless purple-haired guy said, the boss hasn't sold the core crystal to you yet, so of course I can make an offer. He pointed towards Xian mockingly. Moreover, you, a beastmaster, don't tell me you can't even afford 20,000 yuan.
He was smug. I am the grandson of the Zhuhuo city mayor, so I can arrange a job for you to cover your living expenses. Turns out he's a privileged kid, born into a powerful family.
Suddenly, his attention collided with her gaze. The purple-haired guy looked back, and Xian sneered. He noticed Guba. He hadn't paid attention just now. Soft hands, fair and rosy skin, truly adorable. The purple-haired guy's face looked excessively lewd, and he sighed. What a rare beauty.
Xian really couldn't bear it anymore. He proposed, if both of us want it, why don't we have a life-and-death match to decide the winner?
He shielded Guba, thinking to himself, this is exactly the type of weak but arrogant villain. Looking at the face of this scoundrel, it was as if the word evil was plastered all over it. Let me borrow you for a bit of practice. His eye of apocalypse opened, and the purple-haired guy's fighting spirit also flared up. You want to play the hero saving the damsel here? You must have a death wish. The spirit beast beside him also hissed flames, and the system's voice sounded, red flame species, fire-type sacrificial orb, peak silver rank, lava body talent, black iron mid-grade quality, blue meteor fire skill, blue blazing flame skill. He commanded, go, good dog, kill him for me. The sacrificial orb rushed towards Zipon as if wanting to tear him apart. Zipon was not flustered. He calmly held Guba and gently dodged. Xian felt a little excited. For someone like him, who was always protected by his family, a chance for a life-or-death battle with a true beastmaster was very rare. The purple-haired guy's spirit beast ferociously charged again, and Xian only smiled slightly. I just finished taking down a bronze-level spirit beast. I wonder how strong a black iron-level beastmaster is. He still easily avoided the spirit beast's attack. The purple-haired guy provoked, if you have the guts, stop running, you piece of trash. By this time, the crowd watching was growing, and whispers rose up. Isn't that the mayor's grandson, Zhu Zhiyi? Oh no, Zhu Zhiyi is best at bullying people here. I heard he loves to sneak attack during solos. The spirit beast continued to charge, growing more and more frantic. Ji Yubai anxiously yelled, be careful, Xian. The old merchant could only lament, that kid's a goner. But Xian didn't seem worried at all. He was still a relaxed guy. If you don't want me to dodge anymore, then I'll face you directly. Taking advantage of the hellhound's charge, he moved his hands in a circular motion.
Xian spun the hellhound around and around like washing rice, finally delivering the decisive blow.
A palm strike pushed the purple-haired guy's spirit beast far away. Now the spirit beast lay there aggrieved, like a frightened puppy, looking pitiful.
The mayor's grandson, seeing that he wasn't being given any respect, threatened. This little brat, you have to look at the owner when you beat a dog. I'll make you regret this.
Without even checking on his spirit beast's injuries, he continued to order, hellhound, use fiery stream. The spirit beast was obedient, gathering a fireball and shooting it towards Xian in a spiral. Xian managed to dodge in time. He looked at the ground, which had been sunken in, and thought it was time to summon his own spirit beast. It's time to let the scaled fish appear. Fire and water are opposites, thinking and acting. Xian summoned a water-type spirit beast. Appear, scaled fish.
As soon as the scaled fish appeared, Xian felt something was off. From behind, a giant snake appeared out of nowhere.
It lunged forward,
opening its huge mouth to swallow Xian whole. But he dodged it. It turned out the purple-haired guy was playing a cheap sneak attack, but he still shamelessly boasted. "I didn't expect you to avoid such a sneak attack." The system's voice rang out. Firefly Serpent Race, Fire Type, Intermediate Silver Rank, Talent B Grade Quickness, Medium Black Iron Quality, Skill Blue Skyfire Meteor, Primary Blue Poison E. Even the scaled fish felt this was a cheap move. Xian thought so too. Looks like this will be difficult. He gave the order. "Scaled fish, let's make this a quick win." The scaled fish understood and cooperated well. The purple-haired guy overestimated himself, shouting, "That's great! Hellhound, blaze!" But 2 against 1 is an unfair fight. The scaled fish was surrounded by fireballs. It cried out, "This is bad!" The fireballs suddenly exploded. The scaled fish was submerged in a sea of red, and its condition couldn't be seen clearly. The purple-haired guy smugly said, "Clearly just an entry-level beastmaster with a tiny spirit beast dares to challenge a black iron rank like me. What a waste of such a capable spirit beast," he arrogantly said. "You've failed, kid." But Xian was completely the opposite. Perhaps sensing that the scaled fish was all right, he retorted, "Isn't it a little too early to draw conclusions?" From within the dusty smoke, the scaled fish burst out, without a scratch on it. It angrily used its tail to slam the purple-haired guy's spirit beast in the face. With one powerful move, the hellhound was sent flying a long distance, dazed and passing out on the spot. All that was left was Blaze. It used its long body to wrap around, intending to encircle the scaled fish. The scaled fish quickly dodged, charging a ball of water and aiming directly at Blaze's head. Blaze was officially knocked out of the game. Seeing such a scene, the purple-haired guy stuttered in surprise. How is it possible that you're just entry-level?" The scaled fish finally felt like it had vented its anger. Xian recalled the scaled fish. "To be honest, your soul beast is also very strong. It's a pity that this time he mocked him, got the wrong owner. Being provoked like that, how could an arrogant guy like him swallow it? This brat. Why should a villain fear a bad reputation?" From somewhere, he pulled out a dagger. The purple-haired guy angrily rushed forward. "Just an entry-level soul beastmaster, what do you have to be so proud of? Die!" Bai Ji flew in from somewhere, kicking the purple-haired guy in the head. With a bright smile, she reported to Xianyan in a flashy manner. "Young Master Zhaoan, the city lord has sent a secret letter." The purple-haired guy, in pain from the kick, could only lie still and curse. "Die!" Xian continued the transaction with the old merchant. "Boss, 10,000 yuan for this guy. Give me." The core. Scene changes to a city with towering skyscrapers. In a private room, Xian is lost in thought. He stands before a pile of herbs. The letter sent by the city lord speaks. "Zhaoan, the letter containing all the information on the evolution of the linfish that you asked me to gather is complete. You're choosing to create a new evolution secret through super boosting, instead of using the Bai family's evolution secret. Your grandfather respects and trusts you, but you must remember that venturing onto a path no one has ever taken before is extremely dangerous." He pondered to himself. Evolution. Sure enough, the linfish has surpassed the black iron level, and can now undergo its first evolution. Based on the Bai family's evolution secret, the linfish will eventually evolve into the scarlet-eyed golden pattern fish. But the immortal Creek Eye has given me an irresistible evolution secret. Kunpeng transforms from entering the sea as Kun, evolving, to soaring into the heavens as Peng. Next is transforming from fish to whale, from whale to Kun, and finally from Kun to Peng. Achieving these 3 states requires a total of 9 evolutions. Xian exclaimed excitedly, "Becoming the divine beast that reigns over the ocean and the sky in legends." He summons the Bai Yulin again. "Little flying fish, come here." It flies straight into his back as if it has no eyes. Damn it! Xian feels like his spine needs replacing. A voice comes from outside the door. "Zinan, are you okay?" Zinan grabs the linfish. He twists it around irritably. "Linfish." He points at its cheek and says, "We're starting the evolution now." The linfish looks at its owner with pitiful eyes. Without further ado, Xian begins the evolution process. He takes out the necessary items for this evolution. Everything is mixed together and enters the first stage of evolution. The appearance of the linfish gradually changes. Its tail and fins gradually become longer, entering the final stage of evolution. The linfish appears in a completely different form, like it has grown from a 1-year-old to a 5-year-old. The water-type Bai Ying giant linfish. Initial black iron level. Talents are Flow Manipulation Godspeed S, Concealment Power S, Torrential Shatter A, Illusionary Shadow A. The system voice rings out. High-grade Monarch quality. Purple entry-level skill Water Manipulation Swiftness. Purple entry-level skill Ming Water Deep Devour. Blue entry-level skill Water Stream Shatter. Blue skill Qiu Xuan Bai Ying. Green minor accomplishment skill Water Splash Impact. Green minor accomplishment skill Foam Layer. Introduction.
born with special talents. Abilities far surpass those of ordinary Lin fish. And it possesses the full illusionary shadow talents of the Bai Shui whale,
capable of bewitching enemies,
reducing the enemy's hit rate. As the system's voice fades, a small explosion occurs. The Lin fish's body suddenly grows out of control. Xian is about to be crushed. Damn it, why is it so big? He quickly gives the order, or he'll really be turned into a pancake. Bro, go back now. The Lin fish obediently listens and flies into the beast's space. Xian breathes a sigh of relief. He thinks to himself, I almost got crushed to death by my own spirit beast. Luckily, it's just the room that's a bit messy. A knock on the door draws his attention. Baiji hears the noise and asks worriedly, Young master, are you okay? He looks at the messy room and reluctantly replies, I'm fine. I'm researching spirit beast skills. Quickly go prepare a new room for me. The current room is unusable now. Zillian pondered. I must quickly find a way to solve this problem, otherwise it will be very inconvenient. He realizes he missed something. There's still one more letter. The note simply reads, Azure Dew is in Scarlet Blaze City. He thought to himself, that's great, grandfather got news of the Azure Dew so quickly, I must get it. His mood suddenly brightens, adding, also I'll take the opportunity to see if there are any treasures in Scarlet Blaze City. Scene changes to Scarlet Blaze City. Constant calls for customers ring out. New Spirit Beast Essence Cores and Certificates. Come and see. The distribution map of Spirit Beasts in Scarlet Blaze City is here. Come and find out. The Black Crow Adventure Team is recruiting. Insurance and room and board provided. Xian feels a little annoyed and exclaims, It's so noisy. I've almost walked through the entire market of Scarlet Blaze City and still haven't seen anything good, he thinks to himself. But as soon as he thinks it, Xian regrets it. The system's reminder rings out. Discovered Black Iron level Vermilion Fire Sparrow Spirit Beast Essence Core. Discovered Bronze level Fossil Material. Discovered Zhu Ming Eagle Feathers. It seems Xian is about to get another big bargain. Two people are looking around the neighborhood, when suddenly a voice rings out from somewhere.
I heard that this auction will attract a lot of people.
So it turns out there were two young men chatting away. One saying, The auction will have diamond-grade resources. The one next to him added, That old woman who goes around collecting diamond-grade resources in Lon Lon City will also be there. They got even more excited as they talked. Then whoever gets their hands on the diamond resources this time isn't something to look forward to. Hearing this, Xian thought worriedly, This is bad. The Azure Cloud Dew is very important to me. If the Lon City Lord gets involved, this auction will be tough. A shout from the vendor behind him caught his attention. Hey, are you buying or not? If not, don't touch it. Gu Bai picked up an item and said awkwardly, Boss, how much is this rock? Yu got angry when he heard this and yelled, What do you mean, rock? This is a treasure. You can't afford it. Get out of here and don't interrupt my business. Just then, the system displayed information. Detected radiant light fruit, a diamond-grade material. Xian couldn't believe his eyes and exclaimed, Gu Bai is holding a big item, and it's diamond-grade. Without thinking, he immediately ran over, placed his hand on her shoulder, and suggested with a cheerful expression, Boss, name your price. I want this. He immediately gave a huge number, 30 million Juju coins. But in his head he was thinking, another rich, stupid brat. Seeing him tremble with anger, Gu Bai advised, Xian, it's too expensive. Maybe we should just forget it. Yu smiled smugly. Kid, flirting and showing off both come at a price. Xian had no choice but to grit his teeth and hand over the card, yelling, Swipe it! In his heart he thought, 30 million can buy a diamond-grade resource. Jackpot. He received the money with great joy. Thank you, customer. In the sky, a spirit beast was flying. Everyone below began to gossip curiously. What kind of spirit beast is that? Its aura is really domineering. It's a crane. There's a man standing on the crane. A voice rang out. Phoenix Crest Cloud Wing Crane, go wild! Beside the crane, the system displayed information. Race, Phoenix Crest Cloud Wing Crane, intermediate level, diamond grade intermediate stage, talent. Gale Summons A, aptitude, diamond grade high level, skills. Azure Gale Summons, Azure Cloud Wing Blade, Verdant Cloud Dance. Jingchong glanced down and reminded Qilao Gi, we've arrived. The crane continued to fly in the sky, leaving behind glittering pink and purple smoke wherever it went. On the other side, someone was riding a scarlet flame crow. The person on it laughed heartily, saying, So it's the famous city lord of Bailin City. He stood proudly, looking at the other party, making my Scarlet Haze City even more dazzling. Jingchong was very uncomfortable with that attitude, saying, Qilao Gi, a grand ancestor like you, what are you pretending to be civilized for? He immediately put on a respectful expression. You are a guest by, old head, please. Xian below gasped in shock, thinking, Grandfather came in person just so I can get the azure cloud dew smoothly. In the twilight sky, two birds flew together in one direction. The next day, the scene changed to a magnificent palace. He asked his grandson worriedly, "Xian, are you sure you have to do this?" He was very sure of his decision, replying, "That's right, grandfather. I am determined to win the azure cloud dew." Suddenly, a voice came from behind them.
"Bye, old head. What do you need me for?"
Dong Li said in a very serious tone. "If it's for the azure cloud dew, there's no need to say much. Whoever pays more, gets it." This is the city lord of Lanlan City, Dong Li, and her granddaughter, Ji Hiqi, is standing behind her.
She stared at them, and he seemed to recognize the person as well.
This girl, Jing Chong, immediately laughed. "Isn't this your granddaughter? I heard that you've been constantly collecting diamond-grade resources to treat her illness." She was very angry with them, replying, "Are you trying to threaten me with your roundabout way of talking?"
Her whole body was filled with terrifying power, yelling, "I and you are both diamond-grade beast tamers. What do I have to be afraid of?"
Xian raised his hand to keep himself from being affected by the released green aura, thinking,
"This is the first time I'm facing the power of a diamond-grade beast tamer, so direct that it makes it hard to breathe." In contrast to him, Jing Chong said calmly, "Lan City Lord misunderstood. I and you are competing for the azure cloud dew. Whoever offers the higher price, the beneficiary is just like in an auction."
Jing Chong created a protective barrier. "I see that you don't seem to have any special requirements for diamond-grade resources. How about we make a deal to make everything smooth?" That scene made him amazed. Only silver-grade and above beast tamers can condense a protective shield. Dong Li also calmed down, frowning and asking, "What deal?" He then took out a box, saying, "I have a diamond-grade radiant light fruit here. As long as I can get the azure cloud dew, I will sell it to you at the same price as the azure cloud dew." Xian immediately stepped forward and whispered, "Grandfather, wait a moment." He looked at Ziqi and smiled. "This girl is very pitiful because of her illness. How about we just take the radiant light fruit?"
He was outwardly stiff, inwardly shocked when he heard his grandson say, thinking, "Give it to the girl?" From selling to giving, it's not the initial agreement at all. She seemed to not believe it, asking, "Young man, diamond-grade resources are rare and precious. Why would you give them to us?" She kept looking at them, her eyes sad, but Xian only smiled brightly. "Didn't you say she needs diamond-grade resources to treat her illness?" Chi blushed when she heard him say, "I like this little girl, so I'm giving her the radiant fruit." Ching Chong looked at his grandson with suspicion. Zhao An isn't one for chasing girls. Even if he really likes her, that Lam family child is too frail. She's not suitable to be our granddaughter-in-law. He could only awkwardly smile and hand her the box, saying, "I apologize for the embarrassment. My grandson is just too straightforward. If he said he'd give it, he has to." In his heart, he thought, perhaps this straightforwardness is a sharp intuition that sensed something, allowing Zhao An to change his mind. Dong Li looked down at the box in her hand. She also led the child away, turning back to say, "White City Lord, since I've accepted this gift, I won't compete with you anymore." Jing Chong watched their backs as he replied, "Thank you, Lam City Lord." Chi shyly turned back to look at him, asking, "Big brother, what's your name?" Shu An smiled brightly at her. "My name is Shu An, and I live in Whitescale City. Remember to come find me when you're better, okay?" She remembered his name, turned around and murmured longingly. Brother Shuan stared straight ahead, muttering to himself, giving away a diamond-level resource for free. His face was incredibly fearsome. "I'm not exactly someone who throws money around." The system also issued a notification. Space-devouring worm race, space type, tier 9 of unranked, spatial wormhole talent SS, initial earthly grade aptitude, initial earthly grade spatial wormhole cam skill, introduction to natural space spirit beast with high potential when fully grown, but requires a large amount of energy to supplement before the growth stage, otherwise it will absorb the energy of the Beastmaster. Bringing burden to the Beastmaster. He still looked at her and muttered, thinking to himself, "A space spirit beast with an earthly grade sulfur monosulfide rank talent can be enhanced. If this girl can survive smoothly, she will definitely become a lineage." The system's notification continued. Talent enhancement power. And sulfur monosulfide rank auxiliary type talent that can increase the abilities of all chosen pets by 100%. Shuan smiled meaningfully. This radiant fruit worth 30 million can earn her gratitude. It's definitely worth it. In the auction hall, which was packed with people, the hostess stepped out and announced the strength of the auction. She was also preparing to start the event. Distinguished guests, welcome to today's auction. The lights shone on the first item. Today's auction officially begins. Without further ado, let's start with the first collectible. The people below were constantly discussing gold plundering spirit beast egg, violet cliff eagle,
The starting price is 1 million. Violet cliff eagles are said to be hard to raise and hard to train. Shu An and his grandfather also saw the simulation in the room. He was very surprised when he saw that item. This was the girl who had already raised the hammer. Gold plundering spirit beast egg. Genuine goods at a fair price. Is there anyone to bid? From inside the room, someone bid. 1 million. The audience members were all astonished. Truly someone with money. Probably just raising it for fun. It's truly impossible to understand the world of the wealthy. The girl breathed a sigh of relief. The first one is usually not easy to sell. What a relief. Ching Chong looked at him worriedly. Zhao An, do you want to reconsider? Violet cliff eagles aren't easy to raise. He looked at the system's notification. Species. Violet cliff eagle. Dual wind and lightning. Thunder talent. Amethyst initial grade aptitude. Lightning flash skill. Thunderclap. The moment of wind slash. Zhu An spoke to reassure him. Grandpa, my intuition tells me this egg isn't as simple as we think. He was smiling triumphantly. I didn't expect that the auction house's advanced appraisal machine could also misjudge. Gold grade versus amethyst plunder. The two grades are as different as heaven and earth. The girl struck the hammer down hard. Congratulations to the guest in seat number 3 for successfully bidding on the Violet Cliff Eagle egg. The next auction item comes from... Everyone in the hall applauded. An hour later, the auctioneer looked at the book. Next is the last auction item. Azure Distance Dew. This light shone once again on a glittering stone. No minimum price, free to bid. Each price increase must be at least 1,000,009 provinces currency. The people in the audience immediately stirred. I bid 10,000,009 provinces currency. Thinking of getting a diamond level material with just 10 million, you must be dreaming. I bid 30 million, 50 million, 9 provinces currency. Everyone, please give me some face. In front of a diamond level material, your face is SHT. I bid 100 million. He immediately advised Shukan. Xiao An, calm down, it's not the time yet. Wait for the people below to raise the price more, and then we'll raise the price high. Shu An frowned slightly. This azure distance dew is the key to me awakening my second talent. He picked up the blue stones from the mutated flame bamboo chief. How should awakening stones be used? He looked at the system's notification and thought. You are currently researching the use of the awakening stone, receiving heavenly enlightenment. Method 1. Carry the original God Awakening Stone with you, and after a period of influence, there is a certain probability of awakening talents from grade E to D, which can be used once every year. Method 2. Directly embed the awakening stone into your own body. There will be a certain probability of awakening talents from grade C to A, which can be used once a year. Before, the mutated flame bamboo chief probably accidentally swallowed the awakening stone, forming the conditions for the second similar choice. The third method is to use the raw stone as the main material and supplement it with emerald canopy secret leaves, azure distance dew, heavenly distance pear, and other things. To create an awakening solution, soaking for 1 day and 1 night, there is a certain probability of awakening talents from grade S to SSS. At present, the third method can be used, which can awaken talents from grade S to SSS. It's just that the materials for making the awakening solution are very difficult to obtain. Heavenly distance pear. Emerald canopy secret leaves. I remember that the White family's treasure trove has heavenly distance pear and emerald canopy secret leaves. And azure origin dew has to rely on the White family's forces to search for. At this time, someone offered a huge price. 500 million. Deyu smiled triumphantly. With the azure vien, I'll be promoted to diamond rank. A number even higher came from the room above. 700 million Juju coins. He immediately pleaded. I am Tang Deyu, the #1 gold rank beastmaster. This material is very important to me. I hope this friend can understand. He then shouted loudly. 800 million Juju coins. Everyone around was in an uproar. Master Tang is only 1 step away from diamond rank. He certainly wants to take it. Being able to sit in seat number 3 is probably not simple. Isn't it obvious that Lord Lan Sheng in seat number 2 hasn't even made a bid yet, and Tang Deyu dares to shout? An immense power emanated from the room. That person immediately spoke with disdain. The #1 gold rank beastmaster must be very strong, huh? He was now terrified. A diamond rank beastmaster. The auction's host girl was also trembling. It's the strong man whom the city lord personally welcomed yesterday. Who exactly is that person? From inside the room, that person coughed. Ahem. The girl trembled with fear. 900 million Juju coins. Going once. Is there anyone else bidding? Daeyun immediately showed respect. It's this junior being impolite. I hope you won't hold it against me.
The people around secretly sneered. You're just gold rank. How dare you compete with a diamond rank beastmaster? Isn't this just a tool of Anshijin that's been exposed online? The girl continued her work. 900 million going twice. No more bids and you'll miss the chance. She looked very happy. 900 million Juju coins going 3 times. Lord Lan Cheng especially loves diamond-grade materials. Why isn't she participating in the bidding this time? Everyone looked at that window. The red-clothed girl pointed to the room. Congratulations to the customer in seat number 3 for successfully bidding for the Azure Vien. Qi Laogi suddenly burst through the door. Bai Lao Tu, how did you get Lan Yao Po to not compete with you? Qing Cheng didn't seem too happy. That's my grandson's way. He looked at him and immediately criticized. This is your grandson? Pale face, skinny arms and legs. Can he even be a beastmaster? But he only paid attention to the item. That settles my second gift. He slapped Jing Chong hard. Okay, let's decide on that. Xian looked surprised. Decide what? He then announced to him. Xiao An, 3 days later you will fight with Qi Cheng Lord's granddaughter. Xian was feeling confused. Huh? The setting sun shone down. Qi Yan City Lord's mansion. A girl angrily kicked the door open, but Ni with a very cheerful expression. You old geezer, I'm back. She grabbed his beard, threatening. Old man, why did you call me back? If it's not something important, I'll shave off all your beard. He was in great pain. Little treasure. Let go, my beard is about to fall off. Qi Laogi smiled awkwardly. You're about to advance to bronze rank. I found you an opportunity to obtain a diamond potential spirit beast. She was startled when she heard that. What opportunity? He pointed towards him. Just defeat him. Jingcheng also cheered Xian on, Zhao An. Seize this opportunity. Enter Scarlet Fang Valley, and find yourself a spirit beast to fly with. The two sides were secretly competing. Bai Lao Tu, you came too early, didn't you? It's good to settle things early. Waiting any longer is a waste of time. We still need to go to Scarlet Fang Valley to choose spirit beast offspring. Before Qi Laogi could finish speaking, I hope your grandson loses. Ren Ni looked at him with great interest. And Xiao Gege is so handsome. My name is Ren Ni, and you? Her enthusiasm made him quite flustered. Zi and Qi Laogi angrily separated them. Start quickly! Ren Ni also got into a ready stance. Zhao Gege, be serious, okay? At this time, the system panel displayed information. Character Ren Nai, Talent Spirit Transformation A, Realm Black Iron Upper, Dragon Beast Wing Fang Black Iron Upper, 9 rank Golden Talon Condor unranked. A spirit beast immediately appeared. Burn! Wing Fang! Species Wing Fang, Fire System, Wind System, Realm Black Iron Upper, Talent Blue Gunpowder Attack, Weapon Protection emerges. She ordered her spirit beast. Wing Fang, quickly take over the sky! Ren Ni pointed directly at him. Hurry up and summon your pet. Don't say that I didn't give you a chance. Xian didn't make her wait long, raised his hand to the sky and shouted loudly. Appear! White Shadow Colossal Scalefish. A colossal figure appeared. Lin Yu face-planted the moment it was released. It looked at him sheepishly. It lost weight, but gained it all back. Ren Yi couldn't help but laugh at the sight. Your pet is so adorable. Xian felt like he was falling apart. He also had a headache because of this spirit beast. He got a springy star ball at the auction, which could handle any skill, big or small. Who knew that shrinking it would turn it into this? Ying Ya immediately dove down, laughing triumphantly and giving orders. Yi Ya, make your move. Use Wing Slash. The bird unleashed its attack, but both Xian and his pet easily dodged it. Even so, one of the attacks grazed his hair. With the next attack, Xian had to bend over to evade. Xian was furious. Use Water Gun Barrage. Smash its face in. Lin Yin immediately unleashed its Water Thunder, the piercing water columns making the bird wail. Hearing this, Ren Yi immediately commanded Yi Ya. Yi Ya, quickly get out of the water gun area. The bird obeyed and immediately flew away. Xian had to commend his pet. Well done. After Lin Yu evolved, the firing rate and power of water gun increased significantly. Suddenly, something was flying towards them. The system also provided information. Bird species, blaze-tailed hawk, fire and wind elements, rank 9 non-elite, Tenko Flame Vortex. A talent, intermediate diamond aptitude, skill blue fire arrows with Mach speed. Xian watched the golden beak eagle spew fire, blaming himself. I forgot about Xiao, he has another pet. But Xian's Lin Yu absorbed the flames. Thank goodness it's just a rank 9 non-elite. The damage received wasn't high. He kept patting Lin Yu. I'm afraid I still lack combat experience as a beast tamer. You've suffered a lot. Brother Ren Yi continued to attack. The defense is quite high. Let's see how you handle the next move. Both birds charged in with power. He used telepathy to ask the system. I wonder how much a grade A talent can increase a pet's combat power. The system immediately replied, 3 times. The two birds then flew in circles.
Xian looked at Lin Yu in surprise. They're definitely going to attack from both sides at the same time. Wait, Old Devil Chi was extremely pleased. Old Bai, your grandson is definitely going to lose. He can't block the continuous attacks from my Nini's fierce beasts. Jing Chong was very calm. Don't celebrate too early. Be careful, you'll die from too much happiness.
Yi Yao was diving straight down.
The golden beak eagle spewed fire at the same time. Only a thick cloud of dust was seen. Jing Chong was very upset. Why hasn't Zhao An attacked yet? Seeing this, he mocked. Old Bai, don't worry, he won't hurt your grandson. But in reality, Xinan had created a barrier. All three were extremely surprised. How is this possible? He's only at the black iron level. The power of the water was enveloping him. At this point, Xian could finally smile. I discovered that protective barriers aren't only for the silver level, you can use them as long as you have enough power, and there's a huge amount of spirit energy in my space.
He seriously commanded his pet.
End the battle as usual. White Shadow Giant Lin Yu ended according to plan. Lin Yu immediately used his skill. Boundless Sea, Water Gun Barrage. It then transformed into a whale. Old Devil's eyes widened in shock. Old Bai, what the hell is your grandson? Jing Chong also trembled. I don't know either. Lin Yu was creating water currents. Its water columns aimed directly at its opponents. The water column crushed the winged crow. The golden winged bird was not spared either. It fell directly at her feet. Ren Yi lost her composure. Winged crow, fiery assault. Ram Shu An to death. The bird immediately charged towards him. Winged crow lunged forward, its eyes blazing like burning flames, its beak sharp as if tearing through the air.
It was engulfed in an intensely fierce cloud of smoke and fire.
Qi Laogi was astonished by this scene, unable to stop himself from exclaiming, "This girl is crazy. She won't admit defeat. This fierce attack will only hurt herself more." Facing Jingzi and the blue energy rushing head-on, Winged Crow was also charging forward with the momentum. Below, Xian was intently observing, extremely nervous.
Seeing Jingzi showing no sign of stopping, Xian, drenched in sweat, shouted, "Don't hurt it!" In an instant, the two spirit beasts collided head-on. The massive blue energy surged forward. On the opposite side, the blazing flames made the air hotter than ever.
Immediately after, Jingzi charged towards Ren Yi. She instantly panicked.
Seeing this, Jing Chong turned to reassure the restless Qi Laogi. "Don't worry, Zhao An has his own plans. He won't harm your granddaughter."
Ren Yi floated in the air. She raised her hands and shouted resignedly, "I surrender! Let me down!"
Shu An smiled happily, making a mudra hand sign, and said gently, "Thank you for yielding." All four of them turned around and walked inside.
Qi Laogi spoke up first. "Being willing to lose is admirable. My grandson can enter and choose one, but I cannot."
He scoffed, thinking to himself,
"This kid probably can't tell the good stuff from the bad anyway." On the other side, Jing Chong thought to himself, "Zhao An's intuition is even better than my old eyes." Qi Laogi raised his hand, and red energy gathered on his palm. He pressed hard on the blue switch. A light flashed, and Xian and Ren Yi were blinded by the light of the Scarlet Cliff Grotto, and they covered their eyes with their hands. Qi Laogi put his hands on his hips, looked at the two and reminded, "Kid, I'm giving you an hour. Whether you've chosen or not, you have to come out." Then he turned to instruct Ren Yi, "Nini, keep an eye on this kid. Don't let him cause trouble." Shu An immediately agreed. "Uncle Qi, I got it." Behind him, Ren Yi crossed her arms uncomfortably, saying, "Yeah." With that, Qi Laogi stepped aside. Shu An slowly walked into the Scarlet Cliff Grotto. As soon as he stepped in, he looked at the surrounding scenery and received a piece of information. Scarlet Cliff Grotto is a fragment of a extinguished star. The Scarlet family's ancestor used secret techniques to refine it into a small, secret realm, brimming with fire attribute energy that is constantly being lost. Shu An was very excited, raised his hand to observe closely, and couldn't help but exclaim, "Amazing!" Ren Yi, who was next to him, heard this and proudly replied, "That's obvious. My Scarlet Cliff Grotto uses the secret realm to make the lair of the fire attribute. If not, how can it stand firm?" The scene was now fiery red, giving off a very hot feeling, surrounded by barren trees. Shu An followed Ren Yi, walking and talking. "Scarlet Miss, can you introduce some spirit beasts in the Scarlet Cliff Grotto to me?" Ren Yi stopped and pointed to the sky. Shu An looked up in that direction, listening to her introduction. "Hey, this is Winged Crow, a large orange bird with bright eyes, and in front of it are 4 other blackbirds." Qi Yi Ren continued, "There are both wind and fire attributes, but I don't think they'll like you." Shu An turned away, forehead covered with sweat. He calmly replied, "It's not that they don't like me anymore, but that they have eyes full of hatred." Ren Yi felt confused when she heard this. As soon as he finished speaking, a flock of birds with golden feathers appeared all over the sky. Seeing one rushing towards this side,
Xuan reflexively stepped back. His whole body was gathering energy. Ren Yi quickly stood in front, raising a card in her hand. Her mouth seemed to be shouting something. She held a red card in her hand.
The light emitted from the card immediately pushed back those birds. They widened their eyes in shock. After finishing, Ren Yi turned around, pointed a finger at Xuan, and said proudly, "You, with water attribute ability standing here is like a cup of water in a frying pan. It's lucky that they didn't launch a collective attack." Xuan nodded, continued to look around and replied,
"So that's how it is." Xuan approached the bird's nest and stared at it. He continued to receive some information.
Winged crow race, fire and wind attributes. Talent sky swallow charge A. Diamond grade aptitude. Skill scorching swallow charge blue. Wind rise cloud use blue. Winged crow race fire and wind attributes. Talent red fire D. Silver mid grade aptitude. Skill red fire flower green. Winged crow race fire and wind attributes. Talent remnant red fire B. Gold mid grade aptitude. Skill remnant red plume fire blue. Red fire flower greens.
After understanding, Xuan pressed on the head of the bird in front. It was furious when it saw this. He calmly said, "Normal. Let's find more." Xian hopped to another nest, his eyes wide as he observed, startling the bird inside.
He continued to move from nest to nest, the orange-yellow sky perfectly peaceful. An hour later, Xian was still diligently searching. Ren Yi sat on a rocky outcrop, impatiently propping her chin up and sighing, "Hey, are you done choosing yet? Time's almost up." Xian didn't respond, still lost in his own thoughts.
"There's nothing really good here. Diamond grade is already the highest here."
Seeing him ignore her, Ren Yi angrily turned around and shouted, "Are you even listening?"
Still unfazed, Xian propped his chin up, making a serious decision. "Forget it, I'll just take that diamond grade 1. I won't form a contract, but I can leave it for the Bai family." Ren Yi was going crazy behind him, yelling non-stop.
While deep in thought, Xian was suddenly drawn to a bird with orange-gold feathers, and he exclaimed in surprise, "Huh." Xian innocently approached, his eyes sparkling with interest. "This one has such unique feathers. It has glossy orange feathers, a yellow tail, and hazy blue eyes." Fire-type mutant wing raven. Innate talent scorching sunfire SS. High bronze grade aptitude, severely damaged origin. Skills: scorching sunflare orange, fiery blaze charge purple, smoldering ash strike blue, crimson ember plume blue. Xian was instantly astonished, thinking to himself, "Oh my god, a mutant spirit beast, and it even has sulfur monosulfide grade talent, and an orange skill. How didn't I notice it before?" Xian looked up to continue listening. Mutant fire-type spirit beast, abandoning other attributes, retaining only pure fire-type attributes, thus receiving the care of the sun's flame alchemist. Growth rate is very fast, but due to the unique nature of the sun's flame, it requires a large amount of fire-type energy, leading to a severely damaged origin. If the damaged origin can be compensated for, it can grow to epic level. Must be because he skipped the diamond grade recommendation information earlier.
Xian lifted the wing raven up, observing it closely. Under the surprised gaze of the black birds, he gently asked it, "Hey kid, are you willing to come with me?"
It sat on his hand, coldly shaking its head, showing no interest in Xian at all.
Seeing this, he quickly understood and said to himself, "Looks like you won't come with me without some temptation." Immediately afterward, Xianan pulled out a sparkling pink crystal. Because it was so dazzling, the wing raven was curious and couldn't help but glance at it.
After seeing the crystal clearly, it snapped its head back for a closer look, its face filled with surprise. After observing, the wing raven was somewhat hesitant, but still stubbornly replied, "I am the incarnation of the sun. Do you think you can tempt me with a mere crystal core?" Xinan immediately smiled slyly and lured, "Come with me. I guarantee you'll eat your fill of fire-type crystal cores." The wing raven began to sweat, starting to waver. It really couldn't resist the temptation, its eyes constantly darting towards the crystal core. Xinan supported the wing raven with one hand, while waving the crystal core with the other, trying to entice it. The wing raven hesitated, thinking, "Wealth can't corrupt me, threats can't change me, I will never be a slave to crystal cores." It lowered its head, trying to restrain itself. No one could tempt it. The blue sky was perfectly peaceful. After a while, the wing raven still couldn't resist hugging the crystal core, its eyes becoming infatuated, and it thought, "It's not that I wasn't persistent, it's just that he offered too much." Ren Ni's eyes widened in shock at this scene. Xian held the wing raven in one arm, turning around to look at her in surprise. Xian turned his head to look at Ren Ni, thinking to himself, "City Lord Qin Cheng is an expert in nurturing wing ravens. If he sees this and objects to me taking the mutant wing raven away, things will get complicated." In the next second, he decided to sign the contract with the wing raven right away, saying to himself, "I might as well sign the contract directly here." Ren Ni, witnessing his actions, hurriedly shouted, "You're crazy! You want to sign the contract directly here!" A stream of blue and red energy emanated, covering the contract paper and the wing raven. Chini Ren was blinded by this light and reflexively covered her eyes. At this moment, Xian seemed to go crazy, his eyes becoming sharp, and the blue energy became stronger. He thought to himself, "This is bad." The wing raven also lowered its head deeply, silently closing its wings. Xian widened his eyes in pain, opening his mouth as if to scream. In front of him was the wing raven, emitting an extremely strong red aura. He speculated that it was absorbing his water-type energy. Renni couldn't sit still upon seeing this scene. She rushed to help, but still didn't forget to mock. "You really are crazy." She raised her hand and unleashed a stream of fire straight ahead. The stream of fire shot towards Xian, who was kneeling down. Xian was terrified after what had just happened, his face covered in sweat, and he panted. "Directly signing a contract with a mutant spirit beast is indeed extremely dangerous. It almost drained me dry." The wing raven beside him sighed. Xian raised his hand and cast a spell, sending the wing raven to another space. The wing raven hugged the crystal core, closing its eyes, and directly landed. A message appeared. "Your mutant pet, wing raven hatchling, activated the mythical beast taming space effect. New awakened talent, fire spirit body S." The wing raven, nestled against the crystal core, suddenly noticed something. A single eye and a stream of water appeared in the air, lifting Yi Ya. More information about Yi Ya continued to surface. The fire spirit body effectively reduces water-based attack power and can leverage the opponent's fire skills to enhance its own. Yin Ya emitted a burst of fiery red light, piercing the quiet darkness. Beneath the water, a creature surfaced to observe. It was Jing Zi, watching without understanding. Cut to Ren Ni, arms crossed, listening with a pensive look, as Xian breathlessly said, "Thank you, Miss Qi, for your assistance. If ever needed in the future, Xian will surely repay you." Inwardly, he thought with gratitude. If not for the sudden emergence of fire spiritual power, today's contract wouldn't have gone so smoothly. I owe her one, in every sense. Ren Ni blushed slightly at the thanks, averting her gaze and softly explaining, "It's not for your sake. If you died here, the Qi family couldn't explain it to the Bai family." She hesitated before continuing. "The Qi family isn't afraid of the Bai family, but I don't want to cause unnecessary war." Hearing this, Xian immediately replied, "Thank you for your concern, Miss Qi." Ren Ni refuted shyly, "I told you, it's not because I care about you." He could only offer a helpless smile. At this moment, Jing Chong and Qi Lao Gi were waiting for them outside, and they immediately turned to look as the two emerged from Chiaya Valley. Jing Chong supported his trembling grandson, gently asking, "Xiaoan, what's wrong? Are you hurt?" Xian raised a hand to indicate he was fine, smiling at his grandfather. "Grandpa, I'm all right. Just a bit drained from contracting with a second pet," the elder exclaimed in surprise. "What? Contracting with a pet without proper preparation is life-threatening. Didn't you know that?" Xian looked up, raising two fingers to open another space, from which Yin Ya fell, clutching a starstone. Ching Chong followed his grandson's fingers with his gaze. Xian glanced at Yin Ya sitting on his head, continuing, "See, Grandpa, I'm fine. I found it particularly special in Qianya Valley, so I contracted with it." Instantly, not only was Jing Chong astonished, but Qi Lao Gi was utterly stunned. An idea flashed in Jing Chong's mind. No wonder Xiaoan took the risk. One look, and you can tell this pet has extraordinary potential. That old Qi is losing out big time. Qi Lao Gi naturally realized this, thinking in a panic, "This is a mutated Yi Ya." Jing Chong held his grandson's hand, turning to bid farewell to Qi Lao Gi. "Qi Lao Gi, now that everything's done, we won't bother you any longer. Goodbye." Ren Ni narrowed her eyes, watching from behind. Qi Lao Gi forced a smile, replying, "Safe travels." Ren Ni couldn't bear it any longer, pointing and shouting, "Xian, good talent doesn't mean everything. True powerhouses must go through countless battles. You wait, the road ahead is long. I will catch up to you." Xian paused for a moment, then replied with a smile, "I won't be waiting for you. Run if you've got the guts." As he set off, he thought to himself, "Let's meet at the top." Returning to Bailin City, the spirit beast gently landed on the ground, creating a light, circular breeze in the grass. Jing Chong didn't forget to instruct his grandson, "Xiaoan, go back and absorb as much fire-type starstone as you can to replenish your lost energy." He obediently replied, "I know, Grandpa." As Xian's figure disappeared, someone suddenly called out to Jing Chong from behind, "It's Kui Cheng, the old city lord." Hearing someone call him, he turned to look. Kui Cheng breathlessly continued, "You're finally back." Seeing him like this, Jing Chong frowned, sternly reminding, "Zhao Yuan, you're not a child anymore. Be serious." Kui Cheng leaned in to report the situation to him. He exclaimed in anger after hearing it, These little brats. Cut to Bai Shi and Bai Zihe standing guard outside. Bai Zihe raised a finger, whispering, "The young master is really working hard." He immediately went into closed-door cultivation as soon as he returned to Bailin City. Bai Shi didn't respond. Bai Zihe continued, "Why did the young master specifically instruct that Jiu Bai not be allowed to contact the descendants of the Bai family? Clearly, the young miss has passed the test for conferring nobility." Inside the room, Xian heard everything, his face showing a strange expression. Bai Ji continued, "Would you say this counts as a domineering CEO imprisoning someone?" Bai Shi finally spoke. "Stop gossiping about the young master." Xian poured out 5 bottles of liquid medicine, then stirred them well. He carefully ground the green star stone into powder. After finishing, he wiped the sweat from his brow, saying, "I've processed the auxiliary ingredients for the awakening serum. Next is refining the main ingredients." Xian picked up the bowl of powder, cautiously approaching the liquid. He didn't forget to cover his nose. The smell is worse than sewage after rain. "I hope the Shichi isn't playing a trick on me." He poured the bowl of powder into the black liquid, and they gradually merged. After completion, the liquid turned green, and some bubbles popped. Xian wrinkled his nose, waving his hand. "There's a change. The smell isn't as pungent anymore." At this moment, a notification pops up. "Awakening original fluid detected." Xian takes off his clothes, revealing a toned body with well-defined six-pack abs. He says to himself, "This tub cost 10.9 billion. Don't let me down." Then he jumps in. The water ripples slightly, and he says with satisfaction, "Ah, so good." Xian relaxes, soaking in the medicinal bath. A blue electric current runs from his brain along his skeleton, emitting strange light wherever it passes. A large golden chain gradually appears from the sky. The links are tightly connected, plunging directly into Xian's body. Outside, lightning strikes, illuminating the dark area and startling someone out of their drunken stupor. His blurry gaze instinctively looks out at the dark sky, rubbing his head, which is still not fully awake. Those are golden chains growing out of a tall building, shooting straight up into the sky, piercing through the clouds, creating a vortex. Seeing the scene before him, his mind seems to become even more muddled. How strange. There's an awakening energy in the city. Could someone have awakened on their own? The thought flashes and disappears. Impossible. The awakening representative is hundreds of kilometers away from the inner city. If someone awakened on their own, the energy wave couldn't reach here. He's still holding the bottle of wine tightly, slumping onto the sofa, exhaling, and his mouth slightly twitches. Must be a hallucination from drinking too much. The long chains continue to sway in the air, wrapping around Xian, gradually shattering into small pieces. 2 days later, Xianan, who had been deep in sleep, wakes up, stretching his limbs after a long period of inactivity. He rubs his eyes. And since when have golden chain patterns appeared in his eyes? The system displays a notification. Heavenly Tao Chain, SSS grade rule-based talent. Heaven and earth possess spirits and spiritual entities. Rules cannot be completely fused, but the power of the heavenly Tao can forcibly break through resonance between living beings and the origins of power within them. Xian looks at the system and mutters, "Break through resonance between living beings and the origin of power." He bursts into loud laughter, attracting the attention of the servants downstairs. Another thought popping into his head. He'll find someone to test it out on. As soon as he finishes speaking, he loudly continues, "Bai Shuo." Bai Ji, standing outside the door, is sweating because of Xian's strangeness today and signals Bai Shuo. What's wrong with the young master again? Bai Shuo is equally confused. Who knows? Bai Shuo gently pushes the door open and immediately sees a shameful scene that she shouldn't have seen. Xian doesn't pay any attention and continues to ramble. "I have something urgent I need your help with. Don't move. Don't resist." Bai Ji can't restrain herself, her face turning red with embarrassment. She hurriedly runs out, not forgetting to reply, "Sorry, young master, I can't pull it out." At this moment, as if realizing the problem, Xian also silently shrinks back, trying to cover up his embarrassment. He sits down in the bathtub, his face red. Cough, cough. Just a misunderstanding. After calming down, Xian dresses properly and runs to Bai Shuo for official business. "Bai Shuo, don't move, relax, don't resist." Golden chain patterns appear in Xian's eyes again. Heavenly Tao Chain. The chain gradually becomes visible, wrapping around Xian's hand and on his command, wraps tightly around Bai Shuo, taking her by surprise. Before she can understand what's happening, the cone-shaped tip of the chain swings up high, plunging straight down into her sternum, piercing into her body. Golden energy radiates out, transferring through the chain connecting Bai Shuo and Xian. Xian focuses on creating a blue light, like an electric current, connecting the poles in his body. Success! He grins as if he has achieved his goal. Heavenly Dao chain successfully links with host Bai Shuo. Gained water element B rank talent. The golden chain still connects the two. Xian immediately carries out the next step. Bai Shuo, activate your defense. Bai Shuo immediately receives the order, enters a focus state, and raises her hand forward, making a symbol. In the blink of an eye, Xian appears in front of Bai Shuo, propping his chin up with his hand, staring and assessing. His face closes in on Bai Shuo, staring intently at the chains still wrapped around her, not disappearing. Bai Shuo trembles under Xian's unwavering gaze without a word of explanation. What the hell is the young master doing? Isn't he going to play some weird trick again? Despite Bai Shuo's worry, Xian remained lost in his thoughts. I can proceed with the next step now. Release the defense. Her anxiety is only increasing, and there's still a next step. Scene change to West City, in a less bustling alley. Bai Shuo calls Xianyun. Young master, I've arrived in West City. He answers the call, looking slightly concerned. Okay, Bai Shuo. The golden chain continues to extend from Bai Shuo and through the door. Xian watches the chain's direction. Now you can return. It won't disappear. Bai Shuo hesitates, speaking in a somewhat disjointed manner, which makes Xian look puzzled, unsure what's wrong about the young master. This subordinate is a little presumptuous. She doesn't dare speak directly. Gauging Xian's reaction as she speaks, young master's actions today are extremely unusual. First, having this subordinate see you naked, and then doing those strange things with me? And then you stared intently at this subordinate's body. Young master, if you're feeling stressed, you can confide in us. Bai Jihe and I will definitely help you, but you can't. Bai Shuo's long speech makes Xian realize something. Oh no. Could it be that Bai Shuo? You can't see anything on you? In response to Xian's strange question, Bai Shuo replies confidently. There's nothing, sir. Understanding the chain's mechanics, he becomes more serious. Then go back, I'm hanging up. As expected, Bai Shuo can't see the shackling chains. Faced with the baffling situation, Bai Shuo feels a cold wind blowing through her heart. Who am I? Where am I? I don't understand anything. Meanwhile, Xian is still diligently pondering the rules. No wonder the rules exist. As long as there's a connection, it won't be affected by other factors. Pen in hand, he crosses out options, searching for the right answer. The Heavenly Dao link has 3 characteristics. He outlines the characteristics. First is concealment. No matter what I do, Bai Shuo won't detect its existence. The image presented is even more like I'm bullying Bai Shuo. Second is control. As long as I use the Heavenly Dao Yo link, I can forcibly link with Bai Shuo, resonating with her talent. Thinking of the good characteristics the chain brings, a triumphant smile appears on his face. Third is initiative. Normally speaking, resonance doesn't require consent from both sides. But as long as I have the channel, I'll have the initiative when resonating. So it can be concluded that the chain currently offers 3 characteristics. Within the chain's characteristics, 3 chains can link 3 different beast tamers, plus my Heaven's Revelation Eye. Xian rests his chin in his hand, thinking, I could potentially obtain 4 beast taming talents. In the beast taming space, he stands in the middle of a green meadow, where 3 sharp rocks form strange claws. The sky is illuminated by the stars above. He suddenly senses a difference. Why is my beast taming space observable? The surrounding scenery seems to be expanding outwards a lot. The coastal terrain is a rock covered by water, with undulating blue rocks. The volcanic terrain is covered in molten lava everywhere. Xian falls into contemplation. It seems that every time I level up, the beast taming space will also change, with more corresponding terrain. A strange object suddenly swoops past with great speed. Yi Ya flaps its wings, creating flames that fly straight ahead. The attack is aimed directly downwards into the water, causing a series of explosions. In response to the attack, the Lin Yu in the water angrily leaps out of the water. My turn! It sprays a burst of power, shooting water at Yin Ya flying high above. Seeing this, Xian shouts loudly, You green fatty, stop it! Lin Yu trembles, explaining, It's not what you think. Xian doesn't listen and continues to scold. You're partners. You'll be brothers fighting side by side in the future. How can you fight among yourselves? Tears well up in its eyes, looking wronged. Hick, it attacked me first. Yi Ya chimes in. It keeps spraying water, making everything wet. I don't like it. It waves its wings, scattering water droplets, wetting its feathers. Xian understands, and suddenly falls silent. So that's how it is. Lin Ying is practicing its skills according to the plan. Yin Ya doesn't like such an environment. A new idea springs into his head. That works out perfectly. Xian raises his hand towards Lin Yu, creating a mass of water enveloping it. Lin Yu, I'll change you to a bigger place then. No need to feel wronged in this small lake anymore. With that,
Xian teleports to the coastal terrain.
He exclaims in his beast-taming space. I can teleport wherever I want. So convenient. Seeing the scene before its eyes, Lin Yu's heart blossoms. Extremely happy, its eyes widen and sparkle. Without waiting, it dives deep into the water, gradually returning to its original, large form. The splash rose from the water's surface, scattering droplets across the lake. Seeing Lin Yu so happy, he felt happy for it too. Constantly shrinking its body must be incredibly uncomfortable for Lin Yu. He glanced at Yin Ya perched on his arm. As for you, restless one, Xian continued teleporting to a volcanic terrain. A notification appeared. Phoenix Blood Flame Wutong, a tree for divine-level spirit beasts to sit on during nirvana, infused with Phoenix bloodline, capable of enhancing fire-based talent. Teleporting to the front of a large tree. The volcano is your home now. Xian walked while observing the surroundings, holding a stone shard from the tree with 2 fingers, looking at it with concern. The fire energy here is abundant, which can quickly replenish the origin that Yi Ya lacks. Yi Ya comfortably found a place with many stone shards, resting its feet up and looking pleased. Seeing its laziness, Xian glared menacingly at Yin Ya. Have you been practicing the skills I told you to? Sensing the murderous aura targeting it, Yin Ya only dared to look silently at Xian, before quickly changing its attitude to appear aloof. I must become a being like the sun, so that a mortal like you can have your eyes open. Seeing its arrogant attitude, Xian pointed forward. Yi Ya, use Yang's flame to smash that boulder. Yi Ya soared into the air, not making Xian wait long, spewing out a large flame, using its wings to propel the flame quickly forward. The power from the attack created a massive explosion, with smoke billowing, revealing a spectacular scene. The boulder, facing such formidable power, immediately broke into small pieces. Yi Ya, ignoring the scene before it, proudly flapped its wings and puffed out its chest. Mortal, have you seen my power? Xian immediately felt angry, his face already creased, but he still forced a smile. Yi Ya, do you need me to teach you a bit? I guarantee, under my guidance, your strength will definitely grow by leaps and bounds. Those eyes remained narrowed, face tilted up. No need. I'm destined to become a being like the sun. Its tail couldn't help but wag back and forth with joy. Xian looked at the stone shard in his hand. Sure enough, I knew this would happen. Am I not able to handle such a small matter? He brought the stone shard closer to it. Yi Ya, do you see what this is? Yi Ya couldn't hide its excitement in front of the item, muttering, King-level essence core. Its feet were already jumping, its wings were flapping strongly, just waiting to rush over and embrace the treasure. Yi Ya rushed over, missing the stone shard. Xian already had intentions, not easily handing over the treasure. Xian's face at this moment was no different from a devil doing something bad. You eagerly want to obtain it, don't you? Yi Ya became trembling, looking with a doubtful expression. Yi Ya, how about we make a bet? It flew up, nodding its head repeatedly in agreement. Okay. Xian smiled and gave a condition. You follow my training method, release the skill. If you find it effective, then I win, otherwise you win. Yin Ya was ecstatic. With this condition, isn't it already certain to win? This human is so foolish. No matter what the result, I just say it's not working, then I'm guaranteed to win. Right? Under Xian's dangerous smile, Yi Ya didn't think much. I agree. After reaching an agreement with Yi Ya, Xian gathered a surge of energy in his hand while patiently explaining to it on his shoulder. Look here, when we release a skill we must condense energy. But it seemed Yin Ya didn't take him seriously. It leaned back, looking bored and observant. He ignored its indifferent attitude, continuing to demonstrate the move while explaining to it. If you can compress the energy, improving the quality of the skill, the destructive power will be stronger. His 2 hands focused energy into the water ball, trying to put as much pressure on it as possible. Yi Ya was puzzled by his bizarre move. It seemed like this was the first time it had seen someone do this. Not giving it a few more seconds to be confused, he used force to bend his body and throw the energy ball straight forward. That burst of energy sped away like a bullet, shooting straight at a large boulder nearby. The explosive power of the ball was so great that the boulder shattered into pieces in an instant. Yin Ya witnessed that terrifying scene and trembled. A small water ball is much stronger than my fireball? It seems it underestimated this beast tamer. Seeing the spirit beast on his shoulder with wide eyes and a sweaty brow, Xian couldn't help but smugly grin. Perhaps 1,000,000 times it wouldn't know that the performance just now had been arranged in advance. He secretly grinned malevolently behind its back. That boulder had just been scorched by Yi Ya at high temperatures, then stimulated by cold water. It would be strange if it didn't explode. But Yin Ya wasn't willing to be outdone.
It immediately learned his move from before, soaring into the air, focusing and condensing a huge fireball from its mouth.
Then it launched that terrifying surge of energy down. Its feet even used force to add power to the fireball that had just been created. The huge cluster of sparks carried a terrifying destructive power, shooting swiftly downwards like a bullet. In just an instant, that roaring power pierced through an entire mountain range. Rocks and soil scattered everywhere. The towering mountain range that was previously magnificent with towering peaks was now desolate, missing both its peak and a circular patch of earth and rock in the shape of the energy ball. The ball traveled so fast that it created terrifying winds that made Xian's hair stand on end. He himself was even more dumbfounded as he witnessed everything from beginning to end. Yet when that energy ball landed, it created a huge explosion that swept away scattered earth and sand, smoke rising in a mushroom cloud like a nuclear explosion. Not to mention, its energy was so great that it lit up an entire area. Witnessing that entire horrifying scene, he couldn't help but exclaim in awe. Yiya's talent is truly high. With just a little guidance, it grasped everything, and its skills have reached the minor accomplishment stage. Though, momentarily stunned, he didn't forget to extend his hand for Yiya to land on. Just a few seconds later, he regained his composure and smiled smugly, showing off the spirit beast on his hand. See the results of today's training? He confidently continued to persuade it. As long as you follow my training methods, I guarantee you'll grow very quickly. With the results so clear, how could the spirit beast bear to refuse this bargain? As expected, Yiya agreed without a second thought, even chirping a couple of times to show its sincere submission. The little spirit beast didn't know it had fallen into a trap, and was still innocently enjoying its new pile of essence cores, paying no attention to how treacherous the beastmaster behind it looked, smugly thinking to himself, "Gotcha!" The scene that greeted Shu An as he stepped into the house was the lively chatter of Xin Yu and Po Tian in the dining room. Recognizing that her brother had returned, Ziyu's eyes lit up even more, and she innocently pointed at him and shouted, "Ah, it's brother!" Po Tian was also startled, and reflexively blurted out, "Brother An." He walked over to Ziyu, gently stroking her head as he asked about the situation at home. "Good, Ziyu. Where are Mom, Dad, and Grandpa?" Behind him, Atufu was as professional as ever, quietly bringing food to his young master. Hearing her brother's question, Xinyu became even more annoyed, puffing out her cheeks and sulkily replying, "They still haven't come back." She seemed very aggrieved, her eyes brimming with tears, and she turned to tug on her brother's sleeve to complain. Witnessing that scene and feeling sorry for himself in the same situation, Po Tian sighed sadly. "My dad hasn't been home for days either." Hearing this, he couldn't help but feel uneasy. If Uncle Yuan hasn't come home either, what happened to Bailin City? While speculating about the situation, he glanced at the system panel. The words Demon Curse Sect's intrigue didn't offer any specific information. Seeing him so lost in thought, his friend hurriedly waved his hand and called out, "Brother An! Brother An!" The food had been brought up, and he bluntly asked his buddy, "Fatty Yuan, why are you here?" Po Tian was confused. Though a bunch of question marks were floating above his head, he still answered honestly, "Brother An, today is the opening of school. I came to find you to go to the Beast Taming Academy together." He scratched his head and muttered to himself, "Opening of school? That's right, I'm still a student." Po Tian was even more puzzled. "Brother An, don't tell me you forgot about the opening of school too?" To be honest, he was almost speechless with this guy. Shu An quickly arranged his plans in his head, then waved for Ah Fu to come over and give the order. "Ah Fu, prepare the car." The servant respectfully accepted the order. "Yes, young master." The magnificent scenery of the bustling city in the background appeared against the clear blue sky. Nearby, a young woman had been waiting outside the car since earlier. Seeing him approach, Ji Yu Bai respectfully greeted him. "Long time no see, Lord Zhao An." Her beautiful face, shoulder-length cyan hair, and sparkling amethyst eyes made his heart flutter. The scene before him seemed to be tinted with a layer of pink. So captivatingly beautiful. He shyly scratched his head and asked the girl before him, "Ji Yu Bai, how is life in Bailin City treating you?" She blushed, her cheeks flushed red, and coyly smoothed her hair as she replied, "Thanks to your help, I'm doing very well in Bailin City." The blue Rolls-Royce sped down the street, and soon arrived at the Beast Taming Academy. Shu An and Po Tian walked down the hallway toward the classroom, followed silently by Ji Yu Bai. He couldn't help but wonder, whispering to Zinan while cautiously looking back, "Brother An, who is that young lady behind us? I've never seen her before." Even at the classroom door, he kept nagging, "Brother An, there are many people from subordinate cities in the class. Wait for me later." As soon as the two entered, the atmosphere became strangely silent, and everyone turned to stare at him. A group of green-haired and red-haired people showed their disgust, Tesk, their eyes looking down on him as if he were an enemy. Another group clamored like fans meeting an idol, constantly saying, "Hello, young Master Bai. Young Master Xiao An, Brother An. Witnessing this scene, he was speechless, and sighed in his heart. A bunch of kids not trying to cultivate, but forming cliques here. Po Tian's nerves were still on edge as he looked around, nagging. You're the top freshman from our main city. You can't let them bully you. Surrounded by a crowd of people, Shu An reluctantly greeted them politely. Hello everyone. He seriously looked for a way to escape this awkward situation. It seems that after today, I must discuss with Grandpa about preparing to temporarily suspend school. Upon further consideration, he realized that something was wrong. Here, the training environment of the school is far less effective than desperately fighting outside, and images of wild survival in nature flashed in his mind. In a corner at the back of the classroom, there was someone who had been silently observing the lively crowd from beginning to end. That person was Io Tian, with an sulfur monosulfide grade dark affinity talent, a non-entry-level realm, and no contracted pet. Behind him were a person with an S-grade talent and one with an A-grade talent. A mushroom-headed guy whispered in his ear, Brother Long, it seems like he's the leader of the main city side. Want to probe him a bit? Surely those nobles relied on connections to get in. He looks like a pushover at first glance. Hearing this, Io Tian's anger flared up, startling the S-grade and A-grade behind him. Sensing an invisible fire burning, he turned to immediately see Io Tian, burning with rage. He smiled wickedly when Jiu Bai was also startled. Oh? Probe me? The two faced each other, staring intently, the air around them thick with the smell of gunpowder. One with fire affinity, one with water affinity, faced off like that. Aoshin was still burning with rage and boundless lust. Xian, on the other hand, was much more relaxed, secretly sizing up his opponent. Not bad talent, he thought, but too bad he doesn't have a spirit beast. He's far behind me. The two glared at each other until Jiu Bai suddenly rushed between them, stunning them both. She stood in front of Xian, mustered all her courage, and scolded the other guy. Stop your unreasonable probing, or don't blame me for being rude. That beautiful face once again stole a young man's heart. Ailtian's heart raced, his legs trembled, and his face flushed red. He scratched his head frantically, apologizing repeatedly. Sorry, big bro. The two behind him were dumbfounded and asked, Big bro, what are you? He just surrendered. Suddenly, a girl's booming voice echoed from outside the classroom. Xian, you haven't forgotten what you promised me before, have you? Tianyu stood arrogantly at the door, challenging. Fight me! Xian, feeling like he struck gold, secretly rejoiced. Little Phoenix came at just the right time. Let's have a fight to open these youngsters' eyes so they won't focus on internal strife. He glanced at the chaotic scene in the classroom. He cheerfully put his hands in his pockets, accepting the challenge. I agree. He then happily suggested to Little Phoenix, let's use the school's arena. You don't have any objections, right? Tianyu was even more fired up. Of course not. She crossed her arms, confidently muttering to herself. I've been training hard for 2 months, just for this moment. She looked directly into Xian's eyes and urged, then let's go. He silently smiled and agreed. Behind them, a crowd of spectators was already drooling for gossip. They discussed excitedly. Some were surprised. Young Master Bai and young Miss Phoenix are actually going to fight, and it's a spirit beast battle. Others were eager. That's right, let's hurry over there to get a spot. Some impatiently urged, this battle is rare, let's go watch. The two behind Aoshin also buzzed with conversation. The dark-haired one spoke first. Those two seem to have a grudge, the blonde added. And they want to have a spirit beast battle too. This is an opportunity for us to understand the strength of the students at Balin City. Aoshin also nodded. That's right, let's go see it. The dazzling sunlight illuminated the bustling scene in the arena. 2 figures stood in the middle of the vast arena, preparing to begin their battle. Xian waved to his opponent. Let's just start. Little Phoenix, I don't want to drag this out. She also confidently declared, hands on her hips. Good. I'll completely defeat you in front of everyone so others will know my strength. She began to focus her energy, creating a blazing red fireball. Then she summoned her spirit beast. Fiery red wings sprouted from her back, making the scene even more dazzling. A purple phoenix appeared, its eyes flashing with a light that made everyone fear. The system quickly displayed information about it. Species: Scarlet Fire Hongguan. Realm: Black Iron Initial Stage. Talent: Prominent Voice Teacher Level 4 Spirit Initial Stage. Skill: Phoenix Cry World Shocking Entry Level. Extinguish Smoke Impact Blue Proficiency. Before Birth Fire Blue Proficiency. Introduction: A bird from the primordial world, rumored to have the bloodline of the phoenix, capable of unleashing the phoenix's power, causing enemies to feel fear. The scene with fiery wings combined with the dazzling sunlight made him sweat. He raised his hand to shield his eyes while sighing inwardly. Why is it a bird? Unexpectedly, it's a spirit beast from the primordial world, and can even grow to the purple star level. Tianyu in the air worked even harder to spread her fiery wings.
Seeing this, Xian couldn't help but feel pleased. He smirked. A bit interesting. It seems the Phoenix family has quite a few secrets, and she's very confident. She taunted her opponent with a sour tone. Zikan, don't you find my spirit beast very unfamiliar? She looked down even more arrogantly, continuing to boast as if looking at something ordinary. You've never seen my spirit beast before, have you? Do you need me to tell you its name? He was unfazed, calmly propping his chin up as he analyzed. The Phoenix family's abilities aren't bad. They were unexpectedly able to help her contract with a Hongwan that isn't available in the Myriad Nest secret realm. Then he looked up, flashed a bright smile, and delivered a blunt conclusion. But the outcome of this battle won't change at all. She was briefly surprised that her opponent could quickly see through her, unexpectedly able to see through Hongwan's identity. Xian further provoked the fiery person. Little Phoenix, hurry up and attack. I'm afraid if I directly summon my spirit beast, you won't have a chance. Naturally, Tianyu was even angrier, shouting straight at his face. Damn you, you're too arrogant. She ordered the Phoenix to swoop down, firing a cluster of fireballs. He couldn't help but sigh. Again, this move, he whistled softly, dodging the huge, scorching cluster of fireballs. The Phoenix hissed again, gathering energy, then suddenly fired the fireball down from behind him. He turned his head and groaned. As expected, this moved from behind. Oof! A huge fireball crashed down, engulfing Xian, not allowing him to escape. The audience in the stands couldn't help but be surprised amidst the fiery scene. Only Aoshin remained calm. Did they already determine the winner so quickly? Tianyu looked triumphantly at her opponent trapped in the fireball. Then suddenly, a leisurely hand reached out. He gently flicked away the flames around him, continuing to provoke. Is that all you've got? Hurry up and use your strongest move. She was so shocked she broke out in a cold sweat. What? She really couldn't accept the scene before her. And the audience continued to stir. They're both freshmen, but that girl has already mastered beast taming so skillfully, while others are protesting. Didn't you see that young man? Unexpectedly, he used only his bare hands to block the spirit beast's skill. Xiao Guobai was even more excited and proud. Xiao An Xiao Yi, so cool. She cursed inwardly. Damn it! Then she quickly decided to make her final move. Hongwei Ziyu Luan, use that move. She soared into the sky, transferring energy to the Phoenix, helping it accumulate a massive sound wave. With a bang, the entire arena shook, and the sound wave created giant gusts of wind. The spectators, busybodies all, hurriedly covered their ears to protect themselves. Zikla An created shields around himself, defending, trying to withstand the formidable sound wave. He gritted his teeth and resisted, which surprised and worried everyone in the audience. Tianyu pressed her advantage, ordering the Phoenix to continue attacking. Hurry, he's about to faint. Teach him a lesson. He stepped out of the shield, provoking with a few words. I didn't expect this skill could pierce through the protective barrier. The Phoenix lunged at him like a tiger pouncing on its prey. Xian quickly summoned his own spirit beast. Bai Yingju Linyu, come forth. A giant whale suddenly emerged into the air. Its mouth alone was bigger than several hundred phoenixes. Although the Hongwei Ziyu Luan wasn't ordinary, seeing such a colossal opponent, it couldn't help but tremble like a leaf. The arrogant whale flicked its tail, and the majestic phoenix was sent flying. It crashed down right next to Tianyu. The proud phoenix that she always boasted about had failed miserably right before her eyes, while Xian and his spirit beast victoriously and coldly looked down at the scene of devastation. Amidst the swirling dust, she collapsed, trying to hold back tears, raising her head high. I concede. Xian turned his gaze towards her and said, Xiao Feng, haven't you forgotten something? Her whole body trembled, her eyes filled with anger. You. She looked worried, beads of sweat rolling down her cheek. The winner takes all. The loser is nothing. What do you want from me? Just say it. Xin Hand smirked, leaned close to her ear, and whispered something that made her freeze instantly. Tianyu was startled. Her cheeks flushed red as if she was about to cry, and she shouted, Just you wait. Xian chuckled, raised his hand and waved. No more good show to watch. Everyone disperse. Suddenly, all the tall buildings around shook. Xian put his hands in his pockets, frowning slightly. Everyone panicked. What's going on? What's happening? Everyone screamed in horror. An earthquake! Just as he looked up, something from above crashed straight down to the ground. Rocks and dust flew everywhere. Xian froze, unable to react. Bai Shi and Bai Ji appeared, raising their hands in front of Zongchao, creating a barrier to block the rocks falling from above. They stood beside him, protecting Xian. He frowned and looked up. Bai Shi urged. Zi An Xiao Yi, this place is very dangerous. Bai Ji added. Please return to the main mansion quickly. He looked at them and asked, Bai Zi, what's going on? Bai Zi replied, I'm not sure either. The buildings began to collapse,
and rocks flew everywhere. Seeing such a scene, a thought arose in his mind.
I have a very bad feeling about this. Thick smoke billowed up. At the same time, in the sky above Bailin City, spaceships appeared,
filling the sky. A purple ship with a spider logo flew in the sky. Inside were terrorists with red and yellow hair, and monsters piloting the ship. She yelled, "Why haven't the people inside finished setting up the defense positions yet?"
The blonde advanced to report to her.
Number 2 just sent a message saying they were held up a bit due to the earthquake.
She looked at the system displayed on the screen, and shouted out in satisfaction, "Great! The earthquake came at just the right time." She ordered the blonde, "Prepare to receive the inferno blaze." The blonde respectfully replied,
"Understood." The roads in the city are tangled with power lines, and buildings are collapsing. Zuan, Baiji, and Bai Ruo were traveling together in a vehicle. Zuan looked outside, his face worried as he wondered, "Eye of heavenly revelation? What happened?" A blue eye emitted mysterious blue rays. The system displayed a notification. "You are searching for the cause of the earthquake in Bailin City. Received a heavenly Tao revelation. 2 planets are colliding."
The system's illustration said, "The worlds are close to each other, causing spatial boundary conflicts, which in turn cause a chain reaction, resulting in shaking and roaring." Zuan froze, frowning. "What? Conflict between 2 worlds?"
He raised his hand to his chin, his gaze hazy. "What will happen when 2 secret realm worlds merge?"
He delved deeper into his subconscious, standing and looking at the Eye of Heavenly Revelation, and said,
"You are searching for the Wanchu Chao world and an unnamed world. Receiving a heavenly Tao revelation." On the screen, the system displayed buildings shaking and fragments colliding with the planet. 3 months before the 2 worlds merge,
some areas of the Wanchu Chao secret realm world have experienced varying degrees of tremors and roars of giant beasts. 3 months later, the world conflict will subside, forming a spatial rift. The 2 worlds will begin to merge.
1 year later, the Wanchu Chao secret realm world and the unnamed world will completely merge, forming a high-level secret realm world. He smirked, his eyes full of calculation. This is not a bad thing at all, but rather a good thing. Zuan was on the highway when he heard loud explosions, and some buildings were already on fire.
The fire spread,
tearing apart the protective shield.
Zuan looked outside, his eyes thoughtful.
The protective barrier of Bailin City has disappeared. Did someone break the shield? Terrorist airships bombed and destroyed the protective shield, and buildings blazed fiercely.
The terrorist laughed gleefully, instructing her subordinates.
"Excellent. Begin the operation."
She kicked the giant spiders out with her feet.
They fell from the sky, one after another like balls. A series were dropped from the flying saucer, covering the sky. Xian's car was driving on the road. Suddenly, a cry went out. "Danger!" Xian heard the voice, frowned, and widened his eyes. "Warning! Warning!"
He quickly spoke, ordering the 2 people next to him.
"Baiji, Bai Ruo, quickly activate the defense."
As soon as he finished speaking, the car was surrounded by a protective barrier.
The place where the spider fell exploded, and white smoke mixed with a bit of green rose. The atmosphere was tense above. At the City Lord's office operations room, they were observing, directing, and issuing announcements.
"Emergency situation! Emergency situation!"
Bailin City has entered a level 1 war alert. A soldier hurriedly ran in to report to Jingcheng. Bailin City experienced an earthquake above level 8. The detailed cause has not yet been investigated. He frantically recounted what had happened in the city.
The shield's energy core was bombed and severely damaged by the demon spider sect.
The city defense forces are resisting the invasion of fierce beasts. The situation is very critical.
Jingcheng was not panicked when he heard this, but instead calmly ordered, "Send people to repair the central energy core, and dispatch all the beast tamers in the city to help defend the city."
His voice rang out sternly. "Public Security Bureau. All personnel of the City Lord's office, quickly go to earthquake relief work." The soldiers immediately executed the order.
"Understood."
City Lord Jingcheng's face darkened. The demon spider sect has always been lurking. Is their appearance at this time related to them? The deputy city lord next to him laughed loudly when he heard those words. "Lao Bai, you're thinking too much. How could that insignificant gang, the demon spider sect, cause an earthquake? It's just a coincidence." Suddenly, the monitoring screen broadcasted an urgent announcement from the patrol soldiers. "Awakened representatives are under attack. Please send reinforcements."
Jing slammed the table and stood up, saying, "It's over. The demon spider sect's goal is to destroy the awakened representatives, cutting off the foundation of our Bailin City."
He said sternly, "Issue the order. Hurry up. Quickly go reinforce the awakened representatives. Lao Wu can't hold on for long." Inside the city, explosions rang out, and Zuan's figure appeared. He was standing silently next to the car. Baiji walked over to inspect, looked at the condition of the car, and said, Young master, this car is completely broken. She couldn't fix it, so she had to inform Zuan. We may have to walk.
Suddenly, a massive explosion rocked the area, engulfing everything in dust and smoke. Xian looked towards the center of the blast, shocked. That direction. He was startled to see that the attack was focused on the city's most important location.
Someone is attacking the awakened representative. While Xian was still worried, a plane suddenly flew overhead. As the plane approached, a notification flashed in his eyes. Ma-Chu sect! Xian exclaimed in surprise. Ma-Chu sect? Bai Ji next to him angrily said, "Those lunatics." Multiple planes headed towards the awakened representative's building, where flames and smoke were billowing. Inside the plane, a terrorist said, "Looks like the time has come." Below, patrol soldiers were trying to put out the fire. One of them shouted, "Put out the fire first! There are still injured personnel over there!" But at the same time, something was flying through the sky. As their shadows fell over a patrol soldier, he was utterly shocked, because something was falling from the sky. They landed, kicking up dust and smoke. From within, a hand reached out. A series of spiders appeared as the smoke gradually cleared. The patrol soldiers were terrified by the sight. "We're done for! It's the Miao Ying Ghostface spiders." The Miao Ying Ghostface spiders quickly attacked. They swiftly broke through the soldiers' encirclement, causing them to retreat in fear, only able to shout, "Cover me! Fall back!" Hearing the commotion outside, Xinghan wondered, "What's going on outside?" At that moment, the soldier beside him immediately contacted the outside.
"Demon activity calling for monster activity! Demon activity calling for monster activity! Please respond if received, please." But before he could get a response from outside, the door suddenly began to be hit repeatedly. Seeing this, Xinghan immediately ordered, "Get ready."
The door is being impacted by something. It's about to give way. Wrong Zhen. This made Xinghan's face darken. Suddenly, the door exploded open, and the Miao Ying ghost face spiders rushed in. Before the soldiers could recover, the Miao Ying ghost face spiders immediately attacked.
Xinghan realized that armor was ineffective against those Miao Ying ghost face spiders. He immediately used his pet.
A Qilin appeared as he shouted, "Camp release!" Xinghan ordered, "All soldiers, form a shield wall." Instantly, a series of soldiers rushed forward, holding their shields up in front of him. The shields connected one after another, forming a defensive line. At this moment, Xinghan used his ability. Guardian Starstone. Boulders appeared instantly, covering the front of the shields. A sturdy stone wall appeared after Xinghan shouted, "Core defense, support!" After creating a solid defense, he quietly instructed the soldiers, "Be careful later. Don't risk your lives too much. Just buy time." Xinghan sighed. "It's been so many years. No one has touched the awakened representative. Can't they let me retire in peace?" Behind the stone wall, Xinghan shouted, "For the temple!" Outside, the Miao Ying Ghostface spiders were not to be outdone. They acted immediately. They accelerated, rushing forward. The terrifying screech of wheels echoed throughout the space. The Miao Ying Ghostface spiders accelerated like arrows towards the front. The violent collision caused the defense erected by Xinghan to shake, and white smoke billowed. Behind the defensive wall, Xinghan remained calm, his deep voice reassuring the soldiers. "Everyone, don't worry, it won't break through for a while." But on the outside, the wall had already begun to crack. Through the crack, a portion of the shield inside was revealed. Seizing the opportunity, it launched silk towards the shield. The silk wrapped tightly, clinging as if wanting to become one with the shield. And then it yanked hard. The soldier holding the shield lost his balance, was pulled along, and fainted instantly, creating a large gap. Seeing this, Xinghan's face paled, and an idea flashed in his mind. "We're done for." Immediately, the swarm of ghost-faced shadow spiders rushed in like a raging flood. They shattered the solid defensive wall that Xinghan had painstakingly built, turning it into a pile of rubble in an instant. Xinghan's expression hardened, his eyes icy. He shouted loudly, "Concentrate fire! Suppress them!" Gunfire rang out like a torrential storm, soldiers counterattacking fiercely, bullets flying everywhere, lightning flashing across the battle line. But the ghost-faced shadow spiders were unbelievably fast. Their spider legs scurried like phantoms, weaving and dodging each bullet with ease. Witnessing this, Xinghan was stunned, thinking to himself, "They're too fast." Suddenly, a ghost-faced shadow spider appeared right in front of him, so close that he almost couldn't react in time. But Xinghan didn't panic at all. On the contrary, his eyes lit up, as if he had been waiting for this moment for a long time. He shouted, "Now!" As soon as the spear in his hand touched the ground, the earth shook violently. From the ground, sharp rocks shot up like wolf fangs. These rocks impaled the bodies of the ghost-faced shadow spiders. Xinghan breathed a sigh of relief. His grip on the spear loosened slightly, his face full of fatigue, thinking to himself, "Finally, it's somewhat quiet." But in his heart, he couldn't help but complain. Why hasn't Lao Bai arrived yet? I've already played my last card. Suddenly, from the body of the giant spider, a figure silently appeared. Everyone was stunned. Even Xinghan's eyes widened in surprise. It was the terrorist. She just crawled out of the body of the ghost-faced shadow spider like that. Xinghan immediately shouted, "There's someone inside the spider!" Before anyone could react, the terrorist and her accomplices immediately brought cannons into the battle. Her voice boomed like thunder across the battlefield, screeching with hatred. "The demons have invaded our world! Suffer the punishment!" With that, she waved her hand, and a cannonball fired from the cannon attached to her arm, screaming through the air, heading straight for Xinghan. A deafening explosion rang out, the force throwing the soldiers off their feet. But he remained standing. In that moment of life and death, he had managed to activate his ability. A shield appeared, blocking the shockwave from the explosion. Taking advantage of the smoke that was engulfing the area, the terrorist and her accomplices acted. They exploited the moment when the soldiers were still dazed after the explosion and launched a furious assault. But the defensive line didn't give in easily. The remaining soldiers immediately opened fire in retaliation. Bullets rained down like torrents on the ground. Through the smoke, the terrorist suddenly appeared right in front of the defensive formation. She roared, "You're tired of living!" At that instant, a spear came hurtling. Xinghan appeared, the spear in his hand suddenly transforming into a sturdy shield. Instantly, he blocked the powerful attack from her. Seeing this, she quickly jumped back. Xinghan looked back at the soldiers behind him. He shouted loudly, "If you're still alive, quickly move the wounded back." At this time, Xinghan's expression was serious. He lowered his head and whispered to his pet, "We can only rely on us here." As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his head, his eyes stern. The surrounding space trembled, and huge rocks seemed to grow out of thin air, swirling in the air right after he yelled, "Azure Space Crystal!" They shot towards the terrorist at breakneck speed. In the blink of an eye, those rocks intertwined, gradually forming a ring, surrounding Xinghan and the terrorists. They were shocked, only able to look up at the surrounding walls gradually closing in. A cage made of giant rocks was completed, and in that moment the battlefield was as silent as a held breath. Thanks to this, the troop immediately seized the opportunity to retreat, taking the wounded out of the danger zone. Inside the stone cage, the terrorist still calmly spoke to Xinghan with a sarcastic tone. "Old man, you're just a wage slave, aren't you?" She loudly mocked. "Just a few coins for salary. Why bother risking your life to defend it?" Xinghan wasn't angry, only slightly curled his lips in response, his eyes never leaving the enemies in front of him. "You don't understand, do you? Then I'll order my subordinates. Everyone attack." The blondes continuously rushed forward, attacking relentlessly, swords flashing, and Xinghan and his pet immediately engaged in battle. The two sides fought fiercely. The sound of steel clashing echoed continuously, neither side yielding. Xinghan attacked, and the blonde quickly dodged, and then counterattacked. In the midst of the chaotic battle, the terrorist somehow pulled out a crossbow. The crossbow, glowing with purple light, was aimed directly at him, who was still fighting the blondes. She pulled the trigger, and the powerful arrow shot out. In that instant, Xinghan paused, a premonition of death washing over him. He turned his head and was stunned to see the arrow rushing towards him at an alarming speed. He thought grimly, "This is it!" The Kirlan suddenly roared. A wall of rock rose from the ground, blocking Xinghan's back, stopping the arrow fired by the terrorist. Immediately after, he swung his sword, forcing the blonde to retreat. Not giving her time to react, the Kiflin suddenly appeared behind her. The blonde startled and turned around, but it was too late to dodge. The Kiflin had already flung her into the air, and she crashed down against the wall behind her. Seeing an opening, the spear in Xinghan's hand burst into flames. He swung his hand powerfully. A gust of force tore through the air, knocking the crossbow out of the terrorist's hand. But just then, from behind him, a shadow rushed forward. It was the blonde. This time, she wielded two gleaming scythes. Xinghan remained calm. He summoned a glowing shield, blocking the sudden attack. A resounding crash echoed as her scythes slammed into the shield. Xinghan thought to himself, "That's right, each slash from the blonde only makes him happier. Keep going!" Suddenly, a triumphant smile appeared on his face. "Now's the time!" Instantly, a terrifying power erupted from Xinghan's spear. Xing Zhen Shatter. A massive boulder slammed into the blonde's stomach. She was sent flying back towards the wall near the terrorist. He then said mockingly, "It's been many years, and your Ma Chu sect hasn't changed a bit," he shouted. "As long as I, Xinghan, am here, I will absolutely not allow your Ma Chu sect to enter the core, not even a step." His words enraged the terrorist, as she yelled, "You damned old man, too much talk." She pulled out a sword, covered in green lightning bolts, and with a single slash it destroyed Xinghan's boulder, shocking him. Seeing that scene, his face paled, and he thought to himself, Kun General represents earth, Zun Zhen represents wood. The 5 elements counteract each other. Wood overcomes earth. This is not good.
I'm being suppressed. The Qilin quickly appeared to protect Xinghan. Seeing this, the terrorist quickly dodged. She retreated, and he nodded slightly, whispering, "Thank you, my brother." The Qilin roared, causing a series of rocks to burst from the ground, forming a protective shield. But she wasn't fazed. She launched a series of throwing knives towards Xinghan. A throwing knife landed near his feet, and inside the throwing knife was a bomb. His face paled and he said, "Crap, a deafening explosion." Xinghan leaned on the Qilin, panting, but still struggling to speak. "As long as I don't die, the star crystal wall won't disappear." He was seriously injured, but still struggling to speak. "But I'm afraid that killing the awakened representatives council will lead to a full-scale pursuit." The terrorist interrupted with a sarcastic tone. "Stop trying to act tough." She grabbed Xinghan's collar and pulled him close, mocking him. "An old man like you, we've already investigated everything about you." She leaned close to his ear and growled. "Your beast-taming space has a strong defense, but it also has its limits," she said in a low voice. "We came prepared this time, bringing the Miao Ying ghost-faced spider, specifically to break your space gemstone." As soon as she finished speaking, dull thuds echoed from outside. She sneered. "Listen, they've already started." Outside, the Miao Ying ghost-faced spider was ramming into the stone barrier. Each of its legs dug deep, clawing at the ground, eroding every layer of the solid stone walls. As the giant stone cage was destroyed, Xinghan slumped down, his eyes filled with despair, muttering, "Damn it!" He gritted his teeth and whispered, "Lao Bai, I can't hold on anymore." A terrifying sound echoed from the sky. From the distance, a giant fist descended like a meteor. A huge ape appeared, shattering the stone cage like paper. The terrorist raised his head in alarm. "What?" The ape roared, its fist raised high, ready to strike her head. But at that moment, the Miao Ying ghost-faced spider rushed to block the blow. A figure leaped down from the ape. It was Kui Cheng. He came to Xinghan and called out, "Lao Wu." Helping him up, Kui Cheng asked, "Lao Wu, are you okay?" He replied in a low voice, "Do I look okay to you?" At this time, the ape was overwhelming the Miao Ying ghost-faced spider, and when he heard what Xinghan said, he chided, "Is this really the time to joke around?" Lao Bai and the others. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by him. "They're almost here, right? Too slow." As soon as he finished speaking, a large bird flew over, and Kui Cheng smiled and said, "Look, Lao Bai is here." Xinghan also smiled in response, still as arrogant as ever. At this time, Jing Chong had arrived with his pet beast. In an instant, the divine crane lifted the monster into the air. Seizing the opportunity, Jing Chong hurriedly took the chance and shouted, "Catch it, Lao Feng!" Suddenly, from above, the divine crane released the spider monster. Below, Lao Feng, with a blazing aura, was galloping on his warhorse, immediately receiving the order. With his staff of power, and a Qilin with fire-based power, Lao Feng rushed forward like a knight. He ordered, "Use that move! Fire Qilin!" Lao Feng quickly rushed straight towards the giant spider that was about to land. As soon as he approached the giant spider, Lao Feng used his staff to create a powerful barrier of fire. When everyone had gathered, Jing Chong said with disdain, "The thieves of the Moju sect!" He glared, radiating killing intent, and ordered in a low voice, "Your actions have failed. Surrender immediately." The subordinates were a little flustered and softly called out, "Boss?" Seeing this, the blonde ordered, "Plan B, I'll stop them. You guys listen up." With the strange mask constantly emitting smoke, the blonde terrorist tentatively offered, "Boss, wait, leave this suicidal mission to me." Opening the mask, a delicate face with healthy tanned skin was revealed. She said, "Boss, you still have a younger sister to take care of. I've been alone since I was little, with no relatives and nothing to worry about." Seeing his subordinate quickly jump onto the head of the giant spider, the leader exclaimed, "Oh!" Looking like that, the blonde mask only gently said, "Let me do it this time." Coming here, she threw the gun to her and said, "Catch it." Pensively looking at the gun in her hand for a moment, a gun with a glimmer of power, they and their determination together shouted, "For the Holy Church!" The terrorist quickly regained her composure. She took the opportunity to pull out small balls and said, "I'll cover you." A thick stream of smoke spread out from the bombs. Seeing this, Jing Chong created a shield to protect everyone behind him. But then he realized it was smoke bomb. Looking at the dense fog in front of him, Jing Chong ordered, "Disperse quickly!" At the same time, with his control, he ordered the divine crane to chase after them quickly. Receiving the order, Uncle Henshin immediately pierced through the hazy dust to chase after the spider carrying the blonde-haired masked figure. The terrorists quickly vanished and headed towards the core nucleus. Seeing this, the giant gorilla and Old Feng immediately followed closely behind. The terrorists were no pushovers either. They hopped and skipped through the obstacles. Behind them, the enraged gorilla roared loudly to inform everyone, There are still two here. They're approaching the core nucleus. But from afar, the spider continuously discharged slimy balls. It hit the gorilla in the back, and the fire unicorn soaring in the sky immediately lost its balance. The slime trapped both the gorilla and the fire unicorn, immobilizing them. Following that, Old Feng and the soldier who followed were also covered in the slime. Seeing this, the soldier couldn't help but curse. Damn it. On Hechin's shoulder, Jing Chong thought to himself, I didn't expect this spider's speed to be so fast. In the distance, Old Feng shouted, Old Bai, hurry and chase after them. Leave these spiders to me. At the core nucleus, the two terrorists had arrived. Behind them, Jing Chong had also arrived riding Uncle Henshin. One of the terrorists announced, Boss, he's chasing us here. The spider also arrived, but unfortunately, it was a step too late. The blonde-haired masked figure realized in a panic, Crap! The boss is in danger! At the same time, the gorilla and Old Feng also arrived. The gorilla, Red Unicorn, and Old Feng charged in to finish off this spider for good. The gorilla made the first move, giving the spider demon a slam straight into the ground, sending it flying high into the air. Just then, Old Feng also closed in right above the spider demon, catching it off guard. He immediately delivered a blow from his staff, plunging it straight into the spider's body. The blow caused a part of the spider demon's body to crack open, revealing the terrorist inside. Old Feng's attack pierced through, and the spider slammed straight into the ground, causing it to crack, with dust swirling all around. The demon was now exhausted. Seeing this, Old Feng said, Surrender, little devils, the soldier continued. Your predetermined plan has failed. Faced with this critical situation, the terrorist could only remain silent. At the core nucleus, Hechin landed, causing dust to fly everywhere. Jing Chong stepped down and spoke up. Jiao Moju, you are stubborn and tyrannical, always wanting to be enemies with us. With sharp eyes, Jing Chong raised his wooden staff. The wooden staff immediately turned into a leather whip. Walking slowly, Jing Chong powerfully lashed the whip and said sternly, Death isn't regrettable. His whiplashes caused abrasions and skin tears to appear on the bodies of the two terrorists. At the same time, Jing Chong commanded, Tun Feng Kennen! Hechen quickly charged straight towards the two terrorists like a whirlwind. Seeing this, the two of them immediately drew their weapons to try and retaliate. The terrorist powerfully swung his sword directly at Hechen. Seeing the sword emitting a stream of power in the terrorist's hand, Jing Chong thought to himself, Tunfeng Zhen Lei belongs to the wood element. He was a little worried, and pondered that without a way to suppress the attribute, he had to think of another way. The terrorist also ordered his comrade, I'll cover you, you go get the core nucleus. The two terrorists seized the opportunity and dashed straight towards Jing Chong with the determination to get the core nucleus. They coordinated smoothly. She jumped high, delivering a sword strike straight at Jing Chong, taking the opportunity to help the blonde-haired one get closer to the core nucleus. Jing Chong immediately realized and quickly ordered, Yunyi Hechen, block her. Seeing this, Hechen immediately used his massive body to block the terrorist's path. But suddenly, the blonde-haired one threw his sickle straight up into the air. The sickle got stuck on the ceiling. Just as Henshin stomped down, the blonde-haired terrorist was one step ahead, using the sickle to create a rope to help him pass and avoid the blow. The terrorist went straight forward. As soon as he passed Henshin, he used another sickle and threw it straight forward. The remaining sickle immediately hooked onto the core nucleus. In this way, the blonde-haired terrorist nimbly weaved and advanced straight towards the core nucleus. On Jing Chong's side, he was still fighting fiercely with the terrorist. Glancing back at the situation, Jing Chong's face darkened as he thought, It's over! Upon entering the core, the blonde terrorist quickly approached the energy matrix and skillfully activated its system, causing the core to emit strange blue lights. Seeing the light before him, the blonde terrorist thought excitedly, I've finally waited for this day. Pressing the control panel, he thought to himself, Almost. Then, the blonde terrorist raised his hand, about to press the core's button, and shouted, For the Holy Order! But suddenly his hand trembled and weakened, as if he was struggling to press it. It turned out the blonde terrorist was being strangled by a chain. It turned out that from afar, Jing Chong had used his whip to deal with both of them at once. The blonde terrorist couldn't help but curse. Damn old man. Casting a sharp gaze at them, he growled, It's over. Those invaders who switched scenes on the other side, the white-haired terrorist who was being captured by Lao Feng, claimed that this place was clearly their home. She reproached, You are the invaders. Based on what? And she was hiding a gun in her right hand. She excitedly shouted, Based on what do you say you are the victims? Then, she immediately raised her gun to fire, catching everyone off guard. The shot went straight forward, leaving Lao Feng no time to react, but fortunately, he managed to dodge in time. The bullet continued to hurtle towards the red-haired terrorist who was fighting, and immediately aimed straight at Jing Chong. Faced with this situation where he couldn't advance or retreat, Jing Chong thought, Too fast, I can't dodge.
But then a pair of wings suddenly shielded him. Seeing this, Jing Chong suddenly realized Yuan Yihei blocked it. The bullet with considerable force was fully endured by Crane Immortal. In an instant, Crane Immortal's limbs were destroyed from the inside, as if a strong electric current ran through its body, causing it to convulse.
Seeing this, Jing Chong shouted in shock, "Here!" In an instant, Crane Immortal vanished. Following that, Jing Chong's whip also disappeared. Seeing the situation, he felt uneasy.
It's over! That was also the moment the blonde terrorist was rescued, and the red-haired terrorist also took the opportunity to rush over to assist. After pressing the button, they said to each other, "Success, let's go!" Then both of them quickly escaped. By the time Jing Chong realized it, it was too late. They just left, leaving behind a timed bomb, thereby creating a massive explosion before Jing Chong's eyes. Scene change, the news reported. Yesterday, Bailin City experienced a magnitude 7.8 earthquake. The death toll reached 18,213, and the number of missing people reached 51,235. They announced.
The barrier generator of Bailin City was destroyed by mysterious terrorists, leading to a level 3 monster tide. The soldiers on the front line are trying to resist, the host said.
Terrorists simultaneously launched attacks on representative provinces. City Lord Jing Chong personally led officials from various departments to counterattack the terrorists, the media also reported. At the same time, a member of the terrorists was captured. The current situation is under control. At this point, Xian suddenly thought of his grandfather. The information continued to play. After the attack, City Lord Jing Chong's son, Deputy City Lord Bai Chengji, had something to say about the attack. Along with that, the number of cases and injuries continued to increase, and the doctors kept shouting, "Make way!" Images of Bai Chengji were shown with the statement, "We will definitely be able to get through this tribulation together." But no one here had the mind to watch. The doctors continued to take patients away with words of encouragement. "It's okay, hold on."
Suddenly, a voice came out. "Everyone, our Bailin City has outstanding soldiers serving the people. They are carrying out rescue operations on the front lines. Now, when faced with patients who are soldiers with extremely serious injuries, who may even lose sight in both eyes, the doctors can only encourage."
Hold on. Seeing this, Xian felt a bit of indescribable pity.
Passing by another ward, the same sentence was said.
"Hold on." A way next to him kept reassuring, "The doctor is coming soon."
The person lying on the hospital bed with crisscrossing wounds and legs completely amputated vaguely looked up at his comrade. Seeing this, the person next to him could only hold his hand tightly, and with a glimmer of hope said, "Hold on." Seeing the image of the two hands clasped tightly together, Xian suddenly remembered a memory from his previous life, when a comrade on the battlefield also took his hand like this, and weakly said, "Xian." In the fierce rain of bullets, the heavily injured comrade leaned against the wall and said, "I really didn't expect you would come to save me." Seeing this, Xian worriedly called out, "Captain." The captain, still holding onto his strong image, gave him a confident smile and said, "That damn brat usually looks down on you. I thought you were some heartless bastard." The captain took off his hat, and, to Xian's surprise, placed it on his head, saying,
"What a surprise, huh?" Xian could only remain silent, unable to utter a word. The captain adjusted the hat for him. Along with that came a message. "If you can survive and return, don't forget." But before he could finish, he breathed his last breath before Xian's eyes.
Seeing Xian clench his fist, Bai Shi and Bai Jihe called out anxiously, "Young master!"
Bai Shi approached him, asking, "Are you all right?" At this moment, Xian's face darkened, looking as if he had just experienced a nightmare. With a pale expression, Xian still tried to answer, I'm fine. In the quiet corridor he spoke up. "Everyone, don't say anything along the way." Xian wondered, "What happened to Grandpa?" Just then, the door to the hospital room opened, and a voice called out, "Xian." In the large, white hospital room, guarded by Lao Feng, and with the presence of Kui Cheng and Xian's mother, everyone looked incredibly troubled. Xian's mother stammered, "Xian, your grandpa." Behind them, Jing Chong, with a missing arm and covered in wounds, suddenly removed his oxygen mask and spoke. "Is that Xian?" He said to everyone. "Everyone, please go out first. I'm all right now. I have something to say to Xian." In the room, only the two grandsons remained. Jing Chong asked worriedly, "Xian, are you hurt?" Seeing this, Xian sat down beside him and replied politely, "I'm fine, Grandpa." Looking at the aftermath of the battle on Jing Chong's body, Xian said worriedly, but he raised his sleeve. Jing Chong said casually, "This? It's nothing much." But then he added sternly, "Compared to this arm of mine, what I'm about to say is much more serious." Seeing this, Xian was very worried. He thought, Grandpa is a diamond-level expert, and he's so tense. This is the first time I've seen this. Jing Chong asked Xian, do you know anything about the Ma Chu sect? Hearing this, Xian replied, I only know they are a terrorist organization of heretical believers from other races. Jing Chong explained, that's right. Before this happened, their actions were only dispatching silver-level spirit masters. But this time, from the fact that they can spiritualize objects, it can be seen that the Ma Chu believers in this incident are all diamond level. He recounted, moreover, compared to the previous attacks, this time is clearly more confrontational. Their plan has already moved ahead of us. In the quiet hospital room, Xianan speculated, this earthquake is also part of their plan. At this point, Jing Chong couldn't hold on any longer and had to put on his oxygen mask. He said, not exactly, it's a more serious situation. At the same time, an announcement appeared. Jing Chong knew that a mystic realm was approaching the Myriad Nest world, believing that the Myriad Nest world was about to be destroyed. Placing his hand on Jing Chong's remaining thin hands, Xian replied, my super intuition tells me that the Myriad Nest mystic realm will not be destroyed. It is merging with another mystic realm. Hearing this, Jing Chong asked with some surprise, are you sure what you're saying is true? Xing'an immediately affirmed, it's true, that's the image I foresaw. The two worlds are merging, that's why the earthquake is happening. Seeing this, Jing Chong said with some relief, that's good then. Suddenly, Jing Chong told Xing'an, actually, I come from the Bai family of the primordial planet. Causing Xian to exclaim in surprise, huh? For Xian, this truth came too suddenly. A thought flashed through his mind. The primordial planet? Jing Chong recounted. When I was on the primordial planet, I was chosen by the Bai family head. But at that time, I was arrogant and conceited, looking down on everyone, he said. Afterwards, I made a mistake and was expelled from the Bai family. Jing Chong added, finally, I was exiled to the Myriad Nest mystic realm. But they still gave me a second chance. Jing Chong recounted the story. As long as I kill the maternal ring spirit beast and seize the crimson purple, I can return to the primordial planet. He thought I was too hasty, underestimated the strength of the fierce beast, and snatched the crimson purple lance, the golden patterned fish, suffering a crushing defeat. My origin was damaged, and I could no longer advance. Recalling the scene when He Shen was defeated, Jing Chong said in a deep voice, now my phoenix crown cloudwing crane is also dead. He sadly believed that he had no hope of reaching the crimson purple level in this lifetime. Seeing this, Xian stepped forward, affirming that he definitely still had a chance, but Jing Chong only replied, son, you don't understand. He placed his hand on Xian's shoulder, entrusting him with responsibility. Now you are the future of the Bai family. Didn't you once say you would become the strongest spirit master? Jing Chong suggested. Then go to the primordial planet, causing Xian to be a little surprised. He glared, saying seriously, participate in the mystic realm selection in 1 year. As long as you achieve the top 10, you can go to the primordial planet. Only on the primordial planet will you have the opportunity to become the strongest spirit master. He tremblingly gripped his shoulder, showing his determination and entrusting responsibility. Seeing this, Xian took his hand and called out, Grandpa. Chuckling at the necklace, Jing Chong said, I know you have great talent and ambition. The Bai family's resources will fully support you. He handed Xin An a card and instructed, the resources in the treasure vault, if you use them sparingly, should be enough for you to advance to the diamond level. Jing Chong also reminded him. But Xian, don't be like your grandpa when he was young. He paused, the image of the former captain appearing faintly on Jing Chong's face. He smiled heartily and emphasized one thing. The most important thing in this world is the connection between people. Seeing this, Xian was stunned, thinking of the captain. He took the ring and replied, yes, Grandpa. Scene changed to the Bai family's private residence. Ziyu sat on the doorstep, worriedly asking, is second brother sick like Grandpa? Why hasn't he come home yet? Seeing this, the two maids immediately reassured her. It's okay, Xinyu, young Master Xian will be fine. Suddenly, Xian pushed open the door, holding the pendant in his hand. He was a little pensive, inevitably recalling the saying about the connection between people. As soon as she saw him, Ziyu rushed over and shouted, second brother! The little girl frantically pounced on Xian, catching him off guard. In an instant, Xinyu was clinging to Xian's head, causing him to lose his balance. Seeing this, Bai Jihe, Bai Shuo, and the two maids were speechless at the little girl's mischievousness. Xinyu then said, second brother is finally back. The little girl worriedly asked, second brother, are you okay? Seeing his adorable little sister in his arms, Xian said to himself, I have such a lovely family in this world. I must cherish it. He affectionately patted Xingyu's head and replied, I'm fine. Recalling the past, Xing'an thought to himself, having experienced the process of death in my previous life, I've always feared weakness. which is why I wanted to become the strongest beastmaster. He realized that now he understood something more important than anything else. He remembered the small family that reached out to pull him out of the mud. Xian thought, it's the connection with loved ones. Scene changed to a room. Xian was preparing something. Holding his grandfather's necklace, he put on an extremely handsome outfit, took out the box containing a purple stone, the letter, and the pendant inside. Xian instructed, Ziyu, Mom and Dad will be back soon. Can you help me give this box to them? Hearing this, Ziyu obediently agreed. Yes, I will. Xian gently patted his sister's head and instructed, second brother has important business to attend to. Be a good girl at home and listen, okay? Jiyu Bai then stepped forward, shyly calling out, young master, Xian. He looked at her and smiled gently. Jiyu Bai, are you ready to take a risk with me? Jiyu Bai replied with embarrassment. Wherever young master goes, I will follow. He walked beside her and asked, Jiyu Bai, aren't you afraid? Jiyu Bai confidently declared, with young master Xian here, I'm not afraid. Xian turned to look at her. Can you please not call me young master? Jiyu Bai immediately replied, yes, Xian young master. They had arrived at an unfinished building. Jiyu Bai turned to look at him and asked, Xian, have you thought about where to go? Xian looked at the space in front of him and replied, I haven't thought of a specific location yet. He also had his own goal in mind. This time, he was going out mainly to advance his strength and to collect some materials. Then, he opened the system panel. I'll check some information first. He seriously asked the all-seeing eye of Genesis, how can I heal Grandpa's severed arm? The system then produced a tube of medicine, water of life. In Xian's mind, he was thinking about the dragon. How can I treat Grandpa's crimson-eyed gold-lined fish pet? The system then displayed spirit-nurturing celestial water. Xingcheng's crimson-eyed gold-lined fish's origin is damaged, requiring spirit-nurturing celestial water. Spirit-nurturing celestial water is a spirit-tier material containing 4 shocking water elemental systems, extremely beneficial for water-type spirit beasts. He gently touched a system panel. Water of life. Spirit-nurturing celestial water. Suddenly, something startled Xian. What? The system then gave an undesirable result. Water of life? Search result 5.5 luck. Spirit-nurturing celestial water. No such item found. He was still talking to himself. There's still information on the water of life, but the spirit-nurturing celestial water is completely missing. Xian used his divine sense to speak to the eye. How should the core of the awakening hall be repaired? A device being encrypted appeared. The current Genesis Spirit Awakening Hall device cannot be repaired. He recalled the egg he left behind. After the battle, Grandpa clearly lost faith. I left the Thunderwing Eagle Egg and the purple star-level evolution path precisely to give him some hope, hoping that it could truly save Bailin City, which is still on the original planet. He was also confused and asked himself, what should I do? Now, the clue to the spirit-nurturing celestial water has also been cut off. Where should I go now? His whole body trembled as he looked at his arm. What? I can't move my body? Xian stared silently at the hand on his shoulder. The eye of God could actually point to a spot on the system panel. Arriving here, Jiyu Bai also realized something. Xian, did you find something? But he still seemed confused. Let's get out of the city first. The east gate is closest to here. Let's leave the city from there. But she expressed her worry. Do we need to cross the wilderness? I have a bad feeling. He immediately smiled to reassure her. We are both beast tamers. There's nothing to be afraid of. Moreover, we can hitch a ride with an exploration team. The two of them continued walking on the broken road. Exploration team? What are they? They are mercenaries who go outside the city to explore the wilderness. The sky above was still blue. Cars were packed on the road. East Gate. Everyone please cooperate with the inspection. Line up in order to leave the city. The scene before him startled him. This, he pointed ahead. There are so many people. Jiyu Bai, your premonition was right. But at this moment, a car rushed over. He hurriedly pulled Jiyu Bai away. Careful! They managed to jump away just as the car crashed by. The driver managed to stop the car. The two of them looked awkwardly at their clasped hands. Xian turned away, embarrassed. Are you all right? Jiyu Bai, she didn't dare to look at him directly either. I'm fine. She looked at the scene before her in surprise. The monster tide just receded. Why are so many people leaving the city? He looked straight ahead and began to analyze. Probably some wealthy people feel that Bailin City is doomed, so they want to take this opportunity to escape, but they don't have the strength to survive in the wilderness themselves, so they can only hire exploration teams to protect them. Ahead of them was a convoy of vehicles. When a wealthy person hires a team, there will naturally be many people. The East City Gate was an extremely vast space. A girl from the military stepped out and warned, "Pay attention to defending against beast attacks. Pay attention to the inspection of vehicles leaving the city. Keep the military vehicle lane clear."
He watched the very serious girl. "All personnel leaving the city, please discard all weapons and equipment, and present your personal information for inspection."
A police dog was also inspecting Xian. The disaster and attack had just happened, and his father didn't order a citywide lockdown and search. Was it to give the outside world a safe illusion? His personal information also appeared on the system. The two of them were walking into a long and narrow corridor. "People leaving the city, please wear protective masks." Xian followed the order and put on his mask. Jiu Bai naturally didn't dare to disobey either. They stepped into a desolate space. Both split up in two directions and ran quickly. Xian was still looking around. He stared at the scene before him. It seems that this defense line has buried countless fierce beasts. Xian was using binoculars to search for his target. Find the exploration team's outpost first. Before Xian was a scene that looked like a scorching cremation ground, but it was also the location he was looking for. Found it! The sky above was still a brilliant blue. They walked past people who were still working. Xian blushed as he walked past the sexy girls. The two of them had arrived at the main tent. He looked ahead and said, "That's the exploration team's outpost. Let's go there." There was a strange, torn flag fluttering in the wind. This must be it. The Red Monkey Mercenaries. At this moment, at the Red Monkey Exploration Team, Feng Ling spoke up. "Lao Duan, look, there are two newbies in front of the door. What do you think?" Lao Duan seemed interested in the two of them, and replied, "They look like good quality." Lao Duan laughed a few times, and then expressed friendliness. "Young friends." His eyes looked at them meaningfully. "Are you two lost?" Feng Ling whistled behind, startling Jiu Bai. Xian looked at them. They don't seem like good people. Xian turned to look at her, thinking to himself, I wonder what switch Jiu Bai flipped after arriving at the Bai family. Her whole body trembled as she watched them approach, constantly drawing attention. Xian's power erupted at this moment. Lao Duan flew past the two of them. "It's so dangerous outside the city. Let uncle protect you." He blocked between them with incredible speed. Lao Duan closed in on Xian. He gently lifted his chin. "Little darling, does our Xian need to use himself like this?" Jiu Bai froze for a few seconds at the sight. Lao Duan seemed very happy to see his expression. "Little treasure is angry?" Xian immediately threw him down. Lao Duan slammed his head straight into the ground. Not only that, he broke his hand. Lao Duan, in unbearable pain, cried out to his teammates, "Feng Lang, help me, he's attacking." At this moment, blue flames engulfed his entire body. "You can try." Feng Lang was terrified by this scene. Such heavy killing intent. The sunlight shone down on the loudspeaker above, and they all looked forward. She said nonchalantly. "Vice Captain, what's the matter? It's so noisy." Vice Captain Qi Ming gently stroked his hair. "What else could it be? The savage beasts are here." Xu Jing immediately checked the system. A thermal scan showed about 200 to 300 of them. A voice boomed from a high platform. "Feng Lang, what's the situation?" He was aiming at some target. "Vice Captain, are you done yet? The situation isn't good." In the distance, a thick cloud of smoke surged forward. Savage beasts on the east side, arriving at the guard post in 5 minutes. Lao Duan was still begging. "I'm telling you, young man, let me go. We're all in this together now. You don't want us to just stand here when the savage beasts attack, do you?" But his face was devoid of emotion. Immediately after, Xian threw his arm away. "Stay away from me." He then called someone. "Quick, call the vice captain. It's chaos outside." From above, someone was emitting flames. "Don't panic," Qi Ming shouted, as if to announce. "It's too late to run back to the city now. Everyone, fight together and wait for reinforcements to survive." Those below seemed not to understand what was happening. Qi Ming, Xian, after observing for a while, couldn't help but praise him inwardly. "Looks like someone understands." He stood there and shouted to everyone. "I am Qi Ming, the silver-ranked beast tamer vice captain of the Red Monkey Exploration Team. Leave the frontal combat to me, but we still need a beast tamer to defend the other side. Who'll do it?" He looked disdainfully at the black iron-ranked people. The capable ones didn't dare to take the risk. At this time, a blonde girl in the crowd spoke. "I'm also silver-ranked." He raised his hand on this side. "I'm taking action first, leaving you speechless." "Huh?" Someone actually snatched it. Brother Zhao stepped forward to everyone's amazement. "Give me some firepower. I guarantee I'll defend it." "Isn't that the young master of the Ming Corporation?" Young Master Ming is already silver-ranked. Qi Ming felt extremely uncomfortable seeing him. A rich kid? Will he be able to do it? He then ordered his subordinates. "Lao Duan, Feng Lang, you two lead some members of the exploration team to get the heavy weapons." The two immediately responded, "Understood." Qi Ming then gave a slogan to encourage them to keep living. Xian also stared at the young man and instructed Ji Ubai, "Follow me later, protect yourself well. This guy will definitely mess things up." The entire space seemed to be burning from the sun. He strode forward proudly and said, "Come out now. Scarlet Fire Monkey, no time to be lazy." The sky was as blue as ever. Those people were working frantically. Alpha is praying with all his might. "Lord, please be with your servant and grant them wisdom, so that your servant may have the courage to overcome this tribulation today." He is focused on the Bible before him, along with a prayer that the souls of the Lord be with all the other brothers. "We humbly accept your word." Brother Jiaru is revving up his mechanical arm, for the Lord's word has the power to save us from the sin of pride. Old Duxian's tight grip on his weapon gives us courage and humility. Ji Yubai looks at everything with worry. "Save us from discouragement, suffering, and weakness." Old Duan, now with his gun shouldered, walks over to him and asks, "Young man, are you also a beastmaster?" He's still staring at Xian, seeing his skilled manner. "Your strength must be pretty good, huh? I feel like you're more capable than that young master over there." Xian's attitude towards him has softened. "So you're not just a muscle-bound simpleton after all?" Old Duan glances at the two of them. "Sharp tongues, huh? Your little girlfriend looks scared." Ji Yubai's entire body is trembling uncontrollably. His pat on the shoulder makes her heart leap. "Ji Yubai, are you all right? Your face is pale." She hesitates, answering, I'm fine. Just a little nervous." Xian looks at her with a very serious expression. "When the dire beasts come later, just stick close to me, and nothing will happen." The two of them stand shoulder to shoulder, waiting. Old Duan has his weapon ready. He shouts loudly, "The dire beasts are coming! Prepare to fight!" The dire beasts are rushing in. A voice from the observation deck calls out, "Don't fire yet, they're almost in our area." Trigger the mines towards the dire beasts. They are also buried themselves in the smoke. Seeing this scene, he can't help but exclaim, "Tuzijing's fireworks are really fierce." The survivors charge forward. Feng Lang spots them through his scope, still quite tenacious. He immediately pulls the trigger. "Taste this!" The dire beast's head immediately explodes. Another bullet leaves the barrel. Another dire beast is taken down. Feng Lang prepares to attack again. "Old Duan, there are a few charging towards you guys." The automatic guns fire non-stop, but the dire beast dodges the bullets. "Little Zijing, I just saw a dire beast digging under your automatic turret." Zijing is furious about this. "You saw it and didn't chase after it. Damn it." Old Duan runs to the automatic gun. "I told you, the barrel of your rotating gun is too small, it's useless." He aims the gun at the enemy. A big barrel is the only truth. Old Duan fires both guns continuously. A series of dire beasts get their heads blown off. Others are climbing the city walls. Xian's expression is very serious. The bronze thieves are about to rush up. Brother Jia bursts out laughingly. "Finally, it's my turn to make a move." Old Duan fires as he commands. "Not yet. Quickly throw down the oil drums." The others hurriedly roll the oil drums away. The dire beasts are blocked by the oil drums. Feng Lang continues to shoot. His target is the oil drums. Burning oil scorches the dire beasts. He can't help but marvel at the scene. "Your adventure team has some skill." Hearing this, Old Duan is smug. "Of course, our Red Hawk's strength is top-ranked in the entire wasteland." The fire makes the dire beasts hesitate. But one different one stands upright. It is displaying its power. Old Duan narrows his eyes, looking at that dire beast. The big boss is coming. Xian immediately calls up the system. Eye of Revelation. The system then gave out information. Race: metal refining, ferocious beast of iron grade. Realm: advanced silver. Talent C grade, missed kill. Advanced silver aptitude. Green and blue combat skills. Blue jagged iron teeth. Green covered iron. A red silver grade appeared. They stared intently at their target. Feng Lang roared at it through the scope. His face was a bit tense. "Lao Duan, we have about 7 or 8 silver grades on our side." He was bewildered at this. 7 or 8? Are you serious? He immediately pointed towards the back. "Brother Rich, whether we can hold the rear depends on you." Brother Rich still had a very confident attitude. "Leave it to me." He also summoned his treasure. "Come on out! Golden horned frog." A giant frog appeared. Race: golden horned frog of the metal system. Realm: intermediate silver. Flexible body, A grade talent. Advanced gold aptitude. Green frog, rapid fire tongue skill. Big blue tongue, blue metallic body. Qi Ming had summoned his combat beast. The surrounding silver grade ferocious beasts were increasing too much. They had to be dealt with first. He ordered, "Qi Huo Hao, Qi Huo Hao, fire fist impact." It raised its fiery fist, and with just one strike, the ferocious beast was decapitated. Another ferocious beast was charging over, and the two sides immediately plunged into battle. They attacked at the same time. Qi Ming standing behind and commanding, "Qi Huo Hao, it's time to use that move." It lightly dodged the enemy's attack, its arm bursting into flames again. Qi Huo Hao struck the ferocious beast repeatedly.
Crimson Lotus Blazing Flame Fist. The ferocious beast's body was no longer intact. After unleashing the flurry of punches, Chi Huo Hao bared its fangs and aggressively announced, "Vice Captain, the military is on its way. Roughly 8 minutes until they arrive." Upon hearing this, his face darkened with a complex look in his eyes. Behind the city wall, everyone was cheering joyfully. Qi Ming turned his head and carefully instructed, "Brothers, just a little more effort." While everyone was extremely excited, suddenly a red light flashed past the head of one of them. The person immediately dropped his gun. The man standing next to him saw this scene. His face turned pale, and he stammered, "Lao Zhang." This person was trembling, not understanding what was happening, when suddenly a tall shadow appeared behind him. This person turned his head and confusedly asked, "What the hell?" At this moment, the thing behind delivered a blow. That red light once again sliced off the man's head, and fragments flew all over the place. On Xian's side, his face was gradually becoming tense. He raised his hand, accumulating energy, preparing to plunge into the battle. Xian's movements were lightning fast. He unleashed powerful attacks. A brilliant blue energy stream powerfully and accurately struck the monster pouncing from above. However, from a distance, many monsters were still eyeing him. He hadn't anticipated this, and thought to himself, "I'm done for." Just as Xian was flustered, huge spider silk suddenly appeared in the air, swooping down and tightly constricting the monster. Xian was a little stunned when he saw this. He raised his hand to shield his head, then he quickly regained his senses. He immediately kneeled down, while raising both hands, concentrating and accumulating energy. Xian flicked his hand towards the monsters, and the energy surrounding him also pounced to attack them. After finishing up, Xian turned to look at the person who had helped him. Seeing a familiar figure, he blurted out, "Ji Yu Bai," then couldn't help but ask, "Has your spider advanced to bronze grade?" The person who had helped Xian just now was Ji Yu Bai. She brushed her hair behind her ear and replied shyly, "I went to buy some materials for it on the black market, so it advanced." Beside her stood a towering purple spider. Race: Lava Spider of the Fire System. Early Bronze Grade Realm. A-Grade Lava Body Talent. Advanced Gold Aptitude. Blue Molten Spider Silk Skill. Green Bamboo Fire Swarm. Xian was so shocked as soon as he saw it that he broke out in a cold sweat, twitching his eyes and thinking to himself, "What kind of luck is this?" The scene shifted to the other side. The city wall and gun barrels were being smashed by the monsters. They were frantically lifting them up and throwing them down until they shattered into pieces of dirt. The scene was now filled with thick white smoke. Lao Duan observed and said to Brother Rich behind him, "The firepower is gone. Quickly send in the spirit beasts to fight." Immediately, Brother Rich pointed forward, ordering the golden horned frog. Jin Jiahua used its big tongue move. It quickly stuck out its huge tongue. The tongue swept across, and the monsters who were caught off guard all fell backward. Xian clenched his fist and placed it on his chest, solemnly vowing to himself, "Everyone is doing their best. I can't be a burden." He immediately waved his hand, summoning Yiya to battle. "Come forth, Yiya!" Yiya swiftly arrived, unleashing 3 sparks like lightning bolts that struck the ground. Xian, witnessing the scene, shouted, "Yiya, don't mess around!" The spark struck the monster precisely, without missing an inch. Enraged, Xian raised his fist and yelled loudly, "I haven't even given a command yet." As soon as he finished speaking, Yiya approached him, its eyes staring intently, assessing him, and arrogantly retorted, "This lord is an incarnation of the sun. Do I need your command?" Hearing this, Xian smacked it on the head without thinking. It landed, a bump forming on its head. On the other side, Ji Yu Bai and the spider were utterly horrified by the scene. Scene changed to another side. Chimin, Chi Huo Hao, and another person were hiding behind cargo containers while the towering monster paced back and forth outside. Chimin recalled the scene of the man being attacked by the monster, his face turning complex. He frowned and gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, "This monster's speed is too fast. I'm no match for it. The most important thing now is to stay calm." Lost in his thoughts, Chikamin turned around to see the person next to him raising a gun. He couldn't help but shout, "Hey, what are you doing?" Ignoring him. Seeing that person about to rush out, Chimin raised his hand to stop him, his voice becoming more urgent. "Hey, out there!" The person gripped the gun tightly, repeatedly pulling the trigger, and exclaimed fiercely, "I'll risk my life fighting you!" And, as expected, the strange monster once again swung its hand, slashing at the person's head. This monster was Chui Tusha. She had a massive form, wearing sharp, glossy black armor with glowing purple strands around her body, dangerous claws on her hands, and in her hand was the head of the man from before. Hiding behind the cargo containers, Chimin's body was silently dripping with sweat. He was constantly thinking in panic, "What kind of monster is this? Could it be a golden rank?" At that moment he received a notification. "Vice Captain, the eastern defense line has been breached.
The savage beasts are entering the camp. Hearing this, he clicked his tongue. Misfortunes never come singly. Qingmin commanded. Feng Lang, provide assistance. Your 6 o'clock direction. Feng Lang quickly responded from that direction. Understood. Feng Lang aimed his gun at the 6 o'clock direction as instructed. That was exactly where the monster was. Chi Huo Hao and Qingmin were crouching behind either side of the containers. He jokingly said, Vice Captain, you have to treat me to a meal. After adjusting his aim, he decided to pull the trigger. The bullet struck Chui Sha in the head, causing her to stagger backward. Seizing the opportunity, Qingmin immediately poked his head out and shouted furiously, Now's the time! Chi Huo Hao also tore off the cloth covering his eye, fire erupting from his left eye, and he gritted his teeth in resentment. He used all his strength to unleash a powerful stream of fire from his left eye, firing it straight ahead, shouting, Flame impact! However, Chui Sha was incredibly agile, flying away to quickly evade the attack. A massive explosion occurred in the construction area, shocking Lao Duan, Feng Lang, and Xian. All three thought the same thing. What was that? Xian immediately turned to Yiya and commanded, Yiya, go provide support there. Yiya obeyed, flapping its wings and flying away without hesitation. Scene change. Right now, the situation on Qingmin's side was extremely dangerous. Chui Sha was advancing step by step towards him. She swung her sharp claws straight ahead, creating terrifying purple flashes. Qingmin quickly created a protective barrier, temporarily safe from Chui Sha's attack. However, her attacks were too fierce, and large cracks began to appear in the barrier. He glanced over and saw Chi Huo Hao still cowering behind him, and he ordered, Chi Huo Hao, you retreat first. Immediately, Chui Sha shattered the barrier, fragments flying everywhere, and she violently grabbed Qingmin by the neck. He was in pain, clutching tightly at her claws with both hands. Yiya arrived just in time. Chui Sha, who was grabbing Qingmin, quickly noticed its appearance. She ruthlessly flung him towards Yiya, but fortunately, Yiya managed to fly away and dodge. On Qingmin's side, Lao Duan also arrived, just in time to catch him. The impact was so strong that it created a huge hole in the wall behind. Lao Duan worriedly asked him, Vice Captain, are you all right? He winced, his face already scratched, and gritted his teeth, replying, I'm fine. But Yiya kept spitting out sparks from above, while below, Chui Sha was creating a purple barrier to block the sparks. Seeing the scene before him, Qingmin continued, If we can't deal with her, we're all going to die. Someone has to hold her back so we have a chance. Qingmin immediately ordered Feng Lang. Feng Lang, the alchemic bullet that Ziling gave you before, now is the time to use it. His face was extremely serious and focused, but his voice still contained a hint of teasing. All right, Vice Captain, 2 meals then. Don't try to skip out on the debt. Saying that, Feng Lang loaded the bullet into the magazine, not forgetting to add, I hope this thing doesn't damage my precious sniper rifle. But the bullet didn't exactly meet his expectations. Its powerful energy shattered the barrel of the gun. He was utterly stunned, muttering to himself, I'm screwed. The bullet and its energy immediately shot straight towards Chui Sha, blocking her entire field of vision. Seeing that his situation was not good, Feng Lang announced, Qingmin, my sniper rifle is broken, only the scope is still usable. At this time, Xian was running over from afar, in front of Lao Duan and Qingmin, who were shielding their eyes and squinting, trying to observe Chui Sha, and he replied, About Zijing's stuff, go find her to talk about it. Kong An quickly stood beside the two. Yin Ya had already landed on his hand, and Lao Duan spoke first. I doubt she can stand up again this time, right? Qi Ming, still focused, immediately retorted, No, look. At this moment, Hammerhead Carr still stood tall as if nothing had happened. She wasn't affected by the bullet and the massive energy at all. Feng Lang on the other side was still continuing to snipe, but the very next second, Hammerhead Carr disappeared from his sights. Feng Lang was astonished to see this. He couldn't help but curse under his breath, Damn it! Turns out Hammerhead Carr had discovered Feng Lang's hiding spot. She shot up like a rocket, claws outstretched, preparing to attack him. Feng Lang was still gripping his rifle tightly. The high-altitude sniper point immediately exploded, the dazzling purple light seemingly tearing the sky. Kong An looked up to observe and couldn't help but be afraid, his eyes wide as if in disbelief. He thought to himself, That's speed, worthy of being a golden rank. Then Hammerhead Carr froze. In her hand was just a tangle of wires, definitely not Feng Lang's head. Hammerhead Carr looked down, and she saw 4 flames of purple, blue, white, and red. Seeing that made her furious. She detonated the entire high-altitude sniper point, causing white smoke to billow around. Below, Xin An was still looking up to observe. Hammerhead Carr seemed to appear and disappear. Just a second ago she was high up, but now she was right behind Kong An. He seemed to sense the presence behind him, his face slightly stiffening.
Hammerhead Carr pounced at Xing'an. She used both hands to grab him, but all she caught was Kong An's shield. He raised his hand and cast a spell, thinking to himself, even the naked eye can hardly keep up with its speed.
Hammerhead Carr used both her head and sharp claws to press hard against the shield. Realizing his shield was about to be pierced, he thought to himself, the shield won't hold for much longer. Finally, just as he had predicted, a second later, the shield was shattered by her sharp claws. She stood gigantic and imposing in front of Xian, who was using his hands to cover his head. At this moment, a light, silky strand was rushing forward. It stuck to Kong An's hip under his bewildered gaze, along with many surrounding fragments. Just as Hammerhead Carr was preparing to attack, Spider Silk pulled him off the ground, successfully protecting Xian. Just like that, Xian closed his eyes tightly and crashed into Ji Bai's chest. Both of them blushed. Xian spoke first. Ji Bai, thank you, no, sorry. Ji Bai also didn't dare to look him directly in the eye. She shyly replied, you're welcome, it's nothing. Then Ji Bai supported Kong An with one hand and raised the other, ordering, Renju Huo, fire the lava. Renju Huo slammed down on the ground, creating glowing cracks. The scene was chaotic, as Hammerhead Carr continuously dodged the attacks from Spider Bamboo Fire. Kong An and Ji Bai watched and sweated, he said tensely. She dodged it again. Could it be that he was recalling the moment Hammerhead Carr dodged the bullet? Clearly the speed is very fast. But it didn't dodge the gun attack. Then he thought of the image of Hammerhead Carr nimbly dodging. But if it's a spiritual energy attack from a spirit beast, it can easily dodge. Then he continued to speculate. Which is to say, it's very likely that it can only sense the fluctuations of spiritual energy and can't sense the optics of physics. Kong An turned his head and called over to the other side. Hey, mercenary group, I've figured out how to deal with it. I need your help. Before Kong An could finish speaking, Lao Duan and Qi Ming were already running for their lives. As soon as Kong An saw this, he yelled, Hey, what are you two doing? Qi Ming said to Lao Duan behind him, Bail! Seeing them like this, Xian could only rely on Ji Bai. Ji Bai, we can only rely on us. She waited for a moment before a person sitting on a spirit beast shouted, Wait, the person who said that was Yingyu. He pushed up his glasses and continued with a smile. Have you guys forgotten about beast tamers of this level? Behind him was the golden-horned frog. He arrogantly ordered, Jin Jiaohua, bodyguard. The golden-horned frog listened to the order and immediately swallowed Yingyu whole under the astonished eyes of the two people beside him. Inside the golden-horned frog, Yingyu stretched his body, and a white light emitted from him, and it also emitted a golden light. The frog became distorted, its face becoming like Yingyu's with his glasses. It braced its hands on the ground. Bodyguard, A-level talent, is a state where one can merge oneself and the spirit beast they have contracted with. Attributes will increase, and new skills can be used. Witnessing that scene, Kong An rested his chin and thought, although it's a bit ugly, I feel like this is a skill that can be used. Ji Bai behind him frowned and commented, That's so disgusting. The golden-horned frog braced its entire body on the ground, surrounded by green energy. It bared its teeth and shouted at Hammerhead Carr in front. Let me open your eyes to this Ming's strength. It charged forward, sneering, pile-driving impact. But Hammerhead Carr quickly dodged, leaving the golden-horned frog still charging forward. It curled up in surprise and pain. Kong An witnessed everything from behind, and he said, As expected, it only sees targets with spiritual energy. It probably uses spiritual energy to judge. Then he continued, Ji Bai, our plan might work. Ji Bai hesitated, her eyes showing a look of doubt. But I'm afraid I can't do it. Kong An seriously grabbed her hand and reassured her. It's not a problem. I believe in you. You have to believe in yourself too. Didn't you just do it just now? Ji Bai's face flushed slightly after hearing these words. He smirked, followed by Yi Ya with his sharp eyes fiercely declaring, Let's go! I'm 100% sure of victory! Behind her, Ji Bai reached out, wanting to stop her. Xian looked directly at Hammerhead Xa, yelling, Hey, Hammerhead Xa! His eyes lit up, and the energy surrounding him became brighter and more powerful than ever. He said clearly, Come over here! He had noticed Hammerhead Xa behind him a while ago, thinking, As expected, she's attacking from behind. He glanced around, thinking, although her movement speed is very fast, she hesitates before attacking. It's the same this time, so all I need to do is... He clasped his hands together, the blue energy blazing like flames, illuminating the current scene. He looked at the surprised Hammerhead Xa, thinking, Now's the time. His energy grew more intense, surrounding Hammerhead Xa, forcing her to raise her hands to shield her eyes. Xian thought to himself, In your eyes, there's probably only blinding light like the sun, right? Then he shouted, Now! Yi ya, listen to my command.
It quickly flew out, unleashing a pillar of fire that struck Hammerhead Xane forcefully. She fell backward.
Yin Ya's pillar of fire struck Hammerhead Shah's area powerfully. The surroundings were chaotic, with spider silk scattered everywhere. Xian held out a finger, ordering it. Hold her back! After he spoke, Yin Ya flew high, spitting out a swirling torrent of fire like a vortex from hell. It quickly surrounded Hammerhead Xa. This was the fire flame vortex technique. At an instant, the fire made the current space hotter than ever. The tornado of fire was taller than Hammerhead Xan's head. Even though she was so large, she still had to look up while standing inside the flames. On Ji Yubai's side, she immediately commanded Zhuhuo Spider. Zhuhuo Spider fired silk. Zhuhuo Spider quickly shot out strands of strong, sticky silk. They quickly adhered to the large containers, stacking them on top of each other. Xian seized the opportunity to finish it. Yi Ya! Final move. Yin Ya's eyes shone brightly, putting all its strength into this final move. This was the nuclear radiation ray. Its wings spread wide like two sharp blades. It fired a powerful, dark red pillar of fire from above. The pillar of fire struck the ground, creating a deafening explosion, with white smoke and shattered crates flying everywhere. Scene change. A telescope from afar was observing everything. At the border outpost in Bailin City, someone holding a telescope looked on in awe. Damn, that's awesome! The person next to him was surprised, as a green light appeared amidst the cracks on the ground. Xian looked down at the hole, asking, Ji Yubai, are you okay? Ji Yubai replied, I'm fine. Suddenly, a hand with sharp claws appeared on the ground. Ji Yubai tensed up, as if realizing something, hesitantly calling out, Xian, she's not dead yet. Xian gradually became more confused. Could it be that I was mistaken? From underground, Hammerhead Xa rose up powerfully. Although one side of her chest armor was torn, it did not diminish her fearsomeness. Ji Yubai watched from behind, while Xian stood on the cliff, calmly snapping his fingers. Then, we can only do it this way. He summoned his spirit beast, the Lin Yu, and used the engulf technique. It quickly opened its mouth wide, swallowing Hammerhead Xa. As soon as Lin Yu closed its mouth, its eyes suddenly rolled back, and red thorns appeared on its face. It was being attacked from the inside, with thorny vines like blood silk appearing in its eyes and around its body. It stiffened in pain. Xian couldn't help but be shocked at this sight. White shadow giant Lin Yu. He panicked, sweating, not understanding what was happening. He suddenly collapsed, surrounded by blood-red thorny vines, thinking, what's going on? Something is invading from within. Ji Yubai also rushed over anxiously. He raised his hand to push them away, silently commanding it, go back first! At this moment, Lao Duan woke up from the underground base, looking around. It must be all settled, right? Qi Ming climbed up with him, turning to reply, let's go see if there are any monsters still alive. The surroundings were full of white smoke. Lao Duan picked up the leg of a golden-horned frog from somewhere. Its mouth exploded like this. There probably aren't any survivors. Qi Ming, upon hearing this, replied, look over there. Xi Jing is slowly walking up from the basement. In front of them were Ji Yubai, supporting Xian. He said they were both bronze level. Xian's eyes were gradually drooping. Lao Duan, Xi Sha, Xi Xin, and Qi Ming all looked at him. Lao Duan threw down the leg of the golden-horned frog, sneering, looks like that young master is no longer alive. Xian's vision grew darker and darker. Qi Ming trembled. Lao Duan, don't just stand there, come help. He called out, Xian, you brat. Then he said to them, he's done for, he's fainted. At this moment, Xian completely closed his eyes. Xian fainted, his body as if sinking deep under the sea, the calls still continuing. Xian, Xian. He was dazed but still felt it, thinking, who is calling me? The blue eye full of blood silk vines reappeared before him once again. That moment startled Zuan, and he woke up with a jolt in the hospital bed. Shi and Ji Yubai were on either side of the bed, watching him with worried eyes. Ji Yubai spoke up. Doctor, he's awake. Zuan sat up, and Shi, with her hands on her hips, said, looks like he's fine. Probably just exhausted too much spiritual energy. Zuan clutched his head, lost in thought. My spiritual energy limit can't be this low. Ji Yubai, hearing her words, replied, but that shouldn't be the case. From outside, Lao Duan opened the tent, and both of them turned to look. Lao Duan said, oh, awake already? Our boss has some things to discuss with you. Zuan stepped outside with Lao Duan. Qi Ming, who was tending to the fire, saw him and asked, bronze rank rookie, you're awake? He grinned slyly and said honestly, I didn't expect a rookie like you to have so much skill.
Lao Duan and Zuan approached, and Zuan replied, "Really? Is that why you guys ditched us and ran?" Qi Ming said, "You've got a sharp tongue." He scratched his head, embarrassed. "Can't blame you for holding a grudge, but I'm the vice captain after all. I have to protect my men's lives." He looked up and smiled lightly. "If I knew you were this capable, I wouldn't have been so roundabout. Are you interested in joining us?" Zuan couldn't help but sneer at these words. "Join you guys? Do you think I'd believe you based on a few words?" He thought to himself. If this guy can abandon us once, he'll definitely do it again. Qi Ming, slightly embarrassed, looked away and replied, "We've lost a few people on our side too. Our fighting strength isn't what it used to be. Our mission is to escort clients to Xiaolin Town, but with the current situation, we definitely don't have enough manpower." Zuan crossed his arms, carefully observing him, and thought, "Xiaolin Town, isn't that the necessary route to Jumbu City? It's a good opportunity to follow them." Qi Ming looked straight into his eyes and said, "Don't reject us yet. We won't let you suffer. We'll give you a reward." He smiled, holding up 3 fingers. "Give you 3% of the profits?" Zuan chuckled and agreed. "Consider it a deal." He looked at his cunning face, thinking to himself, "But I'm not working for you." Seeing him agree, Qi Ming excitedly teased, "Even a gentleman loves money." The night sky remained bleak as ever. Scene changed to Xiaolin Town, the Red Monkey mercenary base. In the narrow forest, 3 tanks slowly entered an area. Lao Duan looked around, confused, and said, "This road is too bumpy. The engine breaks down, we fix it, then it breaks down again." Zuan stood next to Jiu Bai, who was blushing, thinking, "Looks like Jiu Bai's talent is working." Lao Duan instructed the 2 of them, "We'll stay here for the night, then head to Xiaolin Town." Zuan quickly asked, "Why don't we just go into the town?" The night scene was incredibly quiet, with moonlight illuminating everything below. Lao Duan explained, "Because at night, Xiaolin Town is extremely dangerous. Even golden rank spirit beasts can be killed here." Xiaolin Town. Suddenly someone's voice rang out, "Are we there yet?" The 4 of them turned their heads in confusion. The voice came from a blonde woman in a tight-fitting blue dress and a white scarf around her neck. The woman angrily shouted, "This road is going to shake me to death! You useless lot!" Beside her was a man with round glasses and a resigned expression, and in the distance, a blonde man cowered next to the tank. Ji. She glanced at the woman, her eyes full of disdain, and said, "If you don't want to die, shut your mouth. You're going to attract ferocious beasts." The woman was stunned, then angrily pointed and shouted, "Do you know who I am? My brother is the town chief of Xiaolin Town, a golden rank powerhouse. She wouldn't even dare to look at me." This made the brunette even angrier, despite her boyfriend's pleas from behind. "Honey, she's right," she continued to rant angrily. "I'm paying money to enjoy myself, not to suffer." Zuan and Qi Ming couldn't stand it anymore and spoke up. Qi Ming twisted his neck uncomfortably, thinking, daring to offend her own guards in this desolate wilderness, utterly foolish. Zuan stood beside him, looking bored but saying nothing. Qi Ming turned and pointed to the tree houses, telling everyone, "Rest here for the night, we'll set off tomorrow." The 4 of them entered, sitting around the flickering fire. Zuan looked around the house, thinking, "It's still so simple. Plus, I feel like something's not right here." He looked at the blue smoke rising from the fire and realized, "This smell, this is bad." Jiu Bai, looking dizzy, raised his hand to support his head, and said to Zuan, "Zuan, I'm so dizzy." At this moment, Qi Ming, Shi, Zhu Jing, and Lao Duan, wearing gas masks, lifted the curtain and entered. Lao Duan asked, "How is it? Passed out?" Zhu Jing replied, "See for yourself." He looked at the 4 people lying unconscious on the floor and said, "They're all out cold. The effect of the anesthetic is still pretty good." They suspiciously looked at Zuan. Zhu Jing sat down and poked him. Lao Duan, carrying things under his arms, suspiciously asked, "Speaking of which, why are we acting now?" Qi Ming, with his hands on his hips, said, "This kid's strength isn't bad. Bringing him along can fill Feng Lang's position. Plus, it's easier to get him in our hands if he trusts us first." They handcuffed him. Qi Ming squatted down, looking at Jiu Bai and Zuan with a calculating expression. "Plus, he's probably from some big family here for training, so we have to demand a high price. While Bailin City is in trouble, we can pull off a big score and retire early, without having to go through these days of killing." Lao Duan counted the unconscious people, and realized one was missing. 1, 2, 3. Why is one missing? Just then, clapping suddenly rang out, attracting the attention of the mercenaries. At this moment, Alpha appeared with a sinister smile and proclaimed, "God said let there be light, and there was light.
God said, "Let there be land," and there was land. The wisdom of God, the grace of God, protects me, the most loyal servant of God.
Shi Qiming looked at Tiqi with a confused expression and asked, "What are you saying? What's wrong with him?" Tiqi also frowned, looking at him in confusion. "Impossible! My sleeping gas should be enough to knock out old Doan." Old Doan, holding up his gun, angrily exclaimed, "You son of a BTCH!"
He pointed the gun at the Alpha, angrily yelling, "Who the hell are you? Stop pretending to be my goddamn father." The Alpha raised his hands in a surrender gesture, a sinister smile still on his face, and replied, "Calm down. Let's negotiate." The Tiqi's group became even more wary and carefully took defensive stances when they saw the symbol on his palm as he raised his hand in surrender. Shi Qiming spoke up, "I didn't expect you to be a member of the Ma Chu sect." Xian sat in a corner, quietly observing everything, and thought to himself, "I didn't expect that damn leader to be a member of the Ma Chu sect."
He had already put on a gas mask in preparation, keeping his eyes open to observe the situation, and indeed, there was an unexpected gain. It turned out that the Heaven's Revelation Eye had detected the sleeping gas early on and informed him, so he used that as a setup to activate the mask. He thought to himself, thinking it was just a normal kidnapping, but he didn't expect the Ma Chu sect to be involved. He could only quietly observe. Shi Qiming then signaled to old Donqian to lower his gun and look towards the people of the Ma sect. "So what does the Ma Chu sect want to negotiate with me?"
The Alpha adjusted his glasses and smiled. "I am a special agent, directly under the outer court priest of the Ma Chu sect, codenamed Alpha, specializing in organizing and attracting geniuses to the organization."
He pointed towards the unconscious Xian and Jiu Bai and said,
"I accidentally disturbed your work, but I only want those two beast tamers over there. Talents who can defeat golden-level beasts like that are exactly who I'm looking for."
Shi Qiming put his hands on his hips and grinned at the Alpha. "Then, you're out of luck. These two are our goods. If you want to buy them, we can consider it since we've met. Just name your price." The Alpha waved his hand in denial. He smiled mockingly and replied, "Friends? I think you've misunderstood. We, the Ma Chu sect, never do business."
As soon as he finished speaking, two more blonde terrorists suddenly appeared behind Shi Qiming. He angrily exclaimed, "You mean you want to take them for free?" The system suddenly gave a signal, displaying a three-dimensional image. He looked at the scene before him, surprised, and thought, "What's going on? Why did two more people suddenly appear?" He turned to the side and saw a notification about the three-dimensional image projection device. Then he understood what was happening. At this moment, someone in the distance was using a sniper rifle to aim at the people of the Mao sect. Suddenly, a loud gunshot rang out. The bullet flew out and hit the Mao sect member, immobilizing his arm.
Shi Qiming was surprised and thought, "Who fired the shot?" Immediately, a voice came through the communicator. "It's me, Captain." He replied, "Feng Lang? You're still alive?" Feng Lang hid in the bushes with a large gun and replied, "That's right. How many meals are you buying me this time?"
The Alpha, shot and falling, knelt down, clutching his arm in so much pain that tears streamed down his face. Shi Qiming said to Feng Lang, through the communicator, "Don't waste my bullets, this kid isn't dead, you missed." Feng Lang then explained, "My gun is broken, it's good enough that I hit him at all." At this moment, old Doan, holding the three-dimensional image projection device, turned to report, "Boss, those two are three-dimensional images, this one is the only real one." The four of them surrounded the Alpha, looking at him with disdain. Shi Qiming grinned maliciously and said, "You little punk, with just that much ability, you want to defeat us." The Alpha trembled all over, terrified, suppressing his pain and trying to speak. "The great priest is on his way here. If you lay a hand on me, you will surely die." He was then swarmed and kicked by old Doan's group. "Die without a burial ground, huh? You little punk, I'll make you sell salt to pay me back. I'll take one of his kidneys first." In the forest, in the night sky, a group of people riding spirit beasts were flying forward. A person dressed in black flew close to Atho. "Great priest, we have arrived at Qingxiao Forest." He replied, "Prepare, but I hope Alpha is correct this time." They continued to ride their spirit beasts straight towards the house. Hearing a strange noise, old Doan looked around, and Shi Qiming also asked curiously, "What was that sound?" Hearing the sound, Alpha became excited and shouted with a vicious smile, "You're finished! The great priest has arrived!" Something crashed straight into the roof, making a loud noise, causing Xian to open his eyes slightly to look. What's going on? It turned out that Atho and his spirit beast had crashed straight in. Alpha saw him and reached out his remaining arm towards him, speaking, "Great priest, you have finally arrived." Behind him, the system panel appeared. Race: High Luo Beast. Realm: Golden Peak. Talent: Terrifying Gaze. Quality: Golden Peak. Skills: Ujuchi Huozi, Terrifying Illusion. Xian shadow thrust. Atha stepped down from the back of the spirit beast, holding a scepter in his hand, and asked in a deep voice, "Where are the people?" The system panel appeared again. Atho, talent. Spirit realm, Black Gate. Realm, Golden Peak. Pets. 4. Alpha knelt on the floor, bowing his head, and replied,
"Behind me are the 2 young men who fainted in the back."
Behind Atho, a faint black and purple mist spread out. Xian, seeing this, sweated profusely. This person's power is too strong. Atha released his power, threatening Old Doan's group. "Please step aside." Old Doan warily pointed his gun at him. "What do you want to do?" Shi Ming angrily cursed. "You son of a BTCH." A surge of power similar to Atho surrounded him. He thought in confusion, "What's going on? I can't move my body." It turned out that Atho had released his power, making Thichi-san's group unable to move. He just walked past them. Atha walked in front of Xian and Gu Bai, muttering a prayer. "Mother of Wanshu, please save these 2 children who have gone astray." Xian peeked his eyes open. At this moment, he suddenly took out a purple bottle, inside containing some kind of liquid. The system announced, "Spirit Divinity Poison Lord is a spirit medicine created from spirit marrow, using Huang Mo Chu Hao, combined with various medicinal materials, can control the opponent, while also upgrading the realm." As Athon prayed, he extended the vial with the needle towards Xian. "May your spirit guide them out of the mist and towards the promised land." Seeing this, Xian broke out in a cold sweat, thinking, "Crap, he wants to use that to control us." He couldn't play dead anymore, so he broke the cuffs on his hands. He reached out and grabbed Atho's hand, stopping him, and said, "So sorry, but I'm not into male bedwarming services." After saying that, he shot a water blast at him. Atho raised his hand to create a protective barrier for his team, disdainfully saying, "Just petty tricks." Taking advantage of this opportunity, Xian helped the still unconscious Gu Bai up, calling out incessantly, "Gu Bai, Gu Bai, wake up!" He assessed the situation and finally made a decision. "We need to retreat first." Xianon waved his hand, releasing a cloud of smoke towards Athon. Athon waved his hand, unleashing his power, instantly shattering the mist. Xian used this chance to shatter the wooden wall behind him to escape. Athon quickly ordered his subordinates to pursue him. In the deep, eerie forest at night, Xian supported Gu Bai as they slowly moved deeper inside. He tried to wake her up again. "Gu Bai, Gu Bai, are you feeling any better?" Receiving no response, he continued to think, "Damn it, this anesthetic is too strong." He raised his head, looking towards the depths of the forest, and then ordered the system, "Eye of Genesis, scan the surroundings." The system opened up, spreading across every tree and blade of grass. The system spotted a tall tree with strange golden fruit clusters on it, and announced, "Species, predatory azure banana tree. Element, wood, realm, high grade, talent, banana fruit B aroma, aptitude, mid-grade gold, skills, azure banana aroma, green hunting banana vines, green binding banana vines." The azure way slowly helped Gu Bai to the base of the large tree, pondering. The azure banana tree is blocking the exit, and with Gu Bai unconscious, my movements are restricted. He looked up at the sky and saw people riding spirit beasts chasing after him, anxiously considering, there are also soldiers chasing from the air. What should he do? He could only use his lord space to hide Gu Bai inside. He recalled a scene from the past, where he had used this method before and was unaffected by the almond explosion attack. He stood under the large rock, continuing to think, I've brought Gu Bai to a safe place now, all that's left are the chasing soldiers. Looking towards the azure banana tree and this azure banana forest, he revealed a meaningful smile. The azure banana forest at night, this time the advantage is on my side. At this moment, in the wooden house, the 4 members of Lao Duan were still unable to move. Watching Alpha speak to Atho, "Lord, I, Alpha, know painfully that I'm about to die, and reach out towards him for help. Save me." Atho watched silently, then began to pray, "May the mother of 10,000 tribes guide your spirit to the promised land." This made Alpha so confused that he exclaimed, "Huh?" After reciting the incantation, Athon raised his scepter. From the scepter, a purple aura shot out, striking Alpha, causing him to burn to death. Seeing this, Lao Duan was shocked and couldn't believe his eyes, exclaiming, "He actually killed his own subordinate." At this time, Qi Ming messaged, "Feng Lang, Feng Lang, what's the situation on your side?" Feng Lang looked at the gun, wrapped in white tape, and replied, "The gun is completely broken. Now I have no way to help everyone." Hearing this, Qi Ming panicked and broke out in a cold sweat, thinking, "Damn it,
Are we gonna die here? In the sky, a subordinate of Athon riding a spirit beast reported, "High Priest, we found him." It turned out that from above, they had seen Xian walking through the tall grass. The subordinate continued, "But we don't know where the other woman has gone." Athon then ordered his subordinates, "Bring him over here first." The group then rode their spirit beasts and flew in pursuit of Xian. Xian ran and looked back, excitedly smiling. "They've taken the bait!" The spirit beasts attacked Xian with their sharp claws, but he managed to erect a defensive barrier in time. Suddenly, vines from the azure banana tree emerged, with many long tentacles. They wrapped around and captured the spirit beasts, then entangled the demonic cultists, shocking them. "What? Vines?" One person realized at this moment and shouted, "It's a wood-type spirit beast!" Before they could react, they were swallowed by the azure banana tree's vines. Seeing this, Xian smugly thought, as expected, the predatory azure banana tree will only attack creatures that invade its territory. Their halabeast forms are very large, so as long as I stand at the edge of its territory, it will definitely regard them as enemies. Once the azure banana tree recognizes someone as an enemy, it will use its most terrifying state to punish them. The system notification pops up. Green banana plant. Perfectly formed. The green banana plant transforms into a human shape and grabs the two of them, absorbing their spiritual power. It absorbs until they are nothing but white bones. Inside the green banana plant, its fruit is growing bigger and bigger. The system displays. Green banana fruit, silver-grade material, contains abundant life force, can be used to heal any wound. Xian stares intently, thinking, "So, it has life energy. It can replace some of the ingredients for life-sustaining elixirs." Then he immediately waves his hand, releasing water power. The water power flies out and cuts off a fruit branch. Xian quickly catches it, sniffing and commenting, "It smells so good, this fragrance is so addictive." Suddenly, he realizes, "Crap, I got carried away and forgot the situation. I've crossed the line." He looks at the green banana plant that's capturing people, considering, it doesn't seem to have noticed. Could it be because it's focused on absorbing spiritual power? Xian secretly rejoices and retreats. Then I won't be polite. As soon as he steps down, Xian steps on a green frog, losing his balance and slipping. He falls backward into the green banana plant's territory, looking at the thing jumping on him, thinking, "It's a frog again. Am I destined for frogs?" Behind him, the green banana plant's ferocious face with gleaming green eyes appears, slowly approaching, making his spine tingle. Xian turns around and shouts in fear, "Ah!" then thinks to himself, "I've played this a little too far." In another scene, in the middle of a forest with huge trees, white birds fly between the high night sky. A king raises his hand and sends a message, asking his subordinates, "What's the situation?" "A clean," is heard from the other end, then silence. He stands still, signaling, "All right, Almighty Lord, we need manpower." He looks at the remaining pair of glasses, where Alpha was burned to ashes, muttering, "Alpha, your spiritual general will become part of the great Zhu Ha." Then he waves his scepter, creating a purple flame burning inside his left hand. From within the purple flames appear some gruesome objects, many eyes looking like spiders. Qi Ming stares with horrified eyes, thinking, "Crap, what the hell is that?" Aken says in an authoritative voice, ordering the little monsters, "Go, my children." They obey the order and slowly crawl forward, slowly crawling towards Qi Shi, Lao Duan, Zi Jing, Qi Ming. They go around behind, grabbing tightly onto their necks, making them look terrified. They are strangled and kneel on the ground. Akari waves his scepter and shouts an order. "From now on, you must listen to me. Otherwise, the bomb on your neck will explode." Qi Ming glances at the monster strangling his neck, grinding his teeth uncomfortably. TCH. Scene change. Back to Xian's side, the green banana plant is trying to reach out and grab him. Xian can only try his best to run fast to escape in fear. He looks back, thinking in his heart, "This time I'm really done for." The green banana plant slams its big hand down, but luckily Xian is still quick enough to jump and dodge. However, the force from its hand is too great, causing Xian to fly high up to the moon, going to heaven in peace. Then he falls onto a bed of trees. He groans, his head covered in leaves, squinting at the green banana plant, thinking, "My luck is pretty good, I just fell out of the green banana plant's territory." He scratches his head, waving his hand to open the space and put the bunch of bananas he just stole inside, his expression considering the situation. "The power of plant-type spirit beasts is so strong, I wonder if I can make a contract with it." Suddenly, a sound comes from somewhere, causing him to be vigilant and look around. Someone from a quickly moves behind a large tree to hide and observe the situation. "People from the Demon Chu sect, they really keep chasing to kill me." Qi Shi and the others appear searching around. Lao Duan speaks irritably. "How can we find him when his mouth is as dark as ink?" Akari recites a spell again.
Mother of 10,000 Chu, my great lord, please guide your servant.
Suddenly, the scepter bursts into a divine flame.
He slams the scepter down forcefully, the power from the purple flame dispersing in all directions. The system displays a warning to Xian. Warning, you have been detected. He knows he has been discovered, thinking in fear. Alright. Purple rays of light extend from the scepter leading to Xian's location. Aki points towards the guiding light and shouts loudly, "Over there!" Xian sees Qi Ming and the others following Aki, confused, thinking, why are the members of the adventure team allied with the Demon Shu sect?
Zijing appears from nowhere, pointing his gun at Xian, ordering, "Don't move, you are surrounded by us." He raised both hands in a gesture of surrender, thinking to himself, what's with me today? What terrible luck. Suddenly, water energy flickered from his hand. Guess I have to use the same old trick. He flicked his wrist, shooting a cloud of white smoke towards Zijing, thinking, how many times is this today? Taking advantage of the opportunity, he quickly jumped onto the tree branches to escape. As the smoke gradually dissipated, Lao Duan anxiously asked Zijing, "Zijing, are you alright?" Zijing narrowed her eyes, searching for the direction Xian had fled, and replied to Lao Duan, "I'm fine, but I let that kid get away." Seeing this, Ashi angrily yelled, "What are you standing there for? Hurry and chase after him." Qi Ming couldn't stand it anymore, pointing at him. Furious, he scolded, "Aside from you and me, there isn't another Beastmaster here. Normal people can't keep up with a Beastmaster." Ashin calmly replied, "Do I need to remind you that you have a light bomb around your necks?" Hearing this, they were uncomfortable, but could only glance away in helpless silence. Ashin continued, "What qualifications do you have to negotiate with me?" Qi Ming angrily thought, "I can't believe he thinks I'm not qualified." At this moment, Feng Lang transmitted his voice, asking, "Qi Ming? Are you guys alright?" Qi Ming immediately transmitted back, "Feng Lang, we're fine, except we have bombs around our necks." Feng Lang, hiding behind a bush near Aishi and the others, carefully observed the situation, and asked, "I'm near you now, I can help you." Qi Ming stopped him, explaining the situation. "Wait, we still don't know the mechanism of the bombs. Before we figure it out, just be patient." "Got it." Feng Lang stared at Ashi and his group, agreeing, "Got it." Under a large tree in the deep forest, Xian painfully clutched his wrist. Strange red tendrils were wrapped around his arm. He looked at the thorny red tendrils. Here it comes again. The system displayed a warning. Origin has been damaged. Spirit energy recovery reduced. Spirit energy limit reduced by half. He used his pressure to make the red tendrils disappear, stood up, and supported his left arm, realizing the current situation wasn't good. "Looks like I used too much spirit energy today. I don't know how long I can last." The system suddenly sent continuous signals. "Warning! Warning! Can you stop it already?" he commented wearily. Lao Duan and Qi Ming slowly walked up behind him, followed by an ugly, one-eyed monkey pet. He shouted loudly, intending for Xian to hear, "Hey you bronze-level kid, come out now!" The system panel appeared again. Qi Ming, talent, strength enhancement, earth, realm, 3 levels mid, pet, crimson fire monkey, discoloration earth fire scale beetle. Xian hid behind a tree, peeking out to observe Lao Duan and his group. Why is the Duan adventure team allied with the devil cult? There must be a reason for this. He noticed something around Qi Ming's neck. What's that thing around their necks? The system explained. Light bombs. Seeing this, Xian understood. So, they're being forced. He summoned the winged crow to perch on his hand. He leaned close and whispered in its ear, signaling it. "Winged crow? I'm counting on you, but don't kill them. I have something to discuss with them." Winged crow arrogantly flicked a wing, hitting Xian in the face. Alright, I know. You must have come up with another plan that you think will work, right?" Winged crow flew off with great momentum. Xian, his face flushed with anger, called after it. "Hey, don't do what you did last time." The crow wearily replied, "So talkative." It darted past the trees, looming before Lao Duan and his group. The Tixie snake looked up at the sky, seemingly seeing something, and reported to them, "Hey everyone! Look at the sky!" She couldn't make out the shape of the object because Winged Crow was flying so fast, wondering, "What is that?" Lao Duan couldn't see clearly either, muttering, "I feel like that might be..." Suddenly, his eyes widened and he cursed, "Motherfucker!" From the streak of light, a huge flame erupted, blowing them both away. A fire phoenix flew through the smoke, passing in front of them. Qi Ming was pinned to a tree. In front of him was the crimson fire monkey. He commanded it, ordering it to listen to him. It fiercely jumped up, raising its fist towards Winged Crow. But Winged Crow was no pushover. It dodged the fire monkey's punches. It raised its head, pointing its beak at the red flames. It chanted, "Pride Yang Fire!" With that, it spread its wings and hovered over the monkey's head, each flame from its body striking the monkey,
causing it to scream in pain. The monkey was knocked face down on the ground. Qi Ming had managed to escape. He thought in shock. Damn it! I didn't expect that brat's spirit beast to be so strong. Qi Ming warily hid behind a bush, peeking at the person wearing the long robes and iron helmet, speculating. Looks like this guy won't make a move. Looking at the giant monkey-faced monster taking fiery attacks, he thought to himself, I have to think of something. At this moment, Lao Duan grabbed his gun and fired continuously. Winged Crow expertly steered with its wings, dodging all the bullets. Lao Duan angrily squeezed the trigger, saying, Even bullets don't work! Suddenly, the phoenix spread its wings and flew towards Lao Duan below. It unleashed a wave of fire towards Lao Duan, causing him to fall backward. In shock, he instinctively hit his head hard on the ground. After attacking, it returned to its original form, landing on Xian's shoulder. He covered his head, looking at the man who had fallen, wearily thinking, Winged Crow, you did it again. Just then, the giant monkey monster suddenly charged forward, grinding its teeth and aiming its huge fist at him. Xian panicked, raising his hands to stop it. Wait, we can negotiate. That guy launched an attack, forcing you to create a defensive shield. That monster's strength was considerable, knocking the orb protecting Xian into the tree behind him. Only then did Qi Ming speak up. But we have nothing to negotiate with you. Amidst the trees, one red and one green stood facing each other. Qi Ming spoke pleadingly, yet as if giving an order. On the contrary, I have a request, because of certain reason. I must take you away. Xian found this proposal laughable. He immediately replied, You think I would cooperate with you? Hearing this, Qi Ming flashed a sly grin. He said, Looks like we're bound to have a fight then. Xian also smiled confidently, speaking in unison. Beneath the lush green canopy, flames erupted. Yi Ya fought with the giant ape, but the skin of its eyes wasn't damaged. It was its weapon. The two creatures created blazing red flames. Meanwhile, Xian was enduring a barrage of fire attacks from Qi Ming. He raised his hand, creating a defensive shield. The guy attacked relentlessly. He frowned, thinking. Again. While vigorously attacking, Qi Ming said, Hey, you Qing Tong brat, how do you have a shield? Is it some kind of rich people's technology? Xian ignored the taunts. He was worried his spiritual energy was about to give out. Thinking this, he resolutely thought, Then I can only push the shield away. He channeled his inner energy, pushing the flames away. Qi Ming was blocked by Xian's shield. He stuck close to it, saying with a smile, Unexpectedly, you pushed the shield over here. Very imaginative. You Qing Tong brat, he said, his body erupting with dangerous flames. He warned Xian, standing right in front. But this battle isn't some school practice, so there aren't many restrictions. Then he chanted an incantation, amplifying his power, flames shooting out along with him. Xian gritted his teeth, anxiously calculating. Unexpectedly, he broke through, and at this moment, he couldn't dodge in time. His face darkened as Qi Ming rammed into his stomach. He even recounted his achievements. I've been fighting in back alleys since I was a kid. Having been attacked, his back slammed into the ground. He angrily bit his teeth, enduring the pain. Qi Ming wasn't satisfied yet. He continued to punch Xian, who was using his arms to protect his face below. He said, The Maju sect is a common enemy of the Federation. Even if you help them capture me, do you think they'll let you survive? His face was now scratched. He angrily glared at Qi Ming, who still had his fist raised, ready to strike again. He also angrily retorted, HMPH, what would a young master like you know? To Qi Ming's surprise, Xian reached up and grabbed both sides of his head, gripping tightly. He strained upward, slamming Qi Ming's forehead into his own, shouting at him, I understand this. Seizing this opportunity, he pinned Qi Ming back down to the ground. He struggled. He continued. Furthermore, I also know you guys are being threatened. Xian looked at him, negotiating cooperation. The spider on your necks. I have a solution to help you. Qi Ming didn't believe him. He gritted his teeth, questioning. You have a way? Why should I trust you? Xian still held his hands pinned to the ground, confidently glancing towards the bushes behind him, replying, Because I know your friend is standing in the bushes behind. In the bushes was Feng Lang, pointing a gun at them, with a dangerous glint in his eyes. A voice shouted, ordering him, Feng Lang, stop! It seemed like a grenade was thrown towards the two of them, Xian and Qi Ming. The gas canister hit the ground, releasing a cloud of white smoke, spreading all around. Feng Lang had now appeared right behind Xian. He pointed the gun at his head, ordering, Hey, don't move! Qi Ming pointed at him, squinting his eyes, sarcastically saying, This alone isn't enough, Qingtong brat. Outside the smoke, Ashina stood watching with a stick in his hand, pensive. A voice called out to him, Hey, you! Xian had fainted and was dragged before him by the two men. They said, We've brought the person. Qi Ming, leading the group, frowned, asking, Now you can let us go, right? Ashi looked at Xian, and unsatisfied he ordered, "What about that girl? Capture her here."
Hearing this, Qi Ming became enraged, shouting, "What you're saying now is different from our initial agreement."
As Xia's eyes flashed a purple light, he said, "Looks like I need to remind you a bit. Have you forgotten about the spider bombs on your necks?" Qi Ming smirked, replying, "HMPH, forget it. It's about to become a thing of the past anyway." Behind him, Feng Lang pointed his gun, pulling the trigger towards him. However, he summoned a protective purple shield, blocking his bullet.
Qi Ming seized the opportunity. He ordered the 3 people behind him, "Now's the time." Ashi was shocked. He blurted out,
"What? This plan was set up minutes ago?" Xian extended an invitation. "Support them! I advise you to think carefully." And they had joined forces with him. In a cloud of white smoke, Qi Ming put his index finger to his lips, signaling everyone to be quiet. Fearing that Xian wouldn't understand, Feng Lang covered his mouth and whispered, "The boss probably thinks that guy might be eavesdropping, so we should keep our voices down." He glanced at them, understanding their meaning. He realized,
"So, using the mist grenade was to keep the people of the Maochu sect from seeing us. I see."
Then he crossed his arms and laughed casually at Feng Lang's fear. "Relax, I've investigated. The people of the Maochu sect can't eavesdrop. They're just ordinary mutated beasts. Otherwise, why would I be talking so loudly?" At this time, Qi Ming requested,
"Then tell us your plan." Cut to the scene.
Now, Lao Duan has controlled Ashi.
He recalled the plan that Xian had told him. First, the IQ of the spider bombs on everyone's necks is very low. They can only be controlled through the staff in his hand.
So, we need to control his actions, and not let him use that staff. Just as Xinan said, he was about to stab Lao Duan in the thigh with the staff. He continued to consider, "Right now, we just need to destroy his staff to lift everyone's control." At this moment, Shishi jumped up, raising her claws towards his staff.
Just as expected,
But he's a golden level beast tamer, so he will definitely resist. He struggled, and a strange purple light erupted from his body, making Lao Duan a little scared, his eyes widening.
the purple flame knocked Lao Duan backward,
And he broke free from control. And at this point, we need a backup plan.
He angrily raised his head and shouted, "You impudent people!"
He choked Shishi, lifting her into the air. She frowned, trying to struggle free, but she couldn't seem to escape. Then Ashi swung his arm and threw Shishi violently. He growled, "It seems I've been too merciful to you."
She fell on top of Xian, and he had to frown, gritting his teeth to endure the pain. Continue with the next step of the plan, after he breaks free from our control.
As for Ashishi, he raised the staff that was emitting a purple light. He continued, "Receive your punishment," in the prearranged plan. His next action would definitely be to detonate the spider bombs. Qi Ming glanced warily at the red spider behind his neck. Lao Duan was also surprised when the spider's claws gradually enlarged. However, the command to detonate the spider bombs takes a long time, so it won't detonate immediately. She looked down at her neck, listening to the situation of the spiders, and this was when he was least guarded. According to the plan, Zijing would attack him from behind with a dagger. Meanwhile, he was muttering, "God, please cleanse their sins," but it seemed like he had eyes in the back of his head. Ashing somehow knew their intentions, and he reached out and squeezed Zijing's neck in her shock. Zijing gritted her teeth and looked down. He shook his head and said, "It's useless. God knew everything from the beginning. The plan isn't over yet." Zijing smiled, hooking her hand over his arm. She looked towards his staff. Although his shield was strong, it was useless in close combat. Then she dropped the dagger, and her other hand caught it.
Zijing skillfully turned the dagger, raised her hand, and prepared to throw the knife to break Ashingshi's staff. Zijing smiled triumphantly. Now whose sins will be cleansed? She gently threw the knife, and the blade accurately pierced through the middle of the purple gem on the staff right in front of Adashi. Xian, standing next to Lao Duan and Shishi, clenched his fists and shouted, "Success!" At this moment, Zijing looked at the spider on her neck,
noticing that its red light was gradually fading. Lao Duan and Shishi also took theirs off. Lao Duan sighed in relief. Finally got rid of this damn spider.
Qi Ming threw it hard on the ground, then stomped on it with his foot, cursing, "Die!" Before he could celebrate for too long, Ashi swung his arm and threw Zijing towards him. She crashed into Qi Ming, creating a chain reaction, pushing him into Lao Duan, who was standing behind.
The four of them charged forward. Qi Ming threatened him loudly, "Take advantage of this moment and run quickly." Zilang clicked his tongue behind them, his face darkening as he thought, "It's happening again." As Shigra clasped his hands together, forming a triangle, surrounded by purple flames. The flame gradually spread to surround his clasped hands, forming a strange shape.
The purple light flowed out overwhelmingly, opening the spirit domain gate, and he floated in the air, surrounded by mysterious purple waves. These purple air currents spread towards Qi Ming's group. The group looked in shock as Qi Ming held Xinjing in his arms, and the two looked at each other, saying, "This is the domain of a golden-level powerhouse?" A figure below looked at the purple flames that had flickering spots like pupils looking out, and a voice echoed from within, "Feng Lang, go find the captain." Feng Lang was terrified and connected to the radio, calling, "Boss! Boss!" He hurriedly pulled out the antenna of the radio, informing the group, "The signal is jammed. We can only use this." Feng Lang walked while holding the radio to his ear, trying to speak. "Captain, hello, please relay a message to the captain, hurry." In the base, a girl wearing a white hat listened to the order and reported to the red-haired person sitting below with his feet on the table, "Captain, Feng Lang has an urgent matter to report." In front of the table was a person drawing a map. "Zhao," he loudly and impatiently replied. "Aren't I still in a meeting? What's going on?" A piercing scream blared from the walkie-talkie. "We're trapped by the Machu sect in the Green Banana Forest. Qi Ming and the others are about to die." Xiao He was startled. And the person looking at the map ahead was also terrified, breaking out in a cold sweat. At this moment, she stood up and spoke seriously. "What's wrong with you people from the Machu sect? Why are you hitting my people?" The person looking at the map quickly said, "There must be some misunderstanding in this matter." Zhao He leaned on her baseball bat and retorted, "Is that so?" She was furious. Red lightning crackled around her, and she rested the baseball bat on her shoulder, questioning, "The last bastard who dared to lay a finger on my Scarlet Monkey Squad is now fertilizing the grass in his grave." Scene changed to the spirit realm, where everything was dyed a bizarre purple, and hundreds of eyes below looked up at the newcomer. The man shouted loudly, "Praise the Great Mother, the Almighty Lord! Praise the Great Mother, the Almighty Lord!" Bursting out from the gate that she had just summoned were bizarre creatures. Parasitic drop race, mid-level golden realm. Talent is mind-piercing demonic sound. Skill is mind-piercing demonic sound. Corpse lively wall wing azure wave impact azure. Three-headed corpse spirit beast race, mid-level golden realm. Talent is bone-crushing bee. Skill is mutual taste ferocious charge azure corpse body chopping mirror green explosion azure. They rushed out swiftly, ordering each other to capture him. Horror spider race. High-level golden realm. Talent is light shadow bee. Skill is terror light violet dark action azure poison thorn. Xian stood below with Yi Yaha. He looked up, frowned, and exclaimed, "Are those all spirit beasts? They look pretty unique." Saying that, he turned to Yi Ya and smiled, ordering, "You've eaten so many of my spirit stones, it's time to put them to use." It arrogantly didn't even spare him a glance. It asked directly, "What do you want this one to do?" Suddenly, a dazzling flame enveloped his entire body and the spirit beast, and the clothes on his body gradually changed. He shouted loudly, "Father!" The flame transformed into armor protecting Xian's body, where his hands revealed shining armor. His entire body was covered in flames, and his face was also equipped with armor. When the transformation process ended, Xian looked at the armor formed by the flames and exclaimed, "Even the attribute has turned into the fire element, so I won't be affected by the damage at the source anymore. Father's talent is truly amazing." After saying that, he thought of that idiot Ming Xiaokong. It's a pity that Ming Xiaokong had such an amazing talent, but he didn't know how to take advantage of it. A she looked down from above, riding a spirit beast. "Father truly has a rare talent," but he said with a disdainful tone, "Still too green." Xian didn't waste words in response. "Terror spiders horror light." A voice suddenly sounded from behind, startling him into turning around. Xian was stunned for a moment. What? In a moment of carelessness, his body was ambushed from behind, tightly bound. Zillingan's body was motionless, no matter how hard he struggled. Thousands of eyes opened around Zillingan's body. Ashi was also stunned for a moment. He thought to himself, "What is that?" That bizarre eye was opening wider and wider, looking extremely strange. Ashi didn't know exactly what the hell it was. What the hell is that? At this time, Xian had broken free from the restraints, and even he doubted his own abilities. "I actually kinda want it. The feeling of fear is really unpleasant." He looked down at the monster, and noticed its trembling appearance. He was curious. It seems like they were afraid of something. A she suddenly charged forward. Dark impact. Xian didn't mind responding. Gunpowder impact. Two beams of light, one red and one purple, collided with each other, neither side yielding. Xian said confidently, "That was just to get used to my body again. Next I'll give you a good beating." Hearing that, she also refused to be outdone. "Don't be too arrogant." Those outside the battle could only stand and watch the two powerful men fighting, exclaiming, "This is truly a battle of gods. Mortals will suffer. And if they can't escape, they might as well just stand here and watch the show. They don't even have the chance to participate." Suddenly, Lao Duan felt something behind him and was shocked. The group curiously turned around to see what was behind them. The next scene caused Lao Duan's group to exclaim, "Bro!" A bunch of gruesome monsters appeared out of nowhere. Lao Duan shouted. "Boss, tell your monkey to do something." Qi Ming, while holding Zijing, exclaimed, "There are too many." She was speechless at these two people. "We're about to die, and you're still talking nonsense. Focus on running away." Above, Xian and Akishi were still fighting fiercely. Explosions rang out, followed by flames that seemed to want to explode everything. Ashin's spirit beast suddenly gathered power, creating a purple ball from its mouth. Seeing this, Xian was also interested. He's finally willing to fight seriously. Is he going to attack the spirit energy next? Fortunately, I'm not restricted anymore. I can finally fight to my heart's content. Saying that, he focused his strength into his clenched fist. Xian charged towards Ashi. Prepare to receive this punch. Two immensely powerful palm strikes were unleashed, creating an explosion that seemed to shatter the heavens and earth. Xian continued to pour strength into his punch, intensifying the spiritual energy emanating from it. Ashin on the other side was not to be outdone, continuously accumulating power in the ball he had just fired. The heavens and earth trembled for a moment as the two streams of power collided, then detonated. Xian looked at his arm, still surging with spiritual energy. The stronger the Yi's spiritual energy, the higher the burden on the body. He was a little worried, as she also showed injuries on his face. He was somewhat surprised. To actually not be able to win, it felt like an insult, and he was furious. Fragments from his mask fell, and he complimented Xian. "You little Qing-Tong brat. You're hiding quite a few secrets, aren't you?" Xin Shu's true face was revealed, and he turned towards him. "I'm getting more and more interested in you." Xian finally saw his true face. "It really took quite a bit of effort from me to finally reveal your true colors." Even so, Ashishi didn't extinguish his arrogance. He confidently declared, "You're qualified to see my true power." Then he muttered as if reciting an incantation. "Praise the Great Mother, the Omnipotent Lord. Let the two of us become one, become one." As soon as Aishin Na finished speaking, the multi-eyed monster suddenly cracked open. They quickly lunged at each other, tentacles competing to devour the other monsters. Everyone was stunned, watching the horrifying scene unfold before their eyes. "What's going on here?" Xian blurted out. "What the hell is this?" Suddenly, a hand with sharp claws swept up. After devouring them all, Ashishi proudly said, "Now a monstrous creature with a grotesque form is born, and even its voice sounds like a being from the depths of hell." At this moment, he had transformed into a giant. "Let's begin round 2. Ashi reached out to grab Xian. He couldn't dodge in time and was caught by him, lamenting in his heart. "I'm done for." He smiled smugly. "Just like I said before, you're still too young." Ashina raised his hand high, intending to throw Xian down, wanting to smash him to pieces. A deafening sound rang out as his massive hand slammed him into the ground. Ashi lifted his hand, and only then did he see Xian lying flattened beneath. "It seems like he's lost consciousness," Ashi said gleefully. "Doesn't he look like a triumphant victor? This is the difference in strength between you and me." But he was also an opportunist, wanting to recruit talent to his command. "Follow me!" Xian only snorted coldly, when suddenly, an explosion rang out next to Awashin's head. He turned around irritably to see who dared to ruin his fun. Below, Qi Ming, although also very frightened, still spoke boldly. "Hey you, we already made it clear, this kid is ours." Beside him was the armored beetle, spewing fire attacks. He pointed aggressively upwards. "Moreover, we still have a debt to settle." Following Qi Ming's orders, the armored beetle fired fire bullets. "Hit him hard for me." But in reality, it was just like mosquitoes biting stainless steel. The bullets were harmless to Ashi. Lao Duan, seeing that things weren't going well, whispered in Qi Ming's ear, "Boss, your trump card isn't looking too good," he said with a hint of reluctance. "This is my first spirit beast. I can't bear to dissolve the contract." Moreover, his face became wickedly cunning. "My trump card isn't just one." While Akishi was distracted by Qi Ming, Xian seized the opportunity. He murmured to himself, "Concealment, disguise, earth-fire accumulation." As soon as he finished speaking, a spirit creature appeared behind Xian. He was stunned. Ashi also noticed. Where did this brat come from? Xian concealed himself with the help of the spirit beast, appearing and disappearing, making Anshin even more distracted. He angrily unleashed an attack, but Xian was one step faster and ran away. At this moment, he was safely behind Aishi, joining Qi Ming's group. At this, he hurriedly turned to Qi Shi and said, "Qi Shi, quickly withdraw that little brat Qing Tong." Qi Ming, out of nowhere, declared confidently, "I'll handle this one." "Qi." She turned to Zijing. "Zijing, do a check for me." Xian asked, confused. "Why should I help you?" Qi Ming Zhaoshui turned back and replied coolly, "Why? Because I don't want to owe anyone anything." With that, he summoned another spirit beast. "Besides, I've been itching to get my hands on this guy for a long time." Aishin,
feeling ignored, erupted, raising his ugly foot, wanting to crush them all. But just as his foot was raised, ready to come down, Xian was shielded by the spirit beast, which attacked from behind, a sickening squelch. And as she howled in pain, Jing looked at the examination panel, her voice full of disbelief. Strange, how can his body become like this?
Qi, hearing this, also curiously approached. Let me see. Looking at the panel, Jing explained the peculiarity of Xian's body to Qi. His talent must allow him to fuse with his spirit beast, but the current state is not yet complete. Simply put, it's not yet fully connected.
Shi, who had been so mighty just moments ago, was now struggling against the agility of Qi Ming's spirit beast.
Jing added from below,
which means he was injured because his spiritual energy isn't flowing smoothly. She understood the reason. Just make the spiritual energy flow smoothly, and everything will be fine. Afterwards, just worry about how to transform into a complete form.
With that, she excitedly presented her sharp claws.
Then let's start the surgery now! Jing, standing beside her, also had a devious look on her face. Zinan's face turned green when he heard this.
Wait, surgery?
Qi leaned in to comfort him. Relax, it won't hurt. But how could Xian be reassured? She suddenly plunged her claws into Xian's back. Energy flowed into his body. So this was the painless surgery she was talking about. You really can't trust a woman's words. Xian felt strange in his body, as if a jumbled mess had been neatly organized. His strength increased significantly, and Xian's body also changed. When he regained consciousness, the spirit beast's armor was further enhanced. Xian was a little unfamiliar with this new power. This is true assimilation. This is a state of complete control. This feeling is so strange. The system's voice rang out. Only he could hear it. Reminder: Phoenix Blaze is now available. What is Phoenix Blaze? Xing'an pondered. Phoenix Blaze seems to be the little phoenix's talent. Unexpectedly, the Eye of God actually reminded me of this. Suddenly an answer, without any courtesy, rang out, startling Xian. What? Isn't the Eye of God just a system? How does it know how to answer like something with intelligence? Shishin was now enraged, gathering energy into a ball in his mouth, preparing to fire.
The power was exactly the same as when he fought Xian. He didn't hold back at all. Dinjiacheng tried its best to withstand the attack. Qi Ming, both worried and reassuring, spoke to his spirit beast. Try to persevere to the end, Dinjiacheng. Seeing Qi Ming preparing to rush into battle, Xiang stopped him. Full of confidence, he asked him to hand over the responsibility to him. Let me do it. Finishing speaking, he didn't wait for him to reply, and walked straight ahead in Qi Ming's astonishment, ready to fight. He turned back and said to him in a firm voice, "Find a place nearby to hide. I will definitely make him regret coming here." Seeing this, Qi Ming didn't stop him. He just smiled wryly at this attitude. Yeah, you little brat sure has a big mouth.
Xian took a deep breath and began to activate his move. In just a moment, flames surrounded his body like a blazing red tornado. He shouted loudly, "Phoenix Blaze!" Immediately, the flames around his body erupted, gathering behind him, transforming into a pair of huge, blazing wings. With that, the system also displayed a notification. Talent, Phoenix Blaze, has been activated. Entering the state of incandescent sacrifice. Hearing such a strange state, Xian couldn't help but wonder. Incandescent sacrifice, what is this? The system heard his question and explained.
When entering the state of incandescent sacrifice, after each use of a fire-based skill, the sacrifice rate will be accumulated based on the consumed spiritual power. Based on the accumulated stage, different effects will be activated. There are a total of 3 stages. Stage 1. The effect of solar flare enhances all fire-based skills. It continued to analyze in more detail. Stage 2. Enter a state of nirvana, which can reduce fatal attacks. Hearing the system's words, he finally understood, secretly admiring this terrifying power. It's clearly a talent, but it has so many effects, it's worthy of being an S-grade talent. But before he could rejoice, he suddenly realized that something was missing, and turned to ask the system, "Wait, didn't you say there were 3 stages? So what is the effect of stage 3? Suddenly strange symbols appeared on the information panel, which few could understand. Bai Lin thought in surprise. Unexpectedly, it's special symbols.
The mixed monster mocked. Fancy tricks, do you think you're very good? Without waiting for Xing'an to reply, he launched an attack. Abyssal spine-rending blaze assault from the void. Transparent arrows, as pure as ice crystals, suddenly appeared. Dozens of arrows simultaneously aimed directly at Xing'an, leaving him no way to escape.
Xian said nothing. His figure flashed like lightning, shooting through the narrow gaps between the series of incoming arrows. In the blink of an eye, he had closed in on the enemy. Xian's whole body was like a blazing phoenix at this moment. He flew far above the enemy, aiming straight at him, preparing a counterattack. Without a moment's hesitation, Xian shot down like a meteor, focusing all his power into a punch, striking the monster directly. He activated as he punched. Xiaoyan Impact. The system also displayed a notification. Sacrifice energy charging progress, 73%. That powerful punch landed squarely in the middle of the monster's face, causing its head to snap back, blood spraying into the air. Not giving the monster any time to recover, Xian charged in again. He locked onto the target, preparing to unleash the next burst of firepower. Xian shouted, activating Xinyang Blaze. Immediately, a blazing red fire cluster shot towards the monster's face, catching him off guard. At the same time, the information panel appeared. Sacrifice energy charging progress 100%. Stage 1 effect, Yang Flame, has been activated. Xian clenched his fist, internally assessing this power. Skills have been enhanced? Even the names of the skills have changed? The system then displayed a series of skill notifications that he had received. Received skills: Yang Flame Xiaoyan Impact, Yang Flame Residual Blaze, Yang Flame Raging Flame Charge, Yang Flame Nuclear Red. The monster finally regained his senses, clutching his head and gritting his teeth, saying, "Looks like I really underestimated you." A mysterious purple light began to gather in the center of the monster's body, preparing for his counterattack, and he roared furiously, "Taste this!" However, contrary to the monster's expectations, Xian wasn't surprised or hesitant in the slightest. He put on full speed, flew to where he was. With a wave of his hand, the purple light was extinguished immediately. He yelled, "Shut your mouth!" Then Xian retreated, keeping a safe distance, while the monster still wasn't aware of anything. Not giving the monster any chance to recover, Xian quickly continued his attacks. In the blink of an eye, he concentrated all his power into his right hand. The flames around his body burned continuously, then converged into a brightly glowing ball of fire. He gritted his teeth and said, "Your wicked deeds end here." As the ball of fire shot off, it immediately released a brilliant red light, illuminating the surrounding space. The ball of fire struck the monster's massive body, and immediately his entire body was engulfed in fierce flames. Xian called this Yang Flame Nuclear Ray. The power from the ball of fire not only caused the monster's large body to burst into flames, but also caused him to explode like a bomb. His entire body was incinerated, skin and flesh melting into a viscous, slimy substance. The explosion not only echoed loudly, but was also like an earthquake that shook the entire forest. Even the combat helicopters didn't dare to get close. Qing Xiaoxia opened the helicopter door and observed, constantly commenting on the battle. Is there a new powerhouse in Qingxiao town? This destructive power seems to be diamond level. How did that kid Qing Xiaoming get caught up in a powerhouse's battle? Once everything returned to normal, the helicopter slowly landed. Qi Xiaoxia and another person calmly stepped out, walking towards the person in front, and that person shouted loudly, "Captain!" She ordered the other person to report the whole incident. What exactly happened? Where's Qi Ming? He hurriedly explained to her. A lot of things happened. We encountered a madman from the Ma Chu sect. Qi Ming and the others are trapped in the forest on the other side. Hearing this, she glanced at the scene of the battle, and speculated. Causing such a big commotion, the Lord of the Woods must have been alarmed. The sight of the explosion. A large area is now just ruins. The smoke and dust still haven't dissipated. The surrounding ground is torn apart, cracked into large pieces. Qi Ming and the others approached to investigate the surrounding situation. He said with emotion, "It's really unexpected to see such a scene twice in one day." Suddenly, from behind the dissipating smoke, Bai Lin appeared. Seeing this, Qi Ming and Lao Duan Tongsheng shouted, "It's that kid Qing Tong!" They quickly approached, asking about his condition. "Are you okay?" Xian returned to his normal appearance, not understanding what had just happened. What's Wo Wang thinking? At the same time, the system issued a warning about overdosing on medicine. The symptoms of side effects from drug overdoses are high blood pressure, leading to bleeding, dizziness, and loss of strength in the limbs. Bai Lin hugged his stomach, his face full of resentment, looked up at Qishe, and said accusingly, "Doctor, why didn't you say earlier that there would be side effects?" Her face was tense at the question, her eyes darting around, trying to find a reason to defend herself. Wasn't it because there was no time to say it? With that situation, how could there be time to talk about these things? Amidst the smoke and dust that still hadn't cleared and the ground that was still smoldering after the horrific battle, suddenly from under the ground, black roots began to emerge from the cracks in the ground, wriggling around them, as if to strangle them, causing them to scream in shock. Again the roots! They became vigilant, looking around to assess the situation. Qi Ming prepared to defend, giving orders to everyone. "We're in trouble, it's the Lord of the Woods! Lao Duan, you take that kid Qing Tong. Let's retreat quickly." With that, he waved the flame in his hand, launching an attack to burn the roots,
creating a path for the others. Doing so, he kept complaining. Just when this thing is not finished, another thing is coming. After finished talking, he turned to blame Xian.
I'm saying, Qingtong kid, are you a jinx? Xian and Lao Duan were now surrounded by huge roots. They squeezed them tightly, making it gradually difficult for them to breathe. He spoke back. How can this be my fault, thing? I'm counting as having saved you guys. Zi Jing and Qi Shi weren't doing much better. More and more roots appeared, but they couldn't be eliminated, forcing Zi Jing to pull out her gun to deal with them. She shouted annoyedly. If it's really not okay, then just leave this kid behind. Finally, they were forced together. But the roots weren't satisfied, they wanted more, so they grew more and more, wiggling, approaching them, causing someone to exclaim, "Don't say anything, we're going to be buried here now." Those black roots not only wrapped around them, but also began to merge together, intertwining to create a huge tree trunk. Xian An and the others were helplessly trapped inside. From the main part of the tree, blocks of wood began to separate, twisting together, gradually forming hands and feet like a human being. Finally, his face was completely formed, a distorted face. His eyes shone with a strange light, and a row of sharp teeth gradually revealed by his grotesque smile. The system also displayed information about this monster. Green Bane Tree, Lord of the Woods. Those inside could only helplessly give up resisting. Qi Ming spoke up. Looks like we're trapped on the Lord of the Woods body. After speaking, he turned to Xinjing, waiting for her to report the situation. Xinjing, what's the signal like now? Xinjing looked at the results from her measuring device, quickly replying. Still can't contact Feng Lang. She then stood up, observing the surroundings, measuring the oxygen level, and issuing a warning to everyone. Moreover, this place is very airtight. The oxygen in here can help us resist for another 30 minutes. Hearing this, Qi Ming angrily punched the tree trunk, trying to find a way out. He gritted his teeth, his face lit up with guilt, saying with disappointment, I'm really useless. Every time I lead my teammates into a dead end. Seeing Qi Ming become so agitated, Xian didn't speak up to comfort him, because he knew that now wasn't the time to just gently remind him. You should still save your strength. The more agitated you are, the faster the oxygen will run out. Hearing Xian say that, Qi Ming felt quite displeased, and turned to scold the boy. What would a young master like you know? Facing his surly attitude, the boy calmly replied, You are their leader. He continued, looking this dejected, have you ever considered the feelings of those who trust you? This made Qi Ming look back, not knowing what else to say. Xian continued to remind him of his past words. You once said it yourself. You are people who have gone through dangerous, bitter circumstances. It is precisely at times like this that you must remain calm. As he spoke, he wiped the smudge off his face, looking at Qi Ming with determination. Moreover, the most important thing is that you need to trust the people who have put their trust in you. Outside, the helicopter carrying Zhao. He was hovering in the sky, maintaining a safe distance from that monster. Feng Lang saw the thoughtful expression on her face and asked, Captain, do you really want to challenge the Lord of the Forest? Hearing him, she immediately retorted, Look at how you put that. Do you not have faith in my abilities? After carefully observing the situation, Xiao He explained to him. Qi Ming and the others' whereabouts are still unclear. The latest clue points in this direction. If we want to rescue them, this is a huge obstacle, so a fight is unavoidable. Suddenly, a sound from the communicator interrupted their conversation. Feng Lang, we are inside. Qiju. Just as she received crucial information, she stood up, ready for battle to rescue them. Perfect timing. All we need to do is cut it open. With that, Zhao Yi began to summon the Scarlet Demon Ape. Come out, Qimo Yuan! She then commanded it to possess the spirit. It immediately shrank and clung tightly to her iron staff, making the ordinary staff surrounded by a crimson flame. Without hesitation, she jumped out of the helicopter and charged towards the frenzied hunting green banana tree. It seemed to have noticed her presence and instantly heightened its vigilance. On the root branches connected to its body, a silhouette sped swiftly across the roots, like a phantom instantly closing in on the enemy. In an instant, Zhao He was in front of it. Her entire face was full of aggression, and she swung the iron staff in her hand violently, shouting, Flying Crimson Tyrant's Mace! Taste this! With that, she raised the iron staff high above her head and brought it straight down with all her might. That terrifying power immediately split its head in two on the spot. Not stopping there, she continued to cleave straight down, causing the wooden body to continue cracking into two pieces. Qi Ming and the others inside were suddenly struck by a flash of red lightning that appeared out of nowhere, startling him and making him exclaim, Damn it! Noticing the familiar sign, Qi Ming suspiciously said, Red lightning, could it be? Suddenly, Xiao He appeared, making him shout in delight.
Unlike her brother's joy, she calmly said, "Oh dear, here's my stinky little brother." Despite his sister's nonchalant attitude, he rushed over, tears welling up in his eyes, saying, "Sister!" Seeing her brother's over-the-top reaction, a few lines of anger appeared on her face. Powerless and speechless, she could only let out a trisk. Even so, Qi Ming still ran up, opening his arms, ready to embrace her. As he got closer, she immediately swung a punch straight at Qi Ming's head, stopping his bizarre action. A massive lump appeared on Qi Ming's head. Seeing this, Zhao He's anger subsided slightly, but she still scolded. "How old are you? And the first thing you say is, 'Sister, aren't you ashamed? Is that all a brat like you can do?'" The people around didn't know what to do about the situation. Xian spoke up, asking old Duan next to him, "Is your leader usually like this?" Hearing the question, he also helplessly replied, "Yes, we're used to it."
Enough joking. Zhao He spoke up. "Everyone, seize this opportunity to escape. Hurry and climb up. The Lord of the Forest's recovery speed is very fast. You must make the most of the time." She also ordered Feng Lang above. "Feng Lang, pull us up." He respectfully replied, "Understood." With that, he turned the winch to pull everyone up. Seeing the large number of people, he asked, "Everyone is up now, right?" Old Duan, who was the last to climb, replied, "The captain is still behind." Zhao He also caught up from behind. As she climbed, she reminded, "Don't stop here. Hurry and leave this place." As she spoke, she observed the state of the Lord of the Forest. Seeing its body gradually rejoining, she shouted a warning. "The Lord of the Forest is about to return to its original form." But no sooner had she spoken than, with a rapid recovery speed, the monster successfully regenerated. Zhao He hadn't expected this. Surprise was clearly visible on her face, and she thought to herself, "Oh no, the recovery speed is even faster than I imagined." After regenerating, the monster became incredibly furious. It roared, preparing to counterattack. Its mouth immediately shot out a stream of blue light that burned the rope ladder, causing Zhao He to lose her balance and fall backward. The attack caught her off guard. As she fell, she could only think, "I'm finished." Seeing his sister in danger, Qi Ming cried out in panic, "Sister!" However, she quickly regained her composure, curling up and flipping herself over, preparing for a fighting stance. She confidently replied to her brother's panic, "Shut your mouth, I'm not dead yet." Seeing that his sister was fine, he meekly replied, "Yes, sister." She cleverly used the Lord of the Forest's own trunk as a slide, avoiding heavy impact. Done, she turned around, clinging to the trunk, and said, "I guess I've managed to stop." After saying that, Zhao He rubbed her feet against the trunk to gain momentum. Red electric arcs began to surround her, and she shouted, "Left thunder!" With that, she didn't hesitate for a second. Her feet lightly pushed off, and she suddenly launched straight up into the air. At that moment, a column of fire violently erupted from beneath her feet, twisting like a vortex of flames, pushing her upwards like a shooting arrow. In the blink of an eye, Zhao He appeared on the helicopter without a single scratch on her, causing Xian and Qi Ming to gape. The boy exclaimed in admiration, "Your sister is so cool." Qi Ming felt the same way, only able to mumble in reply, "Thanks, I think so too." The moment her feet touched the ground, she whirled around to face that guy, flipping him off with a defiant shout, "See ya!" Seeing that the master of the rainforest had finally disappeared, the helicopter breathed a sigh of relief and turned away. After finishing the job, Zhao He returned to her seat and sighed in relief. Then, she asked about her brother's situation. "So, this young man was the one who saved you, right?" He could only reply with a resigned tone, "Yes, that's right." Hearing her brother's words, she thanked him and introduced herself. "Well then, I'm truly grateful for your assistance. I'm Qi Xiaohe from Qihong, a golden-level beastmaster. May I ask what your name is?" Seeing this, he politely replied, "Xian, a bronze-level beastmaster." Outwardly but inwardly he was assessing Zhao He and her background. Such strong power and the surname Qi, could she be related to the Qi family in Qi Yi City? Zhao He was equally curious, asking about his family. "Your surname is Bai. Are you from the Bai family in Bai Lin City?" "Yes, Jing Chong is my grandfather." Hearing Xian's words, she couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "Lord Bai? The city master?" In the blink of an eye, she pressed herself close to Xian, lifting his chin and saying, "Young man, do you know what? This older sister has been a mercenary for so long, so I've had contact with many city masters." Suddenly, Zhao He flashed a strange smile, sending a chill down Xian's spine. She began to scold, "You're a liar. We've cooperated with Bai Lao many times. So he's considered a regular client of ours, but there are always some ignorant brats who like to impersonate members of the Bai family to deceive us." She spoke, drawing closer and closer, her face displaying a bizarre expression as she threatened him. "You're also the first to claim to be the young master of the Bai family. Let me tell you,
The previous impostors were all thrown to the ferocious beasts to be eaten. Xiao. He grabbed Xian's chin tightly, saying in a low voice, "Let me see if you're making things up." With that, she brought her nose close to his face. After a few seconds of scrutinizing, Xiao he suddenly burst out laughing. "It seems you really are the young master of the Bai family." Xian could only lament inwardly. "What's wrong with this girl?" Behind them, Qi Ming saw the scene unfolding before him and shouted, "Sis, watch yourself!" She turned back, bewildered, asking, "Huh?" After Xiao he returned to her seat, Qi Ming spoke up. "Speaking of which, where's that friend who was with you?" The question stunned Xian. "Damn it! The battle was too intense just now, I completely forgot." With that, he stood up, opened his beast space, and said quickly, "Excuse me for a moment." Stepping inside, Xian saw purple crystal masses appearing and wondered, "Purple crystals?" The scene before him shocked him. What is going on? Amidst a field of purple crystals, Ji Bai was tied up, completely motionless. Without hesitation, Xian immediately took her out. As soon as he did, Qin Ming yelled, "Why did you bring her into the beast space?" "Xiao," he also shouted loudly, "who taught you to do that?" Putting Ji Bai down, he asked for help. "Quick, help me, Ji Bai, she." Qi Ming looked over and was stunned. "Holy crap, what is this?" he snapped. "Kid, what were you thinking?" "Zhao." He then bent down to observe carefully. Never before had anyone been allowed into the beast space except for the owner themselves. She picked up a few crystal fragments taken from Ji Bai, examined them for a moment, and then continued. "But the crystal shards on her body are very similar to spirit stones. I suspect this is some kind of self-protection mechanism. It's possible that your beast space's spiritual power is too strong, leading to this." Xiao He stepped forward and said to Qi Shi, "Qi Shi, what do you think? You're the only doctor here." She agreed with Xiao He's opinion. "I think that's possible too, but to ensure her life, we should still check her out. It's just that we don't have the tools to do that kind of examination right now. We can only return to base first." Hearing this, Xiao He immediately decided, "Then let's go back to Xiaolin town first." Elsewhere, a meeting room floated in the middle of a tranquil lake, surrounded by a thin mist of faint purple light. In the center of the room, a woman stood straight, her stern presence causing the atmosphere to freeze. Surrounding her were 5 other figures, each standing in a position, forming a concentric circle. At this moment, a calm female voice rang out, cutting through the prolonged silence. "I've called you here today for 2 matters. The one who spoke was High Priest Solaris. Her presence immediately made the entire room serious. No one dared to interrupt as Solaris' voice continued to ring out, cold and clear. "The first matter, Ashi's sacrifice has been confirmed dead. The incident occurred between Bailin City and Jumu City, Xiaolin Town," she announced. "I want to hear your thoughts on this." Then, the second sacrifice, Lilith, was the first to speak. Her voice was low. Although Ashian is 6th in rank, she's very close to the diamond level. Next, the third sacrifice, Diego Barro, also contributed. "Could it be a city master who did it?" Hearing this, Solaris said, "Jing Chong was crippled in the last battles. The only one capable of defeating someone preparing to reach the diamond level could only be the city master of Jumu City." A gloomy male voice rang out from behind. The fourth sacrifice, Mephisto, also said, "It's also possible that Briyu's hidden faction did it. After all, the Qingxiao forest is their territory." Beside him, the fifth sacrifice, Asmodan, remained silent. Then Solaris ordered, her voice devoid of emotion, "No matter who it is, we must make them pay a heavy price." She ordered, "Asmodan, you handle this matter. Remember, the opponent is very strong. Act carefully." Asmodan, who had remained silent, finally bowed his head and replied briefly, "Understood." Solaris then changed the subject. "The second matter is related to the future of our clan. Recently, the celestial signs have changed abnormally, and I feel very uneasy." She paused, and then said loudly, "This is a sign that the Nian Hao is hibernating, and the sacred body is entering the lunar concealment." Lilith nodded, her voice deepening as she recounted. 25 star calendars ago, after experiencing the Kazam massacre, the Nian Hao, the sacred body has always been in a state of solar radiance, yet suddenly wants to fall asleep. Solaris agreed. "I also find it a little strange. According to the previous regulations, the sacred body's lunar concealment only occurs once every 90 star calendars. But it's not without some clues." Her voice echoed, and at the same time 3 planets appeared according to her explanation. "Perhaps it's related to the celestial anomalies. Perhaps the Nian Hao needs to evolve. Perhaps." But then Solaris paused and continued in a colder voice.
In any case, this matter is related to the survival of the Solar Radiance faction, and cannot be taken lightly. Diego then spoke up. High Priest, the people of the Moonshadow sect will definitely rely on the guidance to find the Spider Queen. Should we send people to follow them and prevent them from obtaining the Spider Queen's blessings? Solaris smirked, revealing an admiring smile. Not a bad idea, but we must proceed with caution. The Moonshadow sect is not to be underestimated, Diego replied respectfully. Yes, Your Excellency, rest assured. Without the Spider Queen's blessings, their strength is nothing. Amidst the mysterious purple space, a deep chant echoed throughout the room. Mother of all spiders, eternally immortal. Mother of all spiders, eternally immortal. After everyone had dispersed, leaving only the two of them, Diego spoke, half joking, half serious.
All right, now it's just the two of us. Xiao Jian, are you busy today?
I mean, are you free now? Asmodan coldly turned away, her voice devoid of emotion. Not free. And I have no interest in you, Diego said disdainfully. You misunderstand me. I just have something I want to discuss with you. Also, when you're talking to me, don't make that contemptuous face. Asmodan didn't reply, instead said to the monster beside her, Let's go, Xingtian. Seeing this, he shouted, Hey, listen to me, and how can I hear you talking to Xingtian? Helpless. Diego sighed and changed his tone. Fine, I get it. Anyway, the High Priest specifically named you to go. You must feel very honored now, right? But have you ever considered that Athon is, after all, performing a mission for the High Priest? That kid is famously hard to kill. Hearing this, Asmodan paused, her voice lowered and sharpened. But precisely because Athon was like that, now even his ashes are gone. The High Priest can't possibly be unaware of your strength. Sending you now is no different from telling you to go die. Before he could finish his sentence, she cut him off, her eyes growing colder.
Watch your words.
Diego didn't yield, lightly brushing past her. If I were you, I definitely wouldn't consider that as the High Priest's trust in me. After all, just as that old wizard himself said, the celestial signs are changing. In this chaotic world, only the strong have a chance to survive unscathed. Watching his retreating back, Asmodan asked, Aren't you afraid I'll tell all this to the High Priest? But he wasn't afraid. Instead, warning, I believe you're an intelligent person, not just a tool that only knows how to obey. Looking at the knife stuck at her feet, Asmodan was speechless. As the sky began to lighten, before the dawn could dispel the mist, a hurried voice rang out, tearing through the quiet space. Quick, get her to the emergency room! Ji Bai lay motionless on the gurney, her face pale, the stretcher being pushed away urgently.
The wheels made sharp, clattering sounds on the hospital corridor.
A person shouted while running and clearing the way. Quick, 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 everyone get out of the way! She was pushed into the examination room. Outside, Xian's voice rang out anxiously. What's the result? Beside him, Chi softly explained. For now, her life is considered stable. There shouldn't be any danger, but I don't know when she'll wake up. Hearing this, he became even more anxious, his eyes fixed on Ji Bai lying in the emergency room. He said, his voice almost choked.
But what should we do?
What can we do to wake her up?
Chi. She stood to one side, her voice carrying a hint of helplessness.
To be honest, I'm not sure either. Her spirit channels are very chaotic now, like two ropes twisted together. After all, no one has ever tried bringing a human into their beast space, let alone for so long. Xiao He softly comforted. Young man, don't worry too much. Chi, she's a good doctor. If she says it's okay, then there usually won't be any major problems. Moreover, I just met a friend who might be able to help her. As soon as she finished speaking, Xian became excited. Who is it? I want to meet that person. On the way to meet the person who could help Ji Bai, he kept wondering. I've used that method before, so why is there a problem this time? Could it be because of the length of time?
Ahead, Zhao. He reminded him. I'm telling you, young man, don't get too worked up when you meet that guy later. Suddenly, thorny vines appeared from his clenched hand. He was startled and surprised. Damn it, why is it acting up now?
Those thorny vines were gradually invading Xian's mind. It hurts. It hurts so much. Kill, kill, kill. Seeing that he wasn't responding behind her, Zhao He turned back and asked, Young man, are you listening? Why aren't you reacting? He immediately hid his hand behind his back and replied, Ah, okay, I understand. Arriving at a room, Zhao He violently pushed the door open and shouted, This lady needs help. Inside the room, a male voice rang out. Sister Howarger, didn't I tell you? I'm busy right now. When he saw the symbol on the robe of the person inside the room, Xian's face darkened. Why is the devil teaching here? And those fiery red vines are trying to manipulate him. Devil teaching, kill him.
Xiao He saw are just eating noodles and saying he was busy, so she angrily scolded.
"Look at you, what are you busy with? You're just eating noodles." But he casually replied, "What? Eating is also a major event in life, not to be taken lightly." Then he still got up and asked Xiao He, "So what do you want to talk about? Didn't we already have a meeting before?" She turned to look at Xian. This young man's friend needs help. After all, this matter is related to spirit beasts. Locals like you will understand a little better. But at this moment, Xian was trying to control his thoughts. An idea was gradually taking over his mind. Revenge, devil teaching. He gritted his teeth. What's going on? The thoughts in his head were, old man Bai Lin Cheng. Looking into his eyes, there was only red, and the thought of kill, kill, kill. He still had a calm face and said, "Oh ho ho, I feel like this brother needs help more." The thought of revenge was gradually controlling him. Kill, kill, kill. Suddenly, Xian shouted, "Who needs the devil teaching's help?" Those fiery red vines rushed out of his hand, accompanied by an urging voice. Kill, kill, kill. Those vines had grown rapidly. It destroyed the whole house. From inside, R quickly escaped, he calmly said while eating. It seems like this brother's condition is quite bad. Looking at the pet beast that was gradually being transformed on his house, he judged. The original spirit beast is being eroded. The hexagram is chaotic. It seems like it has eaten something unclean. Is it evolving into a ferocious beast? But strangely, Jingzi, in a ferocious state, was being held back by the beast space? Seeing that, Ace decided to save him this time. Oh ho, stuck at the door of the beast space. It seems like this brother hasn't completely lost his will. Not bad, then let me help him ask. He chanted a kind of mantra. Mother of all spiders, the merciful one, forgive all sins. Holding the sword in my hand, golden emerald light covers the robe. The sharp blade in my hand slays evil pets, destroys demons, absolutely does not kill living beings. Drawing the sword, the light gradually converges, eliminating evil, severing sin, rejecting evil. Compassion is present, all things are empty. May you grant me the power to save all living beings with my hands. I help this brother. He drew a circle in the sky and shouted, Copper Eagle summon! A chubby blue pet beast appeared after his call. Mu Ling, come out! It landed right on Ra's head. Looking at Mu Ling's round shape, he immediately instructed. Son, have you gotten fat again recently? You're not allowed to eat spirit stones before going to bed anymore. At that moment, Jingzi opened its huge mouth and roared, or still didn't panic, but instead said loudly, Don't rush, it's your turn to listen. Aiming his sword at it, he told Mu Ling, use wind coil on me. Jingzi wouldn't sit still either, and also attacked. From its mouth a powerful stream of water gushed out. Azure erosion! Instantly, Aliori jumped up to dodge the blow. He rushed forward. Hurricane Thunderpalm appeared instantly in front of Jingzi. It suddenly closed its eyes as if accepting its fate. When Akiori was about to use his power, a blue vortex rushed forward, but then he suddenly changed his mind. I said I'd save the world and its people, so why use such a damaging move? You should talk to naughty kids first. He flicked Jingzi's horn hard, sending it flying backward. At the same time, he shouted, Flick it to bits! After Aori's move, Jingzi disappeared, leaving only Xian lying motionless amidst the rubble. Seeing his sorry state, Zhao he couldn't help but ask Aori, Weren't you a little too rough this time? He sipped his noodle cup, nonchalantly replying, It's nothing, just a scratch. Compared to that, I'm more worried about the primordial basin being eroded. Seeing this, Zhao he irritably told him straight. Can you stop talking business while eating that damn noodle cup? Poking at his pale face while he was unconscious, she said. So what do we do now? You knocked him out. You really went too hard this time. A, who was next to her, asked upon hearing this. What's wrong? Are you worried about him? Xiao, he replied unhappily. Enough, my idiot little brother is already annoying enough. I don't have the mood to care about other people. Then the person next to her immediately pleaded. Then wait a moment. Can you help me take him and his friend into the village? I'll treat you to noodles. Hearing that unreasonable request, she shouted, Pay for the meal properly, plus the transportation fee and compensation for property damage. Don't even think about running. Pay me back every penny. Elsewhere, a stream of blue water appeared in a bathtub. Xian was soaking in that water. He gradually opened his eyes. At this moment, two unfamiliar people appeared in front of him. The girl asked the boy curiously, Is he awake? Then the boy got close to his face and said, Not yet. With that, he shoved two of his fingers into Xian's nose. Let me wake him up. Instantly, he jumped up. Looking at his body, he said, What's going on here? What is this strange liquid? His eyes came to a conclusion. Natural essence, unknown origin, can restore both physical and spiritual power at the same time, and has a stabilizing effect to a certain extent. The girl standing in front of him said to Joss next to her, Joss, why did you do that to the great priest's guest? Joss, relying on Xian not understanding, teased,
That strange guest with his round eyes looked so stupid. Looking at the two of them whispering to each other, he wondered, what are they talking about?
Suddenly Ah appeared behind him, chewing noodles while saying, "You're awake?" His brother Xian immediately jumped in fright. He shouted, You're from the Ma Chu sect." Hearing him say that, he immediately retorted, "Ma Chu sect, what? It's the Ran Hao tribe. You strangers really like giving things weird names."
Standing in front of Aoi, he said loudly, "Where is this? And where is Ji Yu Bai?" He looked at him teasingly. "Are you sure she wants to see you?"
The girl next to her blushed and handed Xian a set of clothes, saying, "Hurry up and put these on, you'll catch a cold." He immediately took them, blushing and stammering, "Cold, thank you." After getting dressed, he turned to Aoi and said, "In short, you still haven't answered my question. Who exactly are you?" But when he looked again, he had disappeared. "Where is he?" A stone hit him on the head. Xian angrily turned around and snapped, "What are you doing?" Jose ignored his angry face and said, "Follow me, you idiot." Xian stood in front of them, confused, and said, "What exactly are you guys talking about? I don't understand at all." The girl then opened the door, gently welcoming,
"Welcome, guest."
Looking at the scene behind that door, he was shocked. A mysterious city appeared, a dark space. But that highlighted the strange blue patterns on the surrounding buildings. Xian shouted, "This is underground!"
Being pulled away by the girl's hand, he panicked and said, "Hey, what do you two want to do?" She pointed forward and said to him, "The priests are waiting for you at the temple." Xian didn't understand what the girl said, but looking at the direction of her hand, he could tell, but still wanted to ask again, "You want to go over there?"
Looking at the temple in front of him, he asked again, "You mean I have to go to that temple?" The girl gave Xian a 6-star spider. She told him, "This." Pointing to the ring on her hand, she guided Xian on how to use the 6-star spider. "Wear it on your hand like this." Looking at her, he said, "You're telling me to wear this?" Looking at the spider on his hand, he muttered,
"It feels kind of strange."
At that moment, Joss couldn't wait any longer and started moving. He still didn't forget to mock Xian. "Hurry up and follow me, you idiot!" The girl, hearing that, scolded him.
"Jose, I told you to respect the guest."
Joss ignored the two of them and just shot out Silk, the 6-star spider, advancing forward. He was like a monkey, nimbly traversing the strange terrain forward. Looking at Jose moving like that, Xian understood the use of the 6-star spider. "So that's how you use it?" He pointed his hand forward and ordered, "Shoot!" But unlike Jose, the 6-star spider on Xian's hand remained motionless. Seeing this, he wondered, why isn't there any reaction? The girl beside him whispered guidance. "First, you need to resonate with this child before you can use its power." Placing her hand on his heart, she said, "Resonating means connecting your heart to this child's, trusting each other instead of ordering and controlling." Then, putting her hand on her own chest, she patiently explained, "But differently, those people control beasts through contracts, while we use our hearts. Just by connecting hearts, we can understand each other's thoughts. And they'll understand ours too." But what she forgot was that Xuan didn't understand her language. He expressed himself through body language. "I don't understand your language," he silently complained, though he didn't say it out loud.
"Also, you guys talk too much."
Suddenly, a notification popped up beside him, and he looked in surprise. The Eye of God can even translate? It summarized what the girl had said. Her intention was to communicate with spirit beasts through spirit power, not contracts. He read it and thought to himself, use spirit power to communicate. Then he closed his eyes. Let's give it a try. At this moment, a pair of blue eyes appeared in his subconscious. It asked, "Who are you?" He calmly replied, "I am Xuan." It repeated his name, Bai Xian. He looked at his own back and said,
"I have no ill intentions."
Touching the entity behind him, Xian softly said, "I want to be friends with you." The 6-star spider accepted his friend request. A notification appeared, proving it. New skill acquired, resonance. Then, he immediately used the skill. Let's go! He skillfully navigated the strange terrain of the city, landing at the temple. He was surprised by its grandeur. I didn't feel it earlier on the other side, but now that I'm looking at it from close range, it's truly magnificent. The girl followed him, bowing and saying, "The temple is a sacred place. Only those who are invited can enter. I'll retreat here." Stepping inside, a bridge appeared. It lay across a green lake. The light reflected, blending with the mysterious patterns carved on the bridge and the surrounding pillars. He looked around, silently assessing. This is the temple of the Maju sect. They're clearly enemies, so why are they letting me come here? Inside the temple, Aori's voice echoed as Xuan entered. "Sooner than I expected. I thought it would take you a lot of time to understand resonance. He turned to face him and introduced himself. Then let me reintroduce myself. I am Van Hoot, the high priest of the Yueyin tribe, of the Ranhao clan. Seeing Xian's hardening expression, as if he could guess his thoughts, he said, "You must be very curious why we, the Maju sect, would help you." Pausing for a beat, he said in a deep voice, "As for the reason..." Suddenly, he snapped his fingers. 3 large screens appeared. Pointing at each one, Aori explained, "This is a very long story. This planet, or as you call it, the secret realm of myriad insects, used to be our mother planet, our original home. We in the Ranhao clan lived in harmony, reproduced for many generations, and mastered the technology to communicate with these creatures." His voice sounded like he was telling a fairy tale. "Suddenly one day, you, strange-faced guests, came here and began to colonize." Images of the 2 planets interacting gradually appeared on the screen. "At first, we and the strange-faced guests had a very good relationship. We exchanged spirit stones and spirit beast control techniques for your science and technology," he continued, his voice even. "We even led you to meet Lord Ranhao, our mother goddess. Originally, everything would have developed for the better." Suddenly, his tone changed. The story became darker. "But you strange-faced guests eventually turned on us. You conspired to use the beast control techniques we taught you to control Ranhao, in order to upgrade your own qualities. But Ranhao was already in existence close to a god, fundamentally impossible to control." Ri continued to recount what happened. "And Ranhao resisted fiercely, resulting in injury and falling to Purple Star, affecting the spirit veins of the entire planet. The spirit power changed, becoming unstable, so all the qualities of living things are limited. The highest can only reach Purple Star level, and then the people who originally lived here, like us, began a war lasting hundreds of years with you outside colonists." The story continued in his words. "But it's not over. Maintaining the extremely long war, plus with the support of science and technology, the outsiders have overwhelming advantages. Many tribes of living people have been destroyed, and in the war where the future couldn't be seen, the Ranhao clan was also divided into 2 factions. And at this moment, in Ri's narrative, the city of the Maju sect, the Day Radiance faction, supported force. The form of worship of Day Radiance is Lord Ranhao, wanting to take revenge on the outsiders through force, which is the current Maju sect. The Moonshadow faction lean towards peace. The form of worship of Moonshadow is Lord Ranhao, hoping to end this meaningless war through negotiation and non-terrorist tactics." Suddenly, Zihan's voice rang out, interrupting Aori's story. He pointed directly at his face and said, "Wait, you've been rambling on for half a day, and still haven't answered my question?" Aori spoke up to explain. "Aren't I explaining it from there?" But Xian didn't accept that explanation. He asked again, "Quickly answer me, why are you helping me?" Suddenly, Aori reappeared behind Xian, placed his hand on his shoulder, and said, "Kid, do you believe in fate?" He was startled, and guardedly said, "What do you want to do?" Hey! He waved his hand to stop him. "Don't get excited." Ri spoke to warn. "I'm reminding you in advance. The problem of your origin erosion hasn't been solved yet. I advise you not to use spirit power now, otherwise your young master will really turn into a ferocious beast." At this moment, as if to prove that what Aori said was true, scarlet thorns appeared on his hand again. Seeing that, Zihan withdrew his power. Aori smiled and continued. "Let me continue the story. Before becoming the great priest, the chosen GC had to complete the pilgrimage, which meant going to Renhao's lair periodically. His story continues, but it has entered another chapter, which is why he helped Xian. Back then, I arrived at the sacred place but didn't see Renhao, which meant something unexpected must have led the Great One to leave the lair." Ari recounted his discovery. "Near the lair, I found a young man and his spirit beast companion. According to his account, both the young man and the spirit beast were severely injured. Sorry, the boy kept apologizing to his spirit beast." He calmly narrated his story. "I thought, he must be the first outsider I've seen who respects his spirit beast so much." Then he paused for a moment and continued. "I rescued him and the spirit beast, and then brought them back to the tribe." Ri's tone was joyful, as if recounting a memorable memory. Afterward, he lived in the tribe for a while, perhaps truly feeling his kindness. Originally destined to be enemies, they became our friends. Orei's voice deepened at this point. "Afterward, that young man told us his name, Jingchong." The story ends. He stood in front of Xian and said, "Now you know why I helped you, right? But you have doubts at this moment." "Wait, sir, wait," Xian asked suspiciously. "So my grandfather knew you guys when he was young, so how old are you now? You look about 30 years old, aren't you teasing me?" Ri calmly revealed a shocking piece of information. "Didn't your grandfather tell you that we age very slowly? Now I'll take you to meet your companion." As he stepped through the gate, he asked, "Now that I think about it, I'm really curious.
Kid, don't you really know? The spirit beast dimension is a dimension unique to each spirit beast master. If someone else enters, it will produce a very strong rejection reaction. Walking deeper inside, Ari explained as he walked.
Your companion is considered a gifted talent. If it were an ordinary person, they would have been physically destroyed already. She only has chaotic spirit channels, which is already considered stable.
Arriving at the place where Ji Bai was being treated, Aurei said to him, the crystallized spirit power outside the body has now been removed. Life signs and spirit channel frequencies have all recovered. Looking at Ji Bai lying motionless on the flowers, he continued to explain her situation.
But because the spirit beast dimension affects her spirit, the current situation is not too optimistic, or perhaps she will never wake up. Xian frowned in suspicion. Never wake up? Ari replied resentfully. But it's not completely hopeless.
He carefully proposed. I know a way. It just depends on whether you're willing to try it or not. He glanced at him, probing. What way? Aurei said, when Lord Zhao Hao is in the form of Yue Yin, he will secrete a mysterious liquid that can heal all diseases and suffering. Our ancestors once used this liquid to create a divine artifact with the same effect. He explained how to find it. Because of the battle with the visitors from the sky, in order to protect the safety of the divine artifact, this divine artifact is hidden in the crypt, which contains all the fallen warriors. If you want to obtain the divine artifact, you must enter the crypt. Simultaneously warned of the danger. But the surroundings of the crypt are full of traps. It is said that many tomb robbers either died or were crippled. Xian was a little hesitant. Oh, the problem doesn't stop there, but the scariest thing is not the traps. It is said that there are also fierce beasts that strayed into the crypt because of the war. Reviving the corpses inside, forming a grand army of zombies is absolutely terrifying. He smiled slyly, put his arm around Xian's shoulders, and asked happily, so do you want to give it a try? Although still afraid, he resolutely wanted to atone for his sins. Ji Bai's current situation is caused by me. I must take responsibility for this. I'll go. A smiled secretly in his heart. Not bad. Your grandson is very responsible, Jingcheng. The two of them walked together. He strode and told, this city is extremely ancient. According to our calendar, it must be 1400 years old. And this crypt must be more than 1000 years old. His knowledge is very profound, and moreover, as a cemetery for martyrs, there are always people guarding it. On one hand, it is to prevent tomb robbers, and on the other hand, you already know, it is to prevent things inside from running out. The guards hurriedly stepped aside as soon as they saw him. Great priest, you're here! Akuo, directing, thank you for your hard work. Open the door. With his permission, Xian easily entered the crypt. Akario suddenly called out. That's right, Xian, he hummed sarcastically. Actually, everything related to the crypt that I mentioned before was to trick you. He was shocked and wanted to curse. Huh? You son of a BTCH tricked me. But it was too late. The door had closed. Xian could only stand inside and shout out, hey, what exactly do you want to do? Seeing the silence around him, he had to explore the crypt. It seems I'm locked in here. Let's see if there's another way out. Xian walked to the object in the middle of the room. This is the divine artifact he was talking about. Didn't he say he was lying to me? I understand less and less. As soon as he lifted it up, white smoke billowed out of the base. Oh no, I forgot to scan it with the divine eye first. A big explosion engulfed Xian, and his vision was completely obscured. He coughed, and she looked up to assess the situation. What's going on? Contrary to the ancient architecture, modern electric lights and exquisite stone floors appeared before Zhuan's eyes. Could this be? His eyes widened in horror. Did I transmigrate back again? Zhuan calmly approached someone who had collapsed against the wall.
This person is an enemy soldier from back then, probably killed by my gunfire, right?
He quickly followed his old tracks. Right, I still remember.
Zhuan eagerly ran forward.
Then I climbed the stairs. The memories became clearer and clearer, meeting the enemy again. I remember now, the mission at that time was to eliminate the enemy commander, and only I was left in my team. He arrived in front of the wall full of bullet holes. This is finally the place, the room that I finally entered. Zhuan wondered. What exactly am I doing? It's clearly the past already. He still placed his hand on the doorknob and entered. Why do I still care so much? I should be saving Ji Bai and Grandpa. The heavy sound of the iron door being pulled open echoed, and there was a person sitting motionless in the room. Zitting An's corpse had been there for a long time, gradually decomposing. What am I doing? It's clearly a thing of the past. He stared intently, unable to look away. So strange. A voice echoed in Xuan's mind. It seems you still haven't let go of your past self. He was horrified. What? Who is it? The corpse in front of him suddenly lunged forward. "It's me!" Zhu An panicked and resisted. "Impossible! Why? You should be dead already! No! That's the end of me!"
Red branches gushed out of the corpse's mouth, trying to cling to him. "I am you! You are me!"
It frantically attacked Xian Khan. "I'm dead! You must die!"
He tried to reach the gun that fell nearby.
"Damn it! Just a little bit more."
Xian managed to dodge several red branches in time. They pierced through the hard concrete floor. "You're me? You're not. You're just my past self. You are not me."
He finally managed to reach the gun.
Zhu An checked. And luckily, there were still bullets left.
He pointed the barrel straight into the corpse's mouth. "The past me has nothing to do with the current me," now Xian declared firmly. "I, Xian, am a beastmaster. I still have friends and family waiting for me to rescue." He fired, affirming his determination. "I am no longer the me of the past." That corpse quickly dissipated into an ethereal blue mist.
Zhu An calmly let go of his feelings. "Rest in peace, the past me. Now there is only Xian, the Beastmaster Xian." He stood up straight, and the scenery changed. Zhu An returned to the room of the acupoint, vaguely realizing that everything before was an illusion.
He looked at the item in his hand, thinking with relief. "Oh well, at least I got the artifact, and Gu Bai has been saved outside." A was already waiting, and he clapped his hands in praise. "Not bad, Xian. You came out so quickly?" Xian uncomfortably handed over the item. "Stop joking around here. You suddenly pushed me in. Weren't you just trying to have me pass some kind of trial? You could have told me in advance." A still had a smile on his face, saying directly to him that there was a trial. Then, where would the surprise be? He explained that this trial was related to the personal experiences of the examinee, and was basically their own inner demon. A eagerly probed. "So what is your inner demon?" His expression obviously became extremely ugly.
Xian didn't want to say much, only uttering,
"He's dead." Elise suddenly cornered him. "That's right. Besides being able to heal your friend, the divine artifact can also heal your eroded source. But it can only be used twice. After all, the essence of Zhu Hao isn't abundant. So choose to save your friend or save yourself."
Xian couldn't hold back anymore, lunging to grab Ah's collar and question him.
"Why are you only telling me this now? How many things are you still hiding from me?"
The response was just a hateful smirk. That's all, really. He knew Xian couldn't do anything. A continued nonchalantly. "So what will you choose?" Xian trembled with anger.
After a moment of thought, he made his decision. Aion just stood aside, asking, "Are you sure you want to do this?" Xian stated resolutely, "Yeah." A reminded him, "Remember to stab the core of the spirit vein, which is the dantian." Gu Bai was still lying motionless amidst the flowers. A watched intently with anticipation. Trembling, Xian confirmed, "Dantian, Dantian." Xian brought the artifact closer. "Below the navel must be the spot. Gu Bai, you're going to be okay soon." Suddenly, she giggled. "That tickles." Xian froze, his eyes widening in disbelief. Was also laughing at Xian. Realizing he'd been tricked, Xian yelled furiously, A explained obsequiously, "Calm down, it was just a joke. Miss Gu had woken up a long time ago. I just wanted to test you. After all, you're Jing Chong's grandson, so I couldn't resist teasing you a little." A revealed. Moreover, this was also Miss Gu's idea. Xian was incredulous. "What? Are you trying to pass the blame?" Gu Bai shyly admitted.
Xiao Jiao Ri Shansheng is right. It really was my idea. If it made Xiao Jia unhappy, Xian awkwardly avoided her gaze.
"No, I'm not unhappy at all. It's good that you're all right," A interjected, clearing his throat a few times. "I really can't interfere with you young people's affairs. We still have important things to do now," A announced. "The divine artifact in your hand is the ultimate all-purpose treatment. Although the treatment component inside can only be used once, after using it, it will continuously heal your wounds. Moreover, as long as you have the divine artifact, it will always have this effect for the rest of your life," A warned. "So, with a condition like your eroded source, you can suppress it through continuous treatment, but you temporarily can't cure it completely." Xian understood, meaning, in the future, I have to use this to control my erosion? A confirmed. "That's right." Xian frowned in thought, his hand trembling slightly with tension. "Given the current situation, this is probably the best treatment, right?"
Xian decisively stabbed straight into the dantian below his navel. Characters appeared, covering his body, and a mechanical voice echoed, "Connecting to treatment." An ethereal power surrounded Xian's body. Xian calmly processed the information. God's Eye announced, "Erosion probability is decreasing, remaining at 13.8%. Quickly, Xian was able to control the erosion probability to a tolerable range. The divine artifact entered standby mode. He opened a portal to the island. I have to quickly go check on the new fish's condition. Xian stood before the vast ocean and called out, "Fishy!" There was no response. He frowned, looking around. "What's going on here?" Xian commanded. "God's eye, help me check the situation nearby." It quickly responded. "A new device connection has been detected. Do you want to update?" Xian speculated doubtfully. Is this new device referring to this divine artifact? Then God's eye is saying, "I'm like a computer." Xian immediately decided to update. God's eye processed quickly. Confirming update content. Updating interface. Updating new display data. Update complete. Restarting. In the blink of an eye, the screen turned green, completing the update and installing the new functions. Xian was surprised. The interface changed. Are the two men's scientific techniques too amazing? Or is it God's eye? Suddenly, a sound like whale's roar echoed from behind. It frantically splashed water. Xian was startled. What's going on? He was swept away by the waves created by whale. Xian couldn't understand. Wait, didn't I solve the erosion problem? Why hasn't it recovered to its original state? It kept approaching, the shadow increasingly enveloping him. Hey whale, it's me! Whale suddenly stuck out its tongue and licked Xian's face. Xian, friends, happy! Xian was stunned. Xian thought to himself. Why do I feel like this fish has become mentally challenged? Could it be that its brain was damaged by the illness? He widened his eyes and commanded. God's eye, check the fish's condition. The screen displayed. Do you need a detailed diagnostic report? And offered two choices. Yes? No? Xian was about to lose it. Yes! Hurry up! A series of information appeared. Pet whale alias, race giant shadow dark water whale. Due to the erosion of the source, it missed evolution. After being treated by the divine artifact, most of it has been controlled. Currently in a normal state. Current level beginner silver. Force attributes A+. Speed B. Physical attack A+. Spirit power attack A+. Original attribute water. Divination hexagram can. Specific life index 1400. Attack intensity 403. The current decline is due to missing the evolution phase, leading to temporary inability to heal, which can be improved through leveling up. He was slightly stunned by this amount of data. Your data is too detailed, Xian wondered. It seems this divine artifact has enhanced the talent of the divine eye. So what about his own data? He immediately checked. Divine eye, show me my data, the more detailed the better. A large amount of information appeared again. Xian, a human visitor fallen from the sky, grandson of Bailin City Lord Jingchong, a new Arab beastmaster with extraordinary talent. Outwardly a student, but actually a transmigrator. His status before transmigration was a high-ranking sergeant in a mercenary corps, and he is now aware that he has started a new life. Along with having those he wants to protect, and an obsession he cannot let go of. After receiving the help of the Moonmark tribe, and receiving and simultaneously merging with the benevolent divine artifact, Alan Ya, he can suppress the state of original core corrosion to a certain extent. Xian wondered, what is this? Unlike other data, it continues with the original core corrosion check scale. Original core corrosion check scale. When the scale reaches the maximum score, the original core corrosion situation will lose control, possibly resulting in berserk transformation and monstrous transformation. Original core corrosion will enhance bodily functions but increase the burden on spirit power skills. After berserk transformation, the spirit power limit will continuously decrease while skill intensity increases. Monstrous transformation is irreversible. Please note, the current progress of the original core corrosion is controlled by the divine artifact and can be self-regulated, he considered. This means this divine artifact can act as a mechanism, allowing me to utilize the effects of the original core corrosion to enhance certain aspects of myself when needed. Although the limit of this enhancement is significant, Xian thought with satisfaction. But now the divine eye has been upgraded, and I can check the detailed data of myself and my pets at any time. Thus, the original core corrosion is not uncontrollable, but on the contrary, it has even greater practical value in combat. Jingzi was still licking him. This time, he not only preserved his life, but also gained countless new strengths and tactical options. But the goal of leaving Bailin City this time has still not been achieved. There are no clues about the spirit essence heavenly water either. The most important thing is that this fish is stupid. The change in circumstances is giving me a headache. Asmodan expertly dissected the corpse. Experiment log 12239 has completed the dissection of the sixth priest. The Alucard has a new discovery at the heart's location. The heart is enveloped by an object that resembles a spirit stone. The speculation for the current phenomenon is that the body was attacked by a very strong spirit power, leading to the spirit power inside the body being condensed. Based on the degree of damage on the subject, it can be judged that the attack intensity reached the gold rank, far exceeding
A thing. Now preparing to take samples for further analysis. After the activity of the separated sample, and with no strange phenomena, the initial judgment is that it is not radioactive. Now placing it into a test tube, preparing for the inspection process. After contact with the spirit power solution, it is stable, with no overly intense reaction, floating in the solution similar to the phenomenon of a normal spirit stone.
She ordered. Jingtian, temporarily halt the observation of the rainforest master, and help me bring the other samples to the laboratory B area. Amodan held the test tube in her hand, shook it a few times and thought, I have discovered something very interesting. Perhaps it can allow me to continue the previous research. If this method can be used, it might be possible to replace some materials. She immediately turned to her headless subordinate, calculating something in her mind, and in the meantime, had it bring a portion of the sample discovered at the scene over, to conduct the experiment together.
Having said that, she turned to stare at the sample contained in the large test tube, stepping closer to the control panel, performing some skillful operations, wondering in her mind, what kind of power can condense spirit power into a crystal? After a moment, the system displayed the results. Reading the parameters on the screen, Amodan couldn't help but be surprised.
I didn't expect it to be an original core crystal.
Inspection complete. The original core crystal contains the original core of fusion talent, embedded within a fragment of Alu, the Alucard's original core.
Stable properties.
No impurities. A plus grade evaluation. A compatibility evaluation. Not only spirit power, but even the original core originating from spirit power has crystallized. How strange. She then turned to the headless creature and ordered it, quickly bring the rest to me. The truth may lie within the remaining samples. Inside the test tube that the monster was holding, a strange fragment was being carefully preserved. Amodan secretly pondered. This must be the item left behind by the culprit.
Without hesitation, she placed it into the analyzer, anxiously waiting for the machine to produce the result every second. Finally, it was done. Amodan carefully read every line of text on it, and the result left her utterly surprised. This is pure Yang spirit power.
This made her overjoyed at having stumbled upon such a treasure. I merely wanted to analyze the killer of AV, but I found a clue related to the pure Yang physique that I have always been unable to find.
Excellent. Amodan laughed maniacally, her gruesome smile stretching from ear to ear. I truly didn't expect the one who killed Avi to possess the pure Yang physique. This is a rare genius only seen once in 100 years.
Her entire face now bore an extremely vicious expression. No matter the cost, she had to find that culprit. She must find him. She must find him. Having said that, she went towards her child, the one lying in the test tube, continuously muttering, Wait a little longer. You are about to awaken.
After Amodan finished speaking, she turned and ordered her subordinate to quickly search further.
Zheng Tian, quickly find clues.
Initially, it was just a simple pursuit, but now her whole body was eager to find that person as soon as possible.
I am extremely interested in this culprit now. In another place, the sunlight was blazing across the vast area. Above, white clouds drifted lazily, as if painting a strangely peaceful picture. He stood there, leaning against the car beside her, complaining aloud, It's so hot, why aren't they here yet? Right after mentioning it, she heard footsteps approaching. She lowered her glasses and said, Oh, they're here.
In the distance, Xian and Aori argued incessantly throughout the journey.
So why do you want to follow us? Little guy, don't be so sensitive. I'm just going to Jumu City along the way. Do you think I'll believe you? Hey, I am at least a friend of your two uncles. What kind of evil intentions could I possibly have? Neither of them yielded, refusing to stop, which only made Jiyu Bai sigh wearily. From the beginning, you had no good intentions. Although you saved me and Jiyu Bai, I should indeed thank you. But you keep lying and using Jiyu Bai as a shield. To be honest, I find it hard to believe you. Hey, don't be like that. I helped you find a ride. Isn't that enough for you to forgive me? Hearing him say that, Xian couldn't help but angrily say,
You still have the nerve to say that?
You just wanted me to pay, so you could get a free ride in Sister Xiaohe's car, right? Seeing that he guessed it correctly, Aori could only smile and accept.
HMPH. No wonder you're Bai Jingsong's grandson. You guessed it exactly.
He stood there witnessing the whole conversation, losing patience, and interrupting. Have you two argued enough? I can hear you from far away. Jiyu Bai couldn't take it anymore either. She spoke up, scolding. You two, mother FCKERS. Stop arguing.
The two people hearing her said couldn't help but be surprised, stopping their argument and turning to ask, Did she just say, Mother FCKERS?
It seems so. Even she couldn't believe she just said that. Her whole face blushed. Then she shyly turned her face away, stuttering, Sorry. Seeing this, Xiaohe came closer, patting her shoulder to comfort her. Order those two with your mouth. You two shut up for a bit. Hurry up and get in the car. Look at you making this girl embarrassed. Seeing the two of them finally leave out of sight, Xiao He introduced herself. Chi Xiao He, what's your name? Ji Yu Bai hesitantly replied. Ji Yu Bai. While saying that, both of them walked towards the car. Xiao He immediately opened her mouth to praise her. Don't mind it too much. I'm telling the truth. The way you scolded them just now was very cool. She couldn't help but be surprised, and replied,
Really?
Xiao. He nodded and continued.
Do you know the movie Thema Ma and Luis? You're like the female lead in that movie.
Finally, everyone was sitting quietly in the car. Xiao He, who was driving, couldn't help but wonder and asked, Before we set off, let me ask a question. Why do you want to go to Jumu City at this time? Hearing that, Aori quickly answered.
It was that kid Xian who wanted to go to find it, causing Xian to angrily scold. Don't interrupt me, you bastard!
The car began to roll towards Jumu City at Xian's request. On the way, he went and retold everything to everyone. Before, my spirit beast evolved into the silver grade. Because of some incidents, it can also be considered fortunate amidst misfortune. But another spirit beast of mine hasn't broken through yet, so I want to go to Jumu City to find breakthrough materials. But I originally wanted to go to Jumu City because I needed to find an extremely rare treasure. At this point, he pondered, to help my grandfather. Hearing Xian say that, Xiao He immediately spoke up to remind him. Finding a treasure? That it's not very suitable for you to go to Jumu City at this time. First, Jumu City itself is a city with many factions.
As she spoke, the car was getting closer and closer to Jumu City. But these factions are also maintaining a balance together.
On the surface, it looks peaceful. But recently, some things have happened. Xiao. He began to tell them about the strange person who appeared recently. It's said that he has a very strange name, goes around killing people, and the way he commits crimes is very cruel. The victims are either chopped into pieces or have a part of their bodies eaten. It's said to be monsters, like zombies or vampires. But the factions in the city won't believe in zombies or vampires. They all feel that someone wants to take over the territory.
So now, every corner of Jumu City has mercenaries from the factions patrolling. The more she listened to Xiao He's account, Ji Bai couldn't help but tremble. She trembled and blurted out, Zombies, vampires. Xian next to her saw this and spoke up to comfort her. Ji Bai, don't be afraid, these are just rumors.
But that trembling appearance was not because of fear but because of too much joy. She looked up with excitement and replied to him, No, I'm very excited. Instead, I want to go to Jumu City quickly.
Hearing her say that,
he couldn't help but be surprised by Ji Bai's excitement, secretly terrified, thinking to himself, Could it be that some strange switch of Ji Bai's has been turned on? In a flash, they finally arrived. Xiao He spoke up to announce, Okay, we're here. Xian stepped down, looking around, couldn't help but admire this place. In front of him was a giant ancient tree. The canopy was so big that it could cover the sky above, causing Bai Lin to exclaim in surprise, Jumu City! While he was engrossed in admiring it, Atu Ri excitedly cheered, Alright, let's go find upgrading materials now. Regarding his attitude, he couldn't help but say, Hey, don't pretend to be enthusiastic, okay? Xiao. He stood behind helplessly speaking. You two wait a moment before arguing. Pay me first.
Xiao He's words caused both of them to freeze. Seeing Aori constantly looking at him, he glared at him and said, Why are you looking at me?
In the end, he had to give in and take out his card to pay. After finishing, he glanced at Aori cursing, Damn it, still let him go for free. Xiao He, after receiving the payment, stopped to give them one last instruction before leaving. Opposite is Shu Yingju Air. That place is the largest intelligence market in the city. I won't go in. I still have a task to investigate the zombie case. If you're done with your work, you can call me. Hearing that, Xian turned to Ji Bai, intending to say something, then me and Ji Bai. But when he saw her appearance full of desire to see zombies, he came up with a different idea.
Ji Bai seems to need my help.
After thinking, he waved his hands and gesticulated non-stop at Shihei. But this only made her more confused. Young man, what are you doing? Waving a flag? What do you want to say? After a while, she also understood what he wanted to say. Smiling slightly. Aha, I understand. She then cooperated with Xian and said, Young man, I suddenly remembered. My younger brother should have come with me today. But he's sleeping soundly today. Could it be that? Seeing this, he also chimed in and replied, like this. I'm not very familiar with these things, but Ji Bai is very good at these things, you know. Why don't you let Ji Bai go? Ji Bai, do you want to go? Hearing that, Ji Bai happily replied, Okay, let me go. Xiao He and Ji Bai both left. Only the two of them remained. Aori spoke up saying, Only the two of us are left. From now on it's boys' time. Seeing him excited like that, Xian could only sigh helplessly.
HMPH, how old are you to still call yourself a boy?
Both of them went to a nearby bar, seeing him still trailing behind him. What is it? I should be called a grown-up boy, right? Xian disgustedly said. Do you have to follow me? He calmly replied. You're still a minor, right? How can I let you into the bar alone? He continued to ramble on.
Moreover, I'm very familiar with the terrain here.
Hearing that, he used a sarcastic tone and said,
Are you short of money for alcohol?
Hearing that, Aori defended himself. While speaking, he pointed towards the girl at the bar. How could that be? My relationship with the receptionist is very good. Moreover, the most reliable intelligence here is all from her place. After finishing, he sat down and greeted Xiao Nuan. Hello Xiao Nuan, long time no see. Do you have any recommendations today? Hearing a familiar voice call her name, she turned around and retorted, Haha, Ri, you still dare to show your face? Seeing Aori appear here, she turned to her colleague and said, Sister Xuan, settle his debt now. Someone. Oh Ri, I'll get right to it, leaving him speechless. Wait a minute. Aori quickly tried to change the subject. Today, I'm here to introduce a new order for my dear Nuan. He shifted his gaze to Xian, explaining the situation to her. Today, I'm here to introduce a new order for my dear Nuan. Hearing this, Xiao Nuan quickly refused. If it's about that, go find Brother Chinu. Hearing this, he thought to himself. If it weren't for the limited range of the eye of God, why would I waste my time here? Suddenly, her phone rang. Xiao Nuan, someone's looking for you. She sighed in annoyance. Seriously? Again? A Gao Rang curiously moved closer to take a look. Who is it? Do I know them? She answered as she opened her phone. What? It's someone I met online yesterday.
Xiao Nuan briefly explained to him. Probably some young master from the Salem Club or something. But he's so arrogant. She then showed him the phone, Fu Beixing. Trying hard to build abs, the overlord accepts loyalty and listens to orders. A lifetime of purposeful conditioning. A freak. The girl, who had just liked it, forgot to continue. After adding me as a friend, he kept sending me strange videos, and now he keeps messaging me privately. Suddenly, someone yelled from afar, attracting everyone's attention. Little girl! A half-naked man with an eye patch, looking extremely strange, appeared. He smiled brightly and said, Are you happier now that you've met me? I spent a lot of effort finding this place. He approached Xiao Nuan with bizarre poses, loudly asking her, Well, have you thought about it yet?
The young master Jin Hengtai raised her chin, laughing maniacally.
Let me become your master. Haha, become my slave. I will make you beep beep beep.
Witnessing this disgusting scene, Xian couldn't help but curse inwardly. The rich guys I've met are either idiots or perverts. Are there no normal rich guys? Unable to stand it anymore, he stood up, intending to teach that guy a lesson. Forget it, I'll help her. Aisha saw this and reached out to stop him, reminding him, Hold on, don't rush. This is Jumu City. He continued to explain to Xian. The people here are not like those in your Bailin city. Meanwhile, Xiao Nuan fearlessly stared straight at the man, exposing his life.
The one who possesses power isn't just beast tamer Jin Hengtai, the young master of the Jin Corporation and also a tycoon in Jumu City, 19 years old, hates his stepmother, has a tendency to be sadistic, is arrogant, and has been with many girls recently, 49 girls in just 1 month.
All girls who love money online. Hearing her words, he stiffened, unable to speak. Xiao Nuan continued to ignore him. Do you think that as long as you're a girl who sees your abs and your money, they'll voluntarily become your slave? Her eyes lit up, her voice full of determination. But you've mistaken one thing. In this Jumu city, it's not just you rich guys who have the final say. Finishing her words, Xiao Nuan rushed forward, injecting a needle straight into him, leaving him unable to react. She mercilessly injected all the medicine into Hengtai, causing him to freeze up instantly. But black crystals appeared all over his body, and Hengtai could only scream in pain. What did you inject into me? Before he could finish speaking, he fell backward. Xiao Nuan slowly explained. This is just anti-spiritual power medicine. For normal people like us, it's like saline. But for you beast tamers, it's like pufferfish poison. Now half of your spiritual meridians can be considered useless. You probably won't be able to stand up anymore.
Ahadao and Xian stood there, observing everything he said.
Xiao Nuan is famous for hating beast tamers. Her nickname is Spiritual Meridian Assassin. Hearing this, he glanced up and asked, Then does she know you're a beast tamer? He replied confidently. Of course, she's the intelligence merchant I acknowledge. The reason she doesn't attack me is because I'm special.
Suddenly, the appearance of someone interrupted the conversation.
A strange man walked in, saying, Long time no see, I thought you wouldn't come back to Jumu City. Saying this, he suddenly gritted his teeth. Especially after you provoked the city lord of Jumu City. It turned out that this man was Zhen Tian, nicknamed Heavenly Eye, an intelligence expert, and an ordinary person without talent. Zhen Tian teased Aori. What trouble have you caused today? Aori immediately reached out to hug him, Oh my, it's Brother Zen. Listen to you. Of course I came to the Blood Shadow Bar to find intelligence. How dare I cause trouble in your place? Zhen Tian replied impassively. I don't think you need any intelligence.
Meanwhile, Zhao Nuan and her colleagues in the back were busy dealing with Hang Tai.
Into the kitchen trash can. The garbage truck will be here later. Where to throw this guy? Zhen Tian said as he turned to Xian. The one who really needs intelligence is probably the young man standing here. Or rather, the grandson of White City Lord, Balin City. He read out all of his information, surprising him. Qingtai can level Qingxiao Forest. Their strength can't possibly be limited to the silver level. And he's also a beast tamer with extraordinary talent. Zinan, you know everything. Zhen Tian replied calmly. After all, I'm the boss of this Blood Shadow Bar. In other words, I'm the boss of the Juju Federation Intelligence Exchange Center. After saying this, he politely invited him to sit down and discuss. We've exchanged greetings quite a bit. You're a distinguished guest. Why not sit down first? We can talk slowly. All three of them sat down. Zhen Tian spoke first. Young Master Bai, Chitai has abilities like yours. It shouldn't be difficult to find out the location to get the materials to break through the silver level, right? What you really want is probably an extremely precious material, like the rare treasures you encountered at the auction before. A leisurely ordered a drink. Hey Sister Xuan, different from before. Tequila without salt. Whose order is it? Of course, it's this young master's. Seeing that he knew everything, Xian couldn't help but admire, thinking to himself, I didn't expect him to even know about the auctions.
It seems that the scope of his influence is not only Jumu City, maybe the entire Juju Federation has his eyes and ears. As he thought, he opened his mouth and replied, That's right. Then, Zhen Tian began to quote the price for him. Intelligence about materials is not cheap at all. Which materials intelligence do you want? Hearing this, he replied without hesitation. Spirit accumulating heavenly water. A purple star-level water system material. You don't need to worry about the money. Seeing his decisive attitude, he stated his reasoning. Is that so? As far as I know, your second spirit beast is Li Shuo. You originally didn't need water materials. Could it be that this material isn't for yourself but for the heavily injured White City Lord? Seeing that Zhen Tian didn't say anything wrong, Xian was surprised, thinking to himself and asking him, How is that possible? How does he know that Grandpa is injured? He even knows such a secret? How do you know this? He explained calmly. Although Balin City has blocked related information, there is no completely airtight wall in this world. Just by speculating based on official information and the material you want to find, you can know the situation of White City Lord. Zhen Tian continued. With a large amount of intelligence, you can deduce even more intelligence. Moreover, these are just some of the reasons for being an intelligence merchant. After saying this, he instructed Xian, I'll tell you in passing, recently some people from somewhere have been inquiring about Balin City. Consider this intelligence as a gift to you. Zinan, surprised by the information, couldn't help but wonder. Who else is new? Who exactly is eyeing Balin City? Ada spoke up. Brother Zhen, hold on. We came here to get news about the materials. So where is this heavenly water anyway? Zhen Tian, hearing this, provided the information. 3 months ago, a mercenary group escorted the spirit vein heavenly water through the Howling Wind Mountains, but after they entered, they were never seen again. For the past 3 months, people have been continuously entering, hoping to find it, but without exception, everyone who entered has not returned. Xing'an, hearing this, turned to the system and asked, Help me check the Howling Wind Mountains. The Howling Wind Mountains? The mountains within the jurisdiction of Giantwood City used to be the largest raw spirit zone, but now, the mineral veins are gradually drying up. Seeing his determination, Zhen Tian spoke up to dissuade him. From my point of view, I still don't recommend you personally enter the Howling Wind Mountains. The terrain there is very complex, and it's easy to get lost. Even without the threat of fierce beasts, it's very dangerous. Seeing his kindness, he nodded slightly in thanks. Thank you for your concern. But you also know that I have my reasons for having to go. I must find the spirit vein heavenly water. Having said that, Xian took out his card to pay. Seeing Xian preparing to leave, Zhen Tian warned him. Young man, there's one more thing. I think you've heard about it more or less since you entered the city. Every line on his face tightened as he seriously warned him. Zombies, vampires, the things related to the serial murder case are all true. This is advice, not intelligence. You must pay attention to safety, especially at night. Hearing him say that, Xian also became more alert. He walked out of the bar, worrying about Jiyu Bai and the others. Are those rumors all true? I wonder how Jiyu Bai and the others are doing. At the same time, on Zhao He and Jiyu Bai's side, they were chatting as they walked. Back then, my younger brother and I were still living on the streets, chased by a bunch of crazy people for 3 whole streets, and ended up running into a girl with a very fierce look in her eyes. She wasn't much older than me, and seemed to be a police academy student. Because she was too fierce, those crazy people thought she and I were in the same boat. After we ran all over the place, from the east side of Giantwood City to the west, the two entered a dark alley. "Zhao," he said as she walked. "Later, we became friends. I heard that she's a police officer now, and a rare good one in Giantwood City." Hearing her say that, Ji Bai understood and replied, "So it was this policewoman who commissioned Sister Xiao He." Ji Bai was quite surprised by this information, not expecting the police to commission mercenaries. Xiao. He just smiled and replied, "After all, the friendship is still there, and there are some things they can't do openly as police officers, so they can only let us do it. Consider it a collaboration between the police and the people." With that, she approached the guards and said, "Oh, Old Chen, I'm here. What's up?" Hearing Zhao He's voice, Old Chen turned around, his face stern as he complained, "You're 3 minutes and 41 seconds late compared to the agreed time." Moreover, she glanced over at Ji Bai, startling her. "You even brought a stranger with you." Seeing this, Zhao He quickly defended, "Isn't it because Qi Ming drank too much? It's a good time to bring a newbie along anyway." Noticing the tense atmosphere, she quipped, "Speaking of which, don't you think it's funny that all three of us have tiny, beady eyelashes?" Ji Bai blankly replied, "Huh?" Old Chen helplessly said, "Be serious for a moment. I looked for you because the other colleagues are really not dedicated at all." With that, she pointed to a corpse lying sprawled out and reported the situation. "This is already the second person today. I was originally hoping nothing would happen before you came. Time of death is 20 hours and 23 minutes. I could have joined in the fun if I had come a little earlier." Old Chen continued, his voice a little dissatisfied. "But the forensic examiners couldn't find anything that attacked the victim, although I suspect they didn't investigate thoroughly." Hearing this, Zhao He comforted him, "Cut them some slack. You're the only passionate female police officer in the city. The others are all weaklings, so why bother arguing with them?" She took out her phone to take pictures of the corpse, and then turned to Zhao He, saying, "I've taken pictures of the scene. I'll still go find someone to take the body away first." Hearing this, Zhao He asked in confusion, "Take the body where?" Ji Bai, who had been silent, approached the body to examine it, and suddenly spoke, "Wait a minute." With that, she took a small clip from her pocket and said, "Excuse me, Old Chen. Forgive my rudeness." Without another word, Ji Bai reached out to take a sample from the corpse lying there. She couldn't help but be surprised at what she had just collected, and said in astonishment, "This is a human tooth." Hearing Ji Bai say that, Old Chen asked in doubt, "Are you sure?" Ji Bai replied with an extremely firm voice, "Absolutely right." She held up the tooth. Its shape was extremely strange, with many cracks, and a mysterious blue light on it. Moreover, the tooth was severely damaged, also with many cracks, not like the tooth of a living person. There were residual spiritual energy reactions on it, which only occur in people who constantly use spiritual energy devices. After analyzing the sample for a while, Ji Bai finally came to a conclusion. The deceased would not be aggressive. It seems that the recent rumors are true, which means the culprit is a living corpse with a gaunt, pale face, only skin and bones left, and incomplete teeth. He must also be constantly connected to a spiritual energy device, known as Frankenstein. On Xian and Asa's side, they were on the way to find the item. He glanced at him suspiciously at Asa's guidance. "Are you sure this is the closest way?" he stammered. "I guess it's not here. I must have remembered wrong." At the same time, a strange figure appeared behind them, staring at their backs. Noticing his presence, Ayore informed Xiangan, "Hey, look behind you." Seeing that he had been discovered, he immediately made his move, that gaunt arm raised straight up, revealing a sharp sword. His face was full of ferocity as he prepared to rush over and kill them. A recognized it and shouted, "It's a corpse spirit!" They were also ambushed by another corpse spirit behind them. "There's another one behind us." Both of them lunged at the same time, putting them in a difficult situation. The corpse spirit did not hesitate, and immediately swung the sword in his hand at Ayore. He nimbly blocked the blow. He shouted loudly, "These corpse spirits are all monsters created by the lunatics of the Sun Radiance sect, combined with the technology of the guests from the sky like you." The other one also pounced on Xian, but it was too slow, so he could easily dodge it. He loudly asked Ayore, "What nonsense are you talking about?" He swung the sword in his hand, chopping off the head of the corpse spirit, stopping its attack. As he fought, he explained to him, "It's using spirit stones or releasing materials with spiritual energy to replace biological signals, causing the dead to be resurrected." Without another word, he did not neglect his vigilance. He immediately went into a defensive stance and said seriously, "You quickly run outside. Your current ability is still not enough to deal with these guys." Hearing that, Xian frowned. "What?
Are you looking down on me? I was already fighting monsters when I was in the bronze level. A did not argue with him, looking at the corpse spirit whose head he had just chopped off, which was now able to reattach its head as before. Even if you chop their heads off, they'll just reattach. After all, you can't kill what's already dead. Seeing the scene before him, Xian couldn't help but exclaim, "This regeneration ability is way too OP." He turned back to him, patiently explaining and urging him to leave quickly.
Your power is indeed very strong, but with your current skill level, destroying them will affect the entire city. So instead of wasting your energy here, it's better to go out and find reinforcements. Besides, don't underestimate the strength of diamond rank.
Xian finally gave up and turned to seek help. Then I'll go find Jiu Bai and the others. If you can escape, we'll meet at the usual place. Now it's just Aori and 2 spirit corpses. He didn't take his eyes off them for a second, thinking to himself, Solaris, is this how you Machu Church treat the dead? After saying that, A activated his power. Blue electric currents surrounded him. His eyes narrowed, preparing to fight. Looks like I should get serious this time. As for Xian, he finally escaped that alley and hurriedly went to find help. Suddenly, a spirit corpse appeared, blocking his path. Its appearance was completely different from the previous ones, causing Xian to wonder in confusion. What? There's another spirit corpse? The thing suddenly opened the eye on its forehead, activated its function, and started scanning. Xian still didn't understand what was happening, thinking to himself, what? The spirit corpse's eye began to recognize Xian, confirmed the target unit, and prepared to initiate capture mode. As soon as the system finished speaking, the flesh from both sides of its jaws split open like withered petals, looking extremely terrifying, and the capture mode completed the activation of a sonic wave device. Before it could be activated, a sonic wave hit Xian directly, causing him to stagger and cover his ears. He tried to resist, but it was completely useless. This sonic wave was too strong. He could only resign himself to fate. Another sonic attack? This time, compared to Zhao Fenghuang's, Xian could resist even less. The spirit corpse increased the sonic waves even more, and he collapsed, painfully clutching his head. Xian gritted his teeth, trying to stay conscious, but the sonic waves were getting stronger and stronger, making it difficult. Damn it! I'm about to lose consciousness. And in the end, he had to give up, his eyes gradually closing, and his consciousness fading away.
Before losing consciousness completely, Xian suddenly saw the silhouette of a girl appear before him.
Time passed quietly, the sun gradually disappearing behind the distant mountains, giving way to the cold moonlight that covered the entire land. Lao Chen waited for Zhao Jia and Jiu Bai to travel with him. On the way, she turned to Jiu Bai, quite interested in her previous performance. Little sister, where did you learn this knowledge from? You're almost catching up with us police officers.
Zhao Jia heard this and chimed in. That's right, I'm also very curious. Bai Lin Cheng Academy probably doesn't teach spiritual energy investigation, does it? Jiu Bai could only reply shyly. It's just a hobby. Suddenly, a shadow blocked their vision. Xiao Xia turned to Lao Chen and said, Lao Chen, look up there. Is something falling? She didn't bother to pay attention and replied, on a highway like this, who would throw things down from the sky? As soon as she finished speaking, a figure suddenly slammed down on their car, causing Xiao Xia to exclaim in panic, damn it, there really is something. This sudden appearance caused Lao Chen to lose control of the steering wheel. The car swerved on the road and crashed straight into a nearby wall. It turned out that the figure was Ao Rei. Seeing this, Xiao Xia angrily said, Ao Rei, what are you doing? Lao Chen also helplessly spoke up, Sir, why don't you get down first? Ao Rei's face was covered in sweat. He held his sword tightly against the one below, saying, I can't. If I get down, this thing will run away. Besides, this thing is the only clue. The spirit corpse that was being held down struggled non-stop to escape. Ao Rei suddenly remembered, turned to Lao Chen, and said, Officer, I remember your police force always uses old electronic hardware for security, right? Lend me one for a moment. I'll need to get a clue from it. Hearing this, she quickly went to get one. Wait a moment. She attached a wire to its neck, analyzing and marveling at the creator. The spirit corpse's creator is very clever. They even used old connectors. Lao Chen turned to ask Ao Rei, So, what do you want to investigate? He replied, I want to directly read the data in its memory. I want to see where their hideout is. Xiao Xia looked at Ao Rei, who was embarrassed and covering his face, and playfully teased, Ao Rei, what do you actually want to do? Also, wasn't that young man acting together with you? Where did he go? Jiu Bai's eyes lit up, and he took pictures rapidly with his phone. This is a zombie? On the other hand, Lao Chen looked at the information on the electronic panel and frowned. The address is, wait, this is Fengqiu mountain range.
That place has become a no-go zone. What exactly happened? Ao Rei finally regained his senses. Xian has been captured by them. This statement shocked everyone there. What? On the other side, Xian fainted and was locked up with his hands hanging on the wall. At this moment, the phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated, which startled him and woke him up. Xian blankly determined his current situation. What's going on? Where am I? The phone must be Gu Bai calling me. What was locking his hands were spiritual energy-resistant handcuffs, which could not be destroyed by spiritual energy. Xian tried to move his hands. Damn it, it had to be at this time. After determining its properties, he came up with an idea. Wait, if spiritual energy can't destroy it, then I can just open it with brute force. Xian urged the system. God's eye, help me remove the suppression of the corroded origin. He then received a warning. This operation poses a danger. He didn't care much. Don't be long-winded. Hurry! As soon as he said that, Zhuan felt his power surge, and the probability of lifting the restricted erosion increased. He used his strength to yank the handcuffs out of the lock. Zhuan felt the power surging within his body. This berserk mode is quite useful. Even though it's a bit expensive, the price is still acceptable. He hurriedly took out his phone from his pocket. Let me answer the phone first, otherwise Gu Bai will worry. The consequence of the increased strength was that the screen shattered the moment his hand lightly touched it. Sigh. Gu Bai, who was trying to call him, immediately received a notification. The phone number you are calling is currently not in service. Xiao He, who was beside her, was shocked when she heard that. Huh? Could it be that he's gone to sell salt already? Xuan was looking at the shattered phone in his hand with a headache. I'm done for. I forgot that I'm still in berserk mode. Then the system announced again. 5 seconds until loss of control. He hurriedly commanded to activate the suppression function. Once that was done, Xuan began to observe his surroundings. It seems like this place used to be a quarry or a mine, right? If it's a mine? He suddenly thought of a possibility. Then there's a chance it's a spirit stone mine. Xuan raised his hand to feel it. And indeed, there are still some spirit stone veins here. As long as he uses his spiritual power to blow up these veins, he might be able to find a way out. Suddenly, the wall in front of him shook and slowly cracked. What's going on? A powerful energy exploded it, shooting straight towards him. Xuan coughed violently from the surrounding dust. Cough, cough, what happened? I haven't even activated my spiritual power yet. The person who just arrived in front of him spoke. Why does it look so familiar? Ren Ni playfully raised her hand to greet him. Oh, isn't this the young man from the Bai family? Long time no see, eh? Xuan was surprised when he saw her. Ren Ni, why are you here? She pointed at him unhappily. Why do you ask that? Are you unhappy to see me? Xuan was frightened by that aggressiveness. No, I'm happy. Ren Ni retracted her joking attitude and looked behind him. We'll talk later. There's another guest coming. A few corpse spirits were standing there, no one knew since when. Ren Ni wasn't afraid at all, and even excitedly snapped her fingers. Young man, you can see some of the moves I just learned at just the right time. Yi Ya, come here. Following her call, a bird swooped in with incredible speed. It appeared from behind the corpse spirits and flew to perch on Ren Ni's shoulder. Let this kid see how awesome we are. She put her hands together. Here we go. Fire spirit bodyguard, and then flew up, heading straight for the corpse spirits. That action shocked Xuan. This is bad. She wants to directly deal with them, he hurriedly shouted. Ren Ni, those corpse spirits have very strong recovery abilities. Normal methods won't be able to harm them. She didn't bother listening to him and punched straight ahead. Of course I know that. Then quickly left a mark on the corpse spirit's face. Blazing fire, curse seal. Another one suddenly appeared and attacked from behind her. Ren Ni nimbly jumped away to dodge. That was close, almost got me. She used the momentum to continue pouncing. But now it's my turn. Next, she quickly grabbed its head and slammed it hard onto the floor. Ren Ni contentedly punched the head of the immobile corpse spirit. You should be punished a little for ambushing from behind. A mark immediately appeared on its head. Once that was done, she turned her head to look. There was one left. The last corpse spirit rushed forward, intending to attack Ren Ni. She sneered. Your attack methods are too simple. Ren Ni used her bare hands to break the corpse spirit's weapon, then turned around and kicked it hard. Rest in peace. Another blazing fire seal was carved onto it. She did a somersault in the air and landed beside Xuan, then glanced at him smugly. Young man, watch closely. What comes next is the important battle. Ren Ni ordered with great excitement. It's your turn, Yi Ya. Instantly, a small canary carrying a dazzling crimson power shot out, piercing straight through 3 of them in the blink of an eye, leaving them no time to react. Those struck were immediately incinerated, reduced to ashes. Seeing this, Xuan was utterly shocked and wondered. What kind of move is that? The 3 were instantly burned to a crisp, leaving only skeletons. A notification appeared. Scarlet Blaze. Cursed command. through the method of destroying the opponent's spirit meridian, causing the opponent to burn from within. This combustion is different from normal combustion. Continuous combustion only inflicts one-time damage and will not produce a violent effect.
From this, Shuan deduced that she was inflicting one-time burn damage, preventing Xiling from recovering. Hearing this, Ren Ni bristled up like a hedgehog and said, "You figured it out? I've been researching this for 3 months in this godforsaken place." Hearing this, Shuan wondered, "Wait, you said you've been here for 3 months?" Ren Ni recounted in frustration. "Thinking about it makes me angry.
I came to Jumu City for a trip, wanting to buy some supplies at a gas station, but it turned out to be a scam. When I woke up, I was already here." Zhuan wondered. "So what did you eat here for 3 months?" Hearing this, Ren Ni confidently boasted. "Luckily, I took an extra energy bar, by the way, enough for me to eat for at least half a year." A thought flashed through Shuan's mind.
"Better not ask about how she bathes,"
he asked. "Do you know how to leave this place?" Ren Ni said that although I have been here for 3 months, this place is a labyrinth, and I don't know how to get out. Shuan wondered. "A labyrinth?" Ren Ni said, "That's right, so I wanted to go through the wall to see if there was a chance to get out." He continued, "Then you ran into me, right?" Ren Ni replied, "Yes, meeting you was quite a coincidence." She entered a large sewer pipe and suggested, "No more nonsense, let's go this way." Shuan thought that. Wasn't she the one who just blasted this place? Moreover, there is a door over there, aren't they going to check it out? But then Ren Ni reminded, "If you don't want to see those Xiling again, I suggest you don't open that door." Shuan replied, "All right." As they walked, Ren Ni asked, "Han, so how did you get here?" Hearing this, Shuan also replied,
"Same as you, I met a strange Xiling, got knocked out and was brought here." Suddenly, an earthquake occurred. He immediately realized that the earthquake in front of them now, the road that had just been wide open, had now become a dead end. Seeing this, Shuan wondered, "What's going on? Wasn't there a road here just now?" Ren Ni scratched her head in frustration and cursed. "What the heck is this damn place doing?"
Shuan ordered, "Eye of God, scan this place. I want to know the specific structure here." The Eye of God gave the result. This place used to be a quarry in Jumu City, the mineral vein area of Fengxiao Mountains. Later, it was abandoned for some unknown reason, and most of the mines formed a very complex terrain. It analyzed that because the terrain is relatively complex, it was transformed by humans into a modular device. Each area is divided into modules that can operate at will. Every position in the area or time period will change, making the complex terrain even more complex. But as long as you find the pattern, it is still possible to escape.
Shuan realized that the new earthquake was just the area moving, and the wall in front of him meant a new area, so he just needed to find the movement pattern to find a way out. Ren Ni on the side was eager to fight and said, "If we get blocked again, then let's just destroy it again," causing Shuan to frantically stop her. "Chi Ren Ni, wait!"
As soon as he finished speaking, Ren Ni took out a huge drill and shouted, "A crimson drill!" She angrily stabbed the drill into the big wall and roared, "Since I was little, I have never been blocked by anyone or anything. Don't even think about stopping me today, you damn labyrinth." Then, with the violent destructive power of the giant drill, Ren Ni sped off. She called out, "Young man of the Bai family, follow me quickly." Seeing the situation, Shuan thought, forget it. Being a little reckless sometimes isn't bad. A loud crashing sound rang out, accompanied by a cloud of dust. Emerging from the thick dust, Ren Ni had finished breaking through the obstacles and said happily, "It's clear. This must be the longest cave I've broken through in these 3 months." Shuan, walking through the passage, thought, "But then again, this place is different from the others. It's like a laboratory." Looking through the window, he suddenly realized what these were. Inside, an entire Xinling army was packed into a large room. The Eye of God announced that the 7th grade Xinling were in a deep sleep.
Shuan was shocked and wondered, "These Xiling have all formed an army. What do they want to do in the end?"
A large door appeared. Seeing this, Ren Ni stared at it for a long time and wondered, "This door is strange. I've never seen this door before. Let's open it."
Suddenly the door opened. Shuan on the side blamed, "Ren Ni, you again." But Ren Ni quickly corrected, "I didn't even touch it. It opened on its own."
Inside, a giant test tube appeared, along with the figure of a strange giant creature tied up inside. Witnessing this scene, Ren Ni exclaimed in horror,
"What the heck is that thing?"
Shuan was about to speak. "This is..." But then he realized something. What? Through the Eye of God, Zhuan saw that the unidentified species was composed of many kinds of spirit beasts, based on rubber monkeys. Through the flexible characteristics of rubber monkeys, it merged into various talents. A-grade fusion, A-grade free transformation, A-grade decaying petrification, A-grade knowledge of the Duai Lake, A-grade tyrant's rage. Due to its special nature, it can obtain new talents by absorbing the essence core of other spirit beasts. Zhuan thought in horror. Unexpectedly, it has 5 talents, and it can transform even more. This is truly a monster. What has this spirit beast gone through? Suddenly a noise came out, causing both Shuan and Ren Ni to realize that there was someone nearby.
Asmodon appeared with a sinister face and a chilling voice.
She said, "Welcome, 2 materials," Asmodon expressed. "The fact that the 2 of you were able to find this place proves that you have successfully passed the labyrinth's test, so now it is time to test one of you to see who is the pure yang body that I need." In the face of such a situation, Ren Ni couldn't help but feel a chill and thought, "Hey, that woman doesn't move her mouth when she speaks. So scary." Shuan wondered. "This is not the main point. What does she mean by the pure yang body?" Asmodon said, "No matter who the pure yang body is among you, you will eventually become a part of this child. Let it play with you." At the same time, cracks began to appear on the test tube, and inside, the Xingling had been untied. A huge explosion appeared right in front of Shuang and Ren Ni, to the astonishment of both of them.
The Xingling quickly shot out, raising its sharp claws.
Zhuan suddenly thought, "It's too fast." Just as the Soul Fiend lunged, thankfully, he managed to raise his shield in time, blocking the Soul Fiend's claws. Seizing the opportunity, Xian commanded, "Whale, come out!" Immediately, Jingzi appeared.
Charging into the fray, Jingzi immediately rammed straight into the Soul Fiend.
But with its speed, the Soul Fiend managed to dodge the attack. Seeing this, Xian thought to himself, "That's a fast reaction." But then he suddenly realized, wait, this guy's movements look a bit strange. Looking at the Soul Fiend writhing and clutching its head, emitting dense beams of energy, Xinlan felt like it was in extreme pain.
"Forget it, never mind all that."
Without hesitation, he said, "Whale, use tidal compression." Thus, Jingzi rushed like a whirlwind toward the Soul Fiend, who was sitting dazedly before him. A massive collision erupted, causing a huge tremor. Jingzi also immediately returned to Xian. Seeing this, he wondered, is it over? But as the mist dissipated, the Soul Fiend appeared in a completely different form. Xian was extremely surprised and thought, "What? A shield?"
Xilan widened his eyes, astonished,
and thought, "This is self-transformation? I didn't expect it could transform its body into a shield to resist the attack. This talent is too OP."
After blocking Jingzi's attack, the Soul Fiend separated its shield layer.
Every muscle on its arm moved violently, as if hundreds of worms were crawling around, and then they coalesced into solid muscle masses. Without hesitation, the Soul Fiend raised its fist, aiming straight at Xian.
Seeing this, Ren Yi couldn't stand it any longer. She charged forward with fiery enthusiasm, not forgetting to taunt, "I'm not invisible, you know."
Then, she single-handedly blocked the Soul Fiend's attack with her own fist. The fierce power of both created a large gust of wind. Outside, Xian shouted anxiously, warning, "Ren Yi, you can't use your fist to confront it. It can change its form at will." Just then, the Soul Fiend's muscles began to move. They gradually wrapped around Ren Yi's arm. The muscles spread up Ren Yi's shoulder, much to her astonishment. Ren Yi wondered, what the hell is this? In an instant, her whole body was tightly wrapped in muscles. Ren Yi panicked and cried out, "Ugh, disgusting, let me go!" Seeing the situation, Xian quickly ordered Jingzi, "Quick, use Lunar Reflection Pillar." Jingzi moved close to the Soul Fiend, using the Lunar Reflection Pillar technique. The lunar blade quickly cut off the Soul Fiend's muscles. While removing the remaining muscles from Ren Yi, Xian reminded her, "This fighting method of yours is too reckless." Hearing this, she grumbled, "What? How would I know what skills this monster has?" Looking at the remaining body parts of the Soul Fiend, Xian wondered, the severed parts are still alive. What kind of life force is this? The muscles crawled toward the host. Seeing this, Xian thought that this ability was really difficult to deal with. It seemed that this time he could only plan long-term, and couldn't afford to take risks. Suddenly, he had an idea. That's right, Xian speculated. If I'm not mistaken, it must be experiencing great pain right now. Then, there's only one way to try. But then he worried. Empathy. If I can't defeat it with force, I can only negotiate with it. Xian instructed, "Ren Yi, no matter what happens later, don't interfere." Hearing this, Ren Yi wondered, what do you want to do? Xian didn't answer, but repeatedly reminded Jingzi, "You're the same, don't attack." Just as the Soul Fiend rushed towards Xian, he immediately shouted, "Release restrictions, activate Berserk Mode, enhance my reaction ability." The notification appeared. Activating Berserk Mode, countdown time, is 999s. Enduring the Soul Fiend's attacks, Xian calculated. Although Berserk Mode will continuously reduce the limit of spirit power, precise defense saves more spirit power than normal defense. The Divine Eye also appeared, with the information. Precise defense. Condense spirit power into a shield with a higher density. Resolve attacks by predicting the attack, and if used properly, it may not consume stamina. Observing from above, Asmodon wondered, why did he suddenly switch from offense to defense? It's really disappointing, she scornfully thought. It seems that this kid is not a pure yang body. After all, he's the origin of water. But why was he mistaken for a pure yang body by the soul fiend? Looking towards Ren Yi, Asmodon speculated. And that girl, although she's the origin of separation fire, she's still far from a pure yang body. Could it be that the data from before had errors? The soul fiend continued to rush forward and attack Xian madly. Seeing this, he quickly defended and thought, it's pretty good, just like my prediction. Its attack method is very simple. Just as the soul fiend rushed forward, Xian was confident with his speculation. Moreover, the reaction ability when I enhance myself, the main purpose is not simply to simplify precise defense. He believed that it was because, in the moment it attacked, it would reveal its biggest weakness. And then he would seize the opportunity. Seizing the opportunity, Xian raised his hand towards the soul fiend, which was rushing forward with raging, killing intent. He told himself, now is the time. Grasping Shiling's head, Xian's entire hands bulged with red veins as he shouted, synchronize! In an instant, Xian was transported to a vast, desolate space, filled only with cold, desolate shades of red. He thought to himself, Monde, what is this? Looking at the three crosses with a monkey impaled on the middle one, the divine eye provided information. Jiaohao statue. Tunfeng Jiaohao statue subspecies, a subspecies of the Jiaohao statue, whose original Duizi attribute has been transformed into Zun Wind, extremely adaptable to different species. To enhance its adaptability, a ferocious beast has been forcibly implanted into its core essence. Its consciousness is extremely pained by the influence of the ferocious beast's core. Hearing this, Xian thought, poor thing, to have a ferocious beast implanted into its core. If that's the case, the divine artifact might be able to help it. He gently reached out, his eyes filled with empathy, and said, I don't mean any harm. We have no reason to fight. You're in a lot of pain right now, aren't you? Hearing this, the monkey before him was slightly surprised. Xian sincerely suggested, make a pact with me. I can share your pain. The monkey before him hesitated and replied, make a pact. Share the pain. Willing. Outside, after receiving the monkey's consent, Xian said, release force transformation. Above, Asmodon was utterly stunned and wondered, why isn't it attacking? What did you do to it? Xian calmly cast something. All things are void. All matters are fair. All things have spirit. All matters have purpose. He summoned a magic array with Shi Ling and continued, the way of beast taming, the way of heaven, the way of spirit taming, the way of the supreme. Here, I make a pact with you. You and I will share life, sickness, suffering, and the original way together. In that red space, the crosses imprisoning the monkey gradually vanished, and even the thorny vines disappeared. Finally, the monkey was freed, much to its own astonishment. Xian reached out his hand, asking, feeling any better? Seeing this, the monkey stammered. Ah, Xian introduced himself. My name is Xian, what's your name? Outside the red space, Shi Ling gradually cracked open. Seeing this, Asmodon couldn't help but exclaim, its mouth! Xian realized, it's a success. As for Ren Yi, she was wide-eyed and wondered, what? From Shi Ling just now? A purer source of energy radiated out, shocking those present. A figure appeared, along with information from the divine eye. Fusion beast, Yu Yun, race, Jiaohao statue, a spirit beast synthesized due to experimentation. Originally a creature of the Qingxiao forest, it was later implanted with the medulla of various spirit beasts, resulting in mutations and acquiring many innate talents. Skills: Shunwind, Chongyun Baolan, Duize, crystal clearness through Liulan, Can water, Yue Mian Zhu Fanlan, Zhen Lei Kuang Long Quan Lan. Seeing this, Xian was extremely surprised and said, I didn't expect it to have 7 types of attribute techniques. Information continued to appear. Zhen Shan Jin Gang Bilan, Di Kong Tai Shan Hao Lan, Tian Qian Shi Zi Luo Lan. Faced with this situation, Asmodon trembled with anger and gritted her teeth. Damn it, I didn't expect you to snatch it away. The strongest spirit beast I painstakingly created. It should have made a pact with me. Summoning a headless monster even more gigantic than before, Asmodon wore a sinister smile and said, if that's the case, then I can only take action myself to destroy this failed experiment. Seeing this, Xian glared and said, do you think I'll let you do that? The headless monster immediately rushed forward to attack Yue Yun, but he calmly said, unfettered transformation.
Instantly, Yue Yun's arms were strengthened and able to withstand the headless monster's punch.
Seeing this, Xian also wanted to help, and he ordered, "Ka, we also." Yu Yun interrupted. "Wait," he instructed. "Don't interfere. This is my fight." While struggling to withstand the attack, Yu Yun added, "We were originally just Jiao Hao statues living in Qingxiao Forest, but this woman." Seeing this, Xian felt great pity. Yu Yun recounted, "Captured our entire tribe, and to complete her experiment, countless of my brethren became her sacrifices." With his determined will and hatred, Yu Yun's eyes were filled with killing intent. He resolved, "Now that I've gained strength, I must personally avenge my brethren." Then, Yu Yun changed the shape of his arm into sharp thorns, stabbing them straight into the cells of the giant monster and shouting, "Everything that stands in the way of my revenge, I will kill them all." Then, he forcefully hurled the giant monster into the air, and Yu Yun roared, "Get out!" The giant monster crashed into the wall, getting close to Asmodon. Yu Yun slowly said with cold eyes, "The hatred of my brethren?" But faced with the blazing killing intent before her, Asmodon still wore a chilling smile and calmly said, "Did you really think I only had this much ability? I am the 5th High Priestess of the Maju Church." Ren Yi suddenly realized below. He looked up, and seeing this, Xian thought,
"This is bad, that is."
It turned out that the Shi Ling had spilled out from the hole caused by the headless monster's collision. Seeing this, Xian realized, Shi Ling in the warehouse. In an instant they were surrounded by the swarming Shi Ling. Xian exclaimed, "This is bad, we're surrounded."
Just then, Yu Yun frantically rushed forward to slash and kill the Shi Ling. He said, "Those who dare to block my path must die," shouting, "Get out!" Yu Yun fought frantically, and seeing this, Xian reminded him, "You can't kill them like that."
He asked, "Ren Yi, can you still use your previous technique?" Ren Yi replied while fighting, "There are too many. I don't have enough spiritual power to use the incantation multiple times right now." Xian thought, "Ren Yi can't handle them all at once. It seems I can only try it myself." Then, he immediately summoned Berserker Mode. At the same time, the God's Eye announced, "Berserker Mode activated, countdown, 99.99. Seizing the opportunity, Xian immediately issued a strategy.
While the fish is using spirit speed, use the command seal. Instantly, Jingzi arrived like a whirlwind, accompanied by karmic power and spirit speed.
In the blink of an eye, Jingzi had stirred up the entire horde of corpse spirits. The corpse spirits struck by the attack immediately displayed red marks on their heads. Seeing this, Xian, with a sharp gaze, commanded, "Vanish, you monstrous rabble!" And then, with the power of karmic energy and the command seal, the corpse spirits were impaled with sharp branches.
Witnessing this scene, Asmodan's face turned ashen as she thought to herself, "What? They managed to kill all the corpse spirits in the blink of an eye."
Xian stroked Jingzi, proudly introducing,
"If corpse spirits are controlled by spiritual energy, then we use the karmic energy of the fierce beast to destroy the spiritual energy within the corpse spirit's body." At that moment, Yu Yue launched a sneak attack from behind Asmodan, shouting, "Die!"
Just as she was about to finish her off,
the headless monster reappeared and took the hit for Asmodan, causing Yu Yu to wonder. "What?" he exclaimed in shock. "Since when?" Seizing the opportunity, the headless monster delivered a punch straight at Yu Yu. Seeing this, he thought to himself, "This is it!" The giant's punch sent Yu Yu flying. Just then, Xian said, "Jingzi, go help."
Fortunately, Yu Yu was caught by Jingzi right behind her.
Asmodan sat leisurely on the giant monster's hand like a queen, then arrogantly said, "To be honest, I greatly admire your abilities, but failed test subjects should be destroyed." She glared and stated, "Therefore, what follows is the termination sequence." As soon as she finished speaking, the ground immediately began to shake violently. Ren Yi cried out, "Another earthquake!" Xian realized she was changing the terrain here. Atop a certain mountain peak, a red car arrived. They said, "We've arrived." But then, Xiao Ha, Ji Yu Bai, and Ao Li all exclaimed in shock, "Wait, what's going on?" Looking at the devastated and collapsing scene before them, the group couldn't help but blurt out, "Damn it!" At the same time, Xian used his strength to remove the pipeline shield, and the group quickly moved downwards. Looking around, he thought to himself, "It seems she transported the modules outside." Looking at the car with its lights on in the distance, Xian wondered, "What's going on?" The car immediately moved closer. From the car, Ji Yu Bai rushed out sobbing, calling out, "Xian!" Seeing her, Xian couldn't hide his surprise. He thought to himself, "Huh?" Ji Yu Bai hugged him tightly, saying, "It's so good! You're still alive! I thought you—" causing Xian's face to flush. He stammered, "Well, Ji Yu Bai, You're hugging me so tight I can't breathe. Only then did Ji Yubai realize, and instinctively exclaimed, "Ah." Xian awkwardly asked, "Are you okay?" Hearing this, Ji Yubai hesitantly replied, "I'm fine." Ren Yi impatiently interjected, "I told you, she's an old woman from another clan. That's why my right eye keeps twitching." Xiao Ha also spoke up. "Oh my god, I didn't check the calendar before going out today. Why did I have to run into this stinky brat from the clan? What a buzzkill." But Aya immediately interrupted the four of them, anxiously saying, "Excuse me, whatever conflicts you have, we're in big trouble right now," he said. "Corpse spirits are rising from the ground, and a whole army of them is heading towards us."
Giant ice pillars stood like swords guarding the dark chasm, and dense shadows moved below. There was no mistaking it, those were corpse spirits. The group stood motionless, their eyes fixed on the scene before them, no one daring to breathe. Xian spoke up. "This really is a zombie army." He assessed the situation in his mind, asking, "God's eye, is my current spiritual energy enough to destroy these corpse spirits?" The system panel appeared. The subject Xian's current spiritual energy is insufficient to destroy the total of 27,591 individual corpse spirits. It displayed a very hideous corpse spirit with glowing green eyes. However, these corpse spirits inherently lack the ability to regenerate, and normal physical impact can cause the target to lose the ability to act.
Lao Duan from above tightly gripped a large gun, shouting, "The delivery has arrived!" He fired continuously at the corpse spirits, tearing them apart.
Xiao Hang looked up and smiled eerily into the phone.
"You guys are too slow with the delivery. I'm giving you a 1-star rating." Qi Ming on the other end of the line replied in a teasing tone, "Don't do that." He was sitting in a helicopter, alongside Feng Leng, aiming down below. He looked down and said with a laugh, "Shipping. We have after-sales service, and we even bring car flipping services. How about you give us a 5-star rating first?" The helicopter flew into the center, hovering directly above the group of people Xingan was standing with, and dropped a retractable ladder. Seeing this, Xiao Ha angrily shouted, "Hey, you're only letting down a ladder, what about my car?" Suddenly, an eerie voice echoed. Asmodon smiled hideously, saying, "It seems there's more garbage to be disposed of. Xingtian, begin the general cleanup."
From within the space, a pair of terrifying glowing green eyes suddenly appeared, along with a huge blue arm reaching towards the helicopter. Qi Ming, in extreme shock, hurriedly shouted, "Damn it, get out of the way!"
Hearing that, the pilot quickly maneuvered the helicopter, barely dodging the giant blue hand. However, the tail of the helicopter was struck, and smoke billowed out.
Xiao He saw this and thought, "We're done for, Qi Ming." She looked on, her face filled with panic. "What's happening?" Asmodon appeared, standing on the shoulder of her pet, and sneered, "Now I'll show you the true power of Xingtian." Then she commanded her demonic beast, "Xingtian, start the punishment." Xingtian manifested as a headless beast, with eyes and a mouth growing on its stomach.
The system panel displayed the information. Xingtian, race, anthropoid, species, intelligent human, same name as the legendary Xingtian demon, a spirit beast, refined by deceased humans, virtually impossible to kill. One cannot kill a monster that has already died.
Xian stared at Xingtian, a slightly disdainful smile on his face, and commented, "Another giant enemy. The Mao Chu sect really loves big things." Immediately afterward, Lao Duan and the others emerged from the damaged helicopter, weapons in hand, approaching Xian's group.
Qi Ming taunted, "Next time, don't let Zijing fly the plane. She's too short, so her vision isn't clear."
This made Zijing retort, annoyed, "What? Ears?
Are you saying I didn't know how to dodge? If I didn't know how to dodge, the 5 of us would have logged out of Earth a long time ago."
Xian said sternly to Xiao He, "Sister Xiao He, go check on their condition. I'll handle things here. I'm relatively experienced in dealing with this big guy."
Suddenly, a hand tapped his shoulder from behind, and the person spoke. "Wait, it was Oren." His face was serious as he advised, "This time, you can't solve it alone. Don't be overconfident, kid." Seeing this, he was stunned, thinking, "Why is this guy suddenly so serious? This is rare." Oren continued, "Until now, the highest level you've fought is gold, but diamond level is not a joke. Moreover, it's Asmodan. This Asmodan is one of the Asmodan siblings, Celine Asmodan. Her brother is the strongest warrior of the Sun Radiance sect, and her sister is the most powerful mind of the Sun Radiance sect. After her brother died, she used forbidden arts to refine him into his current form, which is Xingtian." Just as he finished speaking, Xingtian swung its large hand to attack them. He urgently yelled, "Hey, are you being serious telling me all this now?" Oren grabbed his cloak with one hand and shouted with the other, "Divine Shield, come forth!" A green protective layer appeared, blocking Xingtian's attack. It didn't give up, using more force to try to break the shield, causing smoke to billow everywhere. Asmodan saw the situation before her and thought, "This shield? Could it be?" She stopped smiling. Oren clicked his tongue. Things are getting complicated.
Oren clenched his fist, creating a surge of blue electric sparks. He shouted loudly, throwing the skill towards the Xingtian beast's manifestation.
However, Asmodan quickly controlled it to dodge, making Oren frown uncomfortably and say, HMPH, she managed to dodge. Xian was astonished by the skill that had just been unleashed. What kind of skill is that? The system panel appeared, explaining, Spirit Beast, Manifestation, a gold-level exclusive skill. Using spiritual power to materialize a portion of the Spirit Beast's power, a skill produced by synchrony. The manifested part, even if it suffers an attack, the Spirit Beast will not be injured. The burden on the Beastmaster's spiritual power is great. Pay attention to the consumption of spiritual power when using it. He frowned, thinking seriously. A skill produced by synchrony? Is this the wisdom of the natives? A gold-level exclusive skill. Is there any way I can use it at the silver level? Asmodan stared down with terrifying eyes, a wide smile on her face, and said, It seems I have to be a little more ruthless. Xingtian, spirit power weaponization. As soon as she finished speaking, a blue vortex appeared from Xingtian's mouth. It reached inside, then pulled out a blade surrounded by spiritual power.
A roar ripped through the sky and earth. Qi Ming was so shocked that even his beast's mouth dropped open, and he asked, puzzled, What is that? The violent beast swung its hand and slashed towards Xian's group. Qi Ming shouted in horror, Block it! A blue hand emerged from the smoke, blocking the attack.
Oren struggled to withstand the blade, and he commented, Worthy of being a spirit beast, refined by humans. Then, a flash of blue electricity flashed in his eyes, and he shouted, But I am the high priest of Moonshade! He called out manifestation, and many large hands suddenly appeared, continuing to block the attack. This made Asmodan widen her eyes in surprise. What? How many hands does his manifestation have? The many hands combined their strength to lift Xingtian, suspending it in the air. Oren poured his strength into a shout. Go die! He glanced at Xian and loudly said, You stinking brat, it's your turn! He pointed and shouted, summoning his spirit beasts. Moonscar pillars reverse. They appeared and rushed forward. They swiftly weaved around the back of the blade, approaching the Xingtian beast.
Both of them widened their arms, concentrating their strength on their feet, unleashing a strike, aiming directly at both sides of Xingtian's shoulders.
Akeo re-swung his sword, calling forth Mu Ling Fengjian. A loud explosion rang out, and he soared straight into the sky at an extreme speed, slashing directly at the beast, causing it to fall to the ground.
He continued to plummet from above, along with Mu Ling Jia Zhao, striking the beast's back fiercely.
Ren Ni exclaimed in astonishment. Is this the battle of the strong? This destructive power? The girl beside her was equally shocked. It must be at least diamond level. The power of the move incinerated Xingtian, and it vanished. Ao reached out his hand, muttering a prayer. Rest in peace, Ryan. The space became quiet. Xian looked at the rubble remaining after the battle, thinking to himself, Is it over? As the dust settled, Asmodan walked heavily, her eyes downcast, her face a mixture of helplessness and frustration. She gritted her teeth and hissed, Damn it! Is it Mercury in retrograde today? Why did I have to run into them? A blade quickly swept across her neck, causing her to freeze. Ao stood tall and imposing, saying, Enough, Selin, stop. His eyes stared firmly at her. I don't want to harm my people, and neither should you. Asmodan lowered her head, her hair falling down, and laughed loudly in contempt. Ha ha, my people! As if enduring a grievance, her eyes, filled with hatred, looked at Aori, and she shouted, When you beheaded my brother, you didn't say that, you traitor. Then, she unleashed a force that made him retreat, and use his sword to block the attack.
She raised her hand, her eyes full of resentment, and gritted her teeth, shouting, From the moment you became a member of the Yu Yin sect, you betrayed your people. Behind Asmodan, the beast Xingtian gradually appeared from within the space, and she said resolutely, Brother, I won't fail again. Xing'an was extremely surprised, thinking, What? Clearly, why has it been resurrected? Divine Eye, what exactly happened?
Asmodan revealed a bizarre smile. Let's start the second round. The system panel appeared. Selin Asmodan, race, native, talent, space necromancer.
Space Necromancer is a mutated space beastmaster. Spirit beasts entering the space will be instantly killed,
and later they will be resurrected in a wraith form. Spirit beasts after resurrection have innate abilities that can't be killed, and even if destroyed, they can reshape themselves in the space of the necromancer. This effect is very effective against humans. Xian bit his lip and thought, a mutated space beastmaster, so that's it. Maybe she used this talent to create Xingtian and those undead spirits. A light of indescribable determination flashed in his eyes, full of contemplation, limitlessly resurrecting pets. This is clearly a battle of attrition. I have to think of something. Scene change. Thousands of large bullets flew towards the undead corpses. She aimed and shot at the undead corpses, opening her mouth and saying, "Hey boss, if we keep exhausting ourselves like this, we'll be in danger." Qi Ming glanced at her, his face unpleasant, and said, "TCH. Of course I know that." He looked at the huge beast, Xingtian, who was preparing to strike with its large blade, and said,
"These ugly things must be related to her."
Qi Ming frowned and gritted his teeth, thinking, "Wait, up there, I seem to have noticed something strange," he said. "Crazy woman. Take down the ugly crazy woman standing next to the monster." A scope was pointed directly at Asmodan's head. A voice spoke up. Okay. It turned out that Feng Lang was aiming at her with his rifle. He squeezed the trigger and shouted, "Die!" Yet Asmodan didn't even look, and with a light raise of her arm, she was able to block the bullet's path. She glanced at him with an extremely unpleasant expression. "I didn't expect that these small fry haven't been torn to shreds by the undead spirits yet," she ordered the beast. "Xingtian. Xingtian, first, take care of that TP Yao group over there." Its mouth suddenly opened wide. The gathered energy gradually formed a vortex.
Qi Ming's face was distorted with fear, covered in sweat, and he cried out, "Crazy woman, you didn't even hit us?" Xingtian gathered enough power and unleashed a powerful attack forward.
Its destructive power was immense. Wherever the force went, everything was destroyed, illuminating a cloud of dust everywhere. Asmodan seemed to see something, her face full of astonishment. "Wait, that's a figure looming in the blue protective circle,"
she exclaimed in surprise. "A shield, Akori?" The person looked up at the sky, and Xian's voice came out. "Are you all right?"
The deputy captain was so surprised that he fell to the ground, shouting in panic, "Wait, what's going on? Who are you?" After calming down a bit, he remarked, "Wait, this voice, this back. Xian." Asmodan was a little worried. Her eyes widened, and she shouted loudly to order, "Xingtian, tear him to pieces." As soon as the words fell, Xingtian lifted its huge foot and stepped towards him. A brilliant blue electric current erupted around his armored figure, his eyes radiating an overwhelming aura. He swung his arm decisively, his imposing aura roaring, "Just bring on your moves!"
Xian moved quickly, each strike resounding fiercely. The three Ao Renyin watched from afar, utterly astonished. Renyi spoke up. "So that's Xian?" The girl beside her continued. "How did he get here in the blink of an eye? That speed is insane."
He looked up at Xian, his face filled with speculation. "It was just a flash, but I'm certain that kid and that fish have merged. It must be because of their fusion that they gained such super speed, right?" Xian flew closer to her, thinking, "If Xingtian can't be killed no matter what, then I'll defeat this woman first. Then focus all my strength into my arm and meet her head on."
She wasn't scared at all, her mouth still curved in a disdainful smile, and shouted, "Manifest!"
Asmodan seemed to begin resonating with Xingtian as well. He was surprised. "What? She also?" She yelled, "I never thought there would be a day I'd use this golden tier trick." 6 arms shot out, gripping his arms and legs tightly. He struggled. "Damn it, I can't move."
She stood in front of Xian, her gaze appraising. "What a surprise. Soul merge talent."
Her hand stroked his face. "But the way you look, I doubt it's just a simple soul merge, is it? After all, this talent is essentially useless."
She laughed eerily, mocking,
"Oh, it seems you're not complete trash after all. I have to study you properly." A blade appeared in Asmodan's hand, and she said, in a contemptuous tone,
"Then I'll kill you here, and dissect your corpse to find out the reason."
Then, she swung a powerful blow at Xian, sending him flying.
Xian crashed straight into a pile of rocks. He sat up, leaning back, rubbing his head, lost in thought. After merging with the fish, this head is pretty tough. Good thing she's still wet behind the ears. But this manifestation is too difficult to deal with. Plus, I'm still not used to the new soul merge.
Suddenly, a voice rang out, "I can help you, master," startling him into looking around involuntarily. Who's speaking?" Jingzi added. "It's me, master." He was stunned. "The fish? Didn't you become more idiotic?" It explained. "It might be that the soul merge has temporarily restored my will." He was secretly pleased. "That's great." Then he paused. "Hold on, let's talk about that later. Right now, we're facing a diamond tier Asmodan priest."
Xing'an scratched his head, confused. "Right now, you and I are only silver tier. This is going to be a bit difficult, you know." It replied, "Master, perhaps you've underestimated our strength."
Master is human, and might not be able to sense it. As a spirit beast like me undergoing soul merge, I can feel the primal power increasing. I feel that our primal essence is rising together. Xian, hearing this, asked,
"You mean our grade is also becoming higher?" It replied quickly, "That's right.
So, as long as we're in the soul merge state, We might be able to use the specialized skills of the golden tier and even the diamond tier. He stretched out his hand, realizing. So, that's how it is. Then let's try Spirit Force weaponization first. Then he spun it around, creating a powerful circle in his hand. Grandpa once said that this is a technique that only people at the golden tier have. He extended his arm. From it emerged a long, powerful blue lightning arrow. He was secretly pleased. Success! Akano was utterly shocked. What? He actually can use Spirit Force weaponization. He looked at the person in front of him and wondered, could it be that this kid has already reached the diamond tier? Zeon in that form was trembling slightly, feeling a bit unfamiliar with using spirit weaponry for the first time. Eye of God, check my current status. I need a detailed report. The system immediately provided the necessary information. Subject. Zeon Mingkun has merged with the power of the pet Jing Z, current grade. Diamond Peak can use Jing Z's skills and the Diamond Tier Beast Tamer skills. Attribute list. Stamina B+, Speed 5, Physical Attack A+, Spirit Force Attack A+. Primal Attribute.
Con Trigrams. Spirit Force weaponization. Severing Water Iron. When the Spirit Blade Severing Water Iron skill transforms into an enhanced version. Beast Tamer Godspeed.
Raging Current. Corrosive Stream Slash. Moon Surface Pillar Anti-Sagging Moon. New skill. Moon Mirror Still Water. Moon in the Lake.
He was feeling his body overflowing with power. It's exactly as that thing said. I've reached the diamond tier, then there's nothing to hesitate about.
Zian immediately unleashed his power. Spirit Tamer Godspeed. Lightning illuminated the space. That's Zeon's power. Spirit Tamer Godspeed Raging Current. Asmodan also felt fear. What the hell is that? Jing Tian, kill him. The monster immediately attacked.
Zeon quickly parried. Corrosive Stream Slash. His attack struck Xing Tian's body. She smiled very smugly. Xing Tian's flesh has been strengthened. Damage at this level is fundamentally.
Asmodan looked at her monster in shock. What? What exactly did you do? Zeon was standing right above her head. This move has a corrosive effect. No matter how strong the flesh is, flesh can't beat the corrosion of Raging Current. She was now going crazy. You're just a test subject. What are you being arrogant for? Obediently become the stepping stone for my brother's resurrection.
He stood on the monster, wielding his weapon. What's so good about your brother? Even if he's resurrected, he'll just be another extremist terrorist for the world. Asmodan angrily screamed, I won't allow you to talk about Ren like that.
A grotesque, ghostly skull rushed over. What would a nobody like you understand? Zeon very easily dodged the attack. At least I understand that I have to forget my past. I understand that I shouldn't live under the shadow called the past. The two attacks collided, creating sparks. He once again called out that skull image. Someone like you, stubborn, cold-blooded, sacrificing countless lives like that, even if you succeed in the end. While Zeon was aiming directly at her opponent, what she revived was merely the insect beast named Asmodan Ren. Asmodan couldn't take it anymore. Shut your mouth! She struck with all her might. If it weren't for you guests from the sky, you invading our family, if it weren't for you initiating this great slaughter. The woman's eyes were filled with resentment. Ren wouldn't have died. It's all the fault of the guests from the sky, all the fault of the Yueyin sect. She attacked relentlessly like a madwoman. What's wrong with me using those colonialists and traitors for experiments? Unfortunately, Zeon was hit. His body felt like it was in freefall, unable to use spirit swiftness without a foothold. Zeon fell like a rock, and he immediately unleashed his move. Expend Wind, Dissolve Cloud. Baoan smiled terrifyingly. I'll study your corpse properly. But Zeon began to counterattack. What? Spirit Swiftness. Riptide. Spirit Swiftness. Riptide can use spirit energy to create footholds. Zeon weaved through the air. Asmodan felt extremely uncomfortable. How on earth can I kill this little brat? Zeon's entire body emanated power. I've died once already. You can't kill someone who's already died. He also borrowed the moon's power. Moon Surface Pillar Reflection. Pursue the moon! Zeon kicked straight into her defense and raised his weapon once more. It's not over yet, you crazy woman. Zeon stabbed forward with all his might. The Jingtian was also hit. Zeon landed safely. After slashing it, he stood tall. Even if her brother is revived, he'll only live in pain, because his death has become a reality. Moreover, living and feeling your own death is extremely painful. Zeon then adopted a stance. I understand this very well. Moon Mirror Still Water. A stream of water was created from that sword. Jingtian was being submerged in the stream of water. Moon Mirror Still Water. Moon in the lake! He slashed horizontally across its mouth again. Listen carefully. This is a eulogy from Can Water. Asmodan was also weakening. Truly rare. After so many years of suffering like this because of you, you're the only one. She still wouldn't give up. It's not over yet. Zeon held his sword to her neck. That's enough. You no longer have the spirit energy to restore Xingtian. Asmodon seemed surprised. Huh? Restore Xingtian? She was now going crazy. I'm not the kind of sister who gives up without her brother's protection. Asmodon pointed her weapon directly at him. Die! Xian moved closer to her, causing her to stab herself. Xian still looked at his opponent. Hey, what did you suddenly take over the body for? Immediately afterwards, a voice came out. Sorry, master, I'm scared of her. Asmodon's body changed continuously. Damn it, I didn't expect it to still be him. The outer shell was torn. A man appeared behind that shell. Diego Barro revealed his true form right in front of him. Unexpected. I thought I could possess a strong person who could kill Asajinashi. This little girl unexpectedly harmed herself with the windthorn. He put on a mask. Oh well. Barrow's entire body was covered in armor. After all, it was only a matter of time. He ran his hand through his hair. Her talent is quite useful. He stood tall in front of him. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Diego Bajuro, the third parasitic high priest of the Ryu sect. The fish immediately warned Xian. Master, be careful of this man. He is very dangerous. He is 100,000 times stronger than that woman. Barro appeared behind him. So it seems you're that strong guy. Little brother. Xian was also confused. Too fast. He suddenly hugged him tightly and took Xian flying into the sky. They're flying closer to the moon. Originally, I wanted to wait until this little girl possessed more powerhouses to help me, then I would seize her talent. A is very worried down below. It's over. It's on KY Sin's move. He immediately ordered the two. Everyone, leave this place immediately. The farther the better. He's still holding him tight. But now I have to deal with you first and then seize your talent. What? They both crashed straight down to the ground, shattering the surrounding rocks. Ji Yubai was also affected by Rong Zhen. She's extremely scared. Barreau looked at him lying on the ground and said, Looks like that's all you're good for, but as a spare body, it might still be useful. Xuan's whole body suddenly lit up, and he was surprised to see that. What? Unexpectedly, it's karmic sin. Inside this kid's body is the core of a ferocious beast. Barrow is no longer interested in this body. Cough, cough, what a pity. Cough, cough, forget it, just a waste of an avatar. But Xian slashed his head off. He then looked at his hand. His body is gradually disintegrating. What just happened? Xian is now extremely confused. Ji Yubai, what's wrong with her? He took off his outer armor. What happened to Ji Yubai? Alio Ri is still searching around. After the earthquake, we couldn't find her either. Could it be? Xian fell into a panic again. She fell into the cave. What? It's a desolate scene. The bee is analyzing the situation, constantly flapping its wings in the air. Barrow walked over slowly. Unexpectedly, even after doing this much, you're still okay. The image of him appearing in those eyes is also considered lucky. Lilith was stunned by the scene. So this is what Asmodon experienced before he died? Barrow glanced sideways. Not only that, more importantly, Azore of the Yueyin sect has dealings with young Master Xian of Bailin City. Speaking of him, she felt hatred again. That Xian has caused us to lose 2 high priests. Looks like he wants to ally with the visitor from the sky to deal with our Ryu sect. Mephisto also spoke up. If that's really the case, then it's troublesome. Now it's already difficult to narrow down Zhou range through shortwave spirit energy. Solaris couldn't sit still either. Then we can't continue to be passive like this. We have to send people to Bailin City again. We can't let the visitors from the sky collude with the Yueyin sect. Xian is still looking for companions, finding a needle in a haystack after 6 months. He used his shovel to dig through the rubble, and although he found the origin spirit heavenly water, Xian tied his hair back. But after such a long time, he still couldn't find any clues about Ji Yubai. He looked back, and these persistent wandering souls kept following him. Corpse spirits are crawling towards Xian. You corpse spirits are really miserable. He held the shovel in front of them. Then I'll deal with you guys first and continue searching for Ji Yubai. Xian summoned his pet. Ya, you've eaten so many spirit stones, it's time to come out and work. Ya seemed very uncomfortable and said, What is it? If you want to level up, of course you have to eat more. Ya, Sun Cycle Bird Race, Fire Element, Mid-Silver Realm, Talent Arrogant Sun Self Fire 55, Fire Spirit Body for 5 years, Aptitude Corpse Disposal Grade, Original Source Damaged, Skills Sun Cycle Scarlet Ray, Raging Sun Deathbreak, Solar Flame Flowing Fire Death. It immediately released countless flames, Solar Flame Flowing Fire, and the corpse spirits immediately burst into flames. Ya also completed its mission. Xian, I really can't understand the feelings of you humans. It glanced at him meaningfully. But it's been half a year. Your persistence is still very strong. This is not like the you from before. Xian also turned to look at it and said, If you said that 5 months ago, that would be true.
but now I have more rational thoughts.
Speaking of teammates, he felt sad again. Ji Bai's talent is extremely rare, and for me she is a very important support. Being able to level up so quickly is all thanks to her, Xian continued to explain. In the case without her, after this month, I will only level up to peak silver grade. Before, not only did I level up quickly, but even opportunities came one after another.
My contract with you also counts as a part of her contribution.
Yaya then burrowed into the system. Alright, then I wish you to find that tool girl soon, and then find more spirit stones for me. Xian was still very sad. Tool? She's not. He looked up at the sky and said to himself, It's getting dark, let's stop searching here for today. Xing'an returned to his shack. The small mountain ruins of the vein mining area. He turned back to look at someone. Xian? A woman stood beside a luxury car. How have you been lately, Xiao-an? Xian couldn't believe his eyes. It's Guy. It turned out that the mysterious person was Xian's grandfather, but his youthful appearance made it hard for him to recognize him. Xian thought to himself, guessing. Seeing his grandson's amusing reaction, his grandfather said with amusement,
When I saw myself transformed into a younger version, I had the same feeling as you do.
Hearing Jingchong say that, his head was filled with doubts as he couldn't believe his eyes. Wait, that's not right. Why did you suddenly become young again? Also, what about your right arm?
Jingchong patiently explained to his grandson. Silly kid, didn't you ask Captain Qi and them to send the spirit accumulation heavenly water? Fortunately, this right arm had the azure firmament fruit. He went on to explain to Xian why he appeared in this form. As for the rejuvenation, he guessed that it was because their Bai family had always belonged to the can water trigram, which was also can water. Perhaps the azure firmament fruit of can water stimulated the original energy, causing a situation of rejuvenation, but he still needed time to refine it, so on the surface he had recovered. But in reality, he still couldn't use spiritual power. After rambling for a while, Jingchong remembered the reason he came here. He said to his grandson with a serious face, But today I've come to find you for something more important.
Bailin City is still in the process of being rebuilt. But when I went out of the city for treatment, I don't know if it was people from the devil cult or another organization that controlled Bailin City. They captured the major families and sealed off the entire city. And the outside world has no way of knowing the situation in Bailin City now.
He continued to update him on the current situation of his parents.
The people of the Feng and Yuan families have also disappeared for unknown reasons. But don't worry, your parents are currently safe. As Jingchong spoke, he sighed, feeling powerless. It's good that they escaped, but I don't know what the situation of the people in the city is like. Xian could only silently listen to the whole story. After thinking it through, he threw the shovel in his hand on the ground and turned to leave.
Seeing him like that, Jingchong worriedly said, Xiao-an, I know that girl is very important to you. Before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted.
Grandfather! Xian stopped and turned back to say to him in a confident voice, I understand what you mean. I haven't lost my mind. I will return to Bailin City to investigate the identities of these people. Grandfather, don't treat me like a kid anymore.
Seeing him say that, Jingchong couldn't help but be stunned by the image of his grandson's growth.
Then he could only laugh it off. Rest assured, and leave it to you.
But before leaving, Jingchong reminded him that this time was not the same as last time. There was no manpower and financial support anymore.
His eyes were full of worry as he said, You must be careful, and definitely don't let anything happen.
Finally, Jingchong entrusted everything to him with full trust. The Bai family and Bailin City are all counting on you, Xing'an. When the two bid farewell, it was gradually getting dark, and the last rays of the sun were gradually fading, dyeing the sky gold. Xing'an finally set foot in Bailin City. He covered himself from head to toe, and without hesitation, kicked the door open with force.
Then, he landed gently, sneaking inside. It's been a long time since I've been back here, he thought to himself. Thinking back carefully, so many things had happened. It hadn't even been a year since he left Bailin City, but it felt like he had been gone for a very long time. Along the sewer, Xian walked and observed his surroundings. The sewers haven't changed much, but he didn't expect that the sewers of Bailin City wouldn't be so different from before.
The loud noise from the strange man's bag made him alert and exclaim,
Someone! But when Xian turned his head, the other person ran away in a panic, making him confused. A vagrant. His reaction is too much. The appearance of the vagrant made him suspect the current situation of the city. But considering the strength of ancient city Bailin, after the earthquake, it shouldn't be to the point where there would be a homeless person with nowhere to go, right? As Xian climbed up, he made his own speculation. The people who occupied Bailin City must have done something. He opened the manhole cover to observe everything around him, feeling strange. Is this the city center?
Xian quickly climbed straight up, standing and looking at the massive city in front of him. I can't believe Bailin City has turned into this.
He started walking, looking around, secretly assessing the situation. It's completely turned into a strange city, and at this time, there are too few people on the street. Suddenly, a wanted poster caught his attention. Wait, this is a wanted poster. Xian picked it up and carefully observed the person in the picture. He frowned and said, "This person is..." Seeing his face and the reason for being wanted. Wanted poster, Xian, for colluding and assisting the terrorist group of the devil cult to enter the city, is officially being hunted down in the process of escaping. When discovered.
Please quickly contact the authorities. The reward is up to 180,000. He felt extremely angry. He roared, "Why is it me? They dare to say that I colluded with the enemy, a terrorist."
Xian suddenly remembered the reaction of the homeless man earlier and thought to himself, "Damn it, that boss under the sewer must have recognized me."
Was thinking halfway, maybe he has already reported to the police. The voices of two policemen behind him startled him, and he turned around. You said, "If we catch that Xian, will we get a reward?" Dream on. If we catch him, it's called performing our duty. At most, we'll get a second-class certificate of merit. Seeing them talking about him, he quickly thought of a way to avoid them. Looks like I need to find a place to hide first. Xian managed to escape, and he secretly reminded himself, acting alone for now, hopefully I won't cause any trouble.
A bright sign in the dark alley suddenly caught his attention. A bar. Maybe I'll go there. After all, I can get some information in a place like this. Xian walked in, glanced around, and assessed the place. Compared to outside, it's really lively in here. However, so many people made him even more vigilant. Although there are many people here, the good and bad are mixed. And on the contrary, I don't know if anyone will report to the police. I'll ask for some information first. Xian went to the bar, planning to order something for himself. "Hello, I want..." He was interrupted by another shout before he could finish speaking. "You actually touched my butt!" In the distance, the female waiter was grabbing a philanderer, shouting loudly, "Don't run, you pervert!" Her voice brought a familiar feeling that made Xianan curious. Why does this voice sound so familiar?
He glanced back slightly and observed. Rabbit ears. Red hair.
Could it be that? Suddenly, that jerk was sent flying into the bar. The bartender could only sigh softly at the sight. Here we go again. The waitress, still fuming after the hit, cursed directly at him. "You damn perverted scum, remember this!" she warned him loudly. Not all girls can be taken advantage of like that. Xian approached and greeted. What a surprise. Seeing someone interrupt her, she frowned and said, "Huh?" He calmly continued, "Isn't this the young miss of the Feng family?" But upon hearing that, Feng Huang immediately covered his mouth. "Feng," she quickly gestured, saying, "Shh, don't say my name, or we're both done for." Feng Huang quickly dragged Xian away. "Aju, this is my friend, I'm taking him downstairs." He helplessly agreed. "You sure have a lot of friends." The two walked and updated each other on the situation here. "Little Feng Huang, what's the situation in Bailin City right now?" "I'm the same as you. Wanted by the authorities. And not just us, but all the major Beastmaster families of Bailin City from before are also wanted." "So why is that?" "After Grandpa was injured. It wasn't my father. We don't know either. Currently, someone of unknown origin is controlling Bailin City, but it's just a puppet." "So what's your situation? I see that you seem forced to make a living." "It's not what you think. I'm just in disguise to make it easier to gather information," she continued. "After all, someone in our group needs to scout for news." But hearing Feng Huang say that, he interrupted in confusion.
"Wait, who are we that you're talking about?"
From the basement below came the continuous sounds of chewing food and typing.
Po Tian didn't notice Xian's arrival, still nonchalantly reporting to Feng Huang. "Little Feng Huang, I've sorted out some of the previous data, the rest is up to you." It wasn't until she reminded him, "Look who's here, Fatty Yuan," that Po Tian exclaimed in surprise.
"Angie." He rushed over, his face full of joy. "Angie, you went out to train without a word, and didn't even tell me. I missed you so much." This scene made Xian shudder involuntarily, exclaiming, "Oh my god, this scene is too familiar." He quickly held him back. "Don't come over here. You still have snack crumbs on your mouth. And also, how long has it been since you showered?" Little Feng Huang leaned against the wall and suddenly praised Xian. "You've become stronger, haven't you?" Hearing her say that, he replied in confusion. "Huh? Why are you suddenly saying this?" she said casually. "It's just that I have a feeling that during the awakening ceremony, Yuan Mu also ran towards you like this, and you dodged. Now you can lift his nearly 300 kilograms body."
Hearing that, Xiang asked her,
"Last awakening, wait, why do you remember this?" As he spoke, he thought to himself, "Little Feng Huang, are you paying attention to me?" Feng Huang quickly changed the subject, walked elsewhere, and ordered Po Tian, "Fatty Yuan, get to work." He quickly replied, "Okay."
After chatting for a while, Zian asked seriously, "So what exactly are you guys trying to do?" Po Tian looked at the computer screen, reading the data, and replied,
"Of course, we want to investigate who framed us."
Feng Huang suddenly remembered something. "I haven't told you before." She began to tell him about the mercenary group. Recently, an unknown mercenary group has been active in the city.
"We suspect they're related to the people who framed us." He quickly guessed what she wanted to say.
"So your information is related to them?" At the same time, Po Tian finished reading the data, exclaiming, "Done." Feng Huang became angry when she mentioned them. She said through gritted teeth, "The most important thing is that my family and Fatty Yuan's family have been captured by those people, so we have to quickly rescue everyone and then find out the truth. This young lady is not a wanted criminal." As she spoke, she proceeded to analyze the information she had. They're going to the Jiazin district. It seems their leader is also present. Is it possible to know what those people want to do? It seems like they want to meet someone. This is our chance to meet their boss. Suddenly, Po Tian discovered something strange, exclaiming, "Wait, there's a document here. It seems to be the person they want to meet."
The computer showed a picture of a girl with red hair and a long scar on her face, looking extremely individualistic, but there was no information about her.
Feng Huang sighed.
"Only a picture?" Po Tian quickly explained. "Our equipment is too old. There's no way to decode everything." Hearing that, she had to give up. At least she knew what the other party looked like. Zian, who had been silent for a while, suddenly suggested, "I have a suggestion. Let me go meet that commanding officer." Hearing that, Feng Huang teased, "What? Are you trying to join the team?" He shrugged and replied nonchalantly, "Of course, to society, I'm the true grandson of the city lord, so I'll participate in your actions. As for myself, if you fulfill our previous promise, all the grudges between us before will be wiped clean."
As Zian spoke, he glanced at the bunny outfit she was wearing, causing Feng Huang to blush with embarrassment. "Hey, this is..." Not letting her continue, he quickly turned and left. "Then I'll set off." Feng Huang, provoked until her face was red, angrily shouted, "Zian, you bastard!" In the Jiazi district, a deserted construction site, not a soul in sight. Zian looked around, thinking, "It's this construction site." He kept looking around, searching for a place to hide. It feels abandoned. While there's still no one here, find a suitable place to hide. Suddenly, a voice came from behind him. "Hey, little bro over there." A girl stood on the high scaffolding, calling down, the night wind flipping up her coat, revealing her legs covered in dense, white scars.
"Little bro, are you waiting for someone?"
Xingan was startled by the voice.
"Damn it, someone's here!"
The long scar on her face and striking red hair made him quickly recognize her as the woman in the picture. She continued, "What a coincidence. So am I." Finishing speaking, she jumped down in front of Xian, muttering, "What is it? I'm in a strange land of foreign people." He still didn't know who this girl was, and was constantly on guard.
"What's the background of this woman?"
She stared at Xian and speculated, "Looking at the way you are, you must be someone from the lower realm. How about the two of us talk for a bit?"
Sensing the danger, he activated his defensive abilities, thinking, what did she mean by what she just said? Could it be that my actions are suspicious? Seeing Xian so agitated, she quickly soothed. "Oh, so agitated? Little bro, you've probably misunderstood me. I don't mean anything."
But suddenly, the girl issued a challenge to him. "If you're a beastmaster, then do you want to fight with me?" Hearing that, he secretly speculated, is this woman a martial artist? At the same time, the system also revealed her identity. Qi Yanyan, primary diamond realm. Seeing this, Xian immediately refused Yanyan's challenge. He thought to himself, "No way. This esteemed person is from the upper realm, and lowly me is from the lower realm.
Isn't this clearly bullying someone?
Clearly she's diamond level." Yanyan nodded in agreement, but still felt quite unwilling. "True, so how about we do this?" She continued to offer another suggestion. "How about we temporarily lower our levels? This should work, right?" The system also displayed information exactly as Yanyan said. Yanyan, Battle Genius S, Scarlet Rainbow S, Primary Silver Realm, Temporary Level Reduction, Spirit Beast Night Howl Fiery Fang, Primary Diamond Realm, Tao Enlightenment, Howling Tiger, Top Grade Gold, Seal Bronze Middle, Top Grade Gold, Lava Spirit High Grade Bronze. Seeing this, Xian also offered his conditions. "In addition, if I win, you must grant me 3 conditions," he thought to himself. Since she lowered her level to silver, maybe he could get some information from her. Regardless of his conditions, in the blink of an eye, Yanyan closed in. She urged, "Stop dawdling!" Xian exclaimed in panic. Hey, I haven't said what the conditions are yet." She charged like a whirlwind, saying, "Defeat me first, then talk," while throwing a straight kick aimed at his face. Everything happened too fast. But with his combat instinct, Xian managed to dodge in time. He thought to himself,
Too fast.
Yan Yan didn't give him time to react, continuing to attack.
She launched a kick from above, aimed straight at Xian's head. The speed was so fast that his eyes widened in shock, thinking,
Axing strike! Fortunately, he managed to block with his arm, but the force of the kick was so strong that he was sent flying. Seeing Xian activate a defensive skill, Yan Yan felt extremely excited. Precise shield! It seems I underestimated you at first.
She immediately summoned her spirit beast, ordering it to kill Xian. Lava spirit, crush him!
He wasn't to be outdone, and quickly summoned his spirit beast. Jingzi, come out! As soon as he finished speaking, a huge entity suddenly appeared from the void. Its massive size startled Yan Yan. Seeing this, she thought to herself, Not bad, little brother, but, as she spoke, it's still a bit slow. She looked up, observing the two spirit beasts, trying their best to determine the winner. Jingzi didn't let its master down, using its tail to knock that guy down to the ground. Not stopping there, it continued to swing its tail, preparing to deliver another blow. In a flash, Jingzi swung its tail from above, slamming it straight down on the lava spirit's head, causing it to retreat several meters, with dust and smoke filling the area. Xian, who had been observing, happily exclaimed, Well done! But Jingzi didn't dare to let its guard down, saying, Master, don't be careless. As soon as it finished speaking, the lava spirit launched a counterattack. It launched fiery red lava stones, carrying terrifying heat, straight towards Jingzi and Xian. Seeing this, he quickly activated a protective shield, preventing the stones from touching them. Witnessing such a dramatic scene, Yan Yan sneered, thinking, This is rare. After everything ended, he turned to ask his spirit beast, Jingzi, are you okay? It gently replied, I'm fine. Seeing this, Yan Yan secretly assessed him. In the upper realm, no one would actively protect their spirit beast. It seems this little brother values his spirit beast a lot.
She said to Xian, In the upper realm, no one would have the courage to accept my challenge, and not many of those who have fought me can actually fight.
As she spoke, she walked towards him.
A person like you, little brother, can actually exchange blows with me.
There aren't many in the upper realm.
Xian became vigilant as he saw her approaching. He thought to himself, This female warrior is very strong, kings. It's hard to imagine what kind of power she would have in her perfect state. I must use my full strength.
Without warning, Yan Yan and her spirit beast charged forward, preparing to continue the fight. She yelled, Use all your strength. Fight with all your heart. This time, Xian was no longer surprised, ordering Jingzi to launch a counterattack. Jingzi, use that move. It charged forward, launching a series of attacks, leaving both of them with no time to attack. Yan Yan could only hide in a defensive crystal ball.
She was covered in sweat, her face full of worry, thinking to herself, What kind of move is this kid using?
Yan Yan stood there, observing Jingzi's every move, making her deduction. Is that the high-level move of the can water lunar pillar reflection? In a flash, Jingzi swung its tail violently, launching the next move.
Lunar pillar reflection!
Yan Yan reached out and summoned her weapon. She used a move to send Jingzi flying into the sky, shocking Xian. He anxiously went over and sat down, asking, Jingzi, are you okay? Jingzi was dizzy, weakly answering, Master, she broke the rules. The smoke slowly dissipated, revealing Yan Yan's face covered in sweat, as if she had just used all her strength, saying,
I lost, little brother.
You're the first person to force me to break my oath, she continued. My name is Qi Yan Yan, a rude warrior. I have offended you. May I ask for your name? Xian put Jingzi back into his dimension, silently looking at Yan Yan, thinking, Considering the current situation, it's better not to tell her who I am. Suddenly, a voice rang out. A person with silver hair smiled slyly, saying, Hey, the girl is asking you what your name is. What are you shy about? Or is it because they are the brothers Zi Hao and Zi Ning? She stuck her tongue out, and he raised his hand with a contemptuous expression, continuing, Is being a descendant of the exiled Bai family in the upper realm too embarrassing? Xian took a defensive stance, loudly asking, Who are you people? Zi Hao sarcastically said, Oh dear, I almost forgot that our cousin has always been in the lower realm, never seeing the world. He has a contemptuous look. Perhaps he doesn't even know about the affairs of our main Bai family. Don't you think so?
Xian Zining added sarcastically, It's normal that the lower-level world doesn't know about the existence of the upper realm, let alone the descendants of exiles. Yan Yan spoke up. The superiors arranged for two little devils from the Bai family to meet me? That made Xian look at her in surprise. They know each other? Yan Yan carried her spear, the tip wrapped in charms. Walking past Xian Hao and Xian Ning, the two siblings turned to watch her back, saying, Yan Yan, Qi Yan Yan, you still have the same personality.
she replied nonchalantly. We're not here to mediate the Bai family's affairs. Finish the job quickly and do it seriously. At this moment, a group of men in black appeared behind Zihao, along with a person with orange hair. One of them said, "Young master, we've brought the person." Zihao glanced over. That was fast. Tianwu was controlled by those people. She struggled and angrily shouted, "You bastards! Do you know who I am? Let me go!" Xian was stunned at the sight, his eyes widening. "Little Phoenix Ayuan?" Hearing that, Zihao raised his hand and slapped Tianwu hard across the face. He shouted loudly, "Shut up! Trash from the lower realm! How dare a lowly Phoenix clan insect run around here?" Seeing this, Xian angrily yelled, "Stop that now!" Then he summoned Yuya to attack him. It quickly flew straight up high, creating many sparks, and flung them straight down. All the sparks shot out and hit one point, creating a loud noise and scattering smoke everywhere. The smoke gradually dissipated. Xining's group was still standing tall inside. Zihao spoke from within the smoke. "Not a high status, but a big temper, my dear cousin." Zoom in on the misty area. Zihao stood in a circle of people, one hand controlling Tianwu, the other on his younger sibling's shoulder, smirking. "Is this lowly girl from the lower realm worth making you an enemy of us, of the upper realm?" The system panel appeared. Spirit reversal shield, made of light soul-repelling metal alloy, cannot be destroyed by any spirit energy skill. Seeing that, he couldn't help but think unhappily. TCH, another spirit reversal shield. Zihao's subordinate raised his gun and shouted, "You damned mixed blood, daring to resist the young master! Protect the young master! Authorized to shoot the target dead!" Zihao waved his hand to stop them, saying, "Fall back. He's still from the Bai family. Give him a chance. We people from the upper realm are still extremely generous." Xian angrily shouted, "Who exactly are you people? Why do you want to occupy Bailin City? What is your purpose?" Zihao smoothed his hair, replying with a contemptuous smile. "Occupy? Is there anything wrong with me coming to my territory, removing officials, and appointing new managers? Your grandfather was just in exile, ordered to develop a new world. Just a criminal, redeeming himself." Xin Ning also struck a pose, chiming in. That's right. It's a pity he never purged the natives on this planet. The superiors sent us here. Ha ha. He laughed sinisterly, continuing. "Besides, this world is now merging with another world." Xin Ning continued. "We want to use Bailin City as our base. Investigate the portals leading to the merged world to search for powerful creatures." Zihao turned around and asked his subordinates, "What is the status of the portal?" A subordinate quickly replied, "The soul energy in the current area has stabilized. There are no signs of a portal appearing for the time being." Hearing that, he summoned a poison lightning manlin from his space, a smile of excitement spreading across his face. "Then first, we must eliminate these useless things." The system appeared. Zihao, pure water attribute talent rank S, early stage gold realm. Beast Tamer, Yu Yin, Mu Qi, early stage gold. Poison Lightning Manlan, early stage gold. Zihao read it and seriously pondered. The gold rank should be able to win. He waved his hand, sending the Poison Lightning Manlan towards Tianwu, saying, "Then let's start with this lower realm girl first." The system panel continued to appear. Poison Lightning Manslan, early stage gold. The Poison Lightning Man Cullen created a large ball of electricity from its mouth. Tianwu gritted her teeth and closed her eyes, preparing to receive its attack. Suddenly, a surge of spirit energy moved at extreme speed, shooting straight towards the phoenix, then circled around. It turned out that Xian used his power to save the phoenix and Ayuan. Although his face was covered in glowing red veins, he still looked down worriedly and asked her, "Are you okay?" Tianwu looked embarrassed, her face flushed red. She turned away shyly, kicking Xian in the chin with her foot, shouting, "Stay away from me, you scoundrel Xian!" He replied in pain, "Don't be so polite." Zihao, seeing the scene just now, thought in surprise. What the hell was that just now? It felt like a ferocious beast. Then he immediately waved his hand, ordering the Poison Lightning Manlan, "Incinerate them!" The Poison Lightning Manslan flew straight ahead, releasing a huge purple lightning blast, its power flying out and hitting Xian. He crossed his arms, smiling and saying, "Xian, if you want to blame someone, blame your grandfather." Xianning, standing behind, watched with rapt attention, exclaiming, "Brother, have you become even stronger?" The two siblings suddenly saw something, their expressions surprised. He asked in question, "What is that?" His sibling speculated, "A monkey?" The person's voice rang out, "Xian, are you okay?" Xian, holding the phoenix in his arms, replied, "I'm okay, you have to be careful. The opponent is a gold rank from the upper realm. I don't know if they're any different from us." She struggled in his arms, angrily shouting, "Xian, let me go!" Zihao frowned, speculating, "Looks like he's not some ordinary ragged kid from the lower realm." He immediately ordered the venomous electric man Lamb. Charge through! Let's make this a swift victory. The venomous electric man Lamb appeared, creating a large aura of spiritual power that surrounded it, and shot straight ahead. The tree-like spirit beast raised its hand, and a faint green gas slowly gathered in its sleeve, then gradually swirled into a fierce beam of light. In an instant it fired a clear blue energy beam, slicing through the air at breakneck speed, heading straight for its enemy, the venomous electric man Lamb. However, the venomous electric man Lamb wasn't easily subdued, quickly dodging and narrowly avoiding the sharp attack by a hair's breadth. The tree-person spirit beast narrowed its eyes, as if reassessing its opponent. Pretty fast. Without stopping, it continued to stretch out its hands, watching the venomous electric man Lamb fly around trying to surround it, and continued to remark, "Truly a slippery eel." The mockery angered the venomous electric man Lamb, and it opened its mouth wide, preparing to unleash an attack on the tree-person spirit beast. But before it could build up any power, a firm hand from the tree-person spirit beast reached out with lightning speed, managing to grab the creature's snout. It slammed the venomous electric man Lamb to the ground, sending dust flying everywhere. Simultaneously dazed and unable to fight, the tree-person spirit beast spoke up, finally stopped. At this moment, a red alert notification flashed on the system screen non-stop. From An glanced at it and muttered, "Crap." Po Tian beside him urged, "Brother An, hurry up and unlock it. What are you stopping for?" Zia Hao's subordinate appeared behind him and reported, "Young master, the soul energy is unstable. The portal is about to open." As soon as he finished speaking, the ground beneath them trembled slightly, and a circle of blue light slowly appeared right in the center of where they were standing. The circle grew larger and larger, twisting and swirling, then transforming into a bizarre vortex, as if opening a gate to a completely different place. In a panic, Tian Yu's eyes widened and she cried out in shock, her voice even louder due to the roaring winds. "What is this, a portal?" From An spoke up in response. "It's the world merger from before." She looked over at him and continued to ask, "World merger?" From An stared intently at the blue vortex and said, "The earthquake last time was a harbinger." Zihao waved his hand and ordered his subordinates, "Prepare to teleport." Xingning seemed to see something, her face covered in sweat, and spoke up, "Wait a minute, there's something inside." From inside the blue vortex, tentacles with multiple barbs emerged. The long tentacles wrapped around Po Tian and Tian Yu. He called out in fear, "Brother An, help me!" Tian Yu, suddenly entangled, also panicked. "Ah!" The tentacles continued to wrap around the tree-person spirit beast and Xian. He roared loudly, "What the hell is this?" Zihao was also tightly bound, but he was still worried about his younger sister, Xingning. Xingning cried and screamed in terror, "Brother, save me!" The tentacles caught everyone, dragging them all into the blue vortex. Inside, they were released and floated in mid-air. Tian Yu shouted loudly, "Xian, quickly call out the little phoenix, Ah Yuan." A moment later, on the other side of the portal, was a gradually darkening blue space filled with gloom. From An fell and felt heavy. Can't breathe. He slowly opened his eyes. Wait, this touch. Tian Yu also held her head and sat up, and suddenly realized someone was sitting on top of her. It turned out to be Tian Yu. Po Tian, who was being crushed by the two of them, said with some difficulty, "Not to be rude, but you two are too heavy." Making her embarrassed. After a while, the three stood up and looked around. Po Tian asked, "Where did we fall?" Tian Yu replied softly, "I don't know. I can only be sure that we are in another world." From An saw something and called to the two of them, "Look over there." Appearing before their eyes was something with a very strange shape. Tian Yu looked in surprise and asked, "Is that a spider?" Po Tian said, "I think it's a crab." From An replied, "No matter what it is, it only proves that this place is very dangerous." A staff shaped like a stone leaf stacked into a staff, with a blue flame at the top of the staff and a seashell hanging on it, emitted strange sounds. The three of them had the same thought. What's that sound? The owner of the staff was also very surprised to hear the voices of the three of them. The scene shifted to where Zihao's group had fallen, and a subordinate approached him and reported, "Young master, there are no survivors at this base station. It must be caused by the native creatures here." Hearing this, he calmly replied, "It seems the environment here is even more dangerous than the secret Azure Planet Kingdom." The subordinate continued to add, "Young master, there's one more thing. Our supplies were lost when we entered the portal." This made him surprised, and he asked, "Then what about the supplies at this base station?" The subordinate recalled what he had seen and replied, "There isn't even a single bit of supplies left at this base station." Zihao frowned. "Then aren't we going to be trapped in this world until we die?" The subordinate bowed and reassured him, Young Maester doesn't need to worry. The subordinate used the device to survey the terrain of the cave. Based on the information we found on the terminal device of the base station, we have detected signs of activity nearby, probably the habitat of the native creatures in this world. Zihao rubbed his hands after hearing this and ordered, "Then prepare a bit." He smiled somewhat sinisterly. "Let's head to the living area to buy some supplies." Over here, the three of Shu An faced Xiaolan, both sides wary of each other. Po Tian, hiding behind Xian, shouted loudly, "What the heck is that thing?" Tian Yu also fearfully raised her voice. "Is it going to attack us?" He extended his hand to cover her mouth, reassuring her. "Wait, it looks like it's scared." He thought solemnly to himself, "Oh, I God. Please tell me more about the creature before me." Before the eye god could activate, Xiaolan trembled and waved its tentacles towards Xian, causing him to freeze, thinking,
"Tentacles? Directly reaching over here?"
One tentacle touched Xian's forehead. His eyes flashed. This familiar feeling. Both floated in the air, their bodies emitting a blue light. Could it be Huang? At this time, Xiaolan cautiously spoke. Hello? He introduced himself. "I am Lan from R. You can call me Xiaolan. Judging from your appearance, you don't seem to be from this world." After hearing this, he quickly and politely replied, "I am Zhu An from the secret spider kingdom. My companions and I were accidentally caught in a portal and came here. Now we are stuck in this world." In his heart, he thought, as expected, a creature with intelligence. Tian Yu, who had been watching the scene from earlier, spoke up, confused.
"Fatty, did you understand what that octopus person was saying? Why can Xian communicate with it?"
Po Tianyuan whispered. "I don't understand either. Besides, is what this octopus person is saying really a language?" Xian continued to speak with Xiaolan. "I am truly sorry for the trouble. Thank you." Tian Yu couldn't take it anymore, and approached him annoyedly, yelling, "Shu An, what do you mean I simply understood? Answer me." He ignored what she said, and continued to ask Xiaolan, "Huh? What's this quartz stone?" The system panel displayed the information. Soul crystal, the crystallization of a creature's spiritual power. Also the crystallization of a creature's soul. Xiaolan spoke up, introducing, "We are residents from R, a servant race created by our master, the beloved daughter of the Tona-scarred realm." The image of a woman standing high above, looking down at subordinates kneeling on the ground, gradually appeared. He continued, "But 3,000 years ago, the master became brutal because of an epidemic. We were forced to seal our old master on her throne."
Following the story was the woman with a large body tied to the throne, as said in the story. Beside her were three people in black cloaks holding torches as if performing a ritual. The voice continued,
"Not only that, this epidemic also turned our servants into a type of monster, called soulless ones." Xiaolan mentioned the blue crystals that Xian had seen before. And when the soul separates from the body, it will crystallize into these crystals. He looked at the blue crystals in front of him. "My parents died in that epidemic. Perhaps the souls of my parents are in these crystals." A sad expression appeared on Xiaolan's face. "Perhaps this is the final destination for our family."
Xian saw him so depressed, patted Xiaolan's shoulder, and said consolingly, "Although we just met, and aren't that close," but he thought to himself, "It would probably feel better if I comforted him a little, even though it's a bit meaningless." Then he continued, "But you guys have existed for 3,000 years, the future will definitely be fine." Suddenly, the ground around them shook violently, emitting loud noises. Xian asked fearfully, "What's going on?
"An earthquake?" Xiaolan quickly reassured him. "This isn't an earthquake," he explained. "It's the soulless ones." Following Xiaolan's words, a group of soulless ones rushed over madly.
Instantly, the group of Xian was surrounded. He anxiously asked, "What do we do? We're surrounded."
Xiaolan instructed, "You all must stay by my side, don't move." Zhang Yuni. Xian conveyed the message to everyone. He said, "We can't move." Immediately, Xiaolan raised the scepter in his hand and recited a spell. "Oh, ghosts of the past, listen to the whispers of the living." Following his call, the soulless ones that were rushing down suddenly flew in a circle above everyone's heads in the direction of the scepter.
"Oh, wandering ghosts of the past, listen to our commands."
Xian looked at the formation in front of him in fear and wondered, is he leading those soulless ones? Immediately after, he shouted, "Oh, wandering soulless ones, go find the lost souls." Then, he immediately lowered the scepter, causing the soulless ones to rush in the direction of the scepter. After finishing, Xiaolan explained to him,
"Usually, the soulless ones will not actively attack. As long as there is a ferryman to guide them, you can safely pass through their territory." Bai Xiaoan sighed after hearing this. "Then you are truly a peace-loving race." He looked around and asked, "Looking at the terrain here,
This place used to be an ocean, right? Xiaolan quickly replied. That's right, but that epidemic brought about a change that polluted the ocean before, and there is no life left, and our master has given us strong adaptability. Even in an environment without water, we can still survive.
Perhaps she foresaw that this would happen.
Xian understood the problem after hearing this. But your master herself could not escape the fate of being corrupted. He said with pity, it's truly too tragic.
The group set off again. Xiaolan walked ahead and instructed. We're about to reach the village. You guys better not touch the slime on the road. That's corruption. Xian quickly stopped Yuan, who was intending to touch the strange things on the roadside. Yuan, don't touch that poisonous thing. Hearing him say it was poisonous, Yuan's expression immediately turned fearful and hurriedly retracted her hand. The system panel showed. Extraterrestrial fungal subcorruption does not belong to this world.
It will use the surrounding environment and creatures as parasitic hosts, and then transform them.
Suddenly, Xiaolan stopped, his whole body trembling, causing Xian to ask, Xiaolan, why did you suddenly stop?
Tian Yu, standing behind, recognized him after hearing him call.
So his name, Xiaolan. Xiaolan stammered tremblingly.
The village. Xiaolan looked ahead, seeing his village empty, and said breathlessly, the village has been...
It was the group of Zi Hao and Bai Zining who were frantically chasing the villagers.
Zining waved her hand and ordered a linfish. Little Bai, go! That linfish unleashed an extremely large amount of power from its mouth. That power shot straight towards the village.
Zi Hao frowned and lightly tapped Zining's head reproachfully. Zining, if you smash everything, how can I hang them up for public display? She put on an innocent expression, touching her fingertips together, looking extremely pitiful.
At this time, Xian used his power to create a shield for the villagers behind, and angrily shouted,
What are you doing?
Zi Hao heard the voice and wondered, is that Xian's shield? Then, as if confirming it was him, he muttered, looks like he hasn't been eaten by these local creatures yet. Zining protested in dissatisfaction, yelling, don't hit me on the head anymore. I won't grow taller. Zi Hao ignored Zining and asked Xu An, as a human, why are you protecting these inferior creatures?
Xu An glared angrily, his eyebrows furrowed as he snapped,
life doesn't have high or low status, and besides, this is their home. They are the true masters of this place.
Zi Hao looked at the villagers hanging above and sneered coldly.
Have you been in the spider nest secret realm for too long? Has your brain broken?
These lowly creatures without language are worthy of being the masters of this place? He pointed to his head with a mocking laugh and said, I see you're really filled with the heart of a saint, he continued. We humans can roam across planets, relying on force and determination to conquer everything. People like you are only worthy of wandering in the borderlands. Then he emphasized that the strong preying on the weak is common sense, and also the law.
Xu An retorted, now you see yourself as the strong preying on the weak. But have you ever thought about standing before someone stronger than you in the future? Wouldn't you be the weak one then? Then he grumbled, dissatisfied, you use your current strength to destroy races that are equivalent to weakness. Eventually, you will be destroyed by someone stronger. He still asked with disdain, what? Someone stronger? Then he widened his eyes, raised his hand full of star power, and growled, the big fish eats the small fish. The big fish will always be the big fish. My Bai family's power will only become stronger after swallowing the weak. He continued, as the peak of the food chain, how can there be any existence stronger in this world? Xing'an responded coldly. How ridiculous! To put it bluntly, you are just using your power to plunder and harvest, seizing the achievements of other lives.
The strongman philosophy you always emphasize ultimately only has killing and desire. You don't respect your own life at all, and only pursue the pleasure of conquest and killing. The two stood facing each other, creating a space with two completely different extremes. Immediately he summoned Jingzi.
Pointing forward, he commanded it to attack, yelling, the end point of killing is only destruction, and the future of coexistence is eternal. Use strength to make up for weakness. Draw wisdom from the weak. Regardless of one's own origin, this is the right path to becoming the strongest beastmaster.
Zi Hao was furious when he saw this, veins popping on his forehead, and said, you're really stubborn, it's useless to say more. Immediately, he also summoned his Lin Yu and shouted, then you and these weaklings can become the nutrients for the strongest. His Lin Yu fiercely opened its huge mouth and aimed at Xian. The two beasts rushed at each other, but Jingzi immediately dodged Lin Yu's attack. It quickly bit Lin Yu's tail, causing Bai Renyu to look back in panic. Lin Yu still looked at Jingzi with a disdainful gaze, saying, look at your ugly appearance, it's really hopeless, just like your useless master.
Jingzi also retorted without giving in, let me tell you, your mouth is just as stinky as your master's. Don't you brush your teeth every day? Jing Yu asked with sarcasm. There are too many teeth to clean properly, right?
The two beasts whipped each other with their tails, neither willing to lose. Lin Yun also retorted, "You're no better."
The two people on the other side also faced each other and said, "You're no better." The two beasts continued to attack each other.
Zihao watched the battle of the two beasts and muttered, "Are these from the same school? They can't break each other's moves."
On this side, Shu An also thought to himself, they are both beastmasters of the Bai family, and the moves are too similar, but he suddenly realized, wait, there's still one move. Immediately he shouted, "Jingzi, there's enough space here." Jingzi also realized, it's finally time to use that move.
Zihao suddenly shouted, "There's an opening, crush them!" Immediately, Lin Yu released a huge burst of power,
but the power it released was reflected by Jingzi's outer layer, causing no damage. Lin Yu looked up and asked blankly when he saw a large shadow covering him, "What is this?" Then, Jingzi, with a body 100 times larger than Lin Yu, slowly said,
"Now I'll show you which one is the big fish, and which one is the small fish." Zihao gritted his teeth and asked, "Is this its original form?" Ning cheered happily.
"Oh, fish! The fish is so big!" Jingzi opened its huge mouth and swallowed Lin Yu whole. It shouted in fear, "That's cheating!"
Jingzi immediately closed its mouth with Lin Yu inside, and retorted coldly, "What cheating? I was originally this big." Zihao was so frightened that his mouth dropped open. It swallowed it. Lin Yu roared in fear inside Jingzi's belly. "Let me out! It's too dark in here!"
Xian reminded coldly. The big fish eats the small fish is basic knowledge, and also the law. But he asked Xinhao, if it's really swallowed, what's the difference between you and me? Immediately, Jingzi spat Lin Yu out of its mouth, causing it to hang upside down in the air and cry out, "Stinky, I'm gonna die!" Lin Yu flew out and slammed straight towards Zihao. Xian and Jingzi looked down at him from above and shouted loudly, "Do you understand now? Your upper realm's values are wrong." Zihao held his head in his hands and said unwillingly, "Did I lose? Am I weak? Impossible! Impossible!" He shouted in disbelief, "I'm not weak." What he was referring to were the blue crystals. The efficiency unit of this crystal is extremely high, and the total amount of spiritual power and quality is 50 times that of any spirit stone, he continued. At the same time, it can also strengthen the spiritual power of the Beastmaster to improve the level of connection of spiritual power. If it is used to control the Beastmaster, it will definitely save a lot of time. Zihao listened and pondered. Suddenly his eyes flashed, and a strange smile appeared on his lips. Very good, very good. Zihao thought to himself. Xian, just you wait. On Xian's side, Tian Yu asked Fatty Po Tianyuan, just if, Bailin City didn't encounter some things, would Xian become the city lord in the future? Po Tian replied uncertainly, I don't know, but as a good friend I will definitely support him. Then he asked her back, Little Phoenix, what about you? Will you object? Ahead, Xin An was talking to some villagers, saying, It's nothing. We're currently stuck in your world and don't know how to get back. Really? That's great. Tian Yu pondered, then replied, I don't know. She looked at Xian, who was happily smiling and talking. I always saw him as a rival before, only observing his weaknesses and wanting to defeat him. But after recent events, I've discovered some potential in him, the potential to become a good leader. As soon as she finished speaking, she shyly and hastily defended herself.
Me praising him doesn't mean I acknowledge him, okay? But I'm not saying I hate him either.
Her voice trailed off. Maybe. A little.
Po Tian, hearing her words, looked like he understood and gave her a thumbs up, replying, I get it. That's it, right?
A moment later, Xian finished talking with the villagers. He walked towards the two of them and said,
Right now, there are two news, one good and one bad.
Which one do you want to hear first? Seeing this, Tian Yu blankly asked, Huh? What is it? Xian, seeing her face flushed, worriedly asked, Little Phoenix, are you okay? Your face is all red. Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Hearing him ask, her face turned even redder. She shyly and hurriedly replied, I'm fine. Tell me the good news first. Immediately after, Xian announced, The good news is that before the collapse of civilization, Risi was equipped with space-time technology. We only need to go to the ancient city of Risi to find that teleportation device. The three of them stood together, forming a triangle. Xian slowly continued. As for the bad news.
He started explaining.
The place we're standing is actually the ground of this world, also known as the Ocean Trench. And the ancient city of Ri is currently on the surface, so we have to find the ancient lifting device, which is now the lair of the soulless. Xian continued to raise the issue, although it is said that with the Red Rider there, the soulless are nothing. But But as you can see, Xiaolan is the last Red Rider of this land, so she has to stay here to protect this land. Finally, he turned around and said, "So we can only rely on ourselves." Afterwards, Xian and the others went to a dark and gloomy place. He turned back and said, "This is probably it." Tian Yu, walking behind, saw a corpse lying on the ground, looking like a mercenary who had lost his way. Xian, unafraid, forcefully opened the door and stepped in. "It's also possible that they've been here before, so we should still be careful." Suddenly, he was startled. "Wait, that's—" Xian's group stopped and looked at the scene before them. Qi Xiaoha held a weapon in her hand, stepping on the monsters, and wore an arrogant smile. "Is that all you've got? How boring." Xian became wary when he saw her, while Qi Xiaoha opened her mouth to greet them. "Isn't that little bro Xian?" Suddenly, the guards carrying guns stepped forward and pointed them directly at the group, ordering, "Don't move! Hands up." 2 guards urged the 3 of them, "Be honest with us." Xian's group stopped walking, and he hurriedly spoke up. Hey, now's not the time to play cops and robbers, okay?" Qi Xiaoha, seeing this, was furious, and looked down from above and yelled, "You two stop it now!" She scolded loudly. "We are currently stuck in this world. Didn't your Bai family master teach you to observe the situation clearly?" Xian, seeing that the 2 gun-wielding men had retreated, spoke up. "Sister Qi, this seems to be a pretty understanding person. I thought people from the upper realm were all a bunch of brainless warmongers." She approached Xian, pointed a finger at him, and coldly said, "First, I don't care what your view of us people from the upper realm is. Just like what I said before, I also have my own mission, and I don't want to get involved in the Bai family's troubles." She looked down from above. Zinan's face was serious, and she looked directly into his eyes. Second, she immediately clamped his neck, happily saying, "You are the first beast tamer to defeat me, so I'm quite interested in you." Xian, choked and uncomfortable, yelled, "Interested is interested, but what the hell are you doing? Let me go first." Tian Yu, seeing the scene before her, angrily called out, "Xian!" One of the 2 soldiers didn't dare to look, and the other scratched his head blankly, while Po Tian stood aside, not daring to stop her. Suddenly, both of them paused, and Xian loudly asked, "What's going on here?" A strange creature appeared in front of the group. Qi Xiaoha immediately released Xian, pushed him behind her, and said, "Step back. Let me handle this guy." Ahead was a huge and terrifying monster. Xian widened his eyes and looked up at the thing in front of him, exclaiming in shock, "What the hell is this? Divine Eye, what the hell is this thing?" The thing he was talking about was a giant black-green carnivorous flower with limbs that looked like drills. After using the Divine Eye, its information immediately appeared before his eyes. Star Beast, Race, Star Family, Grade, Diamond, Elementary, Skills, Purple Void Scream, Blue Spiritual Telekinesis, Purple Star Affliction, Alien Beast born from Alien Fungal. Special ability is Mental System Skills. Yan had intended to sneak attack it from above, but unfortunately, it had detected her and retaliated. She crossed her arms in front of her, summoning a shield to block the attack from the Star Beast. Yan was blown away, sliding along the ground, but she managed to use her weapon to stop her body, and couldn't help but admire. Quite formidable. Suddenly, a mysterious person spoke up. "Very interesting." The soldier standing next to him, seeing this, curiously asked, "What are you doing?" He took off his mask and threw it on the ground, slowly stepping forward and saying, "Originally, I just wanted to investigate whether you people from Tianwai were colluding with the Yue Yin faction, but I didn't expect." It turned out that he was Diego, the 3rd priest of the Ma Chu sect. Seeing him, Yan suspiciously asked, "Hey, wait, who are you?" Diego ignored her words, arrogantly walking towards the alien beast, excitedly continuing, "There's actually such a rare alien beast here." He launched his sword towards it, shouting, "Then serve me!" The sword, carrying a dazzling golden light, rushed out like lightning. It directly plunged into the Star Beast's body. The powerful sword pierced a hole in its body, causing a strange golden liquid to gush out like a spring. The entire body of the alien beast immediately changed from black-green to gold-black. Its information was also changed because of this. Parasitic wasps for mating, forcibly controlling spirit beasts. Even spirit beasts with strong spiritual power cannot resist. Seeing this scene, Xian cried out in horror, "Parasitic wasp! Why are the demonic lords here?" Po Tian was terrified upon hearing this. He hissed, "Ange, have you been fighting the demonic lords for the past 6 months?" As soon as Yan heard demonic sect, her anger flared up. She rushed forward madly, roaring, "Demonic lords, prepare to die!" Facing the mutated beast head-on, Yan swung her weapon powerfully, creating a fierce slash. But Diego remained indifferent, standing on the Star Beast's shoulder, calmly asking, "My dear lady, we don't seem to know each other. Why do you look at me with such personal animosity?" Upon hearing this, Yan was furious. She retorted, What are you pretending for? Do I need to use my spear to help you remember? Diego seemed to recall something after hearing this. He asked in surprise. You are flame enchantresses. Could it be that you are his? Before Diego could receive an answer, a pillar of energy from Jingzi shot straight towards him. But this attack had no effect on his shield. It shattered upon contact. Diego frowned and lowered his gaze, saying in an annoyed tone, Almost forgot. There's still an easy-to-trick one. Below, Xian had already run to stand beside Yan Yan, pointing at his face and shouting, Parasitic wasp, I don't care how you came back to life, but we still have debts to settle. Then he glanced at Yan Yan, thinking to himself, It seems Miss Qi and the parasitic wasp also have a grudge. Yan Yan seemed to sense his gaze and looked over. She also thought, Little brother Xian, you too. Diego stood on the back of the star beast, waiting for it to gather enough power, and shouted triumphantly, Let's use you to test this mutated beast's strength. Yan Yan braced herself in front of the mutated beast and suggested, If we both have grudges against him, Xian chimed in, Why don't we join forces? He glanced at her, smiling slyly. Miss Qi, it's called Yan Yan, also grinned, replying knowingly, Great minds think alike. By the time the two of them finished chatting, the star beast had already gathered its power. A massive beam of energy shot from its mouth, surrounded by a dazzling golden electrical aura. Seeing it attack, Diego couldn't help but feel satisfied, exclaiming, Impressive. The ground in front of him now had a large pit stretching into the distance like a dry riverbed, with smoke and dust obscuring everything. This power made Diego excitedly say, This power is at least diamond-level strength. This time, I've found a treasure. But before he could rejoice for long, a stream of purple-pink energy shot towards him from within the smoke. Diego frowned slightly, calmly tilting his head to dodge, perfectly allowing the attack to graze past his face. The one who launched the spear at him was none other than Yan Yan. She gradually emerged from the smoke, clicking her tongue regretfully. Missed! Diego rolled his eyes, not too surprised by what had just happened. He wondered, Why am I not surprised to see you guys unharmed? He turned towards the one still hidden behind the smoke, using a shield to defend, and asked coldly, Why do you think that is? Yan Yan also looked in that direction, asking suspiciously, Bai Zi? But after the smoke cleared, the person holding the shield was not who she expected, causing Yan Yan to shout vigilantly, Who are you? The man trembled as he was interrogated, answering, I'm just an ordinary mercenary. Ziran appeared from behind him at this moment, placing his hand on his shoulder, smiling friendly. See? I told you it was right. There's absolutely no problem with the spirit energy reflecting shield's power. The mercenary also replied blankly, Huh? Oh yes. Zian looked towards the enemy in front of him, calculating, Using this method to force us to open the shield, making us expend our spiritual power first. This guy is cunning. Gotta see what his trump card is. In front of Xian's eyes, all of Diego's information was clearly displayed under the power of the divine eye. Diego Bafaro, native of the Myriad Nest Secret Realm, Diamond Tier, Peak Stage, Beastmaster, Talents, Spirit Armor Beast. After reading his information, he couldn't help but sigh. He has 2 talents, and the second one can't be displayed. Immediately, a plan sprang to mind in Xian's mind. He reached forward, summoning 2 golden chains. He said, Then let's copy it and see. Chains of Chandao. The 2 chains immediately flew out and surrounded Diego. Along with it came the system notification. Talent, Spirit Armor Beast. Copied successfully. Talent? Copy error? Xianan was filled with doubt upon hearing this. Copy error? This talent can't be copied? Why? Following his question, the system immediately provided an answer, diagnosing the reason for the inability to copy the hidden talent. Xian quickly regained his composure, his eyes hardening, thinking to himself, It doesn't matter if I can't copy it. At least I can use one. Following that, a system notification sounded. The Heavenly Tao Cauldron is full. Please change the existing talent. Upon hearing this, Xian thought to himself, This copied talent can only exist with 3 at the same time. The system immediately listed the A-grade talents. Phoenix Flame, Grade A, Flowing Fire Body, Grade A, Soul Ingress. He carefully considered his options. The Li Fire talent has 2. The last time he merged souls with Yin Ya, the Li Fire attribute didn't match his compatibility much. After making a decision, the system's voice sounded, Changing Fire Spirit Body. The fire element symbol in the circle also changed to a different shape according to the system's voice. The Fire Spirit Body has been replaced with Spirit Armor Beast. Diego on this side felt that something was wrong. He thought to himself, What was that strange feeling just now? It's like something entered my body. Thinking this, he roared irritably, What did you do, you extraterrestrial people, ignorant and damned? Xian was very surprised to hear this. He wondered, He can sense the chains of humanity? The Star Beast, under Diego's control, unleashed its power, with golden green energy swirling around it like electrical waves. This energy awakened the trees beneath the ground, causing them to rise from the earth and surround the group. Seeing this scene, Yan Yan cried out anxiously, "The underground mycelium is revived."
The trees grew longer, their roots wrapping around the legs of one of the mercenaries, carrying streaks of blue and yellow electricity.
The mercenary was quickly restrained, his entire body entangled by the roots.
Immediately, those roots showed no mercy and tore his limbs apart.
Seeing this scene, Xian sighed. Using physical attacks to kill the mercenaries with anti-spiritual energy shields first is truly cunning. Just 1 second of carelessness, the roots immediately targeted Shu An, wanting to ambush him from behind. By the time he realized and turned his head, it was too late. He could only scream inwardly, "I'm done for." But before the roots could touch Xian, they were torn apart in a single blow. This made him doubt. What? The one who came to save him was none other than Tian Yu and her golden-winged eagle. She smiled and said arrogantly, "Xian Yu, I bet you didn't expect there would be a day when you'd need me to save you, right?" Xian didn't care too much about this taunt. He just gave her a thumbs up and said, "Thank you very much." Tian Yu was angered by his action, and she said irritably,
"You're not going to argue back? I feel like you're insulting me."
On the other side, Pantian was fearfully sitting at the feet of his armor gorilla, his spirit beast, to be protected from the roots. He hugged his head and trembled, yelling, "Armor gorilla, help me!"
Seeing the current situation, Xian immediately brainstormed a plan. He disabled all the shields first, so it proves that his tactic still wants to use spiritual energy to attack. But our side is pinned down. We can only wait for the moment he attacks to counterattack. Thinking about it, this alien thing is born from slime, so the thing that the fungus fears the most is high temperature. The fire must use parting fire. After figuring out a countermeasure, Xian shouted loudly, "Xiao Feng Huang, I've figured out a way. I need your help." Hearing his words, Tian Yu was a little doubtful. "Huh? You're actually asking me to help you?" Xian didn't rush to answer her but continued, "And Ah Yuan too, you too." Po Tian, who was sitting hugging his head in fear, asked blankly, "What can I do to help?"
He didn't answer this question either, and continued to shout, "And Miss Chi as well." Yan Yan smiled when she heard this and agreed. "Oh, what do you want me to help you with?" Diego, standing above, frowned uncomfortably. He declared arrogantly, "Without those damn shields, today is the day you die." While watching the Star Beast gather strength, Diego said smugly, "Don't worry, I'll use your corpses as backup bodies. This attack is even stronger than the last one, and its range of impact is much wider." Seeing that the Star Beast had made its move, Xian hurriedly shouted, "Now is the time!" Following his command, Po Tian immediately used the armor gorilla to block the attack. He yelled, "Roaring thunder! Electric potential touch! Armor gorilla! Block it!" A shield immediately appeared around the armor gorilla, helping it absorb the power that was being fired at it. Seeing this scene, Diego shouted in astonishment, "That gorilla absorbed it again!" After absorbing all the Star Beast's power, the armor gorilla roared madly and raised its hands as if it was about to counterattack. It slammed its hands hard on the ground, returning all the absorbed energy. Roaring thunder! Energy release! Its attack caused the ground to shake violently, with rocks and dirt flying everywhere. Seeing that the time had come, Xian shouted, "Xiao Feng Huang, it's our turn." Tian Yu heard this and replied, with an excited smile on her face, "No need to remind me, you scumbag Xian." With that, both of them made their moves at the same time. Blazing yang flowing fire, one using the crimson medicine fang, and the other using the golden winged eagle, frantically launching fire at the Star Beast. And the Star Beast, being an alien plant-type beast, was seriously injured when attacked by fire. At this time, Yan Yan began to chant a summoning spell, one hand raised to the sky, and the other hand holding her weapon tightly. The gods know that even the truest words of thunder won't be listened to by the wicked. Understanding the emptiness of colors is the start of enlightenment, the root of wisdom. I invoke the purification of the 3 realms, banishing darkness and chaos from this realm of mortal existence. May all beings of the 3 realms be reborn into worlds free from suffering. If the world goes through myriad cycles of rebirth, I shall certainly transform into a demon." Then suddenly her eyes widened, and Yan Yan shouted, "This is the Asura path. I am a demon. Invoke my name." Following her voice, a spirit beast carrying flames and purple eyes gradually appeared, deep in the darkness, using this Asura demon fire to cut everything off. After finishing the chant, a spirit beast with the shape of a bird and gray-white feathers appeared before her eyes. Yan Yan looked at it and said triumphantly, "It's time to hunt, Night Wanderer Demon Fire Crow." Following her words, the spirit beast's information was also announced by the system. Night Wanderer Demon Fire Crow, winged crow species belonging to the Demon Fire Crow, Diamond grade subspecies, beginner level, demon fire stance skill, karma fire stance, asura stance. The spirit beast's combat style possesses 3 types of stance skills, similar to combat techniques. Flexible and diverse, it is an extremely rare subspecies of the winged crow. Xian was shocked when he saw this. He gaped and exclaimed, "Another rare spirit beast? Completely different skills than before. Stance skills?" While thinking, Xian observed the every movement of the demon fire crow. Could it be that stance skills are similar to human combat stances, using different stances to produce different skills? The demon fire crow leaped into the air, preparing a blow at Diego. Demon fire stance. Diego shouted in surprise when he saw it. Demon fire crow? Isn't that an extinct species? He couldn't believe his eyes, and just stood still with wide eyes. The demon fire crow scratched the star beast with its claws, causing it to be seriously injured. Then it jumped back, keeping its distance from the alien beast. The demon fire crow retracted its wings, and streams of pink and purple energy quickly gathered on its wings. Seeing an opportunity to counterattack, the star beast also gathered energy in its mouth. Then the demon fire crow made its move. Karma fire stance. 2 pillars of golden and purple energy collided with each other, creating a violent tremor. Xian, standing outside watching their battle, exclaimed in shock, "Karma Rakshasa!" The battle of the 2 spirit beasts has also come to an end, and the winner is the demon fire crow, as its energy column has completely overwhelmed the star beast. The demon fire crow landed on the ground, and immediately purple energy sources rose up from under its feet. Yan, who had been silent until now, continued to chant. Is that the strength of a rare subspecies? The road ahead is full of danger, acting as the mirror of the world. The demon fire crow stood proudly in the sea of pink and purple, its sharp eyes looking at the enemy. Diego limped out from the smoke caused by the force of the previous attack, muttering incessantly, "Purify the 6 senses, purify the 6 senses. An alien creature can't defeat an extremely rare spirit beast." He looked up ahead, still muttering, "If it could serve me." But before he could finish, a spear was thrust straight into his face. Yan, backed by the demon Firetooth, pointed the spear at Diego's face and snarled, "A degenerate like you from the Machu sect can't gain the recognition of the demon Firetooth. Die." Diego seemed to understand. He shouted, "So that's it, you are the legendary successor of the demon flame. I never expected to fail at the hands of the demon flame." Immediately, Qi Yan waved her hand, creating a purple-pink energy that spread around. She yelled, "Shut your mouth!" Zicleon's puppet, seeing this scene, broke out in a cold sweat. He thought to himself, is this the strength of the upper realm? A rare spirit beast, coupled with her own powerful strength. Looking at Yan's extremely dignified and sharp appearance, he continued to speculate. Her strength is probably even greater than Grandpa's. Xian clenched his fist with a serious expression. He said to himself, after this incident, the Wanshu Nest's secret realm will definitely displease the upper realm. Before that day comes, I must become stronger. Observing Yan standing in front of him, speculations kept popping up in his head. But the grade limit of the Wanshu Nest's secret realm has been locked. If he wants to become stronger, he can only go to the primordial Yuanxing upper realm. But this is something to consider after everything is over. Qi Yan lifted her sword from the ground. She slung the sword over her shoulder and approached the group in front of her. She spoke up. Looks like you all are descendants of great families. Tianyu's expression turned pensive as she observed her. The Bandu clan with the remnant phoenix, looking at the Yanyu behind you, you must be the current Phoenix Flame Awakener, right? Xian thought to himself after hearing this. How does she know everything? Coming to his turn, she said, the Bai clan of the Star Sea Dragon, Xian, the grandson of the exile. Your grand-uncle was a prominent figure in the upper realm when he was young. A world-shattering one at that, she concluded. Ice Mountain Ocean Lei. The ancestors of the Yuan clan were all martial talents who pioneered the Star Sea. One can always see the figure of a Yuan clan general. Yan held the sword with one hand and placed the other on her chest, cockily curling her lips at Xian. Let me formally introduce myself to you. I'm Yu Yan Tianhuo Qi, the current holder of the Demon Flame, Qi Yan, the martial artist. My apologies for the rudeness, she continued. Like what I said before, I'm not interested in family grievances. Exploring the new world was originally to complete the mission from above, to test the power of the spear with the powerful creatures of this world. Coming to this point, Yan frowned. But as you've seen, after we were caught in the teleportation portal, due to the force of the coordinates, my mission could not proceed smoothly. Xian asked back with a dark face. Does that mean Miss Qi is also trapped in here? Yan scratched her head embarrassedly. She chuckled apologetically. Although I don't want to admit it, that's really the case. Xian clapped his hands in delight after hearing this. He naively said, Then let's go together. Tianyu shouted from behind to stop him. Hey, don't decide on your own! She glared angrily at Xian, and couldn't help but scold him.
Xian, are you serious? She's from the upper realm.
Then she gritted her teeth. My family's affairs in Bailin City, they are all because of them. Having said that, Xian patted her shoulder. He smiled, and explained. Have you forgotten what my celestial beast is?
Super intuition. Trust my intuition. Seeing this, Tianyu shyly pushed his hand away. She reluctantly agreed. Okay, don't exaggerate your S-rank talent anymore, Xian thought to himself. Actually, it's mythic rank.
They left the cave one by one. Xian couldn't help but ask Tianyu again. So you're considering it as an agreement, right? She changed the subject and said, let's get to the Earth's surface quickly.
On the Earth's surface, in Ri City, Xian looked up at the dark castle. The surface was covered with a lot of moss.
Yan spoke first. The civilization of this world is also quite close to our civilization, isn't it? His expression became strange. His lips twitched as he said, why is it still so gloomy after arriving on the Earth's surface? Looking at the old stone statues, he continued, but you can see that the civilization of R is quite grand. They looked around, and Xian still spoke up. It feels pretty much the same everywhere. Where should we go to find that teleportation device? Tianyu turned her head to look at him. She used a mocking tone to ask, at a time like this, why don't you use your proud S-rank talent?
Zik-An widened his eyes in surprise, as if he had just discovered something. That's right. The materials for the teleportation device must be made of some kind of treasure. Wouldn't I be able to find it by using the treasure-finding function of the Eye of God?
Xian closed his eyes tightly and raised his hand.
Eye of God. Scan for treasures within the effective range. The Eye of God is listening, scanning for treasures.
The Eye of God issued the information. Because the treasure is made of otherworldly materials, it cannot be displayed as usual. Only the approximate location can be displayed. Seeing this, he thought to himself, the throne. Could it be the castle or the royal palace we talked about earlier? Xian glanced around suspiciously and continued to think. But what do the throne and the teleportation device have to do with each other? Let's go take a look first. He looked at the dark surroundings with some hesitation. However, he felt like he was searching for a needle in a haystack. The scene changes to a dark place, with many tree roots surrounding it, and some brightly glowing blue crystals embedded in the ground.
Zihao frowned, crossed his arms, and asked, any new developments? The person next to the crystal observer replied, yes, young master, held a device, and explained in detail. The crystal index in this area is different from other places. Along the way, we found that these crystals have higher energy closer to a certain place. Only that person's voice echoed in the dark area. Perhaps these crystals are linked to a powerful energy source. Moreover, my guess is that the energy source is likely to be the main body of this world, the thing we need to find, because the amount we have collected is now equivalent to a violet star-level beast tamer. It still hasn't stopped there, that person continued. But these crystals seem to need to adapt to a stronger origin to be absorbed, and the young master needs time to recover. So regarding the use of these crystals, I suggest we still should. Suddenly, Xiahao interrupted. No, we're trapped here right now. We need to speed things up. We don't know if we'll encounter more troublesome characters than that Xian before we find a way back. Xingning's eyes sparkled. She held the crystal and looked up, saying, Long, big brother, said this rock is very nutritious. Said it might make long evolve faster. Xinhao looked at her, puzzled, and asked, Xingning, what are you doing? Then Xingning explained, Long is hungry. Xingning continued, her voice a bit hesitant. Long hasn't leveled up in a long time. Long looked at the crystal, its eyes lighting up, and quietly licked its lips. I think Long probably wants to level up too. Zihao frowned upon hearing this. He replied, but the energy level of that soul crystal is very high. Eating it directly might cause great damage to its origin. Not now. Xingning immediately felt panicked. Behind her, Long quickly snatched the crystal. It put it in its mouth and chewed it greedily. Suddenly Long's eyes lit up with many colors. Seeing this, Xingning anxiously asked, Long, are you okay? Both Zihao and the soldier witnessing this were extremely shocked. He shouted, Damn it ate it! Spirit energy is continuing to rise, almost reaching the lower limit index. Long spread its wings wide. It emitted a strange yet powerful purple-pink light. Its ears grew longer. Its neck also became larger. In just a moment, it became incredibly huge. Tiny Xingning stood at its feet and shouted, Big brother, look! Long is bigger. Zihao held his head helplessly, saying, Luckily, it's okay. What's the situation now? The soldier replied, The power has indeed increased a lot. Looking at the information panel, he continued, But there's no breakthrough in level yet.
but it's already at the peak of the golden rank. Fortunately, the young lady's mythical beast is quite strong, able to withstand such enormous spiritual power. Xinhao thought seriously. Golden peak. Only one step away from the diamond rank, Xining's talent is indeed higher than mine. Looking at Kang Long Long sticking its tongue out and licking Xining, her face was very happy. He couldn't help but think, to be honest, I'm a little jealous. Remembering the memories of the past, I also tried hard to become stronger, but was defeated by insects from the lower realm. It would be a real shame if that got out. Zihao held the crystal, pondering. But the way to become strong in front of me now is still not considered stable. Can it only be used if the strength is strong enough? Looking at the glowing crystal, he said to himself, the strong will become stronger and stronger. Then he frowned. This soul crystal is quite compatible with my tune. Suddenly, Xining shouted loudly, calling him. Zihao was startled by the shout. Big brother! Xining stood on Long Long's head. She excitedly raised her hands above her head. Me and Long Long want to go for a walk. It's so boring here. Zihao angrily said. Are we here for sightseeing? Xining didn't fear him at all. She exclaimed excitedly. Long Long, let's go! Zihao was annoyed seeing his younger sister ignore him. Are you even listening to what I'm saying, you brat? Scene change. Dark night. In front of Xian was a giant stone statue. He thought to himself, straight ahead must be Kisuna's sealed throne. He looked around, couldn't help but curiously ask, why aren't the people here transformed into soulless ones when they're infected? Then he observed the golden sword. What is this? This thing seems to be preventing the corruption. Tian Yu spoke first. Is there no normal place in this world? Xian thought to himself. It looks like these are the people who sacrificed themselves to seal Kisuna. He nervously wondered. But what is that thing exactly? He continued calling out, tell me, Eye of God. Information from the Eye of God appeared. Extraterrestrial metal, specific index unknown, is a high-level alchemical product from the special technology of City R, can absorb souls. The R people currently use it to seal the corruption and infected creatures. Because it absorbs a significant amount of soul, it receives the power to continuously release the sealed location, but the release time is long. The intensity will decrease. After grasping the information, he made a guess. That also means that these special re-people sacrifice their souls to replenish energy for this thing. No wonder they're not infected, but not transformed into soulless ones, because the soul has disappeared. Just as Xian wanted to touch the sword, a loud shout came from somewhere. Hey, don't touch it carelessly! Tian Yu heard another voice, and instinctively turned around. Vigilant? She asked. Who was that just now? Yan Yan replied, I don't know. Probably nearby. Xian sweated profusely, thinking to himself, everyone heard it. Seems like it's not an illusion. That blue soul crystal gripped the sword tighter and asked, what are you? You outsiders? Tian Yu screamed when she saw it talking. It's that thing! Yan Yan agreed. That's right, it's that thing. Po Tian also agreed. I heard it too. Xian had to stretch out his hands to stop them. Don't get excited. This is a divine artifact that seals corruption. Suddenly, something wriggled out of the sword body. The soul crystal was surprised. Sealed corruption? Wait, could it be? It shouted. Why am I in the sword's spiritual energy? Also, why is my body like this? Water? Where's the water? Looking at the dark surroundings, it exclaimed. The seal is weakening. Damn it, we still failed. Xian's eyes lit up upon seeing this scene. He thought very seriously. Why can we hear its voice? The crystal soul screamed at them. Hey, you lowly outlanders, give me a hand. The Eye of God sends information. The essence of the seal is a type of spirit-sensing sword force. Anyone within its range can hear its voice. Xian continued listening to the crystal soul. Quick, destroy this scepter sword. Existing like this is useless. A second later he shouted, wait, you haven't failed at all. He recalled his previous memories and explained to it. Moreover, your descendants continue to exist in this oceanic trench. Though it's difficult, they still have a chance. Hearing this, the crystal soul disagreed. But the seal hasn't stopped the degradation of the later generations. Complete corruption of this world is only a matter of time. Xian immediately retorted, I refuse! Yan Yan in the back kept muttering, beyond my power, he continued. We came to find a teleportation device. We don't have time to waste with an ancient relic over 500 years old. Looking back at the sword, the crystal soul cautiously asked them, looking for the teleportation device? You want to enter the Grand Hall? Recalling that terrifying scene and the enormous figure, it advised, don't go in. Kisuna is sealed inside. Entering the Grand Hall will awaken Kisuna, and that's Kisuna after she's been corrupted. Xianda immediately dismissed it.
I don't care what kind of corrupted monster she is, or who Kasuna is. There's still a city waiting for me to save. If you dare stop me, you'll have to step over my dead body.
The crystal soul embraced the sword, gathering more and more azure energy.
It sneered. You damned Outlander, you're right. Releasing the seal is only a matter of time anyway. Outlander, quickly, take me!
Zeon turned, his face filled with skeptical listening. If you've finally come to your senses, le feu Howard graphic, the corrupted sword split into three. From the cracked part, the azure crystal soul wriggled out, elongating the sword. They emitted an extremely dazzling light, turning this withered body into a flame. The azure parts on the sword became sharp, burning with the soul as fuel.
The light blazed, igniting with spirit. The sword's hilt resembled an eye. This was the final mission of this body.
Zeon thought to himself in astonishment. It can transform.
The sword was stabbed deep into the ground. The crystal soul continued. Come, Outlander, lift the sword. He approached and grasped the sword, not forgetting to remind. You said it, don't regret it. Hearing this, it impatiently replied. Stop dawdling, hurry up. The moment he lifted the sword, the jade-green energy accumulated in the sword began to spread into the air. All things are illusory, all matters are segmented, all things have spirits, all matters have purpose. The way of beast taming, the way of heaven, the way of spirit taming, the highest way. The sword was pulled from the ground, creating a large fissure.
Zeon raised the sword, the jade-colored rays of energy growing stronger, weaving among the corruption. Here, I make a contract with you. I will complete the things you couldn't finish, until your soul returns to the void. After finishing, Zeon smiled contentedly. All right, the contract is complete. The crystal soul, at this moment, asked in utter surprise. Wait, what kind of ritual is this? Hearing this, he replied, making a contract? Didn't you want me to take you with me? Suddenly, a green gust of wind like a tornado swirled around the four of them. Zeon shouted, Earthquake! Is it a soulless one? The crystal soul retorted, That's not right, it's not a soulless one. This aura is very similar to that of an Outlander. Suddenly, a pillar of purplish-pink light erupted from beneath the ground, as if wanting to tear the space apart. At this moment he looked up, and upon seeing it, was utterly astonished. Isn't that a dragon? The Eye of God displayed information about it. Yuji Long, a Lin Yu species belonging to the four-legged flying dragon subrace. Species, Yuji Long. Realm, Golden Peak. Talent, Jun Wind Development Jade Art. Skills, Reverse Moon Whitebone, Su Yu Sword Sever, Zhu Ya Chaotic Dance, Duizi, a variant of the Lin Yu's four-legged flying dragon subrace, also belonging to the protected dragon subspecies, possessing some of the adorable habits and appearance of cats, wielding a battle strength different from its cute and lovable appearance. It is therefore loved by many female beast tamers, and has become a pet idol. Ning excitedly said. Finally arrived at a spacious place. Sitting atop Longlong's head, she looked down, catching sight of the four people below. Ning narrowed her eyes. Wait! That's Zenon! And Ning cried out in amazement. The Amazonian woman of the Chi family, Yan Yan, seeing her, frowned. That foolish girl from the Bai family. Ning shouted at her without care. You're clearly from the upper realm, why are you acting together with that foolish Zeon from the lower realm? Yan Yan lifted her eyes and replied. Didn't I already say? Above only told me and you to enter the teleportation gate together, but didn't say I had to act with you. Ning crossed her arms unhappily, and loudly said. Second brother once said that Zeon's grandfather was a bastard who did many evil things, so Zeon is also a terrible bastard. You're helping Zeon? Siding with a bastard?
Ning stood on top of Yuji Long, scolding them. The quiet scene was broken by her. Whoever helps Zeon is also a bastard, so you Amazonian woman, are also a bastard. Today I will, on behalf of second brother, punish you bastards. Zeon, hearing this, felt strange. What kind of logic is that? Yan Yan replied, Don't worry about it, your cousin is just a fool. Zeon's face was covered in sweat. He gave a small, embarrassed laugh.
Looks like I've implicated Miss Chi, sorry. She didn't seem to care about it.
She calmly replied. It's nothing. I've long since stopped having anything to do with that Bai family. I mean the Bai family of the upper realm. Finishing speaking, Yan Yan raised her hand, ordering Yan Xiao and the tiger. It crossed its arms arrogantly. Its massive form and the raging, burning energy behind it made it look incredibly valiant. Yan Xiao, come, let's burn something. Zeon looked at the sword and said. Sorry, we have to linger a bit. The crystal soul inside was shocked. Huh? You don't plan on using me to fight that little girl, do you? I'm a soul trying to conserve myself. Don't waste me on unimportant things. Yan Xiao Crazy Tiger grinned, lowering its head to reassure him. Little brother, it's okay, we can handle it. Hearing it say that, Xian couldn't help but call out. He looked at Yan Yan and called her over. But no matter what, this fight started because of me. She waved her hand confidently and replied, Don't say any more. Don't you still have something more important to do? Yan Yan created a purple sword, continuing boldly.
You go take care of that first. I'll defeat this little girl and then go find you.
Xing Ning ordered Long Long. Long Long, hit her. Hearing the order, its bright eyes lost their innocence from before and became incredibly cunning. It lifted its foot, as if wanting to stomp on Yan Yan. Long Long's pounce made the ground explode, sending pieces of broken brick flying everywhere, but a hand appeared to stop it. Seeing this scene, Xing Ning shouted in astonishment, It's blocked! It's Yan Xiao! It appeared just in time, successfully protecting Qi Yan Yan. It disdainfully replied, Is that all you've got? Finishing speaking, it curled its hand into a fist, the energy gathering on its hand glowing brightly, its face gradually becoming serious. Taste this! At this moment, Yan Xiao the Mad Tiger was using the Howling Tiger Fist, accurately striking Yu Jilong's foot without looking. Yan Yan turned its head and reminded Xian, Aren't you going to leave? He gradually agreed, still not forgetting to say, Then you have to be careful. That dragon is not easy to deal with. Then he shouted to the other two, Little Phoenix, a Yuan, let's go! The crystal soul couldn't help but remind him, Outlander, my soul energy is almost gone. You only have 2 chances left. But Xian confidently replied, 2 times? I only need 1 to take care of it. He raised the sword and smirked. Ah, never failed before. He swung the sword hard onto the ground, creating a sharp, straight line that cut through the light, severing each of the tangled mutations. Xian hugged the sword and said arrogantly, Just like I said, right? It hesitated. It continued, Really, never failed. Suddenly, it seemed to notice something. Wait, look there, then continued. Mutation is flowing out from inside. Seeing this scene, he was surprised. Why is there still mutation covering the road ahead, filling it up? Powerful rays of energy radiated from the sword. Suddenly, a voice sounded, It's okay, there's still 1 chance left. A final blow should be able to prevent it from regenerating. The sword emphasized, Outlander, this is my last time. Hearing this, Xian gave a playful smile and teased, Wait a bit, why are you suddenly acting like you're about to die?
He raised the sword, his eyes showing determination, and said, Don't you want to witness the ending of your gods with your own eyes? Hearing this, the sword hesitated and said, But this is the only way. Only the soul of the Rini people can. Xing'an thought there must be another way. Then he secretly commanded, God's Eye, analyze this artifact.
Information immediately appeared. Ri ruins metal life form, made from Ri metal, and the soul of the Ri people. It can change its shape depending on the user. Possesses self-awareness capable of using the soul to convert into energy to supply mental power. It itself has the effect of releasing mental power, which the Rishi people used to resist mutation. The soul will significantly enhance its effect. The Shadow World R doesn't have spirit energy, only the special energy of mental power, which can be the driving force for converting the soul. In theory, spirit energy can be used to replace mental power, but the energy of mental power is much higher than spirit energy. Therefore, only high-output spirit energy can be used for the functions, for example, the karma coming from the core of the ferocious beast. At this point, Xian immediately used all his strength and said with blazing momentum, Then let's take my origin and his, link them together, and activate the karma again. Seeing this, the sword immediately panicked and shouted, Hey Outlander, what are you doing? At the same time, a notification also appeared. Origin linked, the energy supply is replaced with karma instead of the soul.
Sensing Xian's power gradually flowing into itself, the sword couldn't help but exclaim in shock, This feeling? What power is this?
With the power surging in his body, Xian looked at the surrounding terrain and calculated. If it's stuck at the door, then he rushed up with blazing momentum and shouted, Be shattered with the door! A massive force rushed forward. Decisive and powerful slashes were continuously created by Xian. His power quickly broke through the vines obstructing his path, and also shattered the wall behind them. Cut to the same time, a confrontation between 2 massive forces was taking place. The brilliant red and blue rays of energy were evenly matched, creating a huge tremor. The white fox, carrying blue energy, was bursting with momentum, continuously releasing a massive source of power in order to resist the energy it was facing. The rays of energy were opposing each other, creating a giant vortex of power. On the other side, the dragon carrying pink energy was not to be outdone.
Both spiritual beasts were straining themselves to fight with all their might. Xi Ning then pointed directly at Yan Yan and blamed, Clearly the strongest genius of the Upper Realm Academy.
Why help the descendant of a criminal? Hearing this, Yan Yan coldly replied, Those are just empty reputations. With a sharp glint in her eyes, she said, I've cultivated for many years and understand a principle. Yan Yan believes that spiritual energy is the foundation of beast taming and also the external manifestation of one's character. What kind of person someone is, I can tell after just 2 moves. Yan Yan firmly added. So you ask me why I'm on his side? Well, because the descendant of the criminal in your mouth hasn't committed any atrocities like slaughtering civilians. Your idiotic brain probably can't comprehend that, can it?
Hearing this, Zining was provoked, her face twisting as she exclaimed in annoyance. Zining thought that no one could understand someone who spoke so complicatedly. She then ordered Long Long to attack continuously. Seeing this, Yan Xiao mocked.
This little one doesn't seem capable of understanding overly complex issues. Yan Yan replied, Is independent thinking the only problem with the Bai family's education? Enough nonsense, throw me over there, Yan Xiao said. Understood. With Yan Xiao's throw, Yan Yan zoomed off.
She said, Today, I'll help the Bai family educate you. Despite Long Long's thousands of attacks raining down like a storm, Yan Yan gracefully weaved through them, dodging each one. Xingning's face immediately paled as she thought to herself, She's charging over here again?
With a sharp and terrifying gaze, Yan Yan charged straight towards Zining with her weapon, causing Zining to panic and think, This muscle woman is too scary. Yan Yan, with her powerful strength, slammed the arrow into the ground right where Xingning and Long Long were standing, creating a massive shockwave. Long Long was immediately stunned and collapsed onto the ground beside a pile of rubble. Seeing this, Yan Yan smugly thought and said aloud, You were going to punish me? Who's the one lying on the ground now?
Turning to look at Zining, she wondered if she had gone too far. After all, Zining was lying flat on her back with a dazed look in her eyes.
Yan Yan thought to herself, She's just a child. Scene changes to Xian. The large wall in front of him had now turned into a large opening. Seeing this, Xian thought that he might have used a bit too much force. Po Tian commented, Anji, is your destructive power really just surface level? But then, Tian Yu called out in surprise, Hey, you two, look over there! In front of them, a gigantic monster was motionless on a throne. Seeing this, the crystal spirit introduced, Kasuna. So, it's the monarch who resisted corruption, but was still devoured by it, becoming a corrupted avatar. It believed that as a goddess and queen, she shouldn't have met such an end. Suddenly, the monster opened its eyes. At the same time, Long Long, with eyes that seemed connected to the monster, also woke up. It slowly stood up right behind Yan Yan. Yan Yan suddenly realized and thought in surprise, What?
Facing the furious spirit beast with its wide-open mouth and the mark from before, Yan Yan wondered why it could still stand. She turned back to check on Zining, who was still out cold, and thought to herself, Looks like it's lost control. Seeing this, Yan Yan sighed in frustration, again thinking to herself, Just a child?
Then Long Long frantically spewed large green flames everywhere. Suddenly, from where? Yan Xiao was attacked by a source of jade green power, causing it to be pushed straight back to Xian, shocking him. Xian immediately created a barrier to protect everyone from the large pieces of debris falling down, reminding them, Be careful. Closely following Yan Xiao was Long Long, now with unusually deep green eyes, drawing nearer. Seeing Yan Yan and Zining being protected in Yan Xiao's arms, Xian wondered to himself, Miss Qi, what's the situation here? But then the crystal spirit realized, But look at that dragon's eyes.
Pointing out the similarity between Long Long and Kasuna sitting on the throne, the crystal spirit then thought, That's Kasuna controlling it. It must have absorbed the crystal spirit of our Ri people.
Suddenly, Kasuna also reached out. Seeing this, Long Long went to get closer to it. The crystal spirit, seeing this, cried out in alarm. What does it want to do? This is bad. The crystal spirit warned. It wants to pull Kasuna off the throne. Long Long continued to try to remove each vine that was entangled with Kasuna. The crystal spirit said loudly, We can't let it do that.
Faced with this situation, Xian called out, Miss Qi, quickly wake that girl up and tell her to recall the Jade Kirin dragon into her beast-taming space. Otherwise, it will release the person on the throne, and it will be difficult for us to deal with.
Hearing this,
Yan Yan urgently woke Xianning up. Hey, you idiot, wake up!
Seeing that the little girl was still unconscious, Yan Yan pinched Zining. Glimmering, Zining saw Yan Yan's appearance and couldn't help but think blankly. The muscle woman. As soon as she regained consciousness, she became grumpy and bossy, ordering, Get out of the way, muscle woman! Yan Yan couldn't hold back and shouted, What time is it already? Hurry up and look at your mystical beast! Making Zining stare blankly and oversee the situation. Seeing Long Long being grabbed by Kasuna, Zining called out in a panic, Long Long! Beside her, Yan Yan immediately advised, Quickly recall it into your mystical beast space. Seeing this, Zining hastily ordered,
Long Long, come back quickly!
Instantly, Long Long in Kasuna's hand gradually disappeared, along with a part of her arm being cut off. Irritated, Kasuna groaned. It immediately unleashed its powerful aura. Streams of energy poured out within her body. Looking at the wriggling tentacles, Xian was stunned and thought to himself, those tentacles are what appeared when the teleportation gate was activated nearby. Yan Yan said, "That's great, the sovereign creature of this world." In her hand, the staff was gradually emitting purple rays of energy, burning with vigor. Yan Yan stepped forward and said, "Taste the prototype weapon crafted by the demon Firestar." But then, the spirit crystal quickly stopped her. "Wait! Don't attack, let me!" Before she could finish speaking, Yan Yan had already approached Kasuna with her enormous figure towering before her. Seeing this, the spirit crystal roared, "You have to listen to me." In her hand, its sword suddenly grew in size and power. It then raised the sword, wanting to finish off Yan Yan. Seeing this, she just thought coldly, it can still use a sword. Yan Yan then quickly ordered Yan Xiao to meet the attack, thinking, but my side isn't a pushover either. Taking advantage of Yan Xiao holding Kasuna's sword blocking its attack, Yan Yan seized the opportunity to jump high, and then confidently dove straight down to defeat Kasuna with a quick strike. But unfortunately, Kasuna suddenly realized, and launched strings from its arm. In an instant, those strings formed a spear. Kasuna raised the spear high. Seeing this, Yan Xiao suddenly realized, it can actually deflect demon fire. Yan Xiao immediately separated and moved back into a defensive position. The Kasuna monster, seeing this, took the opportunity to advance madly with its new spear. In an instant, it stabbed straight through Yan Xiao's body. Only then did Yan Xiao realize, unexpectedly, it was a feint. Outside, Yan Yan was also affected by the attack. She slumped down. Seeing this, Xian ran over and asked, "Lady Hanqi, are you okay?" Yan Yan, seeing the situation, thought to herself, careless, didn't dodge in time. Yan Yan struggled to cast some kind of spell, thinking to herself, go back and rest first. From there, Yan Xiao was quickly taken away. Seeing this scene, Xian couldn't help but exclaim, worthy of being a creature called a god. The spirit crystal then spoke. In any case, Kasuna is a great being capable of creating life, and the Eye of God provided information. Metamorphosed Kasuna, the purple crystal peak former sovereign, infected by an older being. Originally of god level, after being infected, it was downgraded and highly integrated, to the point of being completely corrupted. As long as the soul is immortal, it can revive infinitely. The spirit crystal stated, to kill it, you can only consume all of its soul. And the only way to kill a soul is with another soul. The spirit crystal added, but the spirit power of you outsiders can only destroy the existence on the physical surface, and cannot cause damage to the soul. Xiaoman then replied, so that means we can't cause any real damage to Kasuna. But suddenly, Yan Yan smiled slightly and said, it's okay, little brother. She struggled to get up, thinking, let me try again. Seeing this, Xian stopped her. But your mystical beast was just injured, which also proves its strength. Yan Yan said with a firm gaze. It also proves that she is worthy of being my opponent, just like you. Even though she was injured, she still stood up with burning vigor. Yan Yan thought, as long as this spear can hit her, then I can prove to the superiors who are watching that I am the one who is right. Xian, after hearing this, didn't bother to reply. He thought wearily, she's really a martial arts maniac? Completely fearless? But just then he suddenly realized, wait, fear. Speaking of fear, Xianan remembered every detail that had just happened and calculated. It will regrow after taking any attack, he remembered. But it blocked the attack from that spear. Xian thought to himself, could it be that she is afraid because of that spear? The Eye of God quickly provided information. Demon Firestar Crystal Spirit Stone, specially refined from the unique Demon Fire spirit power through a super high-pressure environment, possessing all the attributes of Demon Fire. It can be used to craft demonic fire weapons, a special form of spiritual power that can affect both the physical plane and existences beyond it. Legend has it that it's a power that can kill incorporeal souls. Hearing this, Xian confidently stated, as I thought, so that spear can harm souls. The soul crystal chimed in, what? Does that mean that spear is now the only weapon that can kill Kasuna? Xian approached Yan Yan and said, Miss Qi, we... Before he could finish, Yan Yan interrupted. I already heard his analysis. Xian suggested, then I'll take on the task of restraining her. Yan Yan then laughed and added, I'll be in charge of giving her a satisfying taste of this. Yan Yan thought, honestly, if it weren't for all the backwards rules of this planet, we'd probably get along pretty well. Hearing this, Xian replied, I think so too. He then added, by the way, it's an honor to fight alongside Miss Qi. And so, the two of them teamed up to eliminate this monster. Zeon spoke up. Then I won't hide anything anymore. Hearing this, the Soul Sword wondered. Outlander, what do you intend to do? In an instant, he was gradually enveloped by a suit of magical armor. Now, Zeon had become a warrior, equipped from head to toe in modern armor. Information appeared. Beast Taming Spirit Armor Origin. The armor formed through manifesting original power to enhance. The user's abilities will change depending on the type of origin the user possesses. Zeon wondered. Is this the talent of the symbiotic pet? Beside him, the Soul Sword exclaimed, Outlander, what new trick is this? And then Zeon realized that even the appearance of the Azure Sword had changed. The Azure Sword immediately urged, Hey, don't just stand there. He's charging over here. In a flash, Kasuna loomed before Zeon, with its sword raised, ready to deliver a blow. But just as Kasuna struck, a massive explosion occurred, creating a beam of light that shot straight up through the central vault. Seeing this, the monster was slightly stunned. Zeon spoke up. My apologies. The Soul Crystal chimed in. We won't be taken down so easily. It was Zeon who had used the Soul Crystal to defend in time. The Soul Crystal then said, But you, Outlander, while desperately holding back Kasuna's giant sword, it suggested, Don't use me as a shield. Hearing this, Zeon just said, It's a conditioned reflex. Besides, is this really the time to be saying this? Seizing the opportunity, Zeon shouted, Miss Chi, now's the time. Don't give the monster a chance to react. Yan Yan dove straight down from above with her spear. She descended with burning momentum, forcefully charging straight towards Kasuna. But then, below, Kasuna quickly unleashed its tentacles. It wrapped itself tightly around Yan Yan from before, and she thought, This is bad. In an instant, Kasuna had controlled Yan Yan. She cursed inwardly. Damn tentacles! Zeon realized that Miss Chi was in danger. Seeing the monster preparing to attack Yan Yan, Zeon thought he had to help her, and so he quickly broke free from Kasuna's blade, immediately creating a magical rhinoceros with his sword, and controlling it, to approach Yan Yan. Seeing this, the Soul Sword excitedly exclaimed, Outlander, you guys have so many tricks up your sleeves. But then Zeon just replied in confusion, I don't even know how I did that just now. Zeon thought to himself, that was clearly manifestation, but I haven't even reached the golden rank yet. The Eye of God provided information. The mental life form has a high connection to spiritual power, and can amplify the user's spiritual power many times over. The essence of manifestation is achieving the effects of virtualization through the spiritual power amplification of the synchronization between the beast tamer and the beast. Reaching the golden rank is only because the spiritual power intensity of the beast tamer is needed for the beast taming spirit armor to release the beast tamer's own spiritual power intensity. Combining various conditions, simultaneously using the metal life form and the beast taming spirit armor, will achieve the conditions for using manifestation. Seeing Yan Yan being rescued by the mysterious rhinos, Zeon wondered. The thing behind that little bro is a technique of the demonic god sect. What relationship do they have? Kasuna, even though injured, still maintained its normal healthy state. Seeing this, the Soul Crystal reminded. It seems that the Outlander's tricks still can't deal with him. He simply replied, I'm not blind. Looking towards the monster with its formidable power before him, he thought, if that's the case, then let my mind wander. Then Zeon used Jingzi, despite the crystal spirit's plea. Hey, don't risk it! He figured he was already manifested, so he might as well make good use of it, and immediately commanded Jingzi to attack Kasuna. He thought to himself, but it's about time for this master to make his entrance, and confidently summoned Jingzi. Suddenly, behind Kasuna, a spatial gate opened. Seeing this, she immediately became vigilant. But it was too late. From behind, Jingzi opened its massive jaws and ferociously lunged straight at Kasuna, instantly clamping down on the monster's head. Seizing this opportunity, Zeon grabbed his sword and charged forward. Taking advantage of the moment while Kasuna was still struggling in Jingzi's mouth, he stabbed straight into the monster's flank. Zeon didn't forget to taunt. Question. What's a whale's favorite food? He slashed a few basic strikes, causing Kasuna to suffer quite a few hits, then shouted, The answer is giant squid. At the same time, Zeon signaled to Miss Chi, Now's the time. Yan Yan, sensing the perfect opportunity, confidently said, Finally. She grabbed her spear, aimed straight at Kasuna, and declared, I'll let you taste it. Finding the right position, Yan Yan powerfully hurled the spear forward, exclaiming gleefully, The power of demon fire! But suddenly, Yan Yan's spear was blocked by a magic shield. Seeing this, both were shocked to recognize the shield. Yan Yan couldn't help but curse inwardly. Damn it, just a little bit more. Plunging his sword into Kasuna's severed flesh, Zeon said, I'm sorry. Hearing this, the sword spirit cried out, Huh? Why are you suddenly saying that? It asked in alarm. Wait, what are you planning to do? Why do I suddenly have a bad feeling? Xingyan jumped onto the sword, saying politely, "Lend me your face for a bit." Just as he was gaining momentum to prepare for something, the sword spirit kept shouting, "It's gonna break! It's gonna break!" Then Xingyan immediately left the sword and shot away like the wind, leaving the sword behind to rage and curse. "You despicable foreigner!" Xingyan flew upwards, turning his attention to Yan Yan's spear stuck on the shield. Without hesitation, he got into a kicking stance. With a single kick, the spearhead pierced through the shield and plunged into the monster's still unhealed flesh. This strike created a massive shock throughout Kasuna's body. Brilliant purple lights radiated outwards. Yan Yan asked, "This should be the end, right?" Just then, Xian landed on the ground, leaving behind only a monster burning to ashes. Looking at the remains of Kasuna, he realized, was this the end result of being a god? Xian sighed. Unexpectedly beautiful. After he took off his armor, Yan Yan stepped forward and expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Xian." She believed that this time those old fogies would definitely not question her anymore, and would no longer doubt the strength of demon fire. Xian asked, "I've always been curious. What exactly is Miss Qi trying to prove?" Hearing this, Yan Yan suggested that he would understand on his own when he had the opportunity to go to Benyuan planet. Suddenly, the crystal spirit interrupted. "Sorry to break the mood, but I want to remind you guys. Quickly look over there." Suddenly in the space, a spatial gate appeared and kept growing larger. Xian thought to himself, "This is a teleportation gate." Before this gate, everything was being sucked in, and Xian's group had to brace themselves to hold on. While resisting, Xian asked, "Why is it appearing at this time?" The crystal spirit wondered, "Didn't you guys want to go back?" Beside him, Tianyu said, "But we haven't found the culprit yet." Sensing something was wrong, Zihao exclaimed, "What's going on?" A subordinate hurriedly reported, "Young master, this reaction." The man looked at the monitor screen and continued in surprise. "It's a teleportation gate." With a loud bang, a terrifying force appeared, like a hungry beast wanting to swallow everything in its belly. The giant vortex was like a bottomless stomach, constantly sucking in everything around it. Zihao was confused, wondering how the architecture was being sucked inside. Hearing this, the subordinate explained, "This is a fusion teleportation gate." He replied, "Does that mean this world and the Myriad Nest's secret realm are merging through this gate?" At this moment, the soul crystal finally spoke up, yelling, "Hey, outsider!" It angrily questioned him, "Where are you taking me?" At this moment, Xian happily replied with a smile, "Of course, to my home. And a friendly reminder, my home is quite large." At this moment, the teleportation gate continued to suck everything inside. It was like a space jump. When he woke up, he was in a different place. Zihao asked, feeling unfamiliar, "This is your home?" The jump had also made Zihao faint. Sensing someone was looking at him, he slowly opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was a view of rolling hills. Tianyu crossed her arms and asked Xian, "How long do you plan to lie there?" Xian blushed unconsciously. "Damn it, what are you staring at?" Xian immediately sat up. Tianyu then explained the situation. "It seems this teleportation gate didn't bring us back to the original location. It must be because the flow of time is different in the two worlds, causing this." She looked around, then continued, "This place is the desert around Bailin City, but it seems closer to Heishe City." Xian, like a drunkard, his face still flushed, blankly replied, "Right, this desert is really big." Suddenly, Po Tian pointed in one direction and shouted, "Everyone, look over there! There's a city over there, let's go and check it out first." The soul crystal complained, a little dissatisfied, "Hey outsider, why is your house so dry?" It continued to nag. "After fighting for half a day, we still end up in a place filled with death aura. What it wants is a beautiful city." Xian grabbed his sword and replied, "Be quiet for a moment. This is called a desert, of course. There's no water." He then impatiently sheathed his sword, too lazy to explain. "Whatever, go find water yourself first." Seeing this, the soul crystal angrily shouted, "Hey, what are you doing? You despicable and shameless outsider." After being retracted, the complaints of the soul crystal were no longer heard. At this moment, Xian said with satisfaction, "Now let's go to Heisha City first." In fact, besides going to Heisha City, there was no other way. He sighed, "Anyway, we have no way to walk back to Bailin City." The scenery in Heisha City was indeed very harsh, without a hint of the beauty of life. Zihao leaned on a piece of architecture that had been sucked into the teleportation gate and stood up. He looked at the surrounding scenery and guessed that he had returned to the Myriad Nest's secret realm. A woman's voice rang out, "Brother, save me!" He then said to himself, "Zi Ning. It's Zi Ning." Her figure was suspended in mid-air, her collar hooked on a piece of architecture. She shouted from above, "Up here!" Zi Ning looked sullen, not understanding how she ended up in this situation.
After being rescued, Zining's face was more relaxed. Smiling and leisurely sitting on the subordinate's chair, she reported to Xinhao. "Young master, it's the clan leader's video call." Before Xinhao could answer, Zining cheered. "Oh, going home."
"What's the situation? Have you found the item?" The young master's voice was transmitted. Zihao then reported. "Reporting to the family head, it has been found, just as expected. Very valuable to exploit."
In his voice he added a bit of satisfaction.
Zihao continued to report. "Zining and I are on our way back to the origin planet." The young master's voice also revealed a look of satisfaction, asking, "Very good. Where is China Renyan?" At this point, Zihao's voice hesitated a little. "She didn't come with us, and moreover," before he could finish, the family head interrupted. "I know, but keep this a secret for now. We need to unite all our strength to deal with the hostile forces of the Myriad Nest secret realm." Inside the computer, an image of a man appeared, not very clear. This was the person Zihao called the family head. That person spoke, as if he had calculated everything. "Once the time is ripe, in front of our combined fleet, destroying those remnants will just be a matter of moments. Just do the work I arranged for you," the family head said and then hung up. Zihao respectfully replied, "Yes, family head." As soon as the connection was cut off, Zihao suddenly raised his voice. "Wait!" He left his seat and began to interrogate the subordinate who had just reported.
"Our Bai family has always respected elders."
"So addressing the elder family, you should at least call them Venerable Lord, and the head of a family is called the family head. I've never heard of a clan leader." He thought Zihao didn't notice, but unexpectedly he was a very meticulous person.
He approached the subordinate,
his voice full of threat. "Who exactly are you? How dare you impersonate the Bai family?" Knowing that she couldn't hide it, the subordinate removed the clothes that made her feel uncomfortable. The clothes were removed, revealing a hot figure, short silver hair, fishnet stockings, and a tight black suit. "It's Gu Bai, she is in other ways." Gu Bai revealed her true form, admitting to Zihao. "You're quite attentive to details, huh? I didn't expect to be exposed because of this remnant of feudal rules." At this moment, the Bai family members had surrounded her, and warning voices rang out in Gu Bai's ears. "Don't move, be honest." She didn't seem worried at all, even a little teasing. The reaction of these security guards is quite fast. Gu Bai's voice suddenly deepened, but as she spoke, her hand prepared the weapon in her hand. Gu Bai confidently rushed forward and said, "Do you think I'll just surrender?"
The people of Zihao, seeing Gu Bai rushing forward, also didn't hesitate to fire. All the bullets rushed towards her,
but strangely, none of them hit. Seeing this, the subordinates said to each other in surprise, "Why aren't they hitting her? What kind of messed up luck is this?" Zihao is catching strays even when he's doing nothing. He orders his subordinates, "Stop firing randomly." By now, Gu Bai has closed the distance with Zihao. Seeing her right in front of him, ready to strike, only one thought crosses his mind. "This is it!" She pierces through Zihao with her weapon. Zihao coughs up blood, and despite the pain, he still interrogates her. "Who exactly are you?" Gu Bai is unwilling to give him a clean death. She replies, "Can't you see? I'm your enemy." Zining, with tear-filled eyes, supports the injured Zihao, who continues to speak.
"Why don't you look like a native-born hybrid from the lower realm?"
Suddenly, someone ambushes the Bai family's people, and a deep voice echoes, "What did you say about hybrids?" Diego Barro eliminates the Bai family's security detail as soon as he appears. He says, "You extraterrestrials are truly arrogant," he continues, his voice filled with hatred.
"You invaded our planet, and then you call us hybrids.
Whose life is worth more now?" Diego Barro reaches out and grabs Zihao's face, feeling smug because he has the upper hand, saying something about how humans die when they're killed. "We're all the same." But they're not here to kill the Xinhao brothers, that's just a matter of time. What they really need is a lifeboat. Diego Barro starts to reveal his true intentions. "Today is just a warning. We'll spare you this time, but there won't be any gentle inquiries like this in the future. Tell me now, where is the lifeboat?" On the warship, something has been launched into space. Meanwhile, Xian and his group are still on their way to Black Sand City, but it doesn't seem to be going smoothly.
Patian sighs impatiently.
"We've already gone so far." Xian judges the scenery and says, "It seems the teleportation gate here isn't just located at our place." Tianyu is also feeling restless, she says. "More than that, I was hoping the manager would send a driver to pick me up like before." Xian, seeing that she's still daydreaming, speaks up.
"Let me remind you, the matter of Bailin City isn't over yet. We're still wanted criminals right now."
Po Tian can't take it anymore. "But An-ji-e, I'm really dying of heat." Tianyu brushes everything aside. "Enough. Let's figure it out when we get to Black Sand City. Above them, a figure stands on the wall, looking down, their voice sounding somewhat familiar.
Oh, what a coincidence. Zian unconsciously stops upon hearing this voice.
He thinks the situation seems familiar. The figure jumps down behind Xian's group. It's Qi Yanyan. She continues, I was wondering if you guys were still in the Ghost Shadow world. Since it's such a coincidence, let's cut to the chase. Before I leave, I'll give you a sincere piece of advice. The higher-ups have decided to prepare for a second attack on the Myriad Nest secret realm. Suddenly, something huge appears behind her.
Xian is stunned. He blurts out,
That's a battleship.
Qi Yanyan explains, once the attack begins, it won't be just one battleship participating. The only thing that can stop the higher-ups is proving the ruling power of the city-states in Bailin City over this world, which means killing the master of this world.
As she speaks, she grabs onto a cable and climbs onto the battleship, giving Xian's group a cool farewell gesture.
As for me personally, I hope you can make it to the origin planet.
Don't bother with this small world anymore. I've said too much. I need to go back and report. See ya! Xian wants to stop her. He shouts, Wait! But the battleship is already gone. Xian tearfully laments. At least give us a ride. He looks up at the battleship flying like the wind, and sighs inwardly. Ah, so fast. He continues to ponder. Attacking the Myriad Nest secret realm, killing the master. Xian cries out in his head. They're really not giving people a single chance to rest. Night falls over Black Sand City. Although there are many clouds in the sky, they can't stop the stars from shining. Xian's group finally arrives at Black Sand City, and Po Tian cheers joyfully. We've finally arrived at Black Sand City. Xian, who is exhausted, suggests, I'm dying of heat. Let's go get something to drink.
Tian Yu also chimes in with agreement.
Xian's group stops at a famous online store in Black Sand City called Ju Long Ice Room. The waiter's voice rings out. Here are your 3 glasses of mint lemonade. Po Tian sprawls on the chair, and the news broadcast rings out. Today is Friday, the 18th of the month. Welcome to the latest news program. Xian, hearing this, feels that something is not right, and says to Tian Yu, Wait, when we entered the Ghost Shadow world, it seems to be the 15th of the month. She also recognizes the strangeness, and replies,
We only stayed there for about a day, right? The news continues to announce,
The most important news of today is that the Border Patrol warship that invaded 2 days ago is under investigation. The injured are all government officials from Origin Planet. Tian Yu suddenly turns to Xian and concludes. That means 1 day in there is equal to 3 days in the Myriad Nest world. Mixed in with that is the voice of the news station. The bilateral summit between Black Sand City and Lam Lam City concluded today. The city lord of Lam Lam City, Dongli Zi, participated in the friendly bilateral parade today. Next are the news reports from before.
Xian continues to discuss, offering his speculation.
Not necessarily. It's likely a problem with that teleportation gate. Not only does it cross space, it even crosses time. Tian Yu says anxiously. No matter what, we're late to save our father. The news is still being broadcast in the store.
Currently, Dusheng military vehicles have arrived at a famous online store in Black Sand City, Ju Long Ice Room.
Suddenly, a loud explosion rings out in the store. Xian uses his hands to shield himself from the sharp pieces of glass being ejected from the side. The news, mixed with dust and sand, announces an urgent piece of information. The military vehicle of the city lord of Nancheng encountered an unknown attack. Could it be here? Po Tian cries out in fear. What's going on? Outside, Lalai's car is damaged. It appears to have been hit by a series of attacks.
Xian's group can no longer sit and drink. The 3 of them run outside and see someone. The 3 think to themselves. That is, after the cloud of pink smoke, the figure of a girl gradually emerges, carrying someone else on her back. Could it be a kidnapping? Wu Fengtian sensed something strange and covered his mouth and nose, reminding everyone, this smoke is poisonous. Ziglan strained to see who these people were, thinking, just who are they?
That emblem? He recognized it as belonging to the Mao Chu sect. Seeing them running as fast as the wind, Xian An didn't have time to do anything but curse inwardly. Damn it, they're fast! By now, Xian An had inhaled the poisonous gas, feeling dizzy, but his mind raced. Looks like the Ma Chu sect is becoming active again. Unable to resist, Xian gradually fell, his thoughts blurring. There must be some new plan. Can't let them. Finally, he fell unconscious, managing only a few words. Damn it! Poison gas. Blood flowed from his mouth and nose. The last scene Xian saw was the army arriving to rescue the people, led by the figure of a woman. The army reported. Safe, prioritize searching for survivors. He only managed to think. The color of the Lanlan City uniform, before losing consciousness. The woman stood before Xian and said, You're the grandson of old man Ba. When Xian opened his eyes again, he was in a different place. He thought in confusion, a strange house? Xian lay in a clean and tidy room, wondering, where am I? Then someone's voice rang out, "Hey, he's awake! Go tell the city lord." Two strange men looked at each other and reported through their earpieces, "City lord, young Master Bai is awake." He sat up, feeling a little dizzy, wondering, who are these people? Is this a hospital? A woman with green hair appeared in the doorway, saying, "You're finally awake." Xian felt a little familiar with her. Before he could figure it out, Dongli continued, "I won't ask too much about why a wanted criminal from Bailin City is in Heisha City. It's not my business anyway. But since you were at the scene of the attack, I need to ask you some questions. Do you remember what the Bajiao looked like? Or anything special?" Only now did he realize that the woman was the city lord of Lanlan City. He thought carefully, recalling the moment the kidnappers appeared. Xian surmised, if the city lord is talking here, could it be that the one who was kidnapped is Chi-Chi? He recalled the image of Lan Chi-Chi, a vibrant and energetic girl. He remembered meeting her once at an auction, a naturally gifted genius. The events that had just occurred replayed in Xian's mind, and he suddenly realized, she must have formed a contract with a space attribute spirit beast now, and the space attribute skill can even travel through time. What does the Ma Chu sect want her for? A subordinate received a report. Yes, I understand. Xian didn't hide anything and honestly reported it was the Ma Chu sect. I saw people from the Ma Chu sect at the scene. Dongli was speechless and replied, "Tell me something I don't know." The subordinate just reported, City Lord Lon, City Lord Lin, said the camera footage has been recovered. Please come and take a look. Dongli replied, "I know." Xian thought in surprise, "Camera?" She strode out of the room, not forgetting to remind him, "Xinan, you come with me." Xinan sat blankly for a moment, secretly thinking, why is City Lord Lon talking to me so harshly? Should I call her old hag? But after thinking it over, he hadn't offended City Lord Lon, so he just let it go. Dongli led Xian to an operations room, filled with modern equipment. Dongli said to the person inside, "Old man Lin, what's the situation?" A comforting voice came from inside. "Dongli, don't worry." It was Lin Gui, known as Blacktail King, the city lord of Heisha City. Lin Gui reminded Dongli, "There are still juniors here. Please be more dignified." Xian looked at Lin Gui, who was wearing a mask that made him hesitate, thinking, this mask is a little scary. A familiar voice rang out, "Xian." He turned around, surprised. Little Phoenix? Wait, why does she look angry? Xian froze, thinking, are these 3 frames broken? He thought he inhaled too much poisonous gas, and his brain is damaged. He stammered, "That, Little Phoenix, I." Contrary to what Xian thought, Feng Wutian rushed over and hugged him tightly, saying emotionally, "You're okay, that's really great." Xian's face turned red. Are these 3 frames broken? He thought he inhaled too much poisonous gas, and his brain is damaged. He suddenly asked, "That? Where's a yuan?" Hearing this, Feng Wutian's attitude suddenly changed, and she grabbed his back tightly. Feng Wutian said angrily, "I'm worried about you, and you're worried about that fat bastard?" "I," Xian said in pain, "can't breathe." She said sulkily, "I'll just choke you to death." On the other side, Dongli looked at Lingyi sternly. "Why are you looking at me?" he said softly. Cough cough, being young is great. Right? Dongli. After a moment of joking, Lingyi became serious again. He opened the system and said, "We should still deal with official business first." The system projected an image. The video of last night's incident appeared on the screen. Lingui pointed to a video and analyzed. These are all camera data. It can be seen that there was only one perpetrator. Xian also came over and pointed to a video, asking, "This is?" Lingui replied, "Is a vehicle leaving the city." Xian found it a little familiar and continued, "This person looks very similar to the person who kidnapped Chi-Chi." Lingui ordered, "System, zoom in." "Gu Bai." Xian thought in shock. Lin Giwai asked from behind, "What's wrong? Is it her?" He admitted, "Yes, it's her." Xian compared in his heart, but the feeling of her aura is different. Lin Gui instructed the subordinate to inform the Secret Affairs Department that a suspect had been found. Tian Wu saw that Xian suddenly became silent and thought, does Xian have something on his mind? Dongli was a little impatient. That's right, because that's her niece. If we've identified the suspect, then let's take action. Of course, I'll go personally. Lin Gui wanted to stop her but said helplessly, Dongli, if you leave I won't stop you. In order not to cause diplomatic problems,
I will also participate in the operation," Xiang suddenly said.
That. Lin Gui turned around. Curious, Xian, do you have anything else to say?
The words were on the tip of his tongue, but Xian was still hesitant.
Is that person really Ji Yu Bai? I want to investigate clearly.
Xian's hands unconsciously clenched, but the affairs of Bailin City have not yet been resolved. If he goes with the two city lords, he doesn't know how to explain to Little Phoenix and Ayuan. Feng Wutian seemed to understand, and sighed sincerely. She suddenly said loudly, "Xian! Xian!" Wu Tian offered a solution.
If you want to go and help with the investigation, then go ahead. Yeah, what? Xian was still hesitant, but she continued. The affairs of Bailin City, Ayuan and I will handle them. Moreover, my father has friends in Heishan City, so there's no need to worry about us at all. Besides, you have a reason to go, right? Hearing this, Ling Gui added. Legally speaking, neither Lanlam City nor Heisha City has a reason to arrest criminals from other cities, right? It's not like I'm doing Bai Lao a favor. Do you have any objections, Dongli? Dongli was speechless. Anyway, you're the #1 witness. If you want to go, then go. Time is precious now, so don't dawdle. Xian felt a little guilty and thought to himself, Little Phoenix, please look back at Yu Tian's back, sorry. Then she sighed, as if realizing she was expecting too much, and mocked herself. What am I even expecting? Outside, a convoy of military vehicles was lined up. While reviewing the documents, Lin Gui outlined the strategy. Now we're approaching the target, so I'll mention the points to pay attention to in this mission. A train is running on the tracks along the coast. The suspect is taking the train towards Jumu City. Inside the passenger car, Ji Yu Bai quietly observed the documents in his hand through dark glasses to avoid arousing the suspect's suspicion. We didn't ask the train staff to make an emergency stop, only to go at a slow speed. At the same time, 2 military vehicles have begun to close in, running parallel to both sides of the train. That way, we'll be able to enter the train from the rear. Once we get into the carriage, it will definitely cause chaos. Lin Gui carefully monitored the situation on the tablet. In short, after entering the scene, we must control the scene as quickly as possible to avoid chaos. He calmly planned and emphasized. Then it will be up to Bai Gongzi to point out the suspect. At that time, I'll trouble you. Then Bai Gongzi Xian raised his head and replied, but he couldn't help but frown. Why do I keep feeling like something is wrong? Xian pondered, lightly touching the tips of his fingers together. The destination of the train is fixed. It can't change direction. And being discovered is equivalent to being trapped in an iron box. The train continued to move forward, passing through the arid and windy land, making him even more uneasy. Why choose such a way to transport people? Moreover, is that person really Ji Yu Bai? Just then, the train operator turned around and announced, "The chief is here." Lin Gui immediately raised his hand to signal. Very good, action. At this moment, 3 fully armed Special Forces soldiers jumped onto the roof of the car, approaching the train compartment from the side. Inside, Ji Yu Bai calmly watched every approaching footstep. Ji Yu Bai glared, his sharp eyes glanced in that direction, and gave a faint smile. Suddenly, a soldier said softly, "There is a passenger approaching here," and slowly pointed the gun at her. When approaching the seat for a surprise inspection, please, Ji Yu Bai's figure had disappeared. Where is she? At the same time, she suddenly appeared from above, having removed her disguise, and lunged straight at him. When that person realized it, it was too late. Damn it! Ji Yu Bai landed, using her slender legs to clamp his head tightly with eyes full of murderous intent. The soldiers immediately surrounded her, pointing their guns and shouting, "Fire!" But she suddenly leaned back, head down to the ground, still holding the target locked, ignoring the bullets from her comrades flying through the air. They kept shooting at the opponent in front, but fortunately he was wearing a bulletproof vest, so he was fine. Suddenly, Ji Yu Bai leaned back and kicked the surrounding soldiers hard. Then, she continuously waved her hands, releasing purple lightning, attacking each one. Damn it, so fast! One by one, they fell. Completely unable to resist, the opponent was a beastmaster. Finally, Ji Yu Bai also took down the remaining soldier. She smoothed her hair, glancing contemptuously at the soldiers lying on the ground. Didn't even warm up my body. Just then, a hesitant voice came from behind. Ji Yu Bai. Ji Yu Bai tilted her head. There was still one left. Xian stuttered in a daze. Is that you, Ji Yu Bai? Why did you hear that name? She repeated coldly. Ji Yu Bai. Dongli, standing behind, frowned and shouted. What are you doing? Why haven't you acted yet? Lin Gui quickly reached out to stop him. Dongli, calm down a bit. Bai Gongzi seems to know her. At this moment, Ji Yu Bai's eyes turned into cold, dangerous, and sinister blades. She said sarcastically, The one you mentioned must be that unlucky child, right? She's not here anymore.
The person standing in front of them now is completely different. There is no trace of the previous sanity. Hearing this, Xian quickly asked, "What do you mean not here anymore?" Ji Bai smirked. "Looks like you don't know anything."
Suddenly her eyes flashed red, with a ghostly spark, and she smiled contemptuously. "This unlucky child is so weak, and an orphan. Who do you think always protected her as she grew up?" Saying that, she put her finger to her lips as if keeping a secret. "That's right, it's me. This is a secret that even she doesn't know."
At this point, Xian widened his eyes, realizing in horror. Could it be multiple personalities? He immediately associated it with the image of a weak, desperate Ji Bai begging for help, which also means that when Ji Bai is in danger, another personality of hers will take over the body to protect her. Then Xian regained his composure and looked straight at her at this moment. "Even so, why are you helping the demonic Chu sect?" But the current Ji Bai didn't seem to think it was a big deal, and replied calmly, "Just for profit." Suddenly a voice sounded. "Report! There is an emergency situation." Lin Gui immediately asked, "What's the matter?" The soldier hesitated, and replied, "You probably won't believe it if I say it." He recalled the chaotic situation, due to the rolling dust and trees outside, and hurriedly reported,
"Sandstorm. Since using the technology of Lanlam City, there hasn't been a sandstorm in 20 years, but I don't understand why it happened today." He was startled, muttering, "How is this possible? This is not normal at all." The soldier continued, his voice hurried, "Wait, there's more." At this moment, the sandstorm became even more violent, and someone managed to notice something in the sand. Immediately after, the ground near the railway line where the train was passing began to shake violently. A gigantic creature with rough skin and sharp horns emerged from the earth, scattering rocks and debris everywhere. The entire carriage swayed, making it difficult for everyone to stand firm. Instantly, Longui recognized the creature. "Hey, Sharu Chong!" Its mouth gaped open like an abyss, with spiral, sharp teeth vaguely visible inside, seemingly ready to crush the entire train. In the corner of the carriage door, Ji Bai slowly straightened up, staring intently at the He Sha Rao Chong. As if she had been waiting for a long time, she whispered, "Finally here." A soft cough suddenly sounded behind her. Xian hurriedly approached. "Wait," he panted, frowning as he questioned, "What exactly is your purpose?" But Ji Bai didn't pay any attention. She calmly picked up her suitcase and walked outside. A figure appeared out of nowhere, seemingly waiting at the carriage door. "There are still survivors?" she replied casually. "Wouldn't you know who it is if you looked yourself?" Diego Barreau wondered. "The person you couldn't bear to hurt?" Ji Bai walked straight out, replying coldly, "Didn't you say to keep him as a spare tire for yourself?" He squatted down, surprised when he saw the person in front of him. "What a coincidence!" Xian shouted resentfully when he saw the person in front. "Parasitic insect!" Diego Barreau bowed his head to remind him, "Stop yelling, just stay quietly in here." Only then did he realize that his whole body had been stuck with a layer of cloudy white liquid, unable to move since who knows when. He stood up leisurely, smiling faintly. "Wait until you mature a bit more, and I will come looking for you. After all, a special spare tire like you needs some time to nurture." Then, both of them rode on the back of the He Sha Rao Chong. Diego Barreau glanced over, reminding Ji Bai beside him, "Our boss has been waiting for a long time, so let's deliver the goods first. Don't sit on this package, understand?" But she remained silent, her eyes seemingly fixed on some point, lost in thought. Meanwhile, the train was still in a state of chaos. Urgent calls rang out. Commander, please respond!" However, the communication system had been disconnected. Longui turned to announce, "The signal is disrupted due to the sandstorm. We can only wait for the sandstorm to pass." Dongli leaned against the carriage wall, one leg bent, frowning in dissatisfaction. "You just let her go like that?" Hearing this, Xian only lowered his head in silence, lost in thought. Finally, she decisively lowered her leg and stood up. "I don't care who you are involved with, that makes you feel uneasy." Immediately after, Dongli made up her mind. Decided, rescuing Chi-Chi is the top priority now. Xian seemed to still be lost in his own thoughts, feeling that something was wrong no matter how he thought about it. Given the current situation, they could have taken the person away, there was no need to sit in the carriage halfway. At this moment, Longui put his hand on her shoulder, reassuring her calmly. "Dongli, I know you're worried about Chi-Chi, but it's not necessarily a bad thing that Bai Gongzi understands the enemy this well. Someone is speculating that Ji Bai is deliberately appearing on surveillance cameras, as if she's luring us to this desert." Hearing this, Dongli quietly turned and walked away. "I'm going to smoke." Longli called out to her, "Dongli," but received no response. He had no choice but to sit cross-legged on the carriage floor, and turned to comfort Xian beside him. Lan Chengzhu is saying those things because he's too worried about Chi-Chi. He couldn't help but glare at the person. Why is this old geezer suddenly
Then he continued gently. Hope Bai Gongzi understands. Longyi tilted his head, looking into the distance, suddenly asking with concern.
Looking at your dejected appearance, that person must be a very important teammate to you, right?
At this moment, Xian was stunned and suddenly realized. Wait, don't tell me this old geezer thinks I'm feeling down? He put the cigarette in his mouth and began to confide. That was a long time ago, when I wasn't the Chengzhu of Heisha Cheng. He couldn't help but find it strange. And suddenly you start telling stories. Long Gi continued to tell. Your grandfather, Dong Li, and I, one exiled from the 4 origin stars, a genius from an ordinary background, and a bastard of a large family, he added. We all became friends because of the goal of heading to the 4 origin stars, practicing together in the secret realm of Wan Chu Chao. We have a secret, clearly seen but cannot be spoken. Images of Jing Chong trying to avoid Dong Li, who was shy and full of love, gradually appeared in his memory, that Dong Li had feelings for your grandfather. Remembering his figure gradually fading with the years, Long Qi continued. But just when we were about to reach our goal, Jing Chong, he suddenly left. When the two of them met Jing Chong again, the distance between them grew further and further, and the next time they met him, he was Jing Chong of Chengzhu by Lin Cheng, and he gradually separated from us, like strangers to each other. He also revealed a story about a beautiful woman named Dong Li. Later, Dong Li relied on her strength to be noticed by the Lan family of Lan Lan Cheng and married the useless eldest son of Lan Lan Cheng. According to her husband's family, after her husband died, she became the first female Chengzhu of Lan Lan Cheng. Dong Li. Long Gui returned to his own story, softly expressing, As for me, because of my biological father, I inherited He Sha Cheng with the name He Wei Wang. Perhaps he sensed Xian's dissatisfaction upon hearing these words, so he said slowly,
These things are precisely to tell you that there's no need to cling to teammates of the past too much, because you'll find that it's not a big deal at all.
As Long Gi gradually walked away, his eyes became uncertain, pensive. He didn't expect the two Chengzhu to be old friends of his grandfather. No wonder the Chengzhu had always been uncomfortable with him before. So it was because of his grandfather's relationship. At this moment, everyone was in a different place. Xian alone was still lost in thought. The appearance of Ji Ubai did indeed affect his judgment. As the train was overturned, he murmured to himself, Instead of making unreasonable speculations about the purpose of the Mao Chu sect here, change the way of thinking and quietly wait for what will happen. Perhaps after the sandstorm stops, the answer will be revealed. Suddenly, strange noises rang out from the window, attracting Xian's attention. What's that noise? Immediately after, the crisp sound of slurping noodles suddenly rang out from somewhere. The person chewed and savored. The taste of the desert is similar to this cup noodle, dry. Suddenly, there was a long slip due to carelessness. At the same time, he leaned and concluded, Butter situation. It really is dry. Finally, that person smashed the train car's window and fell freely. Everything happened so quickly that no one could react in time. Xian was stunned. What just fell down?
Both Yu and Lingui approached and clearly saw that the person in front of you was A. R supported himself on the ground, frowned, she stood up, he regretted and muttered, What a waste of noodles. From afar, Dong Li immediately noticed the abnormality. This person's eyes looked directly into those deep eyes. She was shocked. The pupils were rectangular and horizontal. Immediately, Dong Li drew her glowing blue sword and pointed it straight at his neck. You are from the Ma Chu sect. She couldn't control her emotions and shouted, What is your purpose in kidnapping my granddaughter? R quickly raised his hands to signal and emphasized, Don't point your sword like that. Moreover, I'm not from the Ma Chu sect. Xian then interjected. Lan City Lord, I know this person. She glared and asked, Who is he? He hesitated, raised a finger, and explained, My grandfather's original indigenous friend. Xian scratched his head and added, The relationship is very complicated, but he is definitely not an accomplice of the one who kidnapped Chi-Chi. Dong Li lowered her sword, staring at the nonchalant man in front of her. So that's how it was. But suddenly, that sword point was once again pointed at Arnari's neck, causing him to flinch. She glared and gritted her teeth. But he is still friends with that guy. Not trustworthy. Hearing this, Xian covered his forehead and sighed helplessly. Grandpa, oh grandpa, what sins have you committed? Suddenly, Long Yi approached, gently lowered the hand that was raising the sword, and called out, Dong Li, don't get excited. Let the past be the past. He hugged Dong Li and sighed. You haven't changed at all, have you? Immediately, A raised 2 fingers, politely asking for permission. Okay, I want to understand the current situation, so sorry to interrupt for a moment. Then he continued to present what he understood. First, this Lan City Lord's granddaughter was kidnapped by the Sun Radiance faction, or the Ma Chu sect. Amidst the scene of the train cars lying scattered on the ground, A continued.
Then, during the pursuit, something happened and I was trapped here because of the sandstorm. I rubbed his chin, recalling the destroyed aircraft compartment.
He said, "After that, the sandstorm stopped. I carelessly fell down and met everyone. Are you okay?" Xian became impatient. He gestured with his hand.
"Stop," coldly looking at R.A. "R.A., if you're going to say so much, then tell us why you're here too." At this moment he smiled and pointed at Xian, explaining, "Can't you tell? My purpose is the same as yours." Xian was surprised. He crossed his arms, his eyes wide and his mouth open in an O shape, and asked, "You're also chasing the Machu sect?"
R replied immediately,
"Of course, my Moon Shadow Division wants to monitor the activities of the Sun Radiance faction." Inside the airship, Lin Gui now spoke up, asking about his doubts. "Wait, this gentleman is from the Moon Shadow Division, and the Sun Radiance faction is?" Hearing this, Ada quickly explained, "The Sun Radiance faction is the Machu sect you guys mentioned, and the Moon Shadow Division, just think of them as the opposite faction of the Sun Radiance faction. Also, Ada is just a prefix, we original indigenous people like to call each other that." Just then, a helicopter appeared in the sky. The rotors whirred, and someone announced, "Commander, we've arrived." The people in the airship now watched as Lin Gui gave orders through the headset by his ear. "Very good, take us up there first." The helicopter hovered in the red sky. Inside the airship, the soldier controlling the front turned around and asked, "Commander, where are we going now?" Lin Gui turned his face and pointed, ordering, "First, scout around to see if there are any traces of giant creatures that have moved through. In short, the person is still in their hands. We must quickly catch up with them." Below, Xian sat next to Dong Li, glanced at the person next to him, and talked to R.A. "R.A., you must know something, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't have appeared in this desert for nothing." Allah looked straight at him, raised his index finger, and said vaguely, "There is indeed some intelligence, and it's related to you."
Xian pointed at himself in confusion and asked,
"Related to me, to explain?" A replied directly, "That's right." Then he started calculating.
"Do you remember half a year ago, the events in Qingxiao Forest and Jumu City?" Xian scoffed. Recalling the meeting with Ashi and Asmodan, he asked, "Wait, you mean those two high priests of the Machu sect?"
R frowned and replied, "That's right." He continued to talk about their actions. Currently, the Sun Radiance faction is facing the problem of insufficient combat power, so they are trying their best to find the Spider Queen before our Moon Shadow Division through blessings to increase their strength. And that's because you, Kid Xian, killed those two high priests. Hearing this, Dong Li was shocked, opening her eyes wide and exclaiming, "What?" Lin Gui was also the same.
He bit his teeth and admired Xian's strength, saying, "So young and already." Dong Li sincerely praised Xian. "That's a diamond-level powerhouse." He scratched his head, evading the praise, and modestly replied, It's nothing. I was just lucky." Being praised like that, but he was still very cautious. But speaking of which, the current situation is complicated. He thought about the next steps in his head.
Yan Yan once said, "Father Planet has gathered its troops and will soon defeat the Spider Queen. Qinchi has acted. Think about it. Qinchi's matter this time? Maybe tracing the origin can lead to the Spider Queen, but then we will have to face the Machu sect and the Spider Queen. At the same time, there are still many unknowns in this matter. More importantly, there are still things that have not been clarified." Dong Li clenched her hands on her lap, frowning and wondering, "So, what does the Machu sect finding the Spider Queen have to do with my granddaughter?" Ah also wondered about this. He said, "This is also the problem I want to clarify. They have many incomprehensible actions that make him suspect that the Machu sect keeps kidnapping people without talent and ordinary people."
Could it be?
At this moment, Xian suddenly remembered. He thought in horror.
That's right, the heavenly enlightenment. One once said Qinchi is, also guessed, Qinchi's identity.
He pointed his finger and grinned, asking, "Your daughter is a beast tamer with a rare talent?" Dong Li seemed to have realized something. She recounted, "That's right. It was during the visit to Bianhaisha City. At that time, Qinchi awakened her talent. Moreover, in a situation without a talent awakening stone, she awakened automatically. Qinchi gained extraordinary power easily in front of many people." Lin Gui touched his head. Remembering, he added, "I remember it was very chaotic at that time, so I didn't have time to do a talent assessment. What's surprising is, moreover, there are reports saying there are space cracks in the desert."
Xian shrugged, a smirk playing on his lips, thinking,
"It's really just a fusion of two worlds." When Chi-Chi awakened her talent, a divine beast with a blue appearance immediately appeared around her. This disgusted them. Plus, it's strange that the extra-dimensional worm, which only exists in legends, actively signed a contract with Chi-Chi.
This is truly the first time I've heard of such a thing.
Ore suddenly stood up, startling the other three. He pointed and exclaimed, "That's it!" Ore, frowning with worry, explained to them. Extra-dimensional worms are high-dimensional creatures capable of freely establishing teleportation gates between different dimensions. The Radiant Sun sect wants to exploit this characteristic. He hesitated, saying, "So, they can only control the person who signed the contract with it first."
Chi-Chi stood before a door emitting eerie purple lightning, presumably to use the teleportation door to find the queen. He urgently pressed everyone. "We don't have much time left."
Just then, the helicopter flying overhead passed over a large ravine. The pilot immediately reported, "Chief, discovery!"
Lin Gui hurriedly ran over, gripping the seat tightly, while the pilot continued.
"The traces below are likely from black sand earthworms," he ordered. "Follow the traces over there." The sky gradually darkened. Time was running out, he urged. "Seize the time and follow them."
The helicopter followed the traces below, shifting the scene to a space filled with cobwebs. Jiyu Bai walked behind Diego. She sneered mockingly. "Our traces in the sand won't be discovered, will they? How unprofessional."
Diego turned his head. Glancing at her, he said through gritted teeth, "I have my plan." He also warned, "Just like you, I know what you're scheming behind my back." Jiyu Bai was quite confident. She directly provoked. "Then tell me, don't make baseless accusations, okay?" Diego frowned, pointing directly at her face, saying, "I'm not interested in your goals. But remember, don't hinder me." He also reminded, "Most importantly, those two are quite tense." Diego widened his eyes. Reaching out to grab Jiyu Bai's chin, he said through gritted teeth, "Don't forget, if it weren't for me, you'd still be buried in that mine cave." Jiyu Bai, however, showed no fear at his actions. She was still in the mood to tease. "Then I'm really too grateful to you, aren't I?" Faced with such blatant provocation, Diego let go, turning away quickly. He left behind. "Remember, don't cross the line." Jiyu Bai, carrying her luggage, rubbed her neck, darkly watching him.
Diego glanced back, ordering,
"Finally, don't forget to keep that inside agent alive, he can't die." Night had fallen. The last fading red spots on the horizon. The helicopter had arrived in an area with gray buildings, seemingly abandoned. A voice announced, "Chief, the traces disappear here." Lin Gui poked his head out of the aircraft cabin. He said, "This is the Abandoned Research Institute of Black Sand City," and ordered everyone to go inside and check it out first.
Stepping inside, everyone curiously looked around. Xian asked, "What was this place used for before?"
Lin Gui was responsible for explaining.
He replied, "A comprehensive research institute studying methods to control sandstorms," Dong Li retorted. "But Planet Azure's technology has helped Black Sand City solve the sandstorm problem, at least until today." At this moment, Xian raised his hand, channeling his spiritual energy. He thought, "Within this range, the Eye of Heavenly Revelation should find something." He silently summoned the Eye of Heavenly Revelation, scanning the surrounding area. His eyes flashed. "It seems there's something underground." Thinking this, he placed his hand on the ground, probing the images that appeared. He wondered in surprise. Spiritual stone kinetic reaction?
At the same moment, a deep cubic shape appeared right beneath his feet. "This is an elevator?" He wondered in surprise. "Why is there an elevator here?"
Xian stepped back, accidentally stepping on some kind of switch. His foot froze. At this moment, the underground elevator suddenly appeared, startling. He fell to the ground, cursing, "God damn it!" The four of them simultaneously walked towards the elevator door. Dong Li unhappily turned to question Lin Gui. "Lin Lao Tao, you'd better explain a little." He was also quite surprised by this, scratching his head, unsure how to explain. Dong Li looked at his attitude. She continued, "It seems this laboratory has never been abandoned."
He finally regained his senses. He frowned, peering inside, suggesting, "Very suspicious. I suggest we explore it once." They stepped inside the elevator. Lin Gui put his hands in his pockets, encouraging everyone. "At least, this suspicious elevator can prove we haven't come to the wrong place." Xian stroked his chin, thoughtfully thinking, "It's not just a suspicious elevator." Dong Li also looked around vigilantly. She asked,
"So where does this elevator lead?"
Xian's eyes flashed a blue color. He coldly thought, "It's increasingly feeling like we're being led by the nose." In the cramped space, the elevator slowly moved, creating a deep, bottomless space. Xialan continued to calculate.
"The city lord of Black Sand City doesn't know about this research facility. There's only one possibility. There's an inside agent in Black Sand City, or—"
Lin Gui finally answered Dong Li's question. "To be honest, I don't know where this elevator leads." Xian used his divine sense to probe. He's not lying, however. He's still suspicious of this guy. Telling the truth? Not the Lin City Lord.
The elevator doors opened. The four of them stepped outside, looking around.
Lingui hesitantly said, "This is," unaware of what was so surprising that Xian had to exclaim, "Holy crap!" Beneath the black sand desert, there's a city. A city with vibrant skyscrapers right before their eyes. This made them exclaim. If this is the city of the demonic cult, then it's too advanced. A certain system suddenly announced. Detecting illegal intruders. Many armed people appeared around the four of them. A exclaimed, "Damn it, we've been surrounded." Zin An recalled the previous monsters. These guys looked very similar to the assassins who raided Whitescale City that day. He was wary but still felt something was wrong.
The previous system continued to order. Activate enemy elimination program. The robotic people with red eyes, armed with weapons, prepared to attack them. Xian looked at them, evaluating silently. There are a few differences from what was seen on the news. Xian was quite confident. Glancing at the robotic people, riding on Kunzi's back, he smirked, saying, "But it seems we've come to the right place. Such a warm welcome proves you want to summon the teleportation door here."
Lin Gui also pointed at the group, saying, "Looks like we have to break through the encirclement first." Then he summoned Scorpion Queen. Dong Li also summoned her spirit beast. She ordered it.
Gray-green thornworm, it's time to eat.
Looking at the huge Kunzi that had just appeared, she couldn't help but exclaim, "It's been a while. Kunzi of yours has evolved again?" Xian also looked at the spirit beast sleeping on his head. He teased,
"That's right, but Mochi Matcha of yours hasn't changed a bit, has he?"
Mu Ling, hearing this, angrily woke up, crossing his arms. A sarcastically said, "To be honest, you came here not just to save people, right?" Xian used a cold gaze, deliberately asking, "What do you mean?" Ra stated his judgment very clearly. "You have something on your mind. It's written all over your face." Xian clicked his tongue, unhappily thinking, "That old immortal is really good at guessing." At this moment, they charged into battle. The gray-green thornworm took advantage with its long tongues. It ate many enemies. At the same time, below, the Scorpion Queen projected a purple light to attack. Lingui knocked down an enemy. He picked up its head, judging, "These guys have tough heads made of strong metal. They are bio-robots." The most suspicious thing is the red circle that looks like an eye on their faces.
Suddenly, something exploded, blasting everything away. At this moment, a dark figure stood on the building looking down, coldly saying,
"What a pity." Xian curiously looked up, wondering, who is that? It turned out to be the second high priest, Lilith. She rubbed her neck and said, "Next time, adjust the fuse to be a bit shorter." I'll finally recognized her, calling out, "Lilith!" Xian was surprised. "You? Another acquaintance?" Mu Ling also looked in that direction, standing ready to attack. Ari frowned and asked, "Didn't you?" He didn't finish speaking before Lilith interjected. "Teacher wants to say that I died 20 years ago, right?"
Ari murmured,
"Impossible." "I clearly." Xian looked at him questioningly. Ari's student. While Jingzi was attacking the robots with all her might, she continued to talk about the events of 20 years ago. "Being able to stand here is all thanks to the extraterrestrial technology, just like these puppets." At this moment, she spread out her arms and summoned a spirit beast, a 3-part race, a diamond-tier peak-level demon. A huge monster appeared. Lilith ordered, "The small talk ends here. Let's get to the main event."
Xian coldly snapped his fingers with a dangerous look and said to Jingzi, "Another big guy, Kunzi, let's go."
However, just as he was about to rush forward, an arm reached out to stop him. He said, "Wait." Xian looked at him in surprise. "Huh?" It was Ari. He looked grim and uncertain, gritting his teeth and saying,
"You must not take action, let me handle this."
Saying that, he released Mu Ling to the ground. "Tell your son to reveal his true form." A spirit beast appeared with 6 arms and green skin. It was Mu Ling's Dharma body, a desolate god race, diamond tier peak level. He transmitted his voice. "Xian, this is our business." Under his surprised gaze, he flew away, leaving behind a cloud of white smoke. After flying a distance, Adari turned his head, wearing a regretful expression. "Xian, this is our business, in fact. We shouldn't have dragged you into this from the beginning." Xian interrupted him. Wait a moment." He envisioned the next scenario, and loudly asked, "Afterwards, are you going to say something like, 'I should run away alone,' or tell me to find a safe place to hide?" He recalled the previous battles, and waved his hand, saying, "No kidding, many of the previous battles involved you seniors."
He also expressed, "It's not that I don't respect you seniors."
But then, he angrily shouted at Ari, "Don't treat me like a kid who got dragged into this." He patted his chest, saying with conviction, I have my own judgment. I don't need you to decide for me. He continued to frown, pointing at himself and saying, So please, seniors, be clear on this. Whether it's rescuing Zichi or the plan to wipe out the devil cult, from the beginning until now, it's all my plan, Xian's plan, so you don't need to put on that guilty look. He gave a resolute look, raising his thumb to make the final point. My own decisions. I can handle them myself. Dong Li, who was dealing with the robots, couldn't help but laugh in admiration when he heard this. What smooth talking. I wonder who he learned it from. Lin Gui below didn't remain silent either, attacking while saying,
It's too obvious. That personality is no different from our esteemed city lord Bai. Bapua rushed towards Aga and Xian, intending to attack, but the two of them stood still, and he still shrugged and asked Xian, So what's your plan?
At this time, Xian confidently said, They are stopping us here, which means Zichi is nearby. Mu Xing's Dharma body ran over, covering its eyes, stopping the large Bapu. Xian continued to talk about his plan. My pet has an advantage in terms of speed, we just need to stop them, and I can break through the encirclement to find Zihichi. Dongli and Lin Gui, upon hearing this, found it reasonable, and they agreed. Given the current situation, that's all we can do. Lilith kicked her leg high at this moment, attacking Xian while angrily asking, You guys are standing here blaring out your plan, are you treating me like I don't exist?
Xian's cold face was just waiting for her to take the bait. He looked up at her and announced, Of course I wanted to tell you, otherwise, how would you take the bait?
Took advantage of the opportunity at this moment, raising his blade towards Lilith. When standing in front of her, he still said with difficulty, Lilith, I don't want to kill you again. Before her former teacher, a dangerous red light flashed in her eyes as she replied, The Lilith of the past is dead. Teacher Irene. In the neon-lit space of the buildings, Irene slashed his blade down, towards Lilith, but she managed to lift her foot and dodge in time.
He turned his head and pleaded, Stop talking in riddles. I only have one request. Regardless of your purpose, don't kill Nian Hao.
Xian thought to himself, but found it difficult to say. This request is a bit difficult. If Nian Hao isn't killed, the fleet will flatten the secret realm of 10,000 worm nests. He wasn't sure. He rubbed his neck, avoiding eye contact, and gave a half-hearted answer. I will make the right choice. Saying that, he turned around and left the two of them to fight, waving his hand and calling out to Jingzi, Kunzi, let's go! Xian sat on Kunzi's back, uncertainly asking, Is this really not a problem? Kunzi? It reassured him. Absolutely no problem, you can rest assured. At this time, he was finally relieved, and controlled Kunzi to fly towards the robots, waving his hand and requesting, Fly! Xian and Kunzi created electric arcs to attack the obstacles around them, including the robots, and while doing so, he excitedly shouted, Sorry, I'm out of time.
The two of them had escaped the control of the people below, hovering above the skyscrapers. Xian raised his hand to his forehead, widening his eyes to exclaim at the scenery. The underground space is much larger than I thought. Kunzi also chimed in. It feels exactly like the Master's beast taming space. This is also a disadvantage. Xian frowned and contemplated. If that's the case, relying only on the naked eye will make it difficult to find Zihichi, and under the fake scanning function of the Eye of God, the range isn't very large.
Only the treasure-seeking ability has a wide enough range. He recalled the glittering stone from before. That's right, didn't I give Zihichi a treasure before? He guessed if she had it on her right now.
Thinking this, he clung tightly to Kunzi's fin, looking around, hoping that by combining with Kunzi's speed, searching the entire area would be very quick.
Then he decided, Let's do it. Xian again held out his hand, commanding the treasure-seeking divine eye to search the surroundings. Beams of divine sense, like electric currents, ran through the nearby buildings, illuminating the sky with a bright blue light. Kunzi sped quickly through the sky. Just then, Xian's eyes flashed. There's a reaction. He felt something, and quickly said, Kunzi, slow down. Saying that, he pointed to the building below and ordered, Turn there. Kunzi immediately replied, Okay, and swished its tail to fly over. Meanwhile, the group holding back the robots were gradually getting tired. Even the Scorpion Queen and Gracethorn Alien were no exception. Lin Gui and Dong Li stood close together and exclaimed, These bastards are really hard to chew, we can't kill them all no matter what. On the other side, Mu Xing was fighting Bao Feng, and was knocked to the ground by Bao Feng. Its master was also enduring Lilith's continuous attacks. He raised his sword to defend. Akare drew a line with his sword on the ground, using his legs as support. His face darkened as he breathed. He sweated profusely, thinking,
This is unexpected, so difficult to deal with. He had underestimated his opponent. He didn't expect Lilith to become so strong.
Looking at Lilith's attack patterns and the red electric arcs around her, he couldn't help but sigh. It seems this child has indeed grown up quite a bit. But he raised two fingers in a sign, and with a smirk, said his judgment. The science and technology of outsiders has greatly increased your spiritual power, hasn't it? I guess the booster device is that thing on your head, right? Lilith was startled. She touched the back of her head, thinking vigilantly.
This old fox is sharp. Facing Lilith's guarded stance, Albr rested his sword on his shoulder and pointed at her, lecturing. Lilith, it's been so long, and you still don't understand my teachings.
At this moment, the three Fomets continuously attacked Muxing, but to no avail. Muxing blocked all of its attacks. Albr instructed. Right now, most of you are using spirit beast control incorrectly. He pointed directly at Lilith, pointing out her fatal flaw. Just seeing spirit beasts as combat tools will not unleash their full power. In his mind, he imagined the shapes of humans and animals, drawing experience from each battle.
We and spirit beasts are essentially the same. We all possess spiritual power. The essence of spirit beast control is to combine the spiritual power of the spirit beast master and the spirit beast into one, producing the effect of 1 + 1 = 2.
As a teacher, Albr advised Lilith, you currently need to rely on that booster device. It is precisely because you and your spirit beast only have a simple master-servant relationship that you're not following the spirit beast path passed down by our ancestors.
He was saying that we should respect and understand spirit beasts together, not enslave and force them. Beifuet swung its hand, knocking Muxing back to its original small form. It returned to perch on Albra's head. He smiled and said, hard work. Next is the best part of the show.
Ba Fo was still raging, opening its mouth to roar at Albr, but he remained calm, simply ordering, get ready! The three Fomet monster then slammed its large hand down, raising a cloud of dust around it. It lifted its hand, revealing a large crack, but no one was underneath. It wondered, where is everyone? They weren't hit by this? At the same time, Lilith was equally surprised. She wondered, where did they run off to? Then a dark shadow swung a staff, preparing to strike from above her. Are then struck straight down on Lilith, the electric current seemingly splitting her body in half.
Her mask shattered, revealing her terrified eyes looking forward.
At this moment, the LUC robots all short-circuited. Their red eyes no longer lit, they swayed as if disconnected. The robots all fell down, unmoving. Lingyi and Dongli looked around, surprised, and asked, what's going on? Saying that, he turned to ask, Dongli, are you okay? She replied, I'm fine. Looking straight ahead, she continued, it seems we have to thank old Bai's friend.
Muxing sat cross-legged on Albra's head
while he looked down at Lilith trembling on the ground, and said with pity, what's wrong with you, not continuing? Albr pondered. That's right, this scar was left at that time, wasn't it? Lilith was scared at this moment, not daring to look straight, only daring to lower her head, seemingly wanting to hide the scar across her forehead. Albr also looked at it, thinking to himself about when he personally killed her. Looking at her trembling and hugging her arm, Albr felt guilty. Perhaps he had made her recall her own death. He didn't look anymore, turned and left, saying, I once said I won't kill you again.
Looking at Algray approaching, leaving Lilith behind, Lingyi exclaimed, I really don't know how long the war between us and the Machu sect will have to continue.
Dongli in the back narrowed her eyes dangerously and asked, do you agree with them? He quickly retorted, no, I'm just thinking. Facing Albra's embarrassed expression after fighting his old student, he said his thoughts.
Are they not like us, also having joys, sorrows, love, and hates?
While they were caught off guard, another shadow appeared behind. On this very building, Lilith appeared. That shadow was looking at Dongli, saying, no time to overthink, we need to find Chi quickly. Lingui is still answering normally, and it's unclear what the situation is on Bai Gongzi's side. He doesn't seem to have noticed that there are people behind them. Our points and shouts a warning to them. Look up there. Gu Bai smirks dangerously, holding a dagger and swooping down.
Lingui is startled, only managing to blurt out,
what? When he looks up, a dark shadow is already cast over his face. On Xian's side, he and Jingzi have landed at the foot of a red tower. This is it, but Jingzi uneasily reminds him, Master, this place makes me uncomfortable. Xian steps forward, touching the surface of the red glass, and his eyes widen as he exclaims, what the hell? Inside this blood-red tower is Chi, whom they've been searching for all this time. But she's unconscious, her eyes closed, seemingly lifeless. He calls out loudly, Chi is inside this tower. At this moment, someone appears behind him in the shadows. The person seems to be wearing a hat, and says, rest assured, the little girl will be fine. Xian turns around warily and asks, who is it? The person introduces himself. I am Mephisto, the fourth priest of the Sun Radiance sect. We only need to borrow this little girl's pet for a moment. Xian is furious. He grits his teeth and curses. Borrow? Is this how the Madanchu sect handles things? He denounces their rudeness. When you launched a terrorist attack, did you talk about reason like this? Mephisto only has one red eye on his head, looking very creepy. He argues. Terrorist attack? So you see our resistance as such? This place was originally our home. We just want you to clarify this matter. Among the buildings, not a single person can be seen. He labels Xian as an outsider and convicts him. It seems you are also an outsider who doesn't understand us. Xian shouts angrily, even if I could understand, I wouldn't accept your methods. I advise you to release Chi-Chi immediately. Jingzi also feels uncomfortable approaching this place. It is always in a defensive posture. He is using every means to save Chi-Chi. Jingzi, hovering above, is also channeling spiritual energy. Xian continues to threaten. Otherwise, think about the fate of Asmodan and Aether.
Mephisto exclaims. So it's you. Behind him, a spirit beast with purple flames appears,
its red pupils flashing. He says darkly. Then we are destined for a fierce battle. Both Xian and Jingzi are shocked. They exclaim, Master, that's impossible. Why? Tang Yang Han is angular, high-nosed bridge, sturdy arms with strange patterns, metal armor tightly hugging her body. Mephisto's spirit beast has appeared. It's the queen of evil spirits, a ferocious beast race, peak diamond rank. The form evolved by alchemical ferocious beasts cannot theoretically reach this realm through natural evolution. Only interference can lead to this state.
Xian speculates about the spirit beast that just appeared, the evolved form of an alchemical ferocious beast. He didn't expect that he could sign a contract with a ferocious beast? Mephisto spreads out his palm.
Inside his palm is another red eye, looking very dangerous. It seems he is controlling the spirit beast with this eye. Xian thinks.
No matter how he made a contract with the ferocious beast, it's extremely dangerous for the ferocious beast to corrode his own body. Meanwhile, the queen of evil spirits is rushing towards him. He clenches his fist, thinking, it seems this guy and that ferocious beast are not simple. I can't underestimate them.
Jingzi opens its mouth wide, firing a blue flame attack at the queen of evil spirits, but it dodges to the side. Xian sees their weakness. He regains his confident demeanor and smiles, thinking, it seems like its vision could only see spiritual energy before. The queen of evil spirits makes the first move. Xian and Jingzi jump up to dodge. He waves his hand from above and says, then let's use the old trick, summon Yi Ya. The phoenix flies straight down. Yi Ya flies upward, spraying flames around the queen of evil spirits, disorienting her. The flames blaze very high, but there's no sound from within. It seems she's been burned to ashes, making Xian and the two spirit beasts outside exclaim, it seems that was easy. But at this moment, she looks out from inside with a fierce gaze, her eyes flashing red, her sharp teeth open wide. Suddenly her pupils change.
Her hands have sharp claws, looking towards where Xianan is standing behind the flames, the claws gleaming.
The queen of evil spirits attacks with both hands, tearing through the fiery barrier to escape. Seeing the wall of fire built by Yinya being completely broken through by her, Xian exclaims in surprise. What? He steps back, his eyes wide, biting his lip and wondering, wasn't she unable to see? At this moment, an explosion erupts throughout the red tower. Mephisto narrows his eyes at him, sneering. Is this all you've got? How did Aether and Asmodan fail in your hands?
Xian uses a protective shield to escape the smoke of the explosion. He walks towards him and says, you're speaking too soon. It's not over yet. The queen of evil spirits has now completely escaped, waving her hand to blow away the white smoke. Xian stands below, stunned, unexpected. He grits his teeth, blaming himself for being too careless. I just said not to underestimate the enemy, and then I made a mistake myself. It seems like it can exchange visual signals. I have to think of another plan. After all, I'm not the Ching Tong I was back then. Zigan thinks and continues to think of a way, but the physical resistance of the bonded beast is almost invincible. Spiritual energy attacks can be dodged 100%. Even the weakness in vision is gone. It is completely a non-existence.
Just as he was thinking, a voice suddenly cut in. So, besides those two types of damage, there's still a third. He looked back in surprise. Who's talking? Xing'an looked towards the motionless evil spirit queen.
He became alert!
An illusion?
Wait, it's felt strange from the start. Why does it feel like time has stopped?
The voice continued. So it was the crystal spirit, bragging about its contributions. Of course, it's all thanks to me. Consider it a thank you. By this point, Xian understood why time had stopped. He communicated with it. Wait, shouldn't you be in the spirit pet space? Why can I hear you? He asked, puzzled. He recalled the previous battle. It seems like this has happened before. That's right. There was a similar situation in the Netherworld realm, Xian analyzed. which means this is also due to field induction. He figured out how to use this ability, speaking as he moved. This makes sense. The effect of this time stop, even though I've moved, my shadow is still there because of this superpower. Because the truth is, field induction has sped up my thinking. And this is all you're doing, right?
The soul sealed within the sword exclaimed, praising, "You catch on quick!"
Then it explained further about how to use it. Not only that, this field of thanks can also create a thought space. Under the influence of field induction, their appearance isn't real. And according to the crystal spirit, Xian can link the thoughts of the creatures he's contracted with, meaning Yi Ya and Jingzi can also use this ability. But there was one point Xian still wondered about. He crossed his arms and asked, "So, is the third type of attack you mentioned related to this?" The crystal spirit immediately scoffed.
"I just praised you for being smart, and now you're as dumb as an ox?"
Even so, it continued to explain it to him.
In this thought space, we all exist in a form that transcends physics,
which is the soul. It continued. And this space can link our souls together. Xian looked and said, "Behind you are Jingzi and Yi Ya, and the opponent is the evil spirit queen next to you. The answer you need is right in front of you." He suddenly realized and replied to the crystal spirit, "Thank you so much." The evil spirit queen charged at Xian, as if she wanted to devour him whole.
She grabbed him, but a shield appeared, preventing the evil spirit queen from touching him despite her desperate clawing, which created purple lightning bolts.
Xing'an was inside, using a sword to create a shield to keep himself safe. "Didn't I tell you not to use me as a shield? Don't you have a guardian?" He turned to his two spirit beasts. Yi Ya, Jingzi, you two go back to the spirit pet space first." Ying Ya, who had just flown over, glared at him. "What? I just came out, and you're already telling me to go back?" Hearing this, Jingzi turned to dissuade it. "Master must have a plan. Let's go back." Xian swung his sword horizontally, instantly knocking one of her arms back. The slash made her lose her balance and almost fall, creating a cloud of dust. He immediately used his skill, covering himself in armor. Transcendent physical strength, spirit pet armor. He immediately summoned a Jingzi in materialized energy form. It shot out like an arrow, forcing the evil spirit queen to quickly dodge.
Xian separated himself from his body and froze time.
Sure enough, just like before, using high-speed movement and then a sneak attack, he wore a smug expression. Now, with the enhancement of the thought space mode, this kind of tactic is easy to break. Yu Yuan, it's your turn.
Suddenly, a gate appeared, from which Yue Yuan jumped out, causing the evil spirit queen to dodge.
Yue Yuan released long roots that surpassed her body, taking advantage of the characteristics of the thought space, accurately seizing the timing, and launching an attack when she was in an offensive stance. She was immediately tightly bound by the roots. Yue Yuan's free transformation can create a net that restricts her movements. As long as her movements are limited, all that's left is to deal with her super high physical defense. Xing'an used his own soul to control the spirit pet armor to shatter her physical defense, then used the power from Jingzi's soul.
"Get ready!" He gathered his strength and shouted,
"Materialize." The essence of materialization is the materialization of the soul after the spirit pet master and spirit beast have synchronized. It is a type of soul-related skill.
Xian held the sword up in front of the bound evil spirit queen. Then all that's needed is to transfer the spirit form of materialization into the sword, which can once again be converted into the purest soul energy through field induction.
Surge! He poured all his strength into the sword, creating 2 rings of blue and red lightning. This is a soul resonance. Also, the 1 slash from the bond.
Xian slammed the sword into the ground, creating an energy that flew towards her.
He yelled, "Yue Yuan, be careful and get out of the way, you can let go now." Slowly, the roots that clung tightly to the evil spirit queen released her, and the slash from afar split her body in 2. A deadly slash from Xian flew over and struck, causing the evil spirit queen to slowly fall. At this moment he returned to his body, and the sword spoke.
"Outlander, I didn't expect an antique like me to still be of some use in your world, but this guy's level is still far from that of a god. Speaking of which, we've succeeded in killing a god together before, haven't we?"
Suddenly, Xian replied, "You're saying this at the wrong time. I'm about to go meet the god of this world, so show me what you're capable of, god." Suddenly, a dark figure appeared from nowhere. That person looked directly at Xian and said, "As expected of a spirit pet master who can defeat 2 priests, but I advise you not to fight the Spider Queen." When he opened his eyes, he realized it was Mephisto. "As a priest of the Sun Radiance, protecting the Spider Queen is naturally my duty. Eliminating heretics is an even more important mission than anything else." Mephisto walked forward step by step. Mephisto, the original race subject integration. To fuse oneself with a contracted spirit beast is an extremely insane act. Yet this guy managed to do it.
Xian was stunned, bewildered by what he was seeing.
What? Fusing himself with his spirit beast?
His sword teased.
Honestly, even by the aesthetic standards of our world, this guy is considered someone no one would want.
Suddenly, Mephisto launched tentacles towards Xian,
moving to another street. The atmosphere was eerily silent and cold. Suddenly, the silence engulfing the street was torn apart by a voice.
"This isn't what we agreed on. It was Lu Dongli." She gritted her teeth and clutched her stomach.
Lin Gi, standing next to her, asked, "Dongli, are you okay?" She collapsed. Lin Gui stood in front of her, shielding her, and shouted at Ji Bai, who was standing in front of him. "Didn't we already talk about this? Or do you guys still want to continue cooperating?" Ji Bai feigned boredom, raising his hands in surrender. "The orders I received have no additional conditions. Besides, I'm just an employee. I don't know anything." Lin Gui turned around. Chen Chu. "Dongli, I'm sorry." She couldn't believe her eyes.
"You're cooperating with the Ma Chu sect?"
Dongli asked, heartbroken. He couldn't say anything more.
"I have my concerns." She stood up and punched him in the face with all her might, causing his hat to fly off. The hat lay rolling on the ground. "What concerns? Tell me."
Dongli looked at him with contempt. "It was the same when you inherited the Blacktail King. You didn't say anything then either." Now, a feeling of suspicion flashed across her face, causing her gaze to stop, realizing something strange. "Wait, your eyes? There's Machu sect in your eyes." Akamo suddenly spoke up. "Hybrid? Are you a hybrid?" Dongli was equally surprised to hear that.
"Hybrid?"
Lin Gi didn't hide it and said directly. "That's right. I'm the illegitimate son of the Lin family. My mother is an aboriginal, a hybrid from birth. The characteristics of the aboriginals won't be obvious. Over time, some characteristics will gradually appear, and I only knew my true identity after my pupils gradually changed." Dongli angrily shouted, "This is your concern?"
She couldn't help but say each word with emphasis. "Because you're a hybrid? You're siding with the terrorists?"
Diego looked down from above,
hands on hips, arrogantly saying, "Hey, don't go framing people like that."
He glanced at the people below. "We just want to reclaim our territory." A didn't bother with the arrogant words, calmly saying, "No wonder I kept hearing buzzing noises. Turns out there's a little bee here," he said uncomfortably. "Yeah." He jumped down beside Lin Gia and even praised, "You did very well, Lin Gia." Diego frowned slightly, looking at the two people in front of him warily. "But I didn't expect you guys to actually find this place, so the plan now has changed." He slowly stood up. "We can't let too many people know about the existence of this place. We can only take action." Lin Gi asked back in disbelief. "The plan has changed?" Just as Diego was preparing to fight A, he suddenly shouted loudly, "Wait, Diego!" Lin Gui re-equipped his mask and said, "I agree to cooperate, but there are conditions." He pointed at Diego and accused him.
"You hid the underground construction of the city from me, and you also reclaimed my underground city, and you almost killed Dongli."
Dongli, clutching her stomach with a pale face, looked towards them. Lin Gi continued, "These things are different from what we agreed on." Both Ji Bai and Diego were speechless, and at the same time had the same thought. Does this old uncle really not understand the situation? He glanced over, leaving only a sentence as a reminder. "Didn't you say you wanted to end this war? Then cooperate." Then Diego immediately rushed towards Agon. His arms lit up, preparing to attack. A slash came down, and light flashed before his eyes.
Lin Gui ran and knelt in front of Dongli, his hands flustered, not knowing what to do, only able to hurriedly explain. "Dongli, listen to me, kidnapping Chiki. It's true that I helped them, but," he said softly, "I just want to end this meaningless war. Those primordial beings are always deceiving us." Every word was clear, so I cooperated with them. Dongli was shocked to hear this.
"Do you know what you're saying?" Lin Gi reassured. "Don't worry, Shiki will be fine." Ji Bai came from behind, twirling the sword in his hand. "Hey, old uncle, you heard that too. Move aside a bit." Dongli gritted her teeth and asked, "You're not an aboriginal. Why are you helping them?" Ji Bai gripped the hilt of the sword in his hand and smirked. "A lot of people ask that. It's just for some profit, don't blame me." On the other side, A jumped high, arrogantly waving his hand. "Taste this! Yan Xim." His large hand slammed down on the ground, creating a burst. Diego quickly created a bubble to protect himself. He landed on the ground, staring intently at A, thinking to himself, "Manifestation." Diego's eyes turned completely white, and immense power radiated from him. He sneered. "Like I didn't know that." Then it was Diego's turn to counterattack. He mustered his strength, and the surrounding rocks gradually floated into the air. Immediately afterward, he soared high into the sky. From behind, Lin Gui's voice called out, causing A to frown and glance over. "Stop! I won't let you lay a hand on Dongli." But at this moment, Diego had concentrated his power under his feet, like a bee's stinger, preparing to charge at A. "Die!"
An also refused to yield. From his 2 arms, 6 more arms materialized, swinging down. Just in time, the moment Diego approached, 4 giant arms simultaneously seized him, catching him completely off guard. "What?" A said smugly. "Surprise, sweetie?" He smirked, even kindly reminding him, "Don't rush, the exciting part is still to come." Then, a giant arm flew over, punching Diego straight in the back. A punch sent him flying before he crashed to the ground, creating a massive explosion, with smoke billowing everywhere. Gu Bai brushed off the dust, her face contorted in annoyance. What was that? But the next second, a streak of light flashed by like the wind, leaving her stunned, her body frozen in place, unable to react. A C's power surged past Gu Bai, targeting something else. She barely had time to think. Disaster! Lin Gui also frantically ran after them, shouting, "Dongli!" Quickly, Ake used his powerful arms to carry Dongli away, saying politely, "Sorry, City Lord Lon, only got standard class, gotta suffer a bit." She stared blankly at the 2 arms holding her. What is this? Spiritual energy can be used like this? Gu Bai glanced over, dejected. Not chasing? One of the Diegos pulled the other up from the rubble. It's okay, I still have a backup plan. All 3 of them glanced at Lin Gui. What about that guy? One of the Diegos said. He's still useful for now. The other added, after all, the resources for building this city all come from him. Hearing this, Gu Bai happily replied with a drawn-out, okay. On A and Dongli's side, they were walking into a city. He supported her every step, analyzing as they walked. It seems this city is still uninhabited. We're temporarily safe here. Dongli replied, it's still Yaosa Dushi anyway. A was confused and asked, Yaosa Dushi? Dongli tried her best to explain. Our mother planet, the primal source star, always wanted to completely control the spirit stone mines of this world. Her voice was even, as if recalling past events. So they wanted to use starships to directly destroy the world. A hodgepodge, the surface of all living things, including the original inhabitants, and us, the colonizers. And Yaosa Dushi was the Black Sand City's evacuation plan at the time. While A continued to listen with his arms crossed, most of the city-states thought the plan was declaring war on the Primal Source Star government, so they rejected it. Instead, they negotiated with the Primal Source Star, reaching a 50-year deadline. But during this time, we must eliminate Nianhao to prove our ability to rule this place, and now the deadline is approaching. Hearing this, he was a little surprised, thinking to himself, so that's how it is. Henry Zien was so secretive, it seems that little brat's real goal is to go straight for Nianhao. The atmosphere seemed to weigh down along with Dongli and A's actions. The surroundings were silent, and his face wasn't very happy either. But speaking of which, I wonder how Zien is doing. Hopefully, it's going well. In the distance, explosions began to sound, and A had to turn around to look. His eyes widened in shock at the scenes unfolding before him, and he cursed inwardly. What the hell is going on? It turned out to be Zeon, with his trusty gold-plated sword in hand. His playful face revealed his satisfaction with the opponent before him. I didn't expect you could actually block that move, huh? Hey, I told you not to use me as a shield anymore. The body of the strange creature in front of him had reddish glowing tassels. Its fierce face made the surroundings even more unsettling. How interesting, you're the first one who can take it. It pointed its hand. The eye on its head widened, and it warned him. Too bad, you're about to become the last one too. The tassels began to emit light, and it jumped up. The light was directed towards where Zeon was standing. He was already at a disadvantage, unable to hold out for long, and continued to raise his sword to block the rays of light emanating from the strange monster. Not again? Damn it! He's using that move again. The moment he realized something, Zenon briefly thought in his own world. He frowned slightly and parted his lips to say something. That's right. If the thought space can accelerate thinking, then that means, correspondingly, time outside will stand still, which means, after a few seconds of thought, his body dodged the rays of light that were fixed in the place he was standing to block his movement, and he smiled slyly. Can be dodged. A faint blue light flashed on Xian's body, and He grinned and called out to his teammate, planning an attack. Jingzi, just coordinate with Jingzi's movement speed. Where are you gonna dive up from? From A jumped right onto her body, and began to rush toward the monster. While going, he neatly calculated that he could possess the evasion abilities of the perfect alchemical beast. The blue light weaved through the red rays of light that the monster created. It began to get angry, not knowing why it still couldn't hit him even after going this far. Why is it that such heavy firepower can't hit? Jingzi also rushed from on to near its face. The monster also looked at the opposite side in horror. The sword suddenly made a sound. The crystal soul began to resist Xian's will, using its power too much. Wait, outsider. This ability is useful,
but it can't be used too many times. He wasn't very comfortable after hearing this. His eyes gradually changed, but his voice was full of surprise. What? Why didn't you say so sooner? His body still did what he thought before. And sure enough, he lost control because he used too much power. What's going on? My body isn't listening, it's still a step too late. That Mephisto recognized his weakness and started using his moves to attack. Vice versa. There's an opening! These moves are too strong, just one hit can push the opponent far away. Xian landed below, and the soul of the crystal began to explain some of his actions. So what's going on here? Maybe your body still can't adapt to the thought space for a long time. The figure lingered in the air, taunting his opponent. To be honest, your fighting style isn't like a normal beast tamer at all. It reminds me of an old acquaintance, with a tone laced with mockery and arrogance. But you, just like that loser, are no match for me at all. Therefore, Mephisto began to unleash a new move. He readied himself to attack him with a dazzling red orb, confidently proclaiming, "Your life ends here!" Even though Xian was injured, his stern expression remained defiant, delivering a sarcastic retort aimed at provoking his opponent. Looks like anything useful comes at a steep price, huh? Maybe tone it down next time. A red light flashed, tracing a long path emblematic of his anger. That immense power descended upon Xian's location, glowing crimson over a vast area, enough to understand the scale of that power. Ri flew over, loudly taunting Mephisto, who had just showcased his power. Hey, don't go exaggerating like that. He jumped down, exposing the monster's lie. I recall that time I was the victor. The fiend panicked upon seeing him. Ray. Xian saw his savior. He immediately stood up and spoke a few words to him about the predicament. Ray, you're just in time. This guy is such a pain. As he spoke, oblivious to Ri's expression, suddenly, a sword was drawn from its sheath. The sword pressed against his neck. He looked in shock at Ri's actions. Suddenly, switching from ally to foe, before he could react, he heard Ri's icy voice. Is your goal to kill the Spider Queen? Xian sensed something amiss. He suddenly roared, his blood-stained face, the corner of his lips tightened. Now is not the time to talk about this. Furthermore, didn't I say, the sword began to cut into his skin. He bit his lip slightly, looking intently at Ring's face, frowning as he pressed for an answer to his question. But Xian avoided answering. What I need is a definitive answer from you. Is your ultimate goal to kill the Spider Queen? Xian grit his teeth, looking at the person before him with displeasure, frowning as he pondered his actions, which were far too strange, the surrounding smoke adding to the chaos. What is this immortal geezer going crazy about? But to prevent the actions of the primal star, the Spider Queen must be killed. Suddenly, the weight on his shoulders lifted. The sword had been removed from his neck. He barely managed to stammer. It's true that I once considered killing the Spider Queen. It was because he seemed to have foreseen the events. To Xian's surprise, Ri replied in an icy tone. The extraterrestrial fleet will destroy all life on Earth, Mephisto angrily shouted. That's right, you know everything, huh? Do you think I don't exist? Ray still spoke earnestly with Xian, not even bothering to pay attention to the power falling behind him. Xin ignored him, continuing to speak. The Spider Queen's core is intricately linked to this world. The Spider Queen's previous injury led to the reduction of this world's level limit to violet. The two stood talking to each other, as if there was no one else around, ignoring the enraged monster's tantrum. It's hard to imagine what kind of changes will occur in this world after the Spider Queen dies. He began to worry. The images of the scenes he had seen before gradually appeared, his face losing some of its tension, but his lips remained tightly pursed. If that's really the case, then the myriad cocoon nest world might resemble the ghost shadow world, merging into a part of another world. The two began to cooperate, working hard to prevent it. And at that moment they also began to discuss what they hadn't finished talking about earlier. Everyone's faces were contorted due to the smoke and the seriousness of the issue. So killing the Spider Queen would also destroy this world? That's right. Xian realized something, immediately turning around, revealing his cute and playful expression. Ri seemed to be teasing him, while also lecturing him on the severity of the world. Why didn't you just say so directly? After all, you're an extraterrestrial. What if you didn't care about the life and death of this world? Reese and he were close to finishing their discussion, but it seemed someone wanted to ruin this conversation, forcing the two to stop midway and charge together into battle. Let's get rid of this guy first. Agreed. Beginning to show his sly smile, meeting an old opponent, the first approach was to bring up moldy old history. Mephisto avoided the embarrassing subject. How many years has it been since we last fought? Who remembers those things? The fiend began to swing his attack. He didn't give in either, launching a counterattack, while Xing'an kept running his mouth about his embarrassing past without any shame. That's right, you'll still lose miserably this time. Clearly in the end, you were beaten back to your Mother Earth. Xian narrowed his eyes at him, his voice also becoming much lower. Since that was the case, Ri understood what he meant. His face showed excitement and interest to continue fighting again. the official battle began. The moves of the monster and Ri began to activate. The scene was insane. Mephisto began to launch fierce attacks.
Tentacles began to lengthen, flying towards Ri, who was standing over there. He smiled slightly when he saw his moves,
remembering the past when they had fought before. It's been so long. Seeing this move makes me feel disgusted, never giving up. Arms began to appear, blocking all 6 of his moves. His eyes were sharp, he muttered in his mouth when he saw him launch the move. At this moment, the moment of nostalgia had passed for 1,000 years. Their memories must not be bad. To be able to remember each other's actions like that, just like before. But this time, you have allies on my side. Xian and Qingzi, together with the spirit crystal sword, launched a blue light into the sky. Indeed, there was calculation. Even Mephisto was surprised. He confidently ordered with that smile, nonchalantly saying, "Qingzi, use that move." She understood what he meant, and immediately responded with an ambiguous answer. "That move it is." Xian jumped up. His jump was very skillful. Indeed, he had done it many times until he was unexpectedly proficient. Jumping down with the sword while Qingzi tilted her head back and launched it into the sky. Activation skill. Twin moon reflection. A stream of blue light ran down, severing 6 of Mephisto's tassels. Along with his blue arms, he flew away from the skill's impact.
Seizing the opportunity, Zhuan surged forward with his sword, pressing down on Mephisto's body, intending to cleave him in 2.
After the slash, he was knocked back, but it didn't affect his mood. Having just finished, he exclaimed with glee, "White Rhino Squad, Nico!"
Qingzi immediately lunged forward, opening her large jaws, ready to bite Mephisto.
He sensed the immense power behind him, his eyes widening as he witnessed the scene amidst swirling dust and smoke.
She rushed in swiftly and devoured Mephisto's body whole. Shu An started rushing forward with his clear sword. His eyes also began to change, and his smile gradually became excited. Player Shu An, victory is just 1 step away.
On the other side, Alio Ray was also dashing forward with his sword. His face was disgruntled when he heard him shout, "What the hell? Is this baseball?" The 2 slashed from above and below respectively, and the monster's head flew into the sky. He turned to warn about the unusual consumption. "Qingzi, spit it out quickly. This guy has a contract with a ferocious beast. Eating randomly might trigger it." Obeying, she vomited the body out. Perhaps it was after a long time of not seeing each other, the 2 gradually became closer, bridging the gap of time.
"Kid, you've improved, huh?
If you knew where I've been lately, you wouldn't find it strange." Slightly smirking after Shu An spoke, Alio Ray gave a playful grin to tease. "Be honest, is your fighting style inspired by me?"
Shu An wasn't one to back down, determined to argue to the end.
"Who would want to learn from an immortal like you?" The monster's head flew far away, no one knows how far, but curses echoed. "Damn it, got hit!" Out of nowhere, a hand grabbed its head, eyes flashing with panic. Realizing the ferocity of the other party, he glanced away apologetically. "Sorry, I've disappointed you." Behind Alio Ray, disrupting the celebratory atmosphere of the 2. "I didn't expect us to meet again." Solari appeared behind him, her eyes revealing dissatisfaction with the actions at the moment. "Was I right, Ray? You still choose to side with these invaders?"
Her eyebrows furrowed slightly, her voice strained with obvious anger. Similar to that time, she pointed directly at where the 2 were standing,
raising her voice loudly. Even being surprised by this presence, being subservient to the invaders, but killing their own people. Solaris, how many more of our compatriots do you want to harm before you're satisfied? Anger was evident on her face.
"Traitor!" Red lightning flashed suddenly, the wind increased, and dust swirled, causing Zhu An and AR to shield their eyes. Solaris' strength was not to be underestimated. The 2 squinted as they defended against the attack, calculating their next move. This spiritual energy is too oppressive.
Upon hearing this, Ri stood still, frowning in protest at her actions, seemingly helpless.
"Stop it, Solaris. Violence solves nothing."
"If you continue like this, the entire myriad Fallstar will be destroyed by you people." I've removed my cloak to reveal a tall, sharp body. His mind was open. "Do you know what you're saying? The destroyers of the myriad Fallstar are those invaders." Was speechless at those words. Solaris glared, her voice like chunks of ice thrown into each of her words. "That's right, haven't we worn the same uniform and stood on the same front line?" Her face darkened slightly. Solaris was indeed never ordinary. Just with her words alone was enough for the color of blood to appear. In the beginning, you would not be lenient because the opponent was a child. Regardless of the price, completing the task by any means.
She began to use psychological warfare, mocking him and making his spirit deteriorate to achieve her goals, mainly to attack.
"Do you remember how many foreign people have died at your hands? If I remember correctly, everyone called you the Solar Reaper back then."
Shu An was also surprised by Solaris' revelation, his face showing surprise and shock.
"Wait, does that mean Ao Ray was a demon back then?
A halo shone on his face. A silhouette of loneliness and repentance gradually appeared on that back. People experience separation and death. The sun and moon have sunny days and clear days, full moons and crescent moons.
His eyes revealed a nameless burning anger in Aore. Being lazy to speak also carried many philosophical words to teach.
In the past I chased the light of the red sun,
Believing that the solar reaper was the key to ending the war.
He also took off his cloak, his face frowning even more tightly. But now what I pursue is the twilight moon. Believing that the lunar way is the hope of our future race. It is true that I have betrayed my beliefs. Even more so not betrayed this crumbling world.
He glanced slightly behind him, assigning Xuan the task of dealing with the little girl. He had decided to fight to the end with Solaris. Xuan, leave that little girl to you, no problem. Xuan asked with unease, his eyes flashing with concern. Wait, what do you want to do?
His firm figure straightened slightly, his eyes also glancing scarily. A blue light flashed, warning. The current situation is more complicated than you think. This time be obedient and listen to the adults.
His face smiled slyly, raised his chin arrogantly, disregarding everyone, teasing Xuan. Consider it a little trust in this senior. A junior like you should be a little more forgiving.
Turned back to his real opponent. A small spirit beast named Mu Ling was on his head. A smile slightly smirked on his lips, challenging the opponent.
Mu Ling, today is really busy, isn't it? In the dark atmosphere, Solaris's face appeared with a pensive look, her eyebrows furrowed, and her eyes softly looking down as if immersed in a stream of thoughts, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, smiling lightly, carrying a hint of implication.
How nostalgic. Where she was standing was in the middle of a city covered by a misty smog. Solaris, with an arrogant posture, recalled the past with Mu Ling. It was standing on Aore's head and was extremely angry when it heard her speak. Remember that year we signed a contract together, didn't we?
The red space gate above Solaris's head was now appearing with red sparks. Next, a flame demon crawled out of the space gate with a smug look when it heard her call.
Get out here, Yan Yao.
As soon as Yan Yao appeared in Solaris's hand, brilliant red streams of spiritual energy surrounded her body. Let me look at Yan Yao and explain. The wood spirit above ground and Yan Yao below ground are spirit beasts with the same origin. In the past, on a slab of stone amidst the deep green forest, 5 tiny, pure white creatures, like pristine souls, were gathering. That image appeared along with the story, born between heaven and earth, the purest elixirs in the world. Next is the image of the wood spirit and Yan Yao after enduring hardship, from being pure beings to becoming what they are now.
Through days and months of training, the primordial spirit origin will gradually differentiate. Here, those sharing the same roots and source will become the wood spirit and Yan Yao.
Back to the present. Solaris's and Aliore's expressions both darkened. They stared at each other with sharp eyes. Aliore said in a cold tone, "Just like me and her." I smiled slightly and replied, "Things have come to this point. We can't go back to the past anymore."
Solaris channeled her spiritual power, releasing a terrifying source of strength. Her sword was enveloped in fierce flames, and she shouted,
"Yan Zhai!" Ri was not to be outdone. The power from his sword released a gust of wind and blue lightning, enveloping him in a battle stance, and he called out,
"Feng Zhan!" Solaris rushed forward very quickly, a smug look on her face, reaching out to grab him. At the same time, Ri also rushed forward, his face serious, ready to fight.
When the two swords collided, a burst of light appeared. The power of both exploded, creating a huge pillar of energy that radiated everywhere. Everything seemed to be blown away, smoke enveloping them both.
She widened her eyes with an excited expression.
He still had a serious, cold face. They both shouted in unison, "Law manifestation!" As soon as they finished speaking, the wood spirit law body and Yan Yao law body appeared from behind the smoke, truly majestic. Behind the Yan Yao law body, 4 more arms suddenly sprouted. The wood spirit law body and Yan Yao law body, after sprouting 4 arms, prepared to rush at each other to fight. Below, the battle was still not over. Both swung their swords backward at the same time. The wood spirit law body and Yan Yao law body charged at each other, both using the strength of 6 arms to push against their opponent. The two people below switched to hand-to-hand combat.
While Solaris was pushing against Ere, she said to him, "Ray, I bet you've met Elle, right? Even your own student doesn't support you, so what exactly are you persisting for?" He blocked her attack while replying, "Stop using the kid to provoke me."
Solaris was furious when she thought about the images of Asmon and Lai, and angrily shouted,
"You yourself said you wanted to negotiate peace with the extraterrestrials for the sake of our people, but what we got in return was the suffering and pain of our people. Do you really think the extraterrestrials will agree to live with us?"
He looked with eyes as sharp as knives and replied, "There will be a day." While everyone was fighting, Xian had quickly run off, thinking, Now is the time to quickly save Zihichi. He ran to stand in front of the red pillar of light, inside which Zihichi was imprisoned. He pointed at the red pillar of light and shouted, "Jingzi, break that pillar!" As soon as he finished speaking, she flew straight towards it with her powerful stream of water. Jingzi crashed straight into the pillar, creating a shockwave. Her water splashed everywhere. Smoke filled the air. The smoke from the shockwave was being absorbed into Lan Zihi's body. She looked at him and said, "Master, don't tell me to use my head just because I'm a head." Seeing that her attack had no effect, Tongzi's eyes widened, his eyebrows furrowed.
"Looks like this pillar is harder than your head."
At this moment, Zihichi, who was inside the pillar, slowly opened her eyes. She looked around in panic at her body floating in the pillar of water, thinking in alarm, "What's going on?" Zihichi looked outside and asked, "Where is this?" When she saw someone there, she asked in confusion, "Where is this?" That person was Xian, who approached. When she saw him, she was surprised. "Brother Xian, why is he here?" He moved closer to the red pillar and said to Lan Zihi, "This pillar is too hard. We need to think of another way." Xian smiled gently and reassured Zichi, who was panicking inside.
"But don't worry, I will save you." She seemed to calm down a bit after hearing that. Jingzi rushed quickly toward the pillar, following the direction of his hand and words. Jingzi grew larger. He lowered his hand, pointing directly at the place imprisoning Zichi, his face serious, gritting his teeth and commanding, "Bite that thing to pieces!" Hearing that, she opened her mouth wide, revealing her sharp teeth, and went straight for the pillar of light. At that moment, Solaris, who was fighting with Aore, paused her movements when she saw Jingzi biting the red pillar. Danger flashed in her eyes and smile. After realizing she had been tricked, she said, "So that's it, you want to stop me?" She ordered the Yanyao law body to cast spiritual power, creating a large ball of energy, and said arrogantly, "How naive." Ao looked at her, frowned, and calmly replied, "Solaris, you fundamentally don't know what the current situation is." He also ordered the wood spirit law body to create a huge ball of energy to prepare to deal with her. Akeko resolutely and confidently said, "Your plan was wrong from the start." Both law bodies fired the energy balls at their opponent at the same time. When the two powerful sources of energy collided, they created a seismic shock of light from the two sources of energy, illuminating an entire area. The intense light was slowly approaching the wood spirit law body. The terrifying energy was weakening the wood spirit avatar, allowing the flame fiend avatar to completely overwhelm it. Overwhelmed by that terrifying energy, A used his hand to shield himself from the intense light, annoyed, and said, "Damn it, I can't take much more of this." In the next second, a massive explosion from the flame fiend avatar's energy source blew everything away, including the red stele that Jingzi had bitten through, leaving only smoke and dust. The space was shrouded in white smoke from the energy collision. Everyone was knocked down. Only Solaris and her flame fiend avatar stood tall, surveying the scene, one hand on her hip, arrogantly saying, "Ari, you won't stop me." After the smoke cleared, the flame fiend avatar transformed back into a tiny flame fiend, hovering in Solaris's palm. She gradually approached A-Ray and the others. Her expression was slightly angry, her brow furrowed as she looked down, reasoning as she walked, "If you don't fight back, you'll lose everything. Can't you even understand this simple truth?" Xian was battered and bruised all over. Drained of strength, he slumped to the ground, leaning against Jingzi, his face pained, his eyes half closed, tiredly asking Ajire, "Ajire, why does this high priestess seem to be targeting you?" A slowly rose from the smoke. Beneath him was the wood spirit. After it transformed back, it looked up at him worriedly. His face was covered in wounds, but he still wore a gentle smile. His eyes tired as he replied to him, "You'll understand when you get a girlfriend." By the time Solaris reached them, they had gradually regained some strength and struggled to stand up. Xian had managed to stand and continued his conversation with Amana. "So, according to you, she's your ex." He struggled to stand, using his sword to support himself, and replied, "At least, that's what she thinks. Anyway, she was the one who unilaterally broke up with me." In such a dangerous situation, with his body full of injuries, he still gave a faint smile, glancing at Sangre with a sarcastic tone. "You can still talk nonsense at this crucial moment." Hearing him, Ri also glanced at him, a smug expression on his face, experienced, and said, "This is called the refined skill of a mature adult." After the two people's casual chat, back to reality, Ri saw Solaris standing in front of him with killing intent, with still some smoke lingering around. He warily asked him, "Moreover, we can't deal with her right now." He replied wearily and dejectedly, "Is this the matriarchal society that people talk about?" From somewhere, a cold voice came from the white-haired, coat-wearing man. "Blow it up!" After that mysterious statement, there was a loud explosion in the sky. The explosion successfully attracted the attention of Solaris below. He happily saw someone arriving, turning to look at him, curiously asking,
Is that the reinforcement you called? On the contrary, Xion's face was horrified. His pupils contracted as he replied, "Do you think I look like Lu Bu?" When she looked up at the scene the man created, her expression immediately darkened, her brow furrowed, her eyes disgusted, seriously said, "Looks like the troublemaker has arrived." A giant crystal ice block fell from above, straight down towards Solaris. The impact created a massive earthquake. Wind and smoke filled the area. Right when he saw the ice block, he suddenly glanced over, thinking to himself, "This is ice crystal. The temperature around here is also dropping." From within that ice crystal, a pair of iron legs stepped out. Smoke flew everywhere, causing him to cover his eyes. The smoke gradually cleared. Solaris lowered her hand to see who it was. When Solaris saw his face, she immediately showed a look of annoyance, her eyebrows still furrowed, irritatedly blurting out,
"Trask!" The one who stepped out from the crystal ice block was Jing Chong. Each step he took caused the temperature to drop, creating cold smoke. He was still wielding the power from before to break the ice block in his hand.
Jing Chong's face was cold, his eyebrows furrowed uncomfortably as he said, "You still haven't changed your habit of living underground, huh? This place is really hard to find." The image of Jing Chong glapped as a young man appeared. Behind him were misty smoke and the majestic bone dragon standing tall. Jing Chong comforted it. "No, you did very well, Urian Bone Dragon." When he saw Jing Chong in front of him, he had a surprised and somewhat guilty expression, thinking to himself, "It's Grandpa, and his pet has even evolved." The figure turned to look with a fierce gaze. Around him were pieces of crystal ice flying around in the smoke along with the slight smirk on his lip. Ace stood watching Jing Chong's magnificent appearance, finally spoke to greet him, attracting his attention. "You've arrived?" He looked towards him and replied,
"Ari, how many years has it been since we last met?" A gradually walked towards him. At the same time he turned around. As he walked, he sarcastically said to Jing Chong, "You little punk, you still know to ask me?"
Both raised their hands, preparing for a high-five greeting. The two men put force into their high-five. He used force in his hand, his mouth questioning. Secretly returning to become the city lord, and secretly getting married and having grandchildren. "You're too bold, huh?" He didn't give in, retorting, "Looks like, old man, you're still alive. Truly feel that time is nothing. You haven't changed a bit, Ari." The bone dragon's eyes glanced down at the tiny Xian and Jingzi below on the ground. It made eye contact with the bone dragon, and was a little suspicious. It showed itself with shining eyes, its fondness and thoughts when it realized it. Jingzi was a little sad and asked him, "Master, do you think I'm very weak?" He was surprised by its question, and turned to look and replied, "No way. Why are you suddenly saying that?" The spirit beasts from present themselves with pride, and Jingzi, when thinking about that image, seemed sad. "I'm clearly a descendant of the dragon, but right now I'm still in the shape of a fish." He saw his friend like this, and was a little flustered, not knowing what to do.
Jingzi was still stuck in that thought, and continued, "Plus, I'm always stuck at the silver level, which is also preventing Master from breaking through." The meat of the past clearly had such potential. The more he listened to it, the more Xenon's hand trembled, clenching tightly, suddenly hitting her on the head, causing her to shed some tears, angrily yelling, "What nonsense are you talking about?" Then he squeezed her face tightly with both hands, preventing her from escaping, loudly saying, "Listen carefully." Xion gradually calmed down, gently comforting it. "You don't need to blame yourself for this. And don't be discouraged, because you can't evolve into a dragon." Jingzi hadn't escaped from his mental shadow, and repeated, "But it's very embarrassing like this." He used sparkling eyes and a sincere face to make her understand. "You think carefully about it." As he spoke, he squeezed Jingzi's face, catching it off guard, and explained, "Perhaps you were meant to evolve into a dragon, but the reality is that you couldn't become your ideal self due to unforeseen circumstances. But you've never given up, have you?" With his encouraging words, images from the past slowly resurfaced like a film reel. He recounted its achievements. "Even if fate exploits our weaknesses and threatens us, we will not yield. With our own hands, we can defeat the strong. Just think, along the way, we, with our bronze and silver bodies, defeated countless gold and diamond powerhouses." Finally, his face turned serious, his voice softer, as he affirmed, "To achieve such results under such constraints, you've already done incredibly well." Xenon pulled her face closer, their faces close together as they smiled happily. But he didn't forget to say, "I know you're just worried about what others think, but let me tell you, they don't understand anything." He released Qingzi's face, his determined gaze looking up at the sky, and said, "Those who are self-righteous only know how to ride dragons in the clouds, without realizing how long and dangerous the road ahead is." The image of them fighting side by side to eliminate all enemies appeared again, according to his words. "With our crippled bodies turning into raging fire, and shackles transforming into sharp blades, we have slashed through countless injustices and constraints,
countless oppressions and arrogance. After finishing, he turned to look at it with a bright smile, not forgetting to say the final line, "How could you possibly lose face like this?" Sincere eyes, a bright smile on his lips, and words of affirmation from his master. "It's my honor to be contracted with you." His words and actions moved Qingzi deeply, its eyes shining as it called out,
"Master." Switching back to Jing Chong and Xuanlong, he, with a firm, sharp gaze and a cold aura surrounding him, pointed forward and commanded Xuanlong, "Abyssal Xuanlong, go!" Immediately obeying the order, a blue mist, like cold air from ice, gradually appeared in its mouth. The moment it flew up and spewed that mist, it slowly transformed into a giant crystal ice block. Solaris quickly used her power to create a fire shield, blocking Xuanlong's attack with a calm expression. She was somewhat intrigued by Xuanlong and Jing Chong's power. She smiled lightly and sighed. "Not bad." Mina Solaris's eyes flashed with red fire, her hands gripping the sword in front of her, laughing gleefully. "But it's still not enough." Jing Chong suddenly became serious, his voice grave, his spirit energy surging. "What's going on?" Albray assessed the situation and spoke up. Jing Chong heard this and turned to him, questioning, "She's really gone mad, what do you mean?" He frowned, gritting his teeth as he said, "That's transcendent synchronization." Albray, while observing her bursting with power in front of him, explained, "Using transcendent synchronization will cause the Beastmaster and the Beast Soul to fuse together. For both the Beast and the Beastmaster, it is an excruciating and painful torment." Solaris's spirit beast unleashed unprecedented power. Blinding golden light emitted, exuding menace. Albray liked it, but at the same time, it would increase the overall abilities of the Beastmaster and Beast. Using transcendent manifestation. Solaris's use of transcendent manifestation caused her eyes to turn completely white, her eyebrows furrowed, exuding unprecedented competitiveness. Her fiery red hands, surrounded by the flashing golden power of her spirit beast, slowly lifted. She slammed her hand hard on the ground, letting out a loud roar that created unprecedented aftershocks. The earth and rocks began to split and surge up from the ground. Those present immediately felt the danger. The lava rocks from deep within the earth surged up, as if wanting to devour everything. Albray shouted, "Lava rocks are erupting from the ground." Seeing the urgent situation, Jing Chong immediately raised his hand high, his eyes filled with hatred. Immediately, that hand slammed down on the rocky ground. Ice-cold blocks immediately spread throughout the space. He created huge blocks of ice surrounding himself to avoid the hot lava rocks attacking. After observing the situation for a moment, Jing Chong said with relief, "Looks like we've managed to withstand it." Affected by his technique, Albra trembled, hugging his arm and constantly complaining, "This guy, it's freezing!" Seeing him like that, he blurted out, Sorry. Xuanlong, behind its master, was also secretly assessing the situation. It leaned forward, its eyes glazed over. Jing Chong raised his arm, pinching his first two fingers as he sensed. "That's right, Abyssal Xuanlong, the opponent has revealed their trump card. We should also use our full power." He clenched his hands tightly. And because he was using his power, his hands began to shine with a distinctive blue luster. Xuanlong suddenly turned white like smoke, gradually disappearing from sight, while a faint wisp of smoke appeared faintly on Jing Chong's hand. He shouted, "Abyssal Xuanlong, spirit energy into armament." Immediately, a striking blue sword appeared in Jing Chong's hand, its aura extraordinary. He held the sword firmly in his hand, his large body stood in a firm, ready stance, his eyes firm and clear. A cyan sword with eye-catching details and an elaborate design, tinged with the same green hue as its master's aura. Jing Chong's lips formed a small, bow-like shape as he excitedly said to Yuan Changlong, "Of course you were already impatient, weren't you?" The contrasting red and blue hues of Solaris and Jing Chong create an eye-catching spectacle. Seeing her rushing towards him, he remained unfazed. Then let her broaden her horizons and witness the roar of the azure sea dragon. On this side, Solaris's eyes gleamed with a hint of red fire. She swung her arms back and roared, "Perish!" Jing Chong also adopted a battle stance, his eyes blazing. The two, like fire and ice, their irreconcilable red and blue colors created a captivating scene. Solaris and Jing Chong both swung their swords towards each other, unleashing decisive blows. A huge, luminous wave, tens of meters high, erupted, creating a heavy aftershock. Albray looked around, musing to himself, "I wonder how Xian is doing." He turned his head back and asked quietly, "Hey, you brat." On Xian's side, who was holding Qingzi, suddenly felt something was amiss. "Qingzi, what's wrong?" Qingzi gradually faded away, transforming into a wisp of smoke rising into the air, coalescing into a small vortex before their astonished eyes. The vortex emanated a beautiful cyan color, surrounded by immense power. Seeing this, he could only cry out, "Qingzi!" A new Qingzi had appeared in the form of a beautiful, white-haired girl,
her eyes closed.
She was slightly different from before. It seemed she even had curves in the front.
Albrecht and Xian, witnessing this scene, were momentarily stunned. Xian, this is Qingzi. Albrecht's eyelid twitched as he said to him, I feel like in this situation, calling her Qingzi might be a bit impolite.
She was also stunned by her new form, stuttering.
Master, what's going on?
Xian looked around, then said. Which means, looking at her in front of Xian, the conclusion is, Qingzi has turned into a girl.
Xian scratched his head, unable to accept this truth. Qingzi also hurriedly explained, Why do I feel like my own bro has turned into a girl? I was a girl from the start.
Nearby, Jing Chong was swinging his sword into the ground, creating massive ice blocks to block Solaris's attacks.
Assessing the situation in his mind, he felt a sense of danger and couldn't help but exclaim, Damn it, we're clearly both diamond level. Why do I feel like I'm facing such dangers? Solaris smugly shouted, How many years have you Outer Realm people grasped the methods of beast taming? We were the first creatures to use beast taming in this place.
She waved her hand, and the spirit beast continued to exert immense pressure. Sensing that Jing Chong was in danger, Xian began to worry. Crap, Grandpa! Before he could add anything else, he was startled to see Qingzi rushing forward like lightning, her voice firm. Leave it to me! A void silently appeared, quiet and terrifying.
An unseen teenager appeared, sighing. It's still so cold. His tall back approached the door, evaluating. I don't understand what that guy is thinking. Just commanding haphazardly. Are they all micromanagement masters? The door opened, its dazzling light fading everything behind it, but hoping for some progress today. Two figures face to face, their identities unclear, but clearly sensing immense pressure. Let's talk a bit, we won't talk about anything else. A large person, his back bare, was sitting huddled in a corner, listening to the other person's question, still continuing the previous question. Who exactly are you?